Hey, if you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every single like and comment truly means a lot and helps keep this project alive. Thanks so much for listening.
Chapter 281, Partner 9, Depth 550. 24M Yuram did not want to appear childish. What happened before was because she had been too emotional. She wasn't in the right state of mind back then. So she had to stop acting like a child now, but it wasn't her intention to tightly grip onto Yu Jitae's hand. Her hand was doing so on its own accord. Depth 600. 24M, the surroundings became narrower. Water molecules intertwining as hooks physically blocked light, and began to block mana on top of that as they drew deeper in. And as the walls of darkness closed in, the visibility that had been 5 meters before was now as little as 2 meters. His will was conveyed over the touching hands. Do not kick your legs too much now. We are in the flow. The current will bring us down there on its own. No need to get anxious. That was what his message roughly meant. He must have felt her anxiety through the touch. Maybe she should let go of his hand. Why are you holding my hand so tightly? Oh my, do you like my hand that much? For her to say that, it was obvious that she was the one holding tightly onto his hand. The reason was simple. The dense condensation of water-attributed mana made her body chilly as if she was buried in snow naked, and Yu Jitae's hand was the only source of warmth. It was like touching a warmer in winter, and it was thus hard to let go. What a joke. Make up a better excuse next time. Coward Beach. Although she didn't want to admit it, she knew the truth. The anxiety was making it impossible for her to let go of his hand. Depth 648. 99M. The visibility was now only 1 meter. Walls of darkness nearing in from all sides enveloped her. Yoram felt her heart thumping loud and clear, and felt as if the surroundings would suddenly devour her. Ah, I want to leave. Wasn't it around here that I felt the same thing last time? It was then. Her body suddenly craved for air. Her diaphragm spasmed, but she couldn't crouch her body, so she closed her eyes and used her other hand to block her mouth and nose. It was cold and excruciating. Her body shivered. Guess what it'll do when I go back. I'm never turning the lights off again at night. It was around this point that a portion of Yu Jitae's upper body was devoured by the darkness, no longer visible. But his will was occasionally transmitted over the clasped hands. Are you all right? Is it hard? Are you using your mana well? He showed concern for her. Yu Jitae wouldn't be able to see it no matter what expression she made now, so she drew a circle at the back of his hand with her thumb. How could Yu Jitae be so fine? I can tell it's cold for him as well, though. I can also feel his heart being stifled and his diaphragm contracting. So why isn't he in pain? Why are you pretending to be tough? Depth 700M, a visibility of around 50 centimeters. It was here that Yoram had given up before. A lot of things were devoured by the darkness. Looking down, she couldn't even see her legs, and over half of Yu Jitae's body was also unable to be seen. Yoram gulped. Fortunately, she could still hear the sound happening inside her body despite the surrounding silence. She pointlessly tapped her teeth one by one with her tongue. It didn't feel good. She closed her eyes. It felt better to close her eyes instead of staring at the gradually approaching darkness. Countless memories resurfaced when she closed her eyes. Memories of her meal, memories of harassing Yu Kiel, memories of the first time she read a shoujo manga. Yoram continued her trail of thought and let it go its own way as a temporary relief from the frustration. Out of nowhere, memories of her youth also resurfaced. There was a time when Yoram was as small as Jael. Back then, she was with other hatchlings. The mother that was supposed to feed them was enjoying herself playing with the father, while the father had no interest in weak individuals. Therefore, it was always her youngest Annie that found food for her. Hey, eat this. But ever since Yoram was a baby, both her dragon form and her human form were small and skinny. She wasn't an experienced eater and had trouble putting food into her mouth. Her youngest Annie berated her whenever that happened. Ah, so annoying. Just eat it. How come you can't even freaking eat properly? She was admonished every day, during every meal. Yoram endured all of it, but one day, she became so upset that she threw the food on the ground, but was then bashed by her youngest Annie as if there was no tomorrow. Until then, it was her youngest Annie that protected her whenever other sisters were about to hit her, and it was the first time Yoram was hit by her youngest Annie. She felt betrayed and sorrowfully complained. I am still a baby. I don't feel like eating. My mouth is small and I can't swallow a lot. Weren't you the same when you were my age? But after hearing what she said, her youngest Unny made a scary face and grabbed her by the hair to bring to an isolated cave. She pushed her into that dark place, forced her mouth open, and shoved a bunch of food into her mouth. At the same time, she said to her, "Do you want to stay a punching bag after 10 years? Spend a 100 years as a punching bag. No one's gonna wait for you to get bigger. No one in the world gives a damn about you being born late like a retard. Do not talk back to me ever again. Eat everything you're given and make that peanut body of yours bigger. If you don't wanna die." Yoram felt sad back then, but later realized that she had said all that for her sake, and the two of them continued having a good relationship. And after that, Yoram started to eat more. It was just that kind of a memory. Nothing much, just a random memory. Meanwhile, Yu Jitae was still holding onto her hand. She wondered, what was he thinking about? The faint emotions that she sometimes felt were all those of frustration and suffering. He did not feel fear. He was not in a fluster. Thus, Yoram was able to relax herself yet again, reminding herself that since Yu Jitae can do it, she can do it as well. There was no need to be scared. Depth, 804. 2M visibility, 10 centimeters. Her body was buried in darkness, and it was suffocating both literally and emotionally. She lowered her head, but couldn't see her chest, so she raised her other hand and touched it. Fortunately, it was still there. All her other limbs were all still there. In the process of checking her body, she touched the wound on her lower stomach, and it gave her relief. The pain made her realize that she was still alive with her arms stretched out. She could not see her own hand, let alone Yu Jitae's hand, so she pulled his hand all the way until it was right in front of her eyes. She hoped this would stay visible. But after going deeper by another 50 meters, even his hand that was right before her eyes began to be eroded by darkness. Gradually, yet endlessly. That frightened her so much that she had to twitch her fingers, and fortunately, Yu Jitae twitched back in response. If she didn't even have that, Yoram might have escaped already from the frustration. Following that, another memory resurfaced, and Yoram buried herself in that memory. TPH 90. Unable to handle the pressure, the artifact eventually began to malfunction. Approximately 900 meters in depth, thought Yoram. How long has it been since she came in here? It took about 10 minutes to travel 50 meters, so it was probably about 180 minutes so far until now. Yoram had already gone through approximately 20 or so of memories that had left her with a strong impression among the 15 years of her life leading up to the amusement. Short ones were a few hours long, while longer ones were about a day long. Therefore, she thought it had at least been a week since she came in. It was at least thanks to Yu Jitae's hand that she had a slightly better touch at reality. Last time, she thought it had been 2 weeks despite only being 700 meters deep. And she was able to tolerate this thanks to the experience she had gone through, and when it was her first time doing it without any prior knowledge, she was really close to dying. However, that didn't mean that it wasn't painful to put up with this training. Yoram was pained by this unending stress. Darkness had long devoured the world. There was nothing to be seen, and no sounds to be heard. She tried blowing her lips, but heard nothing. It was the same even when she slapped herself on her cheek. Her head turned, but there was no sound from it. With both seeing and hearing gone, it was only the sense of touch that remained with her. Everything in the world disappeared, leaving behind only herself and Yu Jitae's hand. Pain, exhaustion, temperature, frustration. These continued pushing her mind into a corner. Whenever she woke up from her reminiscence, Yoram felt an explosive urge to suddenly run away. Her mind wasn't stable. Her body trembled and her heart furiously thumped. Whenever that happened, she grabbed even tighter onto Yu Jitae's hand. That was the last measure Yoram could resort to in order to not escape from it. Something similar happened again. By the time she realized it, she was pressing her sharp nails into the back of Yu Jitae's hand. Ah, duck. Sorry, she thought to herself that continuing like this wouldn't work, and decided to think of every reason why she shouldn't run away. 1, because she had to become stronger. 2, because there were words she had yet to convey. 3, because she had to be happy. 14, I want to go to Las Vegas again. 52, because I have to fill 3 carriages with handsome and fit men to play with. 53, because that's what youngest Annie wanted to do. 127, live long and gamble for as long as possible. Like that, she scraped up whatever she could and came up with 900 reasons. The artifact showed a 4-digit number before becoming completely useless. Depth, probably 1,200 meters or deeper. Yoram thought to herself, why wasn't this ending? Why is it still going? Ah, duck, I'm about to go crazy. I'm dying here, Yu Jitae. Are you there? Are you alive and well? She moved her fingers and he responded. It was fortunate that her sense of touch was at least still there. But damn, why aren't you sending anything these days? Say something to me. NN. I'm about to die here. Yoram raised her nails and scratched the back of his hand, and was shocked. The back of Yu Jitae's hand was full of deep wounds. It seemed that she had unconsciously raised her nails during her mindless wonders. Ah, Yoram caressed the back of his hand with her finger. She felt extremely sorry. It was thanks to this that she was able to endure it for so long, and yet it must have hurt for him. What if he let go? She suddenly became anxious. But there's no way that Yu Jitae would let go of her hand, right? Why? Because it's Yu Jitae. It was after a long time that Yoram regained her consciousness. It was because an unbelievable emotion was conveyed from Yu Jitae's hand. He was in a fluster just then. Why? What is it? What is wrong? Immediately after that, the mental connection she had with him was cut. Yoram was startled. She added more power to her hand, wondering if there was a problem with her sense of touch now. But no, it was fine. She could still touch his hand, and moving her other hand, she touched Yu Jitae's wrist. She could still touch his wrist as well. Nothing's wrong, right? But why is he suddenly like this? Why? What's going on? What's happening? Meanwhile, his hand trembled. Wait, is it his hand that's trembling? Or is it his skin or his bone? Eng, why is he trembling though? There's no way he's scared or anything so amidst her confusion, a foreign texture was felt over her fingers. Thick fingers, the coarse callus, his joints and his fingers scraped past her hand. After that, his hand softly slithered away. Yu Jitae, he let go of her hand. Ha, ha, Yoram couldn't believe what was happening. What happened just then? Ha, why is my hand so cold? NNN. Aha, am I dreaming? She reached her arm out. Nothing met her hand. She reached for a different place, but yet again her arm grazed past nothing, stuck in darkness with absolutely nothing to be touched. The moment she realized that, Yoram felt stifled. Darkness was devouring her. No, right. It's a mistake, right? You didn't intentionally let go, did you? Yoram desperately worked her brain. Although he wasn't scared or frightened, Yu Jitae was also in pain. From time to time, balms of pain also made it through over his hand, which was probably from a diaphragm spasm. Yu Jitae was also in pain. It's not just me. Ah, duck, all right. I was way too reliant. I was whining about him acting like a teacher, and yet here I am treating him like a teacher. Let's not be overly dependent. We're this deep already. There is a current anyway. I'm going down without having to do anything right. Since our physical conditions should be the same, he should be around 3 meters away from me no matter how far he is. You're there, aren't you? I know. About 3 meters in front of me. Around there, letting go it's to make the training harder for me, right? I'm sure he must be regretting it after letting go as well. Holding my hand was probably a relief for him too. I know, right. Yes, it's all part of the training. I trust him. I only have to withstand it. But you know, if you were going to let go, couldn't you have given me a signal at least? No. Let's not think about that. It's fine. But it's not that hard to give a sign if you at least undid your fingers one by one, or if you told me from the start that you were going to let go. I would have prepared myself. Then why did you let go? NN. Why did you let go of my hand? NNN. Why did you do that? I thought we were partners. Are you abandoning me? Chapter 282. Partner 10. Something stood in Yu Jitae's way. A lot of them. Following the current that was bringing organisms into the depths, they surrounded Yu Jitae with moderate distance between them. They were mermen, protectors of this ocean, and the turtle. At the same time, they were also cleaners that picked up trash scattered across the ocean. They had the face of a squid and the body of a human, but their outer shells were tough like steel plates, and their sparkling scales were as if they were made by combining small daggers. Or so was Yu Jitae's guess about their appearance, since he couldn't see what was ahead either. For a second, he wondered why they would be here, but soon came to the conclusion that it must have been because of the turtle's command. It was troublesome. Telling Yoram that he would be in the same circumstance as her during the training was not a lie. He had completely removed all his blessings and authorities, absurdly so, to the point that he found it ridiculous now that he thought back on it. Because of that, he couldn't see nor hear, and also felt a detached sense of time just like Yoram. While saying something to themselves, they approached. He contemplated what to do. If he were to bring back his power, the turtle above would definitely notice it. Although it wasn't impossible to kill the turtle, needlessly making it a bigger problem that costs him both time and power wasn't something he was willing to do. And naturally, Yoram's training would also be ruined. On the other hand, there would increasingly be more elements towards the depths that had an impact on the mind, among which were things that even Yu Jitae wanted to avoid as much as possible. Examples were visual and auditory hallucinations that rendered the prey powerless poison that the hunter injected into its prey. The mental exhaustion was troublesome already, and yet there were a lot of mermen on top of that. Due to the nerve acceleration substances, each movement will appear slow, and it might feel like months of fighting. So how was he supposed to approach this? He pondered on and on until one of the spear heads almost landed on his forehead. He then finally made a decision. It was a decision made for Yoram. He released the child's hand. It's all right. There's no way he would abandon me. Being overdependent is not good. He said we were partners. There must be a reason. It's all for me. He's also having a hard time. He's also in pain. You felt it yourself. Coming up with every possible reason, Yoram tried to understand the situation, but it was interfered by a sudden surge of emotions. Why did you let go? Why? Why would you let go after coming this far? What's happening? What is it? Tell me. Why are you doing this all of a sudden? Is it really just to teach me more, or did something appear? What was the fluster for? What is there to be flustered about? You said you knew everything here. Was that a lie? Can't you just put those abilities back on, save me, and go out? Why would you be startled? Tell me, hurry up, say something to me. Ha, I am dying here. Hurry up and grab my hand again. Ha, who? Or is it that? Were you annoyed by me poking your hand? It hurts, right? There was something warm flowing out there. It's probably blood, but I wasn't in my right mind and I didn't know. I must have been a nuisance. Even though things are already rough for you, but it wasn't intentional, I won't do it anymore. This time I'll be docile and simply hold your hand, HNN. Come back. Come and hold my hand. NN, please. NN? Ah, no. I had it wrong all along. Now I get it. It's because I was relying too much. Right. It must be that. Partners should help each other, and yet I was only relying. Mana won't gather without me being desperate, right? Of course, it's true that you are the one that forced me to come along, although I was scared. It's not like I'm blaming you or anything anyway. It's because I need to overcome it by myself, right? Your goal was to make me struggle by myself for survival, and that's why you let go. So, you'll come back if I wait through all the hardships, right? You will come back and hold my hand, right? Yes, but make it quick. I am not good at waiting. Yoram waited. But no matter how much time passed, Yu Jitae did not come back. Nerve acceleration substances pervaded into her body. Like paint spreading on the canvas, it settled itself in her mind and heart. This intense substance, which, with enough amount, could even throw an average adult dragon's nerves into confusion, radically accelerated her concept of time. In her mind, 10 days passed. What was fortunate was that she did not have to move. Her body was in the current and was diving deeper by itself. Yoram spent her time with her body crouched like an hibernating animal, like a dragon entering a deep slumber. From time to time, her breath welled up in her throat. The diaphragm spasm that lashed at her chest happened more and more often. Now, it wasn't so hard to psychologically endure the pain, but her body acted differently. Whenever the diaphragm spasm occurred, her body subconsciously crouched itself even harder, and the muscles around her neck tightened as her hand blocked her mouth on its own accord. Ugh, ugh. Enduring through the suffocating pain, Yoram remembered the excursion venue called Valley of Wind that she had visited with Keel. The breeze there was very refreshing. Keel had thrown her arms wide open to breathe in the air and told her to do the same thing back then. She didn't do it, but Yoram now wanted to try it. Thus, Yoram unconsciously breathed in and came to herself only after the water came flowing in through her nose. Coughing repeatedly, she had to once again hold her breath. No matter how long she waited, Yu Jitae did not come. A month went by according to her mind. The first severe coldness of her life was making her body freeze. She shivered and trembled. Sometimes it got better, but the chilliness would suddenly come back without any notice. She expected herself to get accustomed to coldness after so long, but that wasn't the case. Her fingertips and the tips of her toes were especially more freezing, so she kept her hands closed in a fist and pulled her toes. At one point, it was so cold and painful that she instead wanted to cut them away from her body. And after shivering from the cold for a month, she came to a conclusion that it wasn't a bad idea. The fact that she could recover even the lost parts of her body through polymorph added more weight to her plan. Therefore, she placed her finger into her mouth and closed her teeth. Putting power into her chin, her teeth dug through the skin and muscles all the way to the bone. Something snapped, but it was fine. She couldn't even see it nor hear the sound of the snap. Even her sense of taste and smell were hazy now, and the pain only lasted for a second. Yoram spit out the thing that was in her mouth. The severed finger was no longer cold, there were only 9 to go. At this point, Yoram was not in the right state of mind. Suddenly, she remembered what happened in the past. When she was randomly lying down in the living room, Baum reproached her, saying that human females had to make sure their stomachs were warm while needlessly throwing a blanket over her stomach. Thinking back on those times, Yoram brought her hand to her stomach. Her stomach was as cold as a layer of ice. It would be nice if there was a blanket no matter how much she lowered her head. Her mouth did not reach her stomach. One thing that made her hesitate was that Yu Jitae might be flustered when trying to grab her hand if she no longer had any fingers. But despite all the waiting, Yu Jitae did not come back. It was quite a while ago that Yoram had lost her sight and hearing from the mana of the depths, and after a month had gone by according to her senses, she had even lost her sense of taste and her sense of smell. The only remaining thing was the sense of touch, and this acted as the sole device in reminding her of her own survival as well as the flow of time. From the pain she felt through her wounds, she perceived that she was still alive, and by closing her eyes and feeling the pulsations of her heart that softly shook her body, she understood the absolute time. But after half a year went by in her head, the pain weakened, and the pulsations of her heart started to become even gentler. Before then, Yoram was able to differentiate herself from the world. The flow of water she felt with the outside of her skin was not part of her body, and the movements of the organs happening inside the skin were all parts of her body. And yet now that even the sense of touch had vanished, Yoram could not tell how much was her own self and how much was the world. Later, when she could no longer even feel the pulsations of her heart, it became impossible to calculate the flow of time. She remembered a brain floating inside a container that she had seen on the internet, only the mind existing without a body. That was exactly what her current self was like. Even then, Yoram held on without trying to escape, although she couldn't even tell the direction now. She believed that Yu Jitae was undergoing the same ordeal as herself, somewhere nearby, and believed that he would come back for sure. Whatever the reason may be, the reason he let go of her hand must be because he hadn't given up yet. He must be holding on for my sake without giving up, but as the pain continued endlessly, her mind became as exhausted as it could get. Extremely unhealthy thoughts sometimes made it to her brain, and from time to time she cursed her precious things for that rage to help her through the pain. The biggest anguish was in time. She did not know how long she had to wait for it to end, nor did she know how long she had waited. After missing the flow of time once, she started turning skeptical about the time itself. Yoram decided to conduct a test. She decided to count down after saying how many minutes went by. 10 minutes. An hour. A day. A month. 1 year. 10 years. As the unit increased endlessly, she stopped the experiment and shook the thought away from her head, because all the hours and days seemed plausible. As she endlessly and vacantly waited for Yu Jitae buried in both darkness and thoughts, something began to whisper into her ears. Hey, it was a familiar voice. Yoram, do you hear me? And unbelievable at that. Do you remember my voice? How could she ever forget it? It was the voice of her youngest Annie. Can you hear me? Say something. Yoram could not reply. Even though she tried opening her mouth, she wasn't certain whether it actually opened or not, and she couldn't tell whether the trembling of her throat would result in any sound. Despite that, she tried to reply, telling her precious youngest Annie that she was listening. It seems you can hear me fine. The moment Yoram realized that they could communicate, her mind woke up in a flash. Meanwhile, a corner of her mind remained doubtful because her youngest Annie had died in front of her eyes, her body thrashing around in pain after being bitten on the neck by the oldest Annie that slowly came to a stop, vividly existed in her unforgetting memories. I'm here to bring you along. Me. Amidst the darkened world, a small face floated up, the one that found food for her young, starving self, the one that brought her, who stayed holed up in the corner of the hatchling's lair, outside to show the mountains and rivers of the world. It was the face of the one whom Yoram had loved the most. Let's go together, her youngest Unny floated, a smile facing Yoram. Chapter 283. Partner 11. It was such a great shock to Yoram's confused mind that she was lost as to what to say. 6 months after losing her vision, her eyes opened, and after 6 months of hearing nothing, her ears picked up sound again. And the person behind the voice and the face just happened to be her youngest Unny. It was that one person whom she wanted to meet no matter what the cost if she were to die and go to the afterlife. Yoram confessed what was on her mind. I wanted to see you too. Her sister walked up and approached the weak, injured, and crumbled baby dragon. You look extremely fatigued. She then hugged Yoram's invisible head with the same arms that used to cover her young self, who had to stay in the corner after getting bashed up by the other sisters of the generation. You tried hard, and you did very well. Yoram did not weep like before. She was too mature to do that, at least that's what she herself thought. But even then, the warmth of her sister that substituted for her parents' embrace felt so cozy that it was almost like a dream. The youngest Annie said while caressing her hair, I hope you do not suffer any longer. You hope I don't suffer. Isn't it about time you took a rest? Her words sounded so sweet, but Yoram could not do so because she was still weak. Hearing that, her youngest Annie smiled. Is there a need to get stronger? What? Let's go with Annie and enjoy our time together. Yoram shook her head. She couldn't go with her Annie yet. Why? There was something she had to wait for, and things that she had to accomplish in the future. That was when the youngest Annie curiously asked back, is the person you are waiting for worth all the suffering? Is there a need for you to be in so much pain? Yoram was about to reply but hesitated. Her mind wasn't functioning straight. That's true, who was I waiting for? What did I have to do? In any case, she had the subconscious feeling that she should not follow her. This was a strange thought, because she liked her youngest Annie the most. Her wish at the end of the long life given to her was to be buried at the same place as her sister. Sensing her hesitation, the youngest Annie smiled. There is no need for any more suffering. Let's go together. There is a world built for us red dragons over there. She pointed somewhere while saying that. A world built for red dragons. Yoram suddenly became curious. It's a land full of lava and unending flames. Her sister began whispering with a dreamy expression and voice. Above ground is filled with all sorts of delicious restaurants, and wines of every dimension are gathered there. They treat us like princesses. Underground is covered with all sorts of casinos and underground gambling houses. There are illegal clubs and fighting clubs where you can bash people to death any day. And you know what? You can grab millions of drugs there. It's insane. You can play around with males and females you like any time and anywhere. When I first got there and enjoyed it, I couldn't even come to myself for a fortnight. The people of that world are so creative, and there are countless unimaginable delights. Saying that, her youngest Annie smiled with the brightest smile on her face. So Yoram, come with me. Let's go, eat and drink day and night. With me, your sister. She appeared absolutely entranced. A short explanation was enough to entice Yoram as well, since the exciting city that Yoram had enjoyed for a short time before was not even close to that. Her heart wavered. If a place so happy and joyous actually existed, she wanted to try visiting it as well. Hungry, right. Her youngest Annie reached her hand out while her voice remained ringing in her ears. There appeared to be light emanating from her body. Now let's go and have food together. Yoram unconsciously reached out and grabbed onto the hand. Her sister's hand wrapped itself around her hand that was so ruined and left without any fingers. The hand she had found so cold was now ever so warm. But that was when her body suddenly came to a stop. Without knowing the reason herself, Yoram uttered such words. A crack appeared on the warm face of her sister. Her expression was weird. It looked as if she detested Yoram, and it came to her as a big shock. What's wrong? I am telling you to come with me. Yoram replied. I am waiting for someone, and that person is also waiting for me. That was when the youngest Annie asked, with a slightly more stern voice. And who is that? Yoram was scared of the expression that was on her sister's face. As her mind tried to remember who it was, memories of that human which had become hazy began to resurface. Forcing the fear down, Yoram opened her mouth again. No, I can't go. There is a human male waiting for me, a human that taught me many things. Hearing that, her youngest sister's expression turned all the more serious. A human? Did you just say human? Yoram nodded. You, come here, she said with a straight face. Although Yoram tried to stand her ground, her sister shot her hand out. Come here, you trash. Her youngest Unnie grabbed her by the hair. With unimaginable strength, she dragged Yoram somewhere like how she did in the past. By the time Yoram reopened her eyes, the darkness had long vanished. Look, open your eyes wide and see. Unveiled before her eyes was a city of enjoyment and pleasure with a large erupting volcano at the back. It was a suffocating scenery for Yoram. A world more dazzling than anything she had seen before in her life was in front of her, but she still shook her head. Are you saying you won't follow me there, even though I am asking you to do so? Yoram stubbornly remained firm as her sister began to shout. Why wouldn't you come? Ha! What's with that stupid human? There is a reason. Annie, are you looking down on me now, just because I am no longer a part of your life? Are you telling me that you will remain just because of a stupid human? I'm not looking down on you. The human taught me a lot of things. And I'm not staying behind because of that human what? Teach you a lot of things. How do you have no sense of pride as a red dragon? How can you ever boast about learning from a human? The youngest Annie scornfully laughed at her with a burning temperament. Hey, how come you haven't changed a single bit after all those freaking years? What? There is a world here better than your life, and you wanted to come with me, so you should just come with me. And yet you want to stay back, in a world that only gives you pain, just because a stupid human is looking for you. I told you that's not shut your mouth. When will you ever grow up? She was furious. Yoram could not look straight back into her eyes, but her sister grabbed her by the collar and forced her to look back. What did that freaking human give you? Yoram listed the things she received from him. What? Food? House? That's all to lock you up in one place and confine you. How do you not know that? No, that human also taught me how to fight Karl Galakwa. That's something etched into the hearts of every red dragon from birth. Wake up, you Yoram. That human was just imitating the red race. Her shouts scattered the world into ashes. Yoram thought about it. She pondered about everything one by one, and funnily enough, everything her Unnie said was correct. The reason he provided her with food and shelter was because he kidnapped her. The thing that he taught her was indeed a technique unique to the red dragons. It's true. Then what did I gain? What have I learned from that human till now? Something deep in her mind threatened to crumble. Now, let's go. Come with me to the place where there is no more suffering. Yoram's heart wavered from the words of her youngest Unnie, but she decided to go through it one last time. What did she learn from him? Firstly, Yoram learned pulsation out of the Karl Galakwa stand-up martial art from Yu Jitae. Her heart that she couldn't differentiate from a dragon's body when in a human form began to beat. Like I said, you can't teach me, okay? She expressed her doubt, but Yu Jitae remained headstrong. On that day, Yoram's heart began to beat. Next, Yoram learned how to breathe. It was tied to effectively making use of the pulsations and finding the right balance through inhaling and exhaling to circulate mana within the body. Late at night, when the chains strangled her heart, Yoram asked him to stay back out of fear. He sat next to her and listened through her grumble about the stories of the past stories that she had never told anyone before. From that day, Yoram began to breathe. After that, she learned how to walk. That too was in relation to effectively making use of pulsations. Back then, she shook, unable to walk properly due to the heaviness weighing her body down. Yu Jitae had walked alongside her hand in hand, and she remembered other cadets of Lair teasing and laughing at her. Even then, Yoram was happy because she felt power building up in her legs. That day, Yoram stood firm on the ground on 2 feet and walked. He made her heart beat, he taught her how to breathe, and he showed her how to stand. After that, she learned how to run, how to see, and how to hear. She didn't think about it when learning it, but now that she laid them down one by one, it was the same as the process of a baby being born and learning how to live. Come with me. You tried really hard and you deserve some rest. You have the right to do so, don't you agree? Life is a continuation of despair and pain. Let me say it one last time. Come with me. Live happily with your Unnie in a world where neither pain nor sorrow exists. My dear sister Yoram. While her sister hurriedly flooded out words in a rush, Yoram realized what she learned. She learned how to live from Yu Jitae. You might stumble on a rock or get scraped by a thorn bush, and you might even fall in a quagmire. But that's fine. No matter what, we can stand back up and walk forward again. Do you know why? Even if every breathing second was exhausting, even if your legs were to get scraped, and even if you were to stumble from thorns, you can stand back up. That's what he told her. Because we are looking at what's far ahead. Yes, because there is tomorrow that is worth waiting for. After regaining her mind, Yoram raised her body. She then looked straight into the eyes of her youngest Unny, who was still looking at her as if she was trash, and met face to face with that liar. It had wavered her heart because it was a spitting image of the one that had been so precious to her in the past. But now she was certain. I'm not going. What? I'm not going anywhere. You duck off. You in the blink of an eye, she smacked the face of her youngest Unny as hard as she could. Slam! Despite it being an illusion, the head of her sister turned, and she flew back all the way to the veil of darkness. With an abnormally distorted face, she shouted, "You Yoram!" But Yoram laughed. Who was she calling you Yoram? Silly Beach. You should have prepared your script properly. How desperate was her mind for things like this to be seen. My youngest Unny doesn't know I am you Yoram, although her will for survival was there. Yoram found her circumstances to be very daunting and shed tears. Even then, she will live on. It's the name that Human gave me because that's what she learned from him. At that moment, the distorted fake youngest Unny dissipated like mist. At the same time, the black illusion covering the world cracked open. The moment she came to herself, someone grabbed her by the hand. Her hand was a hand devoid of any fingers, but the person paid little regard to it. Tightly, he grabbed her hand. It seemed that they had gone past a certain section of the depth. She could hear stuff, although faint, and she could hazily see his face through the darkness. He was Yu Jitae. It had almost been half a year since the last time she saw his face. It seemed unreal, so much so that she felt stuffy at heart. But soon, her gaze traveled further in and found approximately 10 enormous swords and spears piercing through his back. Come closer. We're almost there. We have to hurry. Turning her head, she found numerous things following from behind. She realized at a glance that those were what Yu Jitae had been fighting against. It was shocking. Was he fighting against those, under the same conditions and circumstances as her? Does that even make sense? She found it absurd, but now wasn't the time for such thoughts. His face was a welcome sight, and his hand was so warm, but now wasn't the time to enjoy such things. Once again, she tensed her body and began to follow him while enduring the pain that was digging into her body. Soon, his will was conveyed into her disoriented mind. You did well enduring it. Sorry for being late. We're almost there. Almost there. Yes, it's all done. Those words that it had all ended came as such a big relief to her. Holding in her jumping emotions, Yoram endlessly swam forth, and at the end of the long swim was an underground cave which Yu Jitae and Yoram both entered. Near the end of the cave was a red flag. The flag which they had come all this way for. How deep did you have to put it, you son of a beach, at one point? The ones that were chasing from behind saw where they were going and stopped, before disappearing into the distance. Yoram approached the flag and tried to hold it, but had no fingers that could allow her to do so. Ook, the pain belatedly came flooding in, so Yoram embraced her hands and fell on the ground. It wasn't completely over yet. Using her polymorph, Yoram healed her hands, while Yu Jitae also began healing himself after plucking out all the javelins, knives, and arrows that were on his back. For half a day, the two of them focused on healing their wounded bodies without saying a single word, and entered the water again only after most of their wounds were healed. From here is a shortcut. It's a place where the turtle has less influence over. Yoram noticed something strange about her body. They were 2,000 meters deep. Although they were swimming through the dense water over such a long distance, she did not feel fatigued in the slightest. That wasn't the end. Storming traps flew in and tried to bite her foot, but Yoram kicked them away. They vanished after only inflicting small wounds on her body and couldn't damage her legs like before. Yoram once again realized how much stronger she had become, and how vast the ocean of mana became inside her body. Therefore, the way up wasn't as hard as before, and Yu Jitae no longer let go of her hand. At last they found light shining from above and popped their heads out of the water. The moment fresh air landed on her face, Yoram felt herself bubbling up with indescribable emotions as more power entered her clenched hand. We pulled it off chapter 284, partner 12. While gasping for breath, the two of them leaned on the rocks staring at each other. The training had been extremely strenuous, even more so to Yu Jitae than the months he spent locked in Noah's dream. Even then, it wasn't his first time experiencing such things, so he paid little regard to it, but that wasn't the case for Yoram. With a blank look on her face, she began doing strange things. Lifting her hands, she touched all over her body. She touched her nose and pinched her soft cheeks. She brushed past the wound on her ankle and wetted her finger with blood. Then she rubbed it with her thumb and index finger before bringing it to her nose for a smell. After that, she brought it to her lips. As if having sweet honey, she tasted her own blood and savored the flavor even though it should have a rusty flavor to it. Yoram then turned her gaze towards the world. It was early morning, near the end of dawn. Sun of this dimension was starting to rise from the horizon, with its ambience covering the entirety of this tranquil ocean. With not a single bird or organism interrupting the scenery, the surface of the water near the horizon reflected the shape of the sun like a mirror, making the sun look like a crumpled rugby ball. Ah, and lastly, she opened her lips and made a sound. Ah, MHMM, and she seemed to find her own voice awkward. Ah, but her last sound was slightly different. Yoram groaned as her body crumbled down. Yu Jitae hurriedly threw his arms forward and supported her body before she could collapse from the accumulated fatigue. She had been holding on with her willpower alone, and her body was the first to react when she relaxed her mind. Yoram gazed at him with half-closed eyes. The two of them did not say anything in particular. A smile was hanging on her exhausted face as she stared at him. Yu Jitae, however, did not smile back. He simply took the strands of hair that had gotten into her mouth out with his fingers. That was when Yoram raised her trembling hand to grab a handful of hair to place into her mouth. She looked just like a rebel with that sneer on her face. Therefore, Yu Jitae grabbed more strands of hair and inserted them into her nostrils for her. Uck, KNG, HMPH, have some more. Why don't you, eat more? What are you doing? That was the first conversation they had in a long while. How difficult it was. How long they had to wait. What they had gone through and what pain they endured, none of that was the first words they shared. Everything was over already, and Yoram didn't feel like listening or talking about it, so the two of them stayed quiet without sharing any other conversation. It's cold hearing her mumble. Yu Jitae took her jacket out of the alternate dimension and handed it over. Ah, right. Yoram took a cigarette out of that jacket and gave it to him. He received it and placed it in his mouth. Using the mana of the red dragons, he tried to light it on fire, but his fingers failed to create any ember, although he pretended otherwise. He had also used up a lot of his power. Slowly, he began to bring the authorities and blessings back to his body. That was when Yoram lifted her finger to light her own cigarette on fire. She then tried to bring the fire over to Yu Jitae's cigarette, but the ember did not last long since she had also used a large proportion of her power. By the time her trembling finger reached his cigarette, the fire was already long gone. NN. It's gone, wait a second. I'm bringing my blessings back. It was then. Yoram lifted her body and gradually approached him. With little distance between them, her hazy eyes landed on Yu Jitae's eyes before traveling down towards his cigarette. Yoram's cigarette touched his cigarette. She breathed in, and the ember ticking on the end of her cigarette was soon transmitted over to Yu Jitae's cigarette. He slowly inhaled and received the fire. They could hear the scorching sound of dried leaves. As the smoke scattered above the tranquil ocean, Yoram opened her mouth. Yeah, for a little bit I saw my youngest Unny below. Youngest Unny. Yeah, like a hallucination, she told me to come with her to the utopia built for red dragons. But I rejected it. That was the hallucination sprinkled by the turtle sovereign to render existences powerless, which aimed to break the desire sitting in people's mind from its foundation. For example, it would show an illusion of their legs being torn apart to runners and show an illusion of crushing fingers to pianists. And I suddenly got curious, exhaling a mouthful of smoke. Yoram looked up into his eyes and carefully asked, "What did you see?" Yu Jitae exhaled back. He too had experienced both visual and auditory hallucinations while fighting the monsters in the darkness. He had also seen things that threatened to crush his dream. You guys. In 2 words, Yu Jitae summarized the illusion he saw. Yoram could not fully understand what he was saying, so she playfully asked, "Us? Was I there as well?" "Yeah, you were. How was she?" "She had long hair." "What? I hate long hair, 'cause it's annoying. It went all the way down to the waist." They should stop acting at this point. Their script's trash and their research is trash. Not the right way to approach acting. Is that so? And what did I say? Did I swing around a sword saying, "Ill leave home"? No, he didn't have a very pleased look on his face. It was rare for him to show such an expression, so Yoram stopped asking. Yu Jitae asked back, was it very hard? Easy as. It's fine to be honest. I know bad memories last long for you guys. Hearing his awkward question and concern, Yoram replied while exhaling smoke as if it was nothing. Should we jump in again then? Only then did Yu Jitae give a faint smile. Not a single breeze was there above the tranquil sea, so their breath and smoke intertwined and lasted for long. I knew you'd come back. Yoram closed her mouth after saying that. Even though the two of them didn't say much after that, they felt a strange sense of consolation. Their mere existence was a solace to one another. On the way back to their original campsite with Yoram, he entered deep contemplation for a while. In fact, over the course of half a year, there were 3 different occasions when Yu Jitae pondered whether he should stop the training and leave with Yoram or not. Whenever that happened, he would momentarily return the blessings to his eyes to look at Yoram, and every time, he saw her attempting to withstand the great mental shock. Back then, he thought while staring at her, a little bit more. Endure it a bit more. Just a little bit more. He knew how difficult and miserable the training would be and sincerely wished for the child to withstand it without falling apart. That was when a large earthquake was felt within the world of darkness, followed by a bizarre message. The authority, key X, has confirmed the met requirements of emotion. Filled emotion. Greed. The authority, key X, states that the obelisk of greed, located in the basement of Vintage Clock, has been cast with light. Basement of Vintage Clock. The basement and unknown obelisks that suddenly appeared one day. There were 11 obelisks in total, with 6 of them lit up, and it seemed that one of the remaining 5 had also been lit up. This was a pleasant occurrence, because he, who could no longer become stronger in providence due to the long repetition of iterations, had finally taken a step towards a new growth. Joy, pleasure, hatred, anger, concern, affection, and the recent greed on top of that. Then what were the 4 remaining emotions? The moment Jael was about to grab his hand, the clone stood up from the floor and lifted her up before having her sit on his lap. Are you going to be like this? When Jael turned her head back and glared daggers at him, the clone explained himself after a sigh. Yes, you are right. I am his younger brother, a different person. Why did you lie? Sorry. I wasn't deceiving you out of a bad intention or anything. The discontent look on her face lasted for only a little, and Jael soon curiously raised a question. But why are you so identical? Who knows? Probably because we are born of the same root, twins, similar. Jael appeared to be in deep thought. After a while she asked with a cautious tone of voice, do you know him well? Who? My lore, I mean my brother. Yes, I do. Are you close? We are. Then I have a question. What is it? She threw a glance across the surroundings, before bringing her mouth closer towards the clone's ear as the clone let her do whatever she wanted to do. Jael whispered a question, what does Arjasi like? The question was so abrupt that the clone asked back in doubt. Why do you want to know that, just because? I don't know, he probably likes you. The words that suddenly came flying in made her heart beat in a pleasant mood, so she smiled with a nod. But besides that, that is a tough question to answer. Jael added another question, to which the clone replied by whispering into her ear after some thought. Hearing his answer, Jael rejoiced with widened eyes. I see. The clone had no idea why Jael was so happy. It's a secret. What? You can't tell, Arjasi. No, I must say everything to my brother. Jael was so shocked after hearing that answer that her eyes widened into circles. You can't say it. No, I must. You can't. I have to. No. Both the clone and Jael glared at each other. Why can't I tell him? Why do you have to tell him? Because obviously he needs to know everything. Doesn't make any sense. Anyway, no, I will tell him. She had a fairly shocked look on her face. The ends of her eyes then stooped low as if she was about to cry. Jael resentfully glared at the clone before turning around with a flick. She then wept out loud. The clone was relatively startled. He was here to make Jael happy. This was a command given by Yu Jitae, and there was no hierarchy in priority between this command and the command to stop the second night. The 2 commands were equally important. Therefore, Jael crying was a great crisis. The clone thus hurriedly closed his eyes and asked his lord. Jael asked a certain question about my lord, but does not want to let you know about the details of the shared conversation. What was right thing to do then? Yu Jitae rather easily gave him the reply, do as she says. All right, I won't tell him. Really, Yes, I want so don't cry. Jael turned around. Although it sounded like she was crying, there were no tears around her eyes. She immediately began giggling. Hi, and only then did the clone realize that it was being played. For the remainder of the time, Jael made the clone do various things that she wanted the normal Yu Jitae to do, but couldn't ask him to do because she didn't want to appear childish and troublesome for asking such trivial things. But it was easier to do it to his brother, who was a spitting image of Yu Jitae. Therefore, the clone had to cook instant noodles 5 times a day, and with that unique tone of voice had to repeat the likes of "Here you go" or "I am Jael's father" for an hour straight. It was such a pleasant thing to watch that Jael chuckled out loud, while the clone occasionally had to question his own actions. On top of that, Jael asked for a hug and asked for his socks every day. They fished together and took hundreds of selfies. She also made him make stupid expressions, which resulted in roughly 120 humiliating pictures of Yu Jitae in her watch. And the clone also had to listen to hours of her bad-mouthing Yoram. Due to everything she did, Jael was fully satisfied, although Yu Jitae wasn't with her for the last 3 days. On the day before going back home, she filled a bottle with the water from the ocean. Thus ended the week at Tranquil Sea. After that, Yoram returned to the newborn superhuman competition, and the remaining month went by in a flash. Since her mana pool had increased by approximately 5 times the one she had before the training, Yoram now had even more mana than Keel. Some people doubted how she had become so much stronger in the span of a few days, but it was kept a secret which only Yu Jitae and Yoram knew the answer of. Yoram achieved outcomes that were unthinkable for a newborn superhuman in the remainder of the competition, and in the last 40 days, their team completed twice the amount of missions they had done in the previous 90 days and began gaining an explosive burst in popularity and fame worldwide. By the end of the competition, 250 letters were sent to Unit 301, while roughly 50 messages were sent to Yu Jitae's watch. There were dozens of people every day calling the PR team of Lair, looking for Yu Jitae, which was partly because he had yet to announce Yoram's affiliation. Almost every renowned guild worldwide tried to pull Yoram into their arms, and Yu Jitae became so tired of their calls that he decided to officially register the virtual Yu household at the association. Only after he registered both Yoram and Keel under the household did everything settle down. At last, when the competition came to an end, Yoram's official rank was decided by the association. Although numerous people and the press were estimating her to be in the top 200s as an unprecedented newborn superhuman, the actual given rank exceeded their expectations and shocked the world. Yu Yoram, KR, 18, MZZ. Rank 93. Keel ended at rank 498, but since she had no interest in her rank in the first place, she was wholeheartedly happy for Yoram. Like that, the ranking competition came to an end, and in the middle of a snowy winter day, we're back. Ah, sex. The kids returned to the dormitory. Chapter 285. A Black Flower, 1. It was on a winter holiday, a few days after they started living together again. Yu Jitae's relationship with the kids changed, but their life together wasn't all that different. This year too had snow falling on the floating island, Hateling. The island was floating in the stratosphere and was above most of the clouds, so sometimes there could be a heavy snowfall on Earth with not a single sign of snow in Lair. In those cases, the mages of Hateling sometimes created artificial snow to scatter from above in order to create an environment similar to the ground. Oi, who's the one in charge of snow today? Who's the one that sprinkled it? What's wrong with you, huh? Why did you pour so much? Sorry, sir. It was an accident. Since it was people that were doing it, there were occasional mistakes, and that was the reason behind the heavy snowfall of that day. Yu Keel walked out to the terrace with the baby chicken in her arms. That's a luwat of snow. As the snow piled up and covered the colors of the world, everything outside the window appeared white and clean. Keel and Jael blankly gazed outside. What was snow to the little kids? That's going to be a big mess in a few days. Messy. Let's stay home for today, Jael NN. They in fact didn't find it that significant because it was already their third time seeing heavy snow. Thus, the kids gathered at the living room that day and played a board game. Traveling across the world, they bought lands and raised buildings, or pulled the bricks of a fine tower to make an unstable stack on top of the building, or earned an identity each and deceived others about their identities through lies, while figuring out others' identities and attacking them for money. Most of the board games were competitive, and they naturally tended to create a scapegoat at the end. And the scapegoat of Unit 301 was I attack Argosy with assassin. Kaya, Argosy, you lost a life. Oh yeah. Then I'll steal you Jitty's money with the pirate captain. Give me 2 coins. Easy. Now you're a poor as heck. Ha, me too, Captain Hook. What now? Give me money. This is everything I have. Give me everything. In an instant, all his lives, except for one in addition to all his money, was taken away, as Yu Jitty squinted his eyes. At last it was Balm's turn. Yoram grinned and glared at Balm, wondering whether she would cover for him or not. Balm, who had a faint smile or an indifferent look on her face throughout the games, gave a slightly brighter smile the moment her eyes met with Yu Jitty's. Her eyes curved, and the ends of her red lips curled up. She covered her mouth diagonally so that only Yu Jitty could see it, but her voice was loud and clear for everyone else to hear. It was nice playing with you. Oi. Once again, the kids bursted into laughter. Meanwhile, Balm brought her lips together and gave a little blow kiss, which only Yu Jitty could see due to the covering hand. Unable to resist their joint attack, Yu Jitty had to leave the board. While the kids were chuckling from behind, the one that dropped out even before him welcomed him. Welcome, sir. Let me guide you to your seat. What's with that? Are you a guide or what? I am a punching bag. Yu Jitty sat next to the protector. The two of them, who were always the first to be bombarded by kids, had no choice but to watch over them. The protector, at least, had something to do, as he repeatedly pulled the baby chicken away by its leg whenever it tried to stealthily deliver a coin to Keel. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Should the baby chicken resist, he would grab its beak and cuddle it with his arms and legs. The baby chicken had to spend time in the jail cell that is the full-plated armor. While they were gathered in one place enjoying themselves, a mysterious post was sent to their door. 2. You Keel, it's the leaf you were looking for. There was nothing on the market, and barely got it after a few days. Only sending one 'cause why not? Too annoying and won't do it a second time. From TB, a leaf. Yu Jitty called Keel and told her that she had gotten a post from Tir Brzenk. Her reaction, however, was strange. Huck, is that finally here? She soon began ripping the post box apart. It was Yu Jitty's first time seeing the child looking forward to a gift this much ever since the chocolate macaron. What was it? What Keel took out of the post box was a small flower, a black flower that didn't look that pretty. It resembled a rose and had multiple leaves stacked on top. He immediately knew what that was. It was a unique plant called a wyvernip. Wyverns were one of the most troublesome monsters to fight against in dungeons because they were fast, shot magic spells, and flew around. And yet none of their parts were expensive, so it was nothing but a bothersome monster to a raid group. That flower was a miraculous drug against those wyverns. Wyverns tended to lose their will to fight and turn extremely docile the moment they took a breath of that scent. So raid groups sometimes crushed the flower to apply it over their bodies like a perfume. Even the wyverns that came to attack humans would become gentle from the pleasing scent and refrain from fighting. He also heard of how they would sometimes trail from behind like puppies. But of course, wyverns themselves were quite rare, so there wasn't much demand for wyvernips. Besides, they only grew in unique environments, so there was only a small supply from fissures outside of Earth. There was only a few in both supply and demand. That was why the flower was only popular to aficionados and the rich, but that was when Keel, after placing the flower pot on the ground of the front entrance, blankly gazed at it as if she was staring at a bright gem. She then carefully brought her nose to have a smell of the flower. She then tightened her fists and bit her lower lips. Moon Keel melted on the ground like a liquid and giggled. It was intriguing to find that wyvernips, which were known to only have an effect on wyverns, also had an effect on dragons. Whoa, this really smells too good. After coming back to herself, Keel was about to carry the wyvernip into the living room. Unny, Jayal. Apart from its intriguing aspect, it wasn't a welcome sight for Yu Jitty to see Keel melting like that because there was a not-so-pleasant memory similar to it. Thus, he called her. Yes, she replied, that thing. Give it to me for a second. Aki. Keel obediently handed the wyvernip to Yu Jitty. This was used like an anti-anxiety pill to wyverns, but they were different from dragons. If this had some kind of sedative or stimulating effect to dragons, he had to discard it immediately. Yu Jitae tried smelling it. It didn't feel like anything to a human like him, but when he used the pulsations of a red dragon's heart, his physical body momentarily became like a red dragon's body. Thump after the red-colored heart thumped once, he closed his eyes and smelled the flower. It felt as if there were fluffy clouds spreading across his emotions. There wasn't any sense of pleasure, and it wasn't that potent, nor did it have any addictiveness to it either. It simply invigorated the parasympathetic nervous system by a little. This was no different from having something sweet when hungry and wanting to take a nap on a warm day. Why? Is it bad? No, it should be fine. But where did you suddenly get this from? It was inside Ling Ling's necklace, but it had such a nice smell to it, you see. So I asked for one. Is that so? He could have bought more, though. It's only one flower. He's tall, but he's very small-minded. In the past, Baum had described Keel's face when grumbling as -3 over the messenger, and that was exactly what her current expression was like. In any case, something that had no harm to the body and no addictiveness was nothing but a fun toy to the children. Yu Jitae gave the permission, and Keel immediately brought the wyvernip to the other kids. What's that? Yoram asked. Unny. Try smelling this. What is that jet black shit? Go away. No. This is really insane. Like I said, go away. Hup, Keel ran up but had to retreat after having both of her nostrils be poked by her fingers. During that process, the flower touched Yoram's nose as the frown on her face immediately vanished. Oh, how is it? Cool, right? What is this? Yoram sniffed the wyvernip with a much more relaxed expression. Amazing, yeah. It's super relaxing, right? MHMM. Not bad. Seeing Yoram blink her eyes and stay still, Keel's expression turned brighter as she then went for balm. NN. What's this him as expected? Balm melted in comfort after having a smell of the wyvernip, and Keel sniffed it again from the side. The two of them laying down in comfort like that made them look like avocado paste and mashed potatoes stacked on top of each other. Ah, sex soon. Tomato paste was added to the avocado paste and mashed potatoes. But Jael, who was in the middle of her unease, shook her hand as if she wasn't interested in the slightest even after sniffing the flower. She walked up to Yu Jitae and asked what was wrong with them. There were occasionally a few wyverns that were tolerant to the smell, and it seemed that Jael was similar to them. In any case, the wyvernip was an alive flower, and it withered that night due to being unable to adapt to the foreign environment. Due to the unique environment which the flower grew in, it was hard to keep it alive, and Baum also couldn't recreate it, since it did not belong to either Ascalifer or Earth. In a sad mood, they all gazed at the withered flower as Keel then raised a question. Arjasi, can you please buy us another one? It had been a while since Keel asked him for a favor, so Yu Jitae readily agreed to do so. Them being too attached to the flower wouldn't be a welcome sight, but buying it once shouldn't matter that much. Thus, on the next day at around lunchtime, Yu Jitae headed to the one and only store on Earth that bought and sold wyvernips, located in the southeastern region of USA, at the state that had divided out from Virginia in the past, which then turned into a corporate town after the new era, Kentucky. There was the world's largest unique monster consumable shop. There, the regressor came across an unexpected person. The monster consumable store was bustling from early morning. Yu Jitae was about to take the pocket watch out to check the time, but decided against it since the pocket watch was set to Hateling time zone. Thus, he checked the current time with his watch. It was currently 9 in the morning, and 11 would be when they received goods from the raid groups working in the dimension, Lamdiron. Although there were still 2 hours left until the delivery, there were quite a few people waiting in line. There were collectors who personally enjoyed gathering such goods, even though it wasn't a socially well-received hobby. He guessed that a few of them were also here for a wyvernip. Wearing a coat, he stood in line waiting when something strange entered his sight. There was a woman 2 seats away from him. Black coat, black heels, purple earrings, and a black cap on top. Even her hair was pure black, and her eyes were purple like the color of her earrings. Yu Jitae frowned the moment he saw her face. An idealistic beauty unimaginable from a human was hanging on her face, which was covered by a high-quality face mask. It was by no coincidence that Yu Jitae's eyes landed on her. He had a blessing that consistently sensed all the existences within a 1.5-kilometer radius, and that woman was not caught in that radar. Alongside her face, the woman was also hiding her presence at a similarly high level. It was strange. He looked at her with a somewhat skeptical gaze. Quang! That was when a loud thud echoed from nearby. Huck, what was that? Growl, a beast roared in anger. A large white beast resembling a wolf kicked and jumped out of the cage. It had a height of 4 meters, and a body length of 5 meters. The large wolf that was as big as an elephant kicked the guard in front of it with its front paws and began wreaking havoc by either pushing or attempting to bite other people. It immediately turned into chaos. Uaag, run away. Superhumans, we're the duck are the superhumans. Kairak. The frightened people shouted and made a fuss. While the crowd scattered like a bunch of ants, the black-haired woman stayed still, with a hazy pair of eyes still gazing at the ground. After perhaps sensing something, the wolf dashed towards to her. But at that moment, as the wolf's eyes met with the eyes of the woman, its large body froze on the spot. As if there was a bottomless cliff in front of it, the wolf hurriedly took several steps back before turning around and running away in fright. It was drenched in fear. The monster was immediately suppressed by the superhuman guards, but that mattered not to Yu Jitae. He gazed at the black-haired woman even more attentively. Slowly, her eyes turned towards him. The purple pair of eyes gazed back at Yu Jitae. Chapter 286. A black flower, too, power had an endogenous origin. Before being released, it was not revealed in full. The reason Yu Jitae was able to discern a relatively strong person's power level immediately after seeing them was because he was a regressor. He had already seen the outputs of all the superhumans that were worth knowing, so he could guess how strong they would be in certain phases. However, he did not know the woman before his eyes. Black hair, purple eyes, and a face seemingly carved for the purpose of beauty. He had never seen or heard about such a person existing, and her manner was also quite foreign. Something like this occasionally did happen. Although he had lived for over hundreds of years, the world was broad and sometimes had things that he had no idea of. Whenever he came across such things, he wasn't in a good mood since he had to know Earth like the back of his hand. But it was fine since he could learn what he didn't know. Ego, why today of all days? Let's just line back up. After the crisis, people who had scattered due to the beast gathered again to line up as Yu Jitae stood in front of the woman. It might cause more friction if he were to stand behind her, so he intentionally stood in front of her. There was no reason to waste any time. He was currently an executive of the association and had various tools. Hello. Her purple eyes turned and gazed into his eyes. The woman had normal eyes, the average eyes of a human, which was a rare find among superhumans. Yu Jitae took the ID card out of his wallet and showed it to her. It was the dungeon free pass, a black card with the association's symbol on it. I am the association's grade 5 agent 1. Sorry, can I see your ID? The woman indifferently looked into his eyes before taking an ID card out of the inner pocket of her coat. Yu Jitae received the card, which only had such words engraved on it. Tower of Mages. Soon, when the woman added mana into it, it displayed the details of her identity. Royal Guards of the Golden Cross. No. 12. Mayu, 28, female. Mayu, it was a unique name. Only then did Yu Jitae realize why this woman seemed so foreign to him. Despite repeating various iterations, he had a weak connection to magic due to his lack of talent at it. Tower of Mages was an occlusive and introverted organization. When he was weak, it was hard to make a connection with those from the Tower of Mages, and after becoming stronger, he needed rankers who weren't tied by the Tower of Mages. Because of that, there were naturally people in the tower that he had no idea about. Royal Guards of the Golden Cross were agents that guarded the Lord of the Tower from the shadows in secret. It was rare for them to show up in public, and those elected as the Royal Guards of the Golden Cross even had their names removed from the official ranks. This woman was apparently number 12, but Yu Jitae didn't even know how many of them there were in the first place. It was thus normal for this to be his first time seeing her. Even then, he decided to talk a bit more. Why is a shadow that should be attached to the feet of their master wandering around in broad daylight? We are not watchdogs. I have something to do. And what would that be? To buy a flower. The authenticity floating on his eyes of equilibrium, SS, that he had activated as a habit was true. It meant that she was telling the truth. Her favorability was neutral, and so was her nature of good and evil. It was an ever so average personality. It was so normal that it was unique among superhumans who tended to turn increasingly strange as they got stronger. The woman appeared vigilant, but did not ask about the reason behind his question. This was why an executive position of the association was convenient. He could act like a police officer, wherever it may be. "May I ask why you are here then?" she asked. "Me, did you come looking for me for matters related to the tower? There shouldn't be anything the association can force on the tower, though." "No, I came to buy a wyvernip." "Ah, same as me. Wyvernip. Yes, they're a good, aren't they? Very relaxing to smell. In some countries, they were often used as an expensive air freshener or a talisman, just like how Ling Ling had kept dried wyvernip as a necklace. After that, Yu Jitae continued asking a few questions, but couldn't find anything strange about the woman. However, they were met with a problem when the line in front of them disappeared. "Oh, you're here again, miss. You're after a wyvernip, yeah? Yes, do you have a lot of them?" "No, we got almost nothing this time. And today's batch is the last. There won't be any more in the future." "Sorry," the merchant grumbled. "You know how the bastards at the association are noisy these days. Those gangsters and bullies forced every raid group out of Lamdaran. Duck. Say something in advance at least, you know. My brothers were in the field for 8 years, and they suddenly got nothing to do. They borrowed equipment for 10 years, and now they're doomed. And you've got no idea how many people have to starve now. Those association retards. Who knows what random things they're trying to do, trying to monopolize everything are. You have no idea. Everyone knows those bastards are trying to wage a war." The merchant of the store nearby shouted in fury. "What? Duck, are they really trying to wage a war? Do those arrogant bastards have something to believe in? Those guys, yeah. They were acting cocky as if they were international police, and now their stomach is so big that their guts are flowing out from it. What has the world come to association? I had no idea those rogues were the source of evil. Bastards those guys called quasars, or would ever need to do some work. Winging, just because of one death or something hell, every one of those stupid higher-ups should all die for a whole revamp." Meanwhile, the woman, Mayo, widened her eyes in surprise as she threw a glance at Yu Jitae. She then saw the odd Grade 5 agent of the association wearing the same indifferent look on his face, despite hearing countless profanities about the association. The public sentiment being like this was already well known, even in the association. "So how many wyvernips do you have?" "NN. Ah, look at me. Here, I have one left." "One? Yeah, only one. You're a lucky miss, haha." The moment he said that, she immediately flicked her head towards Yu Jitae. Although the two of them were next to each other, it was Yu Jitae who was in the line first. "NN. Ah, were you also after the wyvernip, young man?" "Yes. Sorry to you, miss, but I think he comes first." Yu Jitae paid the price and took the flower. During the process, he observed her and again thought to himself that she was a superhuman with an extremely sane personality, from how she threw glances at it with regret. In any case, he received the item, and it was highly likely that the woman wouldn't cause any problems. Things were done here, so he turned around and left the crowd behind, but the woman toddled and chased from behind. He stopped and turned around to ask why she was following him. "They only sell that here, apparently. And that seems to be the last flower." "I heard that too. Is there any chance that I can buy that?" "No. It'll give you 5 times the price. Even 10 times won't be enough." She had an extremely regretful look on her face. "Okay, you know, if you turn the corner there, you'll find a preservative store. You should be able to enter it as a Grade 5 agent." "What?" "Get holy water from Lamdaran and a preservation device to set at 45 degrees Celsius. If you do that, even after it dies, it would last several weeks without withering and give a scent off." "Oh, really?" "Just so that you can use it for as long as possible since it's the last flower." "Goodbye then," she said before turning around. He thought to himself, shouldn't one give something back after receiving something? It was interesting that such a thought had struck his mind due to living a normal life. "Excuse me." Yu Jitae called Mayu, who looked back at him after hearing his voice. He walked up and plucked a few of the black petals of the flower and gave it to her. "Ah, thank you. No problem." Saying that, he turned back. I am very grateful. Would you like me to buy you a meal?" she said at the end, but he shook his hand. That was the end of his encounter with the woman. He wasn't interested in anything beyond that. Even if he were to remember that woman one day, it would simply be because of her unique purple eyes. "Owing, what's this box?" Keel asked. Inside the transparent cubicle box, the petals fluttered inside the thick liquid. The other kids that were either having an apple or a mandarin also turned to look at him. The wyvernip flower is inside. Apparently it lasts longer this way. NN, what about the smell? Try it. It gives off a soft scent. Ewer, it actually does. Ajasi Ure the best. Keel carried the wyvernip and showed it to Balm and Yoram. That's good once again. Yoram and Keel relaxed after smelling the flower. Meanwhile, Balm continued feeding Jayal. Yuying, she imitated the sound of a fly while carrying the mandarin around in a circle before bringing it to Jayal's mouth. Jayal, thinking that she was being treated like a child again, had a displeased look on her face, but when the mandarin was finally in front of her mouth, she widened her eyes into circles and opened her mouth. The mandarin entered her mouth halfway, but when her lips were about to come to a close, Balm sneakily pulled the mandarin out. Good. What's good? Jael grumbled in dissatisfaction. Only then did Balm put the whole mandarin into her mouth with a smile. HMPH. You seem sulky, but your mouth is giving it away. Nam Nam, he thought she was simply too indulged in playing to pay any attention to the flower, but that wasn't the case. Even when Jael was rolling around with the baby chicken, Balm kept her distance without trying to take a smell of the wyvernip. Why aren't you smelling that? I'm fine. Why? Oh, you see, you see. For some reason, it's stronger for Annie. She said she suddenly got very sleepy, said Keel from the side after raising her body up from the sofa. It had a stronger effect on her. You didn't know? Yubam spent the whole day yesterday holed up in her room taking a nap, Yoram added. She did sleep more than usual, but he hadn't linked it to the flower. Yu Jitae turned towards Balm, who then opened her mouth. For some reason, it was just me that felt very sleepy. Just you. Yes, yes. I think it's because I am a dragon of nature. That's probably why it had a stronger effect on me. Why didn't you force it away then? I was thinking about it, but it feels different from pushing poison out of your body. It's like forcing yourself to stay up when sleepy, something like that. Yu Jitae couldn't really remember what that felt like. Well, it was good though. I get a lot of nightmares usually and can't sleep well, but I had a whole 2 days of sleep. He paid little regard to it. Although it did seem slightly strange, there was a lot more important topic to focus on, so he turned his mind towards that instead. While the kids were watching a drama in the living room, he checked the newspaper with his watch, an ever-increasing fear and animosity. G12 demands for a detailed reasoning behind the association's recent focus on the military. A newborn superhuman in his 20s left jobless from the sudden shift in the military workforce. Maximum military tension in every country, some even voiced their support for Quasar. President of the Republic of Korea, Yun Gujun, it's not too late yet. The association must discard their mysticism and open up. Will blocking the mouth and the ears suffice? Petrovic lays criticisms on the association's control over media. Flames of anti-association that had momentarily settled after Chaliovan's public statement had recently been reignited. In the subjugation process of the Quasars, there was an excessive use of force, and several armed organizations that were dissatisfied by the process came out and conveyed their will to stand alongside the Quasars. He had postponed it for as long as possible, but it was no longer possible to do so. Balm, let's have a chat for a bit. Yu Jitae called Balm to the terrace. Have you thought about what I told you before? Balm was the only one out of the four that at least had an idea of what Yu Jitae was doing. From the days when he had been hunting demons in the past, Balm often asked how things were going, and Yu Jitae gave short explanations. And a few months ago, he asked Balm for a favor, asking her to go to the association together. It was about things that I can help with, right? So you still remember it, because I don't forget. The situation was like the following. 1. The association was accumulating more military in preparation for the long night. 2. The reason at the basis of the preparation of the long night was the prophet. 3. And the entire world was requesting for that reason. However, Yu Jitae could not stand at the forefront. From now, you will become the justification of the association. You will be the reason for everything I do, and everyone will accept what I say at once because of you. Yu Jitae's voice was a lot lower than usual as Balm also returned a serious nod. With the title of a soothsayer, is it? Yes. You will stand for the public to see. Each nation will try to analyze the wave of your mana, and as you know, the unique attribute of foreseeing is within the mana of the green race. This is the same as the power of foresight, which was discovered from the one and only level 5 artifact that's in the hands of the Tower of Mages. Yes, Balm was in fact an incomplete soothsayer, because she couldn't see what she wanted to see or see things that had to be seen. However, that was not important because Yu Jitae had the revelations, and although quiet for now, vintage Clark X was the guard, so Balm simply had to act as the mouth. After some contemplation, Balm asked a question. What will you do if I don't want to do it? I will have to find a substitute. Is there one? There wasn't any. Things would get more troublesome because Yu Jitae would have to take time off the children to use for pressuring each government. I think I am the only one that can do it. Why do you think so? If someone too strong like Ajasi act as one, it might be seen as an imbalance in power, and there might be oppositions. Balm was smart enough to understand the ins and outs of the situation. Yu Jitae was a tyrant. Hitting them with a stick was possible as long as he had the time. But ironically, that was in fact the problem, since the time spent taking care of the young dragons was more important to him than anything else. That's exactly right. That's why I'm trying to give a carrot instead of a stick. Ah, a carrot's a bit yeah. Broccoli, cucumber, whatever. Only then did Balm give a satisfied nod. Is that okay? He asked. Do I have to be restrained there a lot? Not at all. But there might be a few instances where you have to follow me to show your face. You would have to follow a schedule. Will I have to be there by myself? That will almost never happen. You will spend most of the time with me. Balm slowly nodded with an uncertain look on her face. And we will return to Unit 301 sometimes, right? Well, of course. Then I'll do it. Is that okay? Yes. Saying that, she slowly leaned on the railing. Life at Lair was boring anyway. That's no good. You already know. I have no friends and no social skills, and now I'm not writing any novels either. The kids are fun and interesting to be with, but I was quite bored these days, to be honest. Thank you. You won't have to go to the front lines, so there's no need to be too nervous. Okay. Don't think of this as you being used or anything. It's to make things better for all of us. It's all right. Using and being used is part of human relationships, right? It was winter. The days were short, and the sun set from early evening. Although the two of them weren't really cold, the wind was quite chilly. Let's head back inside, he said while turning, and Balm, who was blankly gazing at him, belatedly gave her reply. Okay, Opa. Chapter 287, A Black Flower 3, How Does This Look? She said, wearing a black dress that revealed a large portion of her arms. Looks okay. It seemed that Balm wasn't satisfied with being okay and went back inside to change her clothes. This time, she wore a red evening dress. How about this? Looks pretty. No, not that. It's showing too much of your shoulders. Are you going to the Academy Awards or something? In response to his words, Balm went back into the room and audibly scavenged through her clothes. This time she came out dressed like a career woman, wearing a business shirt and a tuxedo. Are you going off to work? Just dress casually. A shirt with pants. I can't do that. Why? I am the soothsayer, right? I have to look like one. Today was the day Balm would be standing before the association. Until now, Yu Jitae had never talked about the basis of his prophecies. However, he vaguely hinted at the existence of one foreseeing the future, and today would be the day the existence of the soothsayer would come to light. We have an hour left. Hurry up. We might be late at this rate. Quick. NNNNNN. When Balm walked out of the room again, she was wearing a mediocre black dress. Looks fine. Really, let's go then. But when Balm walked past him, Yu Jitae had to call her. Wait, are you really going to wear that? Why not? Why don't you wear something else? Didn't you say it was fine? He did, not knowing that the back part of the dress was made with transparent sheer fabric. Change to something else. Beyond the black texture, her white nape and clean back as well as her shoulder blades were all fully visible. It was too improper for a soothsayer to wear. Not knowing where to look, he slightly tilted his head and looked away. After placing a hand on her back, Balm appeared slightly flustered and seemed to have mistakenly worn something similar in a hurry. She threw a glance at Yu Jitae. After realizing that he was even more perplexed than herself, her fluster disappeared and turned into amusement. Balm walked towards him and leaned her back on him. No one will see it if we do this, though, Oi. It was naturally a joke. After that, Balm giggled and changed into the dress that she had been trying to wear in the first place. This should do. It was the first dress she had worn. Winter. The sky, filled with clouds, was dark despite it being the middle of the day. A sedan slithered over the road in that cold weather, heading for the association. While driving, Yu Jitae opened his mouth. You need to be on your toes from now on. Yes. Sitting on the passenger's seat, Bam replied with a stern look on her face. She pulled a little prank in the morning, but she knew exactly what the situation entailed. Her voice would soon reverberate across the entire world. Foreseeing the future is a ridiculous ability. It doesn't exist, nor should it exist. Even a normal person can do things that no one else can pull off as long as they know what is ahead of them. Bam gave a nod. That's why you need to appear like a god. I have to act as one, right? Yes. Can you do it? She didn't seem very confident. There's no need to overthink it. Just try to show some level of dignity. You will start off with a lot of authority in their eyes, and that will add weight to your words. It was simple to give prestige and authority to Bam. Yu Jitae simply had to treat her like an extremely important person. Should I talk casually to you? No. Then will you talk politely to me, Opa? Yeah. Bam entered a world of delusions, but that couldn't last long as they began to see something strange from the distance. There were people gathered in front of the headquarters of the association. Hundreds of people were standing at the door carrying either a placard or a board. Dirty association. Reveal the truth. Stop the war. Stop the war. The protesters shouted in one voice. A few of them were carrying wooden sticks or metal pipes, but most of them were normal humans, and there were very few superhumans. What are they? The anti-association protesters. Following G12. Protesters? Why would the protesters do that, though? The association isn't a humanitarian organization, and it's not like they would listen to a protest, right? What do you mean, why? Have a look. Yu Jitae pointed at a group of cameras. Funnily enough, there were an excessive number of cameras compared to the number of protesters. Dozens of international broadcast companies were filming the protest, and most of their cameras were facing the humans who would die from an accidental tap. Linking that to the recent uproar with the association's excessive subjugation, it was obvious what their objective was. It was cumbersome. Although there was an underground entrance, he had chosen to use the front entrance since that would give Bam a rough idea of her new workplace. And of all days, the protest had to be today. Ah, what's that? Isn't that a guy from the association? It was then. One of the protesters walked towards the passenger's seat with arrogant steps while shaking the stick in his hand. Ah, they're a-coming, what do we do now? The man came to the driver's seat and shouted out loud. Oi, you are from the ducking association, right? Ha! His yell gathered the eyes of the crowd. As Bam anxiously stared at Yu Jitae, he lowered the window of the driver's seat and gestured with his finger for him to come closer. What, you ducker? Are you from the association or what? The man lowered his head. Right as the car blocked the vision of the camera, Yu Jitae smacked the man by his chin. With a thud, the man crumbled to the ground. Bam widened her eyes and threw glances at Yu Jitae and the man on the ground in surprise. From a distance, the protesters began to walk up. Hang on. Sorry. He suddenly pressed hard on the accelerator. The speed rapidly rose up as the engine frantically rotated. It was as if he would actually run over someone. Yet again, in surprise, Bam tightly grabbed onto a seatbelt. Ah, dodge it. Ah, run away. The crowd quickly avoided the car in fright. Although they were here with a violent demonstration in mind, they would have died in one hit if they didn't dodge that. Going past them, the sedan entered the association. There was no problem because it won't make for a big headline without a dead person. Bam was again reminded of what kind of person Yu Jitae was outside, and how he was only unconditionally kind inside Unit 301. This was the natural Yu Jitae. Were you surprised? So when Yu Jitae asked that question, Bam shook her head. If he was that kind of person, that was refreshing. She had to become that type of person as well. However, it wasn't easy. The moment they left the car, Bam felt the weight and tension in the air. The inside of the association had a very sharp air to it. Every superhuman appeared to be having a bad day, and people shouted from all corners of the building. Her resolution to show the same attitude as Yu Jitae only lasted a little, and the weighty atmosphere came across as very foreign. She tried to wrap her arm around his. Why? Are you scared? No, I just wanted to appear close. There's no need to, Yu Jitae said while slowly pulling his arm out. Bam fidgeted her fingers in midair before following after him. You are here, Season. Before long, Jefferson and Kang Arjun ran out to welcome Yu Jitae and Bam. They had received the message prior and knew about the existence of the soothsayer. The two of them bowed to Bam with a very deferential look on their face. Nice to meet you. I am Haru. She introduced herself using the alias they had decided on. a high, clear, and elegant, yet somewhat melancholic voice. Her voice was quite a good match with the expected voice of a lonely soothsayer. We will guide you to the conference room. The two of them led Yu Jitae and Balm to the conference room while reporting about the things that had recently occurred. At last, when the conference room was before them, Yu Jitae sent Kang Arjun and Jefferson away before turning towards Balm. Don't be nervous. Just do as you normally would. Yes, but don't forget what we've talked about. Balm nodded in return. Before revealing the true existence of the soothsayer to the world, they first had to show her to the association and etch Balm into their brains, and the preparations for that were all set already. Opening the door, Yu Jitae walked in. Following from behind, Balm bit her lips in secret. The organization with the strongest people on Earth unraveled before her eyes. The five transcendents, high rankers, Chaliovan, Yu Jitae, as well as other hands and brains of the association. Each and every one of them was a force to be reckoned with. 30 people from here working together might even allow them to compete against an adult dragon. It was even more nerve-wracking than she expected. Balm was unconsciously about to grab onto the sleeves of Yu Jitae's shirt, but restrained herself from doing so. The prophet is here, someone said. Everyone inside the conference room stood up rigidly from their seats. As if he was used to that already, Yu Jitae walked towards his seat while Balm followed and sat next to him. Then we will now begin the weekly reports. Yu Jitae stood up and walked onto the pedestal. Please look over here. A large letter floated on the hologram. Q, the one behind the quasars, that moved the terrorist group to murder the grandson of Christoph, controlling the flow of anti-association movements worldwide, and the one that instigates G12, group of 12 nations at the top in superhuman military, the enemy at the core of every problem. First, according to the data we have, there is a low chance of Q being an individual. Several graphs appeared on the display. October 8th, Haniavel Siplinkov's South Sudan terrorist attack. October 13th, discovery of illegal trades of 4 tons of artifacts in Syria. October 27th, Ikamarus extortion and blockade of fishers guarded by the association. November 1st on display were countless incidents that Q was estimated to have directly intervened. Someone muttered, "This is unbelievable." Zhuge Heian added, "Rank 177, Wizard Haniavel Siplinkov, he's a neutral superhuman." In the past, the association had requested for a special mutual assistance relationship at the cost of a long-time rent of a level 3 artifact, but was rejected. That didn't happen just once, did it? Yes. I met him 8 times before giving up. Even Zhu Liang was 3 visits, and Meng Hua was 7 times after all. And yet Q had successfully pulled that Haniavel Siplinkov into their arms. And what about the other matters? 4 tons of artifacts that we retrieved from Syria were all explosive types that were being strictly governed by the state. And the Japanese Ikamaru was a colleague of Hasegawa, the disaster-ranked demon who had died 2 years ago, and is similarly assumed to be of the disaster rank. Was Ikamaru captured? Currently, Mayang Yanghe and Minamoto are out on the case, but that is not the focus. The center of attention here is that neither of them are options approachable through money alone. Q attempted to smuggle 4 tons of strictly guarded artifacts and moved the disaster-ranked demon Ikamaru. People that no one in the world should be able to move were being manipulated by Q. It has barely been 1 year since the prophet season has warned of the long night. It is an absurdly short amount of time to pull in demon organizations that have constructed their own networks over decades, and neutral superhumans who are living alone. If this was in a drama, people would swear at it for being highly improbable. But isn't that exactly what is happening right now? That is correct. It doesn't make sense, and yet that's the reality we're facing, Zhu Heian said with a bitter look on her face. But after some time, I thought of a possibility. She continued with an extremely low and gloomy voice. It might be that Q is an individual with a brainwashing ability. It truly was an absurd hypothesis, but considering the current situation at hand, it was the most believable explanation, and Zhu Heian viewed the probability of that being the case as 15.5. Perhaps they have a way to seduce every person they meet into helping them. When that was deemed as the most probable explanation, the intelligent woman had no choice but to consider the worst-case scenario. And because of that, we have gathered everyone, including the commanders that are usually out in the field for this weekly report. The conference room turned rowdy. The crowd began to buzz as the look on Yu Jitae's face turned even more serious. I thought to myself, if I was Q and could brainwash people, who would be my first target? She raised her glasses up with her eyes scanning through everyone that had attended the conference. It was a what if. If it was true that Q had a brainwashing ability, and they had belatedly discovered that, then there definitely had to be brainwashed people inside the conference room. A few of the advisors raised their voices. Are you trying to say that there are people brainwashed within the association? Such doubts are not welcome. That's right, Heian. People are demoralized already. There are voices inside the association that consider themselves to be in the wrong and without any justification. How will doubting each other help in this situation? Some of them shot out of their seats and explained the potential risk. Yu Jitae and Balm quietly waited for the right timing. The prepared arrangements were drawing near. Nervously, Balm fidgeted her fingers and grabbed onto his sleeves for a bit. She quickly lowered her hand, but this time, Yu Jitae held her hand for a short while before letting go. Balm did not turn towards him, since she knew that now wasn't the time to do so. Actually, this doubt struck me last Saturday at 8:13 p.m. What? It's suspicious, but there is no way to confirm, is there? We have no idea about the methods of brainwash, nor how it's applied in the first place. Does a convenient ability like brainwashing high rankers and disaster rank demons exist in the world? It surely doesn't exist, and we therefore can't discern it. That's what I thought, but Huge Heian gave a relaxed smile. Everyone present knew the implied meaning behind her words and gathered their eyes at Balm. It seems that such a thing is possible. Zhu Heian continued while politely bowing at Balm. Please, if you may, soothsayer. Balm nodded in return before standing up from her seat. The eyes of the crowd gathered at her. Nice to meet you. I am Haru, one who foresees the future. She opened her mouth and read the prepared lines. Oh, some gasped. A few of them were momentarily befuddled by her appearance, while some of them were in awe of how it was such a young girl that was moving that omnipotent prophet. Foresight, a blessing that had never been found among humans in the history of the new era that ranged over a century. It was such a young girl that had such an ability. Heading straight to the topic at hand, I will now confirm whether there are people who have aligned their goals with the objectives of the enemy. Balm walked onto the center of the conference room, and Yu Jitae followed from right behind her as a bodyguard. I will now ask everyone a question. Please reply with either a yes or a no. No one knew how that was related to foresight, but didn't dare ask. In here, is there anyone who has either met or decided to stand alongside an individual or an organization that is presumed to be Q? She wasn't using any spells or anything, and yet her gaze and her gestures oozed out with presence more so than anyone else inside the conference room. Starting from this side, please look into my eyes and tell me. Immediately after that, Yu Jitae used his authority from behind. Eyes of Equilibrium, SS, Chapter 288. A Black Flower 4. Her sapphire eyes were profound, yet rather dark, and anyone seeing her eyes would consider that to be the gaze of a soothsayer. Balm was no longer nervous in the slightest, and immediately immersed herself into the situation to act like the perfect soothsayer. She then scrupulously observed for a hint. I have no idea, regardless of what was inside her mind. It was fine since it didn't show on the outside. Meanwhile, it was about time for her to have physical contact with Yu Jitae in order to receive his thoughts naturally in front of the eyes of such powerhouses. It was wiser to rely on the empathizing ability of dragons to receive his memories and emotions rather than using mana to convey each other's thoughts. Thus, Balm closed her eyes and stumbled as some of the advisors gasped. Art. Their minds linked that image of the mysterious girl stumbling to her foresight ability. Naturally, Balm leaned on Yu Jitae and their bodies touched. Are you without any injuries, soothsayer? At that moment, Balm was dismayed by two things. One, she was simply following the script, but being actually hugged by Yu Jitae threw her mind off. And two, she was expecting him to use polite language, but it sounded like he was reading a passage from a textbook, and that threw her off even more. Thank you for supporting me so naturally. Season, why is your acting so unnatural? Was there a revelation? Did you receive my memories? Yes, yes. After receiving his memories, Balm slowly heaved a deep sigh. There is something unfortunate that I must convey. Her words immediately intensified the tension inside the conference room. Ah, that's people stuttered, not willing to be rash with their words. Who might that be, soothsayer? Chaliovin asked. One who has either formed a connection with an individual or an organization presumed to be Q, or has aligned themselves to their goals. Balm slowly turned her gaze in the middle of her speech and identified one middle-aged man. Southeast Asia's 7th Corps Commander Edre. Please stand up. When a veteran soldier who had served the association for 30 years stood up from his seat after being called by her, the conference room was filled with astonishment. Christoph in that instant twitched, but BM laid his hand on the shoulder of the old man to prevent this emotional old man from murdering someone. The silence elongated like a cheese stick. Although the true traitor was revealed by the soothsayer, the conference room was dead quiet with not a single sound to be heard. Some were furious, some were shocked, while others were in doubt. Ha! The Albanian, Edre, opened his mouth and gathered the eyes of the crowd. I wonder what you saw from the future to make you say that I have no idea, soothsayer. At the center of all sorts of gazes, he shook his hand with an awkward smile. Why are you looking at me like this? I have done nothing wrong. Me betraying the association. And how would I meet Q in the first place? Edre, you have come into contact with either an individual or a group that you yourself consider to be Q. No, I have never done so, soothsayer. Please think rationally. I am an old man in my 50s, and yet I have the commander title of the renowned association at this age. Why would I ever do such a thing? In response, Balm replied with a bitter voice, You are right. I wonder why Edre twitched his eyes in response. No, 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 no. In the first place, how are you foreseeing the future, young lady? How does that prediction of yours work? The coarse manner of speech of a soldier took the best of him as he began referring to her as a young lady instead of a soothsayer. He had an awkward smile on his face, but that was hiding the teeth-shattering anger he was feeling. Is that interrogation from before a prediction? Even if that was true, how would that be a prediction? That would be just mind-reading. Am I wrong? While spitting saliva everywhere, Edre threw his arms into the air and frantically preached. His eyes gazed around looking for agreement. People that were absorbed in by Balm's aura slowly came to themselves and began to realize that something indeed was odd. That is true. Rather than prediction of the future, that's more like then, are you sure you have never done anything dishonorable, Commander? Edre shouted out loud. Of course I have never done such a thing. This is an outrageous insult. I have merely stated the truth, Balm replied. No, you stay quiet, young lady. Who even is she? How come a scammer can call themselves a soothsayer without going through any verifications? Even though it was the prophet that brought her here, how can a person without their identity checked be here at the heart of the association? He reminded everyone of how Balm was an outsider. As more and more doubt appeared in the eyes of the onlookers, be quiet, Edre. Chairman Chaliovin cut his words off. Your Honor, Chairman, please see this injustice through. That young lady is a scammer. Edre turned towards him in fury as Chaliovin's eyes, resembling that of a beast, curved like a painting. Why are you so agitated like someone who's done something wrong? I have done nothing wrong. If you're a confident, stand still with your mouth shut. Bringing the situation back to the topic, Chaliovin turned towards Balm. However, he is not wrong. Soothsayer Haru, what did you see from the future? Dark place, scent of burnt tires, cheap mixed whiskey, a pen writing words down on a paper, a report for Q to see. Balm said, pretending to be mysterious, but Edre shouted back, That's utter nonsense. I do not even know such a place. Do you mean that is due to happen in the future? Chaliovin asked. Yes, but doesn't that mean it might not have occurred yet? The records of the report slurring the end of her sentence, Balm glanced back at Yu Jitae. With too much detail, they would end up creating leeways for counter-arguments. Predictions had to be ambiguous, and thus Yu Jitae was the only one that could solve the situation. Executives, please do not ask for details from my soothsayer. There is providence that should never be interrupted within a prediction, and there is a limit to how much can be shared. Ego, it's over. Balm thought it was all over. The textbook passage from before was comparatively better off, and now he sounded as if he was reading an essay. Due to that, the skeptical eyes of the crowd remained in place. The executives found a colleague who they had been working with for over 30 years to be more trustworthy than the soothsayer whom they were seeing for the first time today, even though she was brought by season. People buzzed with noise. Their heads tried to see the situation objectively, but their hearts completely refused to raise doubts against their long-time colleague. BM and Kera 4. Take Edre to the underground prison for me. This is nonsense. It's not me. I have not been brainwashed or anything. Your Honor, Chairman, do you not trust me, sir? In response, Chaliovan turned towards him, and Edre had to immediately shut his mouth with a gasp. My trust is not of importance here. It was when two of the five transcendents stood up and carried Edre by his arms. Chairman, it is too radical, and I must say that it is a regrettable turn of events. That is right, sir. How can we doubt Edre this easily? That is devaluing all the time we have spent with him. Other commanders who had gone through various hardships with Edre stood up and took his side, resulting in the eruption of other suppressed doubts. Several soldiers and executives threw glances at Baum, and their hostile gazes spread to everyone else. Before long, everyone's eyes were on Baum. Who even is that young girl, and why is she creating such a fuss? In their eyes, it looked like a new nail trying to force out an old nail to claim its spot. The things about Q, brainwash, and whatever all sounded like excuses, as their minds reflected on the 30 years they had spent with Edre. Was she even an actual soothsayer in the first place? Those suspicions budded up, but what dissuaded them from continuing with such doubts was the relaxed appearance on Baum's face, as well as her straight and unwavering gaze. As if she fully understood their doubts, the sapphire-eyed soothsayer opened her mouth. It is fine to hate me. Should you come and curse at me, I will stand and listen to it all. It is okay, because I believe heartfelt emotions will one day reach everyone. What do you mean by that? It might be everyone's first time seeing me today, but I have spent half of my life in this place, said the young girl who appeared to be in her 20s. The soothsayer then continued. Yu Jitae. Our personalities were quite a good match. Both Yu Jitae and Yu Jitae twitched their eyes at the same time. For Yu Jitae, it was because Baum suddenly started saying things that weren't part of the script. He wondered what was wrong with her. After that, Baum looked at the one sitting next to her, but that person didn't have a name tag. Slowly, Baum reached for Yu Jitae's hand, and after realizing her intention, he quickly allowed her to receive his memories. Kali, Mao Jing, Mekier Ivankov, Jung Bauman, Christoph. You guys were truly noble and sublime warriors. You always stood at the front lines unwilling to back down. She then began calling everyone sitting there one by their names and looked into their eyes. A few of the superhumans glared back at her with confusion. Steel Patrick, Mahatma Gideon, Wang Yuhao, Koizumi Yuyuta, Elbap Knight. You were excellent commanders. You had saved countless people and defeated countless monsters to maintain peace on this land. Wasn't it their first time seeing each other? They realized that this too was a prophecy. Baum called 52 of them by their names without getting a single name wrong, Chaliov and Greenrain. You had always trusted and supported me, and mentioned the future they had spent together. Though some of us here might not stay with us till the end, that is something I cannot say with my lips. However, I will stand with everyone until the day my eyes come to a close and become your strength. Saying that, Baum elegantly gave a bow. Please take care of me. The conference room was yet again met with a fairly big shock. Her voice was ever so filled with sincerity to be called a lie. Her gestures were natural, and her gaze was profound. In alignment with that, the eyes filled with fury also dissipated by little. Even though they didn't know her, the opponent showing so much care and expressing that affection to them raised a fairly big commotion in their hearts. After listening to all that, Yu Jitae wanted to compliment Baum. While saying that it was okay for everyone to be mad, she was naturally demonstrating the credibility of her prophecies. And besides, she linked it to the salvation of humanity, which the soldiers and executives of this place found to be their pride. He was expecting her to do it well due to her intelligence, but this was even better than what he imagined. Her lies were also very well crafted. In any case, the rice had already finished cooking, and it was now time to open it. I will take part in the investigation. It wasn't anything difficult. After 2 hours, a record of Edre having contacted an anonymous person over an encrypted communication artifact was discovered. 20 investigators of the association entered the case and decrypted the code. Even then, Edre continuously yelled of his innocence. You guys will regret it. You will regret being controlled by that scammer. You know that. However, concrete evidence was soon discovered. They even heard the voice of Q Edre. Why did you do that? Only then did the middle-aged Albanian lower his head and turn quiet. He smiled. At the start, He appeared to be holding his laughter back as if it was ridiculous, but later chortled out loud as if there was something funny. How did the brainwash happen? Asked one of the investigators. Brainwash? A brainwash? It's nothing like that. The investigators felt miserable seeing the purplish-black stigma that appeared on Edre's forehead. Do you even know of that person's despair? How much sorrow and pain that person had gone through? Brainwash. Ah, brainwash. This is sympathy, empathy, and voluntary participation. If only I could sit on that person's right side and wipe those tears. Lick that person's wounds so that it's no longer painful. Like that, he began talking nonsense like a lunatic and was sent over to the security department of the association. That night, he died after vomiting out every secret. On the other hand, it resulted in a large and shocking change to the eyes of the executives facing Balm and Yu Jitae. A girl that suddenly appeared out of nowhere referred to herself as the soothsayer and pointed at one person as the evil. Some asked for proof and logical reasons, but there was no such thing. To be fair, it made sense for an absurd ability like foreseeing the future to have no logical explanation behind it. However, the association always had to move with proof, so they all doubted everyone. But the result was one that completely flipped the doubts of every executive member of the command center. The prophecies were correct. They were accurate. I still cannot believe it. To think a soothsayer actually existed, I'm also very shocked by it. Everyone in the association were talking about the soothsayer, and it wasn't difficult to hear such conversations. I actually even thought the prophet had something else in mind. Something else. It is a bit extreme, but it seemed like he was constantly instigating conflict between governments and the association. So that just made me think that he might be a new type of demon doing that to kill more of humanity than a simple collapse of the association. I guess that would make some sense, but yes, I had it wrong. The soothsayer actually existed. Balm, who coincidentally heard the conversation from the office, blinked her eyes and smiled at Yu Jitae, who was sitting next to her while biting her tongue. I did well right. That seemed to be the meaning behind her smile. Yu Jitae was also satisfied and caressed her cheeks with his fingers. So far, it was going according to plan. Chapter 289. A Black Flower, 5. We will be heading off first then, Chief Season. Good work. Don't forget to give notice to the 8th Corps on your way. Yes, sir. Kang Arjun was a mood maker. She was quick at becoming close with anyone and always gave off an energetic and positive aura. That was no exception even when facing Yu Jitae, who everyone in the association found hard to approach. You should head off now as well, Chief. These days you always get off late, right? Even though you used to go home right on time, I will soon. If I was a chief advisor, I wouldn't even come to work. Getting paid for doing nothing has always been my dream, you see. Ah, your collars aren't straight. Saying that, she came closer and straightened out his collars. Well then, I'll be heading off. Ah, please be safe on your way as well, Miss Haru. Kang Arjun was also very respectful to Balm even though she had suddenly appeared. Since she was always kind like that, Balm also returned a smile and bid farewell. She left, leaving behind Yu Jitae and Balm inside the office. Should we practice acting together before we go? Asked Balm. Why, he asked back. Nothing. It's just that there were some awkward spots. We did well, though. Do you really think that? That both of us did well? We did. They were all fooled. He was serious. A smile appeared on her lips. She murmured, what should I do? But he had no idea why she would say such a thing, because he knew he had done a very good job at acting. In any case, it was unexpected. Which one? I knew you were smart, but I wasn't expecting you to deceive them so naturally. You didn't even have much time, so when did you practice that? Because that's what I do every day, by the way. Balm suddenly walked towards him. He was sitting on the sofa of the office and Balm, after suddenly walking to him, casually rested her bum on his knee. Opa. He gave her the permission to call him that way if it was just the two of them, and ever since, Balm sometimes called him Opa, although very rare. Do you know the people here very well? Sort of. Why? You know the ones that help you directly. What kind of people are they? Who? You mean Antonio Jefferson and Kang Arjun? Yes. Why are you asking that? We will be on the same boat now, so I want to know more about them. Yu Jitae looked into her eyes. When Balm wasn't there, the agents of the association all praised her for her eyes. Jefferson found it too mystical and burdensome, while Kang Arjun mentioned that it felt like her eyes would suck her in. He had gotten used to her eyes after living with the dragons for so long, but sitting, Right next to each other like this made him understand, yet again, what their words meant. Nothing too different from what you already know about them. They are like assistants, and they're like my limbs. Since when were they your assistants? Been quite some time. Then, are you close to them? Who knows? I guess inside the Association for Work-Related Matters, yes. Balm blinked her eyes and muttered, been quite some time, before slowly lowering her gaze. She faintly closed her left eye with her right eye still open. She fidgeted her fingers before quietly opening her mouth. I should become friends with them as soon as possible. Then hearing that, Yu Jitae felt slightly odd. It gave him the feeling that Balm might not be in a good mood, but when she lifted her head back up, she had the same usual look on her face. The kids must be hungry. What should we get for dinner? Was he just sensing things? The Strategy Council and the military police of the association backtracked Edre's communication records, movements, people he came into contact with and personal life, and had pulled out as much data from him as possible regardless of his impending death. All the gathered data merged in the hands of Yu Jitae. She, who had a computer in her mind, combined all the information fragments and identified approximately 870 places that Q could be in. Immediately afterwards, 200 agents including a secret ops squad, the 5 Transcendents, and Yu Jitae spread all across the globe. They had to move fast. Q would soon hear the news of Edre having been caught and will immediately begin erasing their traces. It's already begun, actually. Zhu Heian, with her mind connected to 12 computers, said while biting her lips. It seemed that Q was very quick-witted. It was only half a day ago that they had tracked down Edre. How often did Q manage the people that were connected to them that they discovered the association's search already? Hurry. Yes, they had to collect as many traces as possible before they were erased. Huh, wait this. Thanks to running around as if there was a rocket attached to their feet, early next morning, the association discovered an astonishing CCTV video hard drive. It contained a shocking video. Why? What is it? One of the superhumans of the Strategy Council replied to Zhu Heian's question. It is a video of a person presumed to be a high executive of Quasar. What? After having a look at the video, Zhu Heian bit her lips. No, in her eyes, this was not a simple high executive of Quasar. Send it through right now. Yes, ma'am. A person that might be Q was recorded on the CCTV clip. Mana was the manifestation of will. Thus, things without a will tended to escape from the interference of mana quite easily. Because of that, electronic devices were the bane of superhumans. They had eyes, and yet there was no will to see in them. Yu Jitae was in the 5th command room conducting a conference with Christoph, BM, Kerafor, and Genie, 4 of the 5 Transcendents, when a message was suddenly sent to them from the Strategy Council. Astonishingly enough, it seemed that they had gotten their hands on a video of someone that was estimated to be Q signalman. In response to the command of the old man Christoph, the signalman hurriedly played the video. It was a conference room, dark due to the curtains covering outside light. There were 5 men, 2 women, and 1 person whom they could only see the back of, but that person was sitting at the seat of honor and immediately became the focus of the clip. Unlike others who were in soldier uniforms, that person was wearing padded hoodies. Is that the guy? Quite small, actually. They fast-forwarded through the conference. There was no sound to the video, but enraged behaviors could be seen under the dark lighting of the room. One of them appeared to be shouting, while another threw the papers in their hands and complained. It was unknown why they were fighting each other, but one of them even stood up and pointed fingers at the seat of honor. Looking at the screen, the 5 Transcendents analyzed the clip. The sword that big guy is carrying is a Meminus 580, right? Yeah, looks like a genuine one bought from the Hermes franchise, so it seems they have quite some cash. Their mouths are slightly disjointed, probably a fake face or something. Ah, wait, stop. The thing on the waist of that lady at the back is Desert Shadow, isn't it? You know, the armor set from the Great War looks just like it. You have great eyes. It is likely for that woman to be a ranker in 200s then, I guess. Who was the last owner of Desert Shadow again? Who knows? It was either Anna Kramer or Yang Jungkook, but that's already 8 years ago. I have no connections with Anna Kramer, but Yang Jungkook I can ask right now. Saying that, BM was about to call someone when the person sitting at the seat of honor slowly stood up. He got up. The person walked towards the superhumans. In an instant, the superhumans raised their weapons and dashed towards the approaching person. Red mana intertwined with blue mana and shot as large swords appeared from thin air. Right when the conference room was about to turn into chaos, suddenly the world inside the screen came to a stop. Did you pause it? Signalman, you freaking fool. Ah, Ummid, it's still playing. The timer at the bottom of the screen was still moving. Before long, the person whose face they had yet to see began to move and approach the crowd that was frozen stiff. Following that was something completely unbelievable. The person presumed to be Q grabbed a superhuman by the neck and immediately pulled it out. Blood rushed out as a part of the spine followed the head out of the body. That marked the start of the massacre. The person grabbed others by their bodies and ripped them apart. It was slow and vividly visible. What the FMHMM, the fifth command room, had assumed the victims of the video to be high rankers. Top rankers had their tenacity, reaching the heavens, and their bodies were generally tougher than steel, and yet the person whose face was hidden from view divided their bodies like toys. Toys. That was the best way to put it. As the superhumans began to die, the mysterious person began to do something odd. The person pulled one of the victim's intestines out and swung it around in the air before strangling another person with it. Then they pulled someone's fist out before trying to insert it into the mouth of the man who had shown the fiercest protest by throwing papers down. The man was still alive and tried to resist, but his chin was soon grabbed before being pulled towards the ground. The entire body of the superhuman that was stuck in midair seemingly screamed as his lips and cheeks ripped apart. His chin sunk down and revealed the inside of his mouth. The person wearing the hoodie then inserted the fist, nonchalantly, as if they were putting an apple into a pig's mouth. What a madman, a disturbing sense of taste. The attitude of killing people and playing around as if they were toys made the watching executives frown. That strength, though, more like, why is it that none of them can move? Is that related to brainwash? A time label was added to the clip by the signalman. From 4 minutes and 17 seconds to 9 minutes and 39 seconds, everyone was killed in that time span. After excluding the time the man spent playing around, the time taken was reduced to exactly 2 minutes and 2 seconds. Please have a look at this, said the signalman. What is it? Thinking that, the Transcendents turned around and found the mysterious person turned slightly to the side, before wiping the blood that was on their face with their arm. It's too dark to see anything make it brighter. Yes, sir. Even then, it was hardly visible. One of the person's arms was covering the face, and the camera was too high. The only thing that was really revealed was the person's nose, but that was when something strange entered Yu Jitae's sight. Signalman. Ah, yes, sir. Go back to 10:08 and play the clip at 2 frames per second. The signalman followed his order as Yu Jitae gazed deeply at the video. The mysterious person opened a small gap in the window of the dark room before bringing a cube out from their waist and bringing it to their nose. He remembered seeing that somewhere. Zoom in more. Make it so that the thing they're carrying is easier to see. And go through that section 1 frame at a time. Yes, sir. The Transcendents looked at Yu Jitae with curiosity. The cube in the person's hand was the size of a palm and appeared to be transparent from the way it reflected light. In addition, there were various holes on it. Is there anything on your mind, Season? Asked BM, but Yu Jitae didn't respond. What was it? He had seen it somewhere. Where was it? After a deep thought, something flashed through his mind. He focused even more at the screen that was cycling through the same section. A transparent cube, and bringing that to the nose. Yu Jitae immediately took a picture of the screen with his watch and sent a message to Keel. Me, Keel, Keelai. What is it, Arjuosiai, me? Tell the cleaner to take a picture from the same angle as this photo. Keelai. Keelai, why? Me, hurry up. Soon, a message was sent to his device. Inside the photo, he could see the back of the golden-haired girl's head as she gazed off into a distance over the window, and the thing she was carrying in her hand was quite naturally the preservation device for Wyvernip that Yu Jitae had bought for her. Even though he didn't tell her to do so, Keel naturally held it in her hand, similar to the way it was taken in the photo. Why? It was because they were both transparent. Both were of a similar size and were both used by bringing it to the nose. Kielai, eheheti, is dat oki / me. Yi he turned off his watch. A woman with purple eyes appeared in his mind. There's no way he thought, but Mayu. She was a woman with such an average personality. She regretted being unable to obtain what she wanted and bothered to share information about how to preserve it for as long as possible and expressed her gratitude. She even appeared like a virtuous person. There was nothing strange there that he found. Is that mysterious person inside the video actually Mayu? Did a woman like that enjoy such a vicious way of killing humans? Although there were countless mental people among superhumans, a personality gap that big was on the extreme side, even among superhumans. Genie. Yu Jitae called a woman who was sitting on the other side of the fifth command room. Officially ranked 15th, she had the alias Nuclear Bomb. Genie in Siam, she was the only mage from the five Transcendents, a great mage, admired by the whole world, who had the dungeon-free pass, while also being the captain of the last squad of humanity. The middle-aged woman in her 40s, as elegant as a noble in a painting, replied, "Speak, Chief Season. Let me borrow your name once right now for the Tower of Mages." "Why the Tower?" "No, 12. Mayu, 28, female." Reminding himself of the details he saw before, Yu Jitae opened his mouth. "I need to see one of the royal guards of the Golden Cross." Chapter 290. A spear and a shield into the eye of the hurricane. 1. The Tower of Mages was an occlusive organization. They avoided outside contact as much as possible. Due to those doubtful of what they were doing behind the curtains, they tended to be at the center of all sorts of conspiracy theories. The only outside contact they had with the world happened once a quarter, in the superhuman conferences, which were attended by both the association and the nations of G12, where they revealed the records and achievements of the previous quarter. Why were they such an occlusive organization? It was because they created spells that should not be known to the public. Under whose sponsor? Naturally, there was no other group apart from the association that could be their sponsor. Because of that, it was possible to consider the association and the Tower of Mages to be somewhat in a hierarchical relationship. All right, I shall personally give them a call. A great mage like Genie in Siam had direct contact with the higher-ups of the Tower of Mages like the witch, Valentine. She, however, did not have a good look on her face after giving them a call. The Tower of Mages did not pick up her call. Are they not picking up? She remained silent in response to Yu Jitae's question. Her face soon turned extremely ominous because mages had an extremely strict hierarchy among themselves, even more so than an average military group. Taking 5 seconds to pick up her call would be enough for them to receive a mouthful, and yet they did not pick it up at all. As the great mage was quietly burning in flames of fury, someone added oil to the flame. Art, hello. The Tower of Mages picked up Jefferson's call. Jefferson, who had rang the reception desk of the Tower of Mages just to be sure, was startled as well and rolled his eyes to glance at Genie in Siam. If a gaze could rip people to pieces, her face would have made her a serial killer already. Speaker. Ah, yes, hearing the voice that was as cold as a sheet of ice, Jefferson quickly put it on speaker mode. In any case, the Tower of Mages had picked up the call, so Jefferson calmly began to do what he had to do. Hello. Hello. I am a fourth-grade agent of the association, Antonio Jefferson. Hello, sir. You are the chief aide of the chairman. Yes. It has been a while, sir. Jefferson politely shifted the topic to the Royal Guards of the Golden Cross and said he urgently needed information about the 12th member. Ah, sorry, but that won't be possible. Sorry. The Royal Guards of the Golden Cross are currently in charge of the security of the 72nd floor's research. They have rotating shifts. Ah, what I mean is, instead of a conversation with the 12th agent, I simply need some data about them. That won't be possible either. The tower cannot give out personal information without the permission of the individual. That is the rule. It was a ridiculous story. That might be the rule, but that was by no means enough as a justification for rejecting the request of the association. What kind of nonsense is that? Well, when's the 72nd floor's research going to end then? It began last month, but we have no idea when it will end. Are you taking me as a fool right now? Every research has an initial deadline, does it not? My apologies. That is restricted information, and we cannot tell you that. Buddy, listen up. Jefferson's voice increasingly got louder. Are you joking me right now? My apologies. We would love to help, but the policies changed very recently, and there's nothing we can do. After that, Jefferson asked more questions and approached from other directions, but the opponents simply concealed information by repeating like a parrot that it was due to the recent policy change. Have a lovely day then, oi oi. "You son of a beach." The call had already ended. Jefferson furiously gasped for breath. Things were going in a strange direction. All the transcendents and soldiers looking at him had the same look of doubt on their faces. He asked Jeannie, "Jeannie, do you have any idea on what they are researching?" Things like that are generally not shared because research is important. Does any one of you have any ideas? From a research in this current state in time, while they were having such conversations with each other, Yu Jitae gave a frown. The 72nd floor was the top floor of the Tower of Mages, where the elders, including the Tower Lord, would conduct personal research. Spells that were created, they were at least of the S tier, and the next long-term research at the 72nd floor should have begun after another 10 years, considering how that would be one of the big agents behind the Second Great War, but the future of the 7th iteration changed. He was the one that changed it. But from the factors that he had modified, was there any of them that could have made the 72nd floor move this early in time? No. Even if there was, it must have been an extremely minuscule factor that had close to zero chances of leading to such a result. Of course, although extremely unlikely, it could have happened due to a butterfly effect of some sort, but it was bizarre. No matter how much he thought about it, he tried to assemble the different puzzle pieces together. The Tower of Mages had a recent change in policies, and the 72nd floor started creating the spell 15 years ahead of time. Because of that, Jeannie's call was being ignored by the top floor, which happened to have the foreign superhuman called Mayu, who Yu Jitae assumed to be the same person as Q. Those were the various puzzle pieces scattered all across. But the last piece had a strong adhesive strength to it. Q is presumed to have a brainwashing ability. Doubts consistently increased in magnitude. The case accelerated rapidly. Let me give it another try. Enraged, Jeannie and Siam immediately headed to the magic department of the association and used the contact line of the association to call the 72nd floor again. How is it? In response to the prophet's question, Jeannie and Siam revealed her fangs like an enraged lion. It had the same result despite trying to connect from the standpoint of a cowking organization rather than an individual. It seems they cannot pick up right now. Who said that? The answering machine. At this point, she found it more bizarre than irritating. Connecting directly to the Tower of Mages like this happened for the first time in 12 years and was ever since they had declared the end of the Great War. It was that important of a connection line, and yet as doubts stacked on top of another, a new message arrived from Yu Jitae. Strategy counsels Yu Jitae. We have acquired a new video of the same clip. It was taken from a different angle and shows their face, so please have a look. The signalman hurriedly played the video. There was a person wearing a hoodie. She carried out the same massacre as the previous clip and opened the window. Then she brought the transparent cube to her nose and inhaled it in. She breathed in so deeply that they could see her chest expanding from the inhale. And when she turned her face after that, Yu Jitae bit his dry lower lips. The face disguised by the face mask was unrecognizable, but the eyes sparkling brightly in purple like amethyst was something that could not be concealed. A thunder sparked through his mind. That was undoubtedly Mayu. Kang Arjun, go and get permission from the chairman. Ah, yes, sir. What should I ask for? To dispatch an official delegation to the Tower of Mages. The situation now felt a lot more serious than expected. Soon, Jefferson and Kang Arjun dashed outside as the fifth command room simultaneously began to bustle with noise. They were now going to have a conference. Meanwhile, Yu Jitae decided to not partake in the conference. His mind was chaotic. The leader of Quasar who erased all their traces for the past few months, who killed the grandson of Christoph and repeated terrorist attacks to quicken the anti-association movements. That Q seemed to be Mayu. Why was the vintage clock still silent in a time like this? The connection he had with vintage clock wasn't cut off, and yet even when he first met Mayu, and even after all these things, it was silent and didn't reply to any of his calls. This was an extremely irresponsible attitude. A variable like this had only occurred in the 7th iteration because of its incompetence. Yu Jitae had to shoulder all the responsibilities and duties that followed it, but didn't have much information at hand. Where, how, what? Not a single one of them was certain. Even the operational methods of brainwashing and its limits weren't fully revealed yet. However, there was one thing he could be certain of. All the way till the 6th iteration, he was placed before countless trials like this in every iteration. And in every one of those situations, Yu Jitae discovered the solution. He was standing on top of all those seemingly impossible histories to reach this far above. The regressor created a hypothesis. Now that the association had officially formed a delegation, it was impossible for the Tower of Mages to reject it regardless of what was happening in the 72nd floor. So if Q indeed was there, and if there was something that had to be concealed there very soon, there will definitely be an incident that will attempt to drive the attention away from them. After exactly 1 hour, the association created a delegation party under the name of Prophet Season, and that was similarly publicized by the Tower of Mages. But immediately after that, surprisingly, something occurred as Yu Jitae had predicted, but that something was ridiculously more grandiose than he had expected. Yuak, it's a downfall. The signalman screamed out loud. What? A downfall? What is this about? A downfall. Downfall, an ultra-high-speed explosive mass destruction bomb made by splitting mana molecules with a strong enchanted will of destruction. Easier put, it was the atomic bomb artifact created after the new era. In that room where everyone froze on the spot due to the unreal turn of events. Oi, move, you idiot. One of the commanders shoved the signalman away and floated the MIMS, Mana Information Management System, on the display. Countless black wings devouring light were soaring into the skies, intertwining as they sped through the heavens. Realizing that each of those wings were billions of mana chunks, the commander's expression turned pale. W. Why would Mexico suddenly? The location of discharge was Mexico, and its target was the association. It was a restricted weapon due to an international agreement, and was the most overpowering weapon that a single nation could have access to. That very weapon was speeding towards the association, leaving a trail of mana behind it. Red lights flickered all across the control room, and alarms rang without an end. Beep, 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 danger level R5, bursted grenade. It was an alarm signaling the sudden hazard. This is absurd. The downfall drew a trail behind like a comet that interfered with the dimensional stabilities of every area it touched. The unstable dimensions began to create fissures, and there were soon bound to be hundreds and thousands of fissures. Emergency, emergency. Despite the pressing situation, veteran soldiers who had experienced the war quickly carried their weapons and moved to their positions. All transcendence to control room. In order to deviate the trajectory of the incoming downfall, the level 4 artifacts of the association began to be ignited as transcendents and rankers picked up their weapons and shot out of their seats. Meanwhile, Yu Jitae looked for Balm, who was waiting at the office. Balm. She, who had been waiting for Yu Jitae's conference to end, appeared startled by the sudden uproar. What is it? It suddenly feels stuffy and strange. A downfall is coming to us. You know what that is. It will come to the association in less than 10 minutes. There was no guarantee that this place would be safe, and Yu Jitae won't be here when that time comes. He therefore had to send Balm away. So go and wait at Unit 301. However, Balm seemed reluctant to go, evident from her hesitant hands and the anxious look on her face. Hurry up and go. Use your teleport. Yu Jitae was also in a rush and had no time to talk with Balm. Quick before long, magic circles and fragments of light appeared around Balm. With a face filled with regret, she bit her lips that only parted once she was almost entirely enveloped by light. Don't get hurt, she said with a worried voice despite knowing that he would never get hurt. After sending her off, he opened the window. The regressor gazed far into the distance. Tower of Mages was also a floating island, located southeast from here, roughly 950 km away. In the South Pacific, in the eastern regions of Oceania, around 45 kilometers in the air at the tip of the stratosphere. The altitude was a lot higher than Hateling, and the protective devices of the area restricted the use of teleportation in nearby areas. He thus had to fly there. The regressor thought to himself. Mexico possessed only one downfall that naturally had countless layers of protection. Downfall was the strongest and the most overpowering military artifact. The Mexican military that cannot even come close to the association's military was pushing the association into panic in such a short amount of time, only because of the downfall. Even though Q had the ridiculous ability of brainwashing, it wouldn't have been easy for her to brainwash everyone that was related to the usage of downfall. That meant that downfall would have been a difficult weapon to obtain even for Q. The grave of Wings of Snow Light, who had taught Yu Jitae how to manipulate mana traces, was robbed by Q, and that was already half a year ago. Within that span of half a year, Q could have shot Downfall whenever so desired, but didn't, and yet was shooting that now. Why was that? He imagined what would happen from now. The association would stop the Downfall, raid the expanding fissures, pacify the people, and question the Mexican government for their actions. All that will create time for Q. And that time was something Q was so desperately willing to buy, even if it was at the cost of a weapon that was difficult to obtain. Things were becoming even more urgent. Something was definitely happening at the 72nd floor. Excuse me, Prophet Season. It was then. Zhu Hayen's voice came through the contact line as her face appeared on the hologram display of the watch. Speak. Are you going to the Tower of Mages? As expected of the brain of the association, she had calculated that much in this pressing situation and had contacted him. If you're going to fly there, wait a little bit. Let me send you Tadiate. What is that? It's a recently crafted level 3 artifact. A cutting-edge mobile suit. Damn it. It would still take 6 hours, but will be a lot faster than flying with nothing. But Yu Jitae shook his hand at the screen. No need. What? I don't need it. 6 hours is too long. Wait. Soon, the screen turned off, and so did the call. Placing his foot on the windowsill, the man lowered his body. His legs built up an explosive amount of force as muscles tensed and revealed its cracks. The ground shook, and the building floor supporting his feet crumbled. Mana flickered into all sides like lightning from the oppressive friction as Yu Jitae kicked off the ground. Quang! His body flew forward. Like a missile traversing through the air, the atmosphere, and the sky. He jumped through dimensions in the blink of an eye. As the association's building, looking like a mini version, became the size of a palm and became the size of a fingernail, he again thought to himself that 6 hours was too long. 2 hours, he had to arrive within at least 2 hours. Ignite, the situation had accelerated too much for it to merrily come to an end. He dropped all the complex thoughts muddling his mind. Chains of hell. The method no longer mattered. Release, chapter 291. A spear and a shield. Into the eye of the hurricane, too, mana exploded from the pressure into all sides. Quang! A spherical ripple was formed as dimensions wavered back and forth. Even though it exploded at a very high altitude, the ripple still managed to reach all the way down to the ground. Some of those observing would realize or be puzzled by his unchained strength. Yu Jitae accelerated. The air felt like a viscous fluid trying to pull his body back. He accelerated even more, and his body gradually exceeded the speed of sound as air tore and cracked around him. At one point, his ears could no longer pick up any sound. The world turned silent, leaving behind only the beating sound of his heart. Air molecules tried to grab and pull his body behind like hooks. Despite all that, Yu Jitae accelerated even further. It was then. He found a black line dropping in a parabolic line. The downfall was dropping above the head of the association. Its trajectory deviated at a certain point in the air and exploded a few seconds after that. The explosion, as black as ink, was so immense that even Yu Jitae could see it from where he was. He had no time to check whether they had managed to safely alter its trajectory or not. Yu Jitae called the vintage clock, not by language, but through something closer to pressing a doorbell. He got no response, even though it should be listening to him. Was it ignoring him? Or perhaps it was going to quietly watch over him, like how it silently stared at him during his youth he flew into, and through clouds with more clouds beneath his feet, and soared higher into the skies to fly through higher clouds. At last he saw cumulonimbus clouds. It appeared articulately three-dimensional, as if it was crafted by cutting a mountain. He followed up a tall pillar of white cloud as something black hazily emerged from among it. Tower of Mages was built on top of the floating island, Hitlerton, but it was impossible to see above the third floor with naked eyes from outside. It was because all the floors between the fourth and the 72nd were all inside a different dimension, shaped like a dark hole. That hole was precisely the reason why the Tower of Mages was located 45 km in the air, as well as why it did not rotate around Earth like Hateling. The Tower of Mages was built outside the fissure down from the fourth floor due to stability reasons, and simultaneously existed in 2 dimensions. As he increasingly neared the floating island, Hitlerton, Yu Jitae felt a slight sense of fatigue and collected his breath, and soon he landed on the island. Quang! Like a missile, his drop created a crater in the earth and a loud roar. He put an end to his thoughts. The front entrance of the Tower of Mages was surrounded by a 50-meter-wide lake. Humans rarely ever visited this island, so the ones guarding the gates weren't humans. He placed a foot above the surface of the water. That was when a black shadow soared up from the dark lake. In order to kill the uninvited and unauthorized guest, a school of anglerfish, each 2 meters long, opened their mouths wide and flew towards the one who created the ripple, but the man was long gone. While the anglerfish were circling around the area in puzzlement, the man was already on the other side of the lake at the entrance of the door. The door was 10 meters tall and was as big as a 3-story building. A magic-engineered device was protecting the gates, but when the man shoved his fingers in through the gap and pushed it open, the protective spell shattered alongside a spark. An alarm went off. Beep, 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 an intruder. Where? At the main gates. People shouted from inside as soldiers, either wearing hoodies or combat outfits, unsheathed their weapons and dashed towards him. They were the standby troops and mages that were prepared for any emergency situations. Yu Jitae pervaded into the shadow and proceeded on. He rode the dark walls and the dark ceiling. He could break the ceiling and move up, but if he did that, half of the power sustaining the altitude of Hitlerton would be shifted into creating layers of protective spells throughout the building. It would separate each floor with different barriers, and that would take more time to break through. Thus, he headed to the elevator of the tower. Yu Jitae had only a bit of connection with the Tower of Mages. Although little, it's not that he didn't have any connections with them. Therefore, he was fully aware of the basic structure of the tower as well as what he had to do to proceed above. He had visited this place at least 10 times. The Mana elevator that went straight to the 69th floor was in fact a device that allowed an interdimensional travel up and down. A limit to how far one could travel was decided depending on their role. Because of that, he revealed himself from the veil of darkness. It's that way, the intruders there. Catch him. Soldiers dashed towards him and Yu Jitae did the same. Slam by striking the guy at the front, he knocked him out and kicked his body before it could even touch the ground. As if struck by a car, he flew and became one cluster with the two that were following from behind and crashed through the window of a restaurant and rolled on the tables and chairs. Ice Spear B, Poison Fog B. Meanwhile, the mages shot spells from behind. Clouds of poison covered him from all sides. It was undodgeable, and the spear of ice was bound to reach him, even though the mage was certain of his victory. Ha! He suddenly realized that the spear was for some reason in the intruder's hand. Without even sparing a glance at the poisonous fog, the man swung the spear and smacked the head of one of the other superhumans that were running towards him. The spear shattered alongside the head, leaving behind a sharp piece of ice that now resembled a sword. He then used the shorter piece of ice like a sword. What kind of bullshit was this? The captain of the standby troops widened his eyes. The intruder walked towards him. Startled, the captain tried to distance himself with Blink, but he could not cast his spell. Ha! What the duck is this? He thought as his throat was grabbed by the man. Ah, Hulk, kook. Unable to breathe, the captain swung his wand in fright and struck the man on his head, but it felt as if he was hitting a piece of steel with wood. Before long, the force strangling his neck became indescribably immense. Without saying a single word, the man carried the captain and placed his eye in front of the iris scanning device of the elevator. The floor limit of the standby troops captain was floor 59. The interdimensional force of the elevator seeped into his body. By the time he reopened his eyes and walked out onto the 59th floor, he was met with high-ranked mages who had heard of the infiltrator through the tower's communication system to run towards the elevator. Stop, who are you? The intruder didn't bother saying anything, since they wouldn't listen even if he were to say something. While leaving the elevator, he grabbed the steel door of the elevator as the handle dented following the shape of his fingers. Every steel inside the tower was made with a special type of alloy, and even a 5-thin layer of it was impossible to be twisted by an ogre. Having that dent like clay in front of their eyes frightened the mages. Soon the man plucked the steel door out and raised it up. Dodge it. The elder will be here soon. Don't let the guy go any further. It was a futile attempt. The steel door came flying in at an overwhelming speed. It shattered their barrier spells and sent all the superhumans back, crashing through the wall. In the midst of chaos, Yu Jitae suppressed the remaining superhumans with a simple solution: violence. Every time he swung his fist, at least one of them always ended up rolling on the ground. They shot flames and lightning strikes, but couldn't stop nor inflict any harm on him. Stop there. It was then, along with a shout, light gathered in the middle of thin air and increasingly got both larger and brighter. When the light vanished, it was replaced by an old woman wearing a hoodie. I am Maria, an old woman who had been with the tower from its beginning days. Are you the young infiltrator? Are you here alone? Not sure what the reason may be, but how about you stop here and we have a conversation, HNN? I respect your passion, young man. Tower of Mages, 7th in hierarchy, a high ranker who used to be rank 117 before renouncing her rank. Maria Valentine. She was the elder of the Valentine household, and she was the aunt of Valentine the witch, and had previously aimed for the position of the Tower Lord. I do not know how you ended up here, but I am sure it wasn't easy. You must have gone through a lot as well, right? Said the old woman, while trying to appease him with a warm and benevolent voice. There must be a reason why this old woman in her 80s was here instead of the other elders. It might be because she wasn't a part of the 72nd floor research, or because she was the one with the loudest voice that could reach the public to Yu Jitae. The latter seemed a lot more realistic. Her niece was the witch. The disciple of her niece was one of the 5 transcendents, and the other sons and daughters of the household were revered for being blood relatives of the witch. The reason he was able to come up here so easily was because all the powerful mages of the tower were on the 72nd floor for the research. Thus, it was more correct to view the sole remaining person as one who had stayed behind due to their political influence, someone who could make things troublesome with their global influence. When he didn't say anything back, the old woman seemed to have found that insulting and raised her voice. Ahem, young man, don't do that to yourself because of your youth. People can make mistakes in life, but before you regret doing something irreversible, let us have a conversation. HNN, of course, that had nothing to do with him. He moved at the speed of lightning and struck the old woman by the chin. Kook, she dropped her staff as his hand reached for her neck. It was fortunate that at least one of the tower's elders had stayed behind. Open your eyes. Ook, HKK, Qhok, open them before I dig them out. HKK bastard, you are from the association, aren't you? You will regret he didn't have time. Slam. The old woman's head turned to the side. After that, he entered the elevator and forcibly separated her eyelids. When the device recognized her eye, fragments of light began to envelope the old woman's body, but he kicked her out of the elevator. Her role was done. Wait, despite being kicked and hit, the old woman did not faint nor give up. She desperately tried to re-enter the elevator. You can't go. That is not allowed. What's not allowed? If you understood even a small portion of that person's suffering, you won't dare go there. You cannot possibly do such a thing. A purple stigma appeared on the old woman's forehead as she entered a frenzy. It was the evidence of brainwash that was confirmed on Edre. He kicked the old woman who was trying to crawl back into the elevator, and soon his body was covered by blinding light. Tower of Mages, 69F. An ancient weapon was here protecting the 72nd floor, the heart and brain of the tower. A level 4 defensive artifact. Gate Guardian, the large mechanical doll that reached 4 meters in height, was sitting down on a small chair. Next to it was the staircase leading to the 70th floor. The authority this destructive artifact had was unlimited regeneration. Surprisingly enough, the Gate Guardian was unable to be harmed no matter what the opponent was as long as it was inside the designated territory. It constantly regenerated at an ultra-high rate, at the cost of practically nothing. Yu Jitae, who had been curious of its regenerative abilities, had fought it for 10 days and 10 nights back in the 5th iteration before retreating. Flash red lights appeared in the sockets with a flicker, sensing something that approached from beneath. Gate Guardian raised its body. It had been a long time since it met an enemy. The opponent was estimated to be a human, but appeared extremely strong. Despite being created for the purpose of fighting, there had been no chance to. Rotating its joints, Gate Guardian unsheathed the greatsword from its back and readied itself. It was starting to be heated up for the first time in a long time until the floor went crumbling down. Quang! The territory designated by the Gate Guardian was the 69th floor. When the ceiling of the 68th floor collapsed, the Guardian fell out of its area, disabling its access to unlimited regeneration. In order to cut down on time, Yu Jitae avoided a frontal fight with it. Shapeless sword, SS. Second form, chainsaw form, killing intent, merged like blades and rotated following a chain. Yu Jitae's killing intent, that now resembled an electric chainsaw, divided and crushed the two legs and wings of the gate guardian. The aftermath of his attack was immense. A portion of the 69th floor's walls were blown away, revealing the red sky of the other world. Yuing, Yuing. Leaving behind the wriggling gate guardian, Yu Jitae climbed the stairs heading straight to the 72nd floor. At last, when he was running up the 71st floor's staircase, Yu Jitae felt a somewhat familiar sensation. It felt extremely familiar for some reason, something he had felt dozens and hundreds of times at least between his previous iterations. He had not considered those in-between rounds as iterations, and his memories of the time, that were therefore hazy, were starting to float back up. Don't tell me, the regressor thought to himself. There's no way. A gloomy aura covered the ground, singing tunes of death. The will that wished for something to die and disappear gathered above the ground into a faint form. It momentarily dissipated when his feet touched the ground, but soon clunked up again to follow his body from behind. After he flew through the staircase, he found the large gates of the 72nd floor at the end of a long corridor. The thing that Q was desperately trying to hide should be on the other side of that door. Quang, Yu Jitae kicked the door open. Inside was something that would shock any and every superhuman. There was a nest, a large nest, black and long, yet hiltless blades were intertwined, forming a large nest as big as a sports stadium. The blades that substituted the twigs of the nest were piercing through human bodies who had their arms wide apart as if crucified. There were more than 100 of them, and half of their bodies were covered by purplish liquid. After scrutinizing their appearances, Yu Jitae realized that they were the elders of the tower. He frowned. All the mages that were involved in the 72nd floor's research were penetrated on the nest. Yu Jitae approached one of them and wiped off the purple liquid that was covering their face. Revealed from inside was a man with a wavy beard who gave off an old yet fierce impression. It seemed that even the lord of the Tower of Mages was in this state. Who are you? That was when the tower lord, penetrated by blades, opened his eyes. The old man with a curly beard looked at him with a faint gaze and asked, Who? He was physically alive, and even his mind was fresh. Despite that, mana was being sucked out from their bodies by the large nest. Before long, he felt a large aura and jumped up to land on the nest. Something opened its eyes from within the darkness, and he had to turn his gaze towards the tall ceiling to meet its eyes. 30 meters in height, a body covered with black scales. He could see the tough tendons on its arms and legs, as well as a powerful pair of legs. Swoosh, it opened its wings. Large wings threatening to cover the entirety of the enormous 72nd floor fluttered. He found it strange. The numerous black dragons that he had seen all had black eyes, but the one in front of him was different. The dragon faced him with vertically slit pupils and purple eyes that he had never seen before on a dragon. I was hoping you would not come here, but since you are here anyway, I shall welcome you. It was a simple transmission of will, and yet caused the dimensions to shiver and shudder. Welcome, the adult black dragon greeted Yu Jitae, my nemesis. Chapter 292. A spear and a shield, into the eye of the hurricane, 3 black dragon. One of the dragon races born from Ascalifa, the dimension of dragons, who was a unique bunch that lived across other dimensions instead of Ascalifa. They were dimensional vagrants who caused the most number of problems all over different worlds. In addition, they were also the dragon race who had died the most to Yu Jitae. Therefore, after confirming that the one in front of his eyes was a black dragon, and after hearing it use the expression nemesis towards him, Yu Jitae felt countless questions clogging his mind, to the point that he didn't know what he had to ask first. Your nemesis, I have no idea what you mean. No idea, the dragon mentally replied to him. His first doubt was its purple eyes. What is there to dislike? The woman he coincidentally met at the store that sold wyvernips, Mile. And a black dragon with the same colored eyes who was at the Tower of Mages, the same location as her. There appeared to be a big correlation there. Because of that, Yu Jitae tested the dragon out. Were you that dissatisfied with me buying the last wyvernip? No. And the dragon casually replied to him. But why wouldn't I call a human that will now try to steal my home a nemesis? Mayu replied, and the authenticity hanging on the eyes of equilibrium, SS, was true. It was soon followed by laughter. How woefully unfortunate was I! It was such a good day that I went outside, and yet I just had to come across an association guy. The dragon nonchalantly confessed that it was Q. There was a small inevitability within the coincidence Yu Jitae had gone there for the dragons, and that was why he came across another dragon. You probably know well, but I will confirm it before we begin with the official affairs. I am the association's Grade 5 agent, Season. I have heard many stories about you already, Prophet Season. Did you hear from Edre? Indeed. I will now begin with the investigation as a Grade 5 agent of the association. I wish for your obedient cooperation. Your name. He said that to end the unnecessary conversation. Yu Jitae was expecting the Black Dragon to disobey, because the Black race were known for their brutality and trickery that rivaled that of the Red race. He was going to use that as justification for bashing up and making it open its mouth. However, the Black Dragon obediently replied against his expectations. Mayu. He could feel its enjoyment despite the mental communication. It might be thinking of it as a role play and might be acting arrogant, but that had nothing to do with him. Affiliation. An adult dragon of the black race, as you can see. Age. According to this place's calculation, well, I do not know. Between 300 to 10 years old. Quite young. Why are your eyes purple? A mutation. All of the above were true. Yu Jitae was reflecting in silence on its name, face, and age to think of all the black dragons he knew. Mayu laughed into his mind. Why, do you want the ID card again? It was a sarcastic comment which Yu Jitae did not bother replying to. In the meantime, he finished his reflection. There was no dragon called Mayu out of the 27 black dragons that Yu Jitae had met across the nearby dimensions during his sovereign hunt. Why did you buy a wyvernip? By the way, do you have time for a carefree investigation like this? I'm sure the outside is in an uproar. That was something for the association to handle. Just answer the question. Do you know anything about our race? If you are talking about the interdimensional incorrigible trash vagrants, I do know them very well. It wasn't a figure of speech. In fact, every world that was inhabited by black dragons suffered from them, no matter what world it was. Unlike other races who were forced by the origin fragment to stay within Ascalifer as much as possible after becoming adults, the black race had no such a thing. They would continue wreaking havoc across different dimensions even after becoming an adult. It seemed that the dragon wasn't very content with Yu Jitae's expression. The voice of the black dragon ringing his mind turned sharp. Watch your words regarding me and my race. Did I say anything wrong? I will only repeat it one last time. Watch your mouth before I truly consider you my nemesis and rip you to death. The black dragon quietly revealed its fury. Yu Jitae gazed back into the purple eyes in silence as Mayu added after a short silence. I have bought the wyvernip because I like its scent. I smelled it for the first time after coming to Earth and realized it soothes my emotions. Your emotions. I have long wanted to resemble humans. I was unable to be like one from birth, but I can act like one for a bit so long as I have the scent of the wyvernip. Its authenticity on the eyes of equilibrium was true. It seemed that it had bought the flower for purely controlling its emotions. It was a surprise that the black dragons that always hated everything could calm down from the simple scent of a flower. How did you crawl in here? Second doubt. How is a black dragon on Earth? A black dragon had never been on Earth until the 7th iteration, and it's not like he had affected the outside dimensions in any way. The only variable in this iteration was the great hostility, but Vintage Clark wasn't giving him any warnings regarding it. It was by coincidence that I came in, following the disjoint of dimensions. A dimensional disjoint. When was it? This is my 5th spring according to the calculating methods of this land. 5 years. It meant that the dimensional disjoint it went through was around the same time as the baby dragons. This too was true according to the eyes of equilibrium. Explain it in more detail so I can understand. It is nothing much. We are the only race that can freely move between dimensions, and so am I. I was caught up by mistake during my journey and ended up here. Did you come alone? Have you ever seen the black race travel with someone else? He did, and thus the question. So, yes or no? I have come alone. Yu Jitae stood still and thought to himself. Out of his 3 doubts, he asked 2 and heard its response. 1. The black dragon was Mayu. 2. It was brought in due to the variable of the 7th iteration. And the 3rd doubt. You must now follow me to the association. For instigating armed anti-association movements and illegal protests, responsibility for 57 zero murder cases and illegal smuggling of weapons. Will you be locking up a dragon somewhere? Well, see, it will depend on your response. Yu Jitae slowly walked forward while adding pressure to the surrounding air. The 72nd floor, expanded with an interdimensional spell, was as large as 2 football fields, but the sound of his boots trampling the blades echoed across the entire room. Be prudent with answering this question. Your life and death will depend on your response. Releasing his killing intent, Yu Jitae asked with a lower voice. His irritation about all the things that had annoyed him over the past 6 months was mixed into the question. Why did you antagonize the association as Q? Clamp, why did you lead the anti-association terrorist group Quasar? Clamp, why did you drive a wedge between G12 and other nations and the association? Clamp, why did you educate young kids into suicide bombers of Quasar? Kill the young grandson of Christoph Klump. Why did you rip the top rankers of the world that tried to stop you? Why did you shoot the downfall? And why did you render the mages of the tower into this state? His footsteps stopped in front of the large feet of the black dragon. Gazing up at the ceiling, he increased his killing intent, thinking of slashing its ankles off first if he were to be met with a brainless response. But what came back was something he had never expected. Maya's laughter began to ring his mind. My nemesis, you sure are asking the weirdest questions. What? Are you telling me I did all that? Really? Yu Jitae frowned. Look, so I have become this individual called Q to antagonize the association, summon the quasar, and nurture young humans. Kill a child I do not know with a bomb. Kill high rankers and pierced every one of the mages in this tower by hand. Me, this lazy and noble dragon. What kind of dragon would live such a diligent life? It has been 5 years since I've placed my feet on this land. We are a race that roams freely, but there is also the wish to settle in one place inside of us. I was the same, and thus I looked for various beings who had the same scent as I do. Yes, including those humans who you refer to as demons. The black dragon opened its wings out wide. Build me a house. I requested them. By house, do you mean this nest? At the start, it was built out of plank. They wanted a negotiation. Being a nice black dragon, I looked into what their desires were. It's nothing difficult. Dragons can read others' memories and emotions. Do you know what they wanted? Something very obvious. They wanted power. By nature, humans become stronger by forming a society, and it is easier to group with a common enemy in mind. There happened to be everyone all around who hated the association, you see. So I helped those who had the same goal meet and become closer, so that they could lend each other help. And then I was sought after by more humans, each from different groups. Groups. Yu Jitae squinted his eyes. Where do you think I would have met Edre? That human was in an anti-association group behind the curtains in the first place, because he hated Chaliavan. It's the same for these mages over here, you know. They voluntarily became the sacrifice. Give me a place and materials to build my nest, and I will help with the research. I told them, and they wanted me to use themselves for it. Going back to your question, did I antagonize the association as Q? Did I massacre young children, carry out terrorist attacks, stab mages with blades for my nest, shoot the downfall? Well, I have no clue, because I didn't do any one of them. I've never been this Q person that you guys were blabbering about. It said with a lamenting voice as if it was being falsely accused, and yet there was a hint of laughter in between. Q is an illusion. That's what Mayu was saying. I merely gave them a sword. The rest is what the humans did. After finishing her words, Mayu was unable to stop herself from laughing uncontrollably. It was a rather disheartening response. Naturally, the authenticity shown by the eyes of Equilibrium was true. It meant that the grave of Wings of Snow Light was robbed by someone else, and also meant that shooting the downfall was due to the personal choice of someone in Mexico, done in order to protect Mayu, who would be at the Tower of Mages. After painstakingly working for 5 years, I barely managed to create my nest, but you have come here riding on the back of the association, and you will now try to take my house away. You are therefore my nemesis. Every time it was like this. No one knew how the center of a hurricane agitating the oceans and disturbing the earth would look. Yu Jitae gave a nod. Everything Mayu said was true, and thanks to that emotionless explanation, it made him a little bit more certain that Mayu had nothing to do with hostility. It was nothing to be surprised about, but in any case, it was also true that she had quickened the flow of the entire world subconsciously. I see. That is the end of my questions. Is that so? If all your questions are cleared, how about we carry out a deal? A deal. Tell me anything you want and I will listen. But in return, please do not touch my nest. I will move to a quiet and secluded area, so don't find me either. I can't allow that. What? He got the answers he needed, and it was now time to finish what he had to do. Sorry, but I cannot let you go. Chapter 293. A Spear and a Shield into the Eye of the Hurricane 4, 5th iteration. He had to be a part of an anti-association group to kill Chaliavan. He struggled against the seat of deepest desire, Noah, and could not save the red hatchling who had been swept away by the currents of war. The reason for the 5th iteration's failure could be summarized into one word. It was because he was weak. Yu Jitae was weak. Because of that, he tried every method to make himself stronger after the end of the 5th iteration. He was killed by those holding killing intent against him to develop his shapeless sword, trained how to use a sword, and learned how to manage mana traces from the grave of wings of snow light. And lastly, he went on a sovereign hunt. One of the sovereigns he killed during that was the head of the Black Dragon race, Yu Jitae. To prepare for the fight against Yu Jitae, Yu Jitae had previously seeked out other black dragons. He visited every single nearby dimension and found exactly 27 black dragons, and there he saw clearly what happened to a world inhabited by a black dragon. I can't leave you here. You must follow me. Are you still going to act like a police? Let me hear your reason at least. I have seen numerous black dragons. From 27 dimensions, I saw 27 black dragons, both young and old. And the worlds he found black dragons in were all those dimensions were long ruined. Barren wastelands with not a single hint of life. A world devoid of anything worth calling Mother Nature. Water had completely dried up, and the humid wind carried sand everywhere. Every dimension was the same. If you have yet to reach 1-0, you must be quite young for an adult dragon. It might be your first time hearing it, but it's true. And what about it? How would that relate to me? Of course it would. Back then, I became curious about the reason. Why would a black dragon do such a thing? I was curious and looked into it. Polluting the water, raising the temperature, attacking everything nearby in a sudden frenzy, and suppressing the weak to death. Because I thought there would obviously be a reason for doing such things. There, in fact, was no reason. That was simply what a black dragon was. They were the destroyer of nature that ruined dimensions. Like I said, how does that have anything to do with me? And yet, they do not bother sparing a glance at a world that has an existing sovereign. In that sense, it must be true that you have accidentally come to this place. Only choosing the weak and easy dimensions and leading those worlds into pollution and apocalypse was the characteristic of black dragons. The mere existence of a black dragon was poison, and Maya's existence right now was no different from a bag of poison being dropped onto Earth. The pouch would open whenever and wherever Mayu desired. While going through the nearby dimensions, I came across a village of some dwarfs that had devout religious beliefs. They referred to you guys like this: large garbage, flying chaos, poor vagrants of dimensions, destroyer of order, or the trash of Ascalipha. It seemed that the whole race of black dragons had been chased out of Ascalipha in the distant past. He didn't exactly know why, but could guess the reason after meeting various black dragons from all around. There was a reason why they were chased out. Then, are you treating me the same way as them just because I am a black dragon? Yes, what a harsh speculation. Yu Jitae didn't feel the need to share a long conversation anymore. The being in front of him would definitely cause harm to humanity. I will give you one last chance. If this was in the past, or even near the start of the 7th iteration, he would have immediately smashed the black dragon to death. Obediently change yourself to human form and follow me. How absurd. And what will you do then? I will lock you. You will be separated and managed by me so that you can't do anything wrong. We are the wandering race. I would rather leave Earth than be locked away from freedom. Even if you leave to another dimension, you might come back one day, thus you must go through the necessary procedures. In that instant, the black dragon's aura surged forth. I wanted to see how far you were going to take it, but truly, the obedient attitude was no longer there, and the voice being transmitted to his mind was full of irritation. It seemed that the black dragon was sincerely enraged. You are overstepping your boundaries, my nemesis. Good. This was it. In fact, the purple-eyed dragon in front of him was a lot more poised than the other black dragons he had seen. If it had stable emotions, it was fine to let it live. If Maya was able to either swallow her anger or maintain himself as the only target of her rage due to being a mutant, Yu Jitae would chase her outside without killing it, since that meant that she could control the mouth of the pouch herself. But if she couldn't do so and followed her instincts to wreak havoc, Yu Jitae would have no choice but to kill Mayu. Therefore, he provoked her even more. Overstepping my boundaries, I have told you already, to not run your mouth against my noble race as a lowly human. Are you discontent with me expressing the truth? It is for you to endure. That filth is what your race has done across every dimension. Or are you embarrassed by the adults of your race? How dare you call our race by such a name with ignorance? Cut your fingers off immediately and apologize to me. Otherwise, you will greatly regret it. Tension rose in the air, threatening to rip any time, but Yu Jitae did not stop his provocation. If he had to open the pouch of poison, he had to do it now while his powers were released. Live quietly in a corner with your nest. Such nonsense. You are different from the other dragon races. Aren't you just a cluster of pollution that uses your ability to convey memories and emotions to pollute others with your disgusting and unpleasant emotions? You are no different from bats and rats that transmit plagues. Enough! Her wings spread far and wide as she lowered her body. With eyes overflowing with killing intent, she looked at him with a different light in her eyes. You are forcing me to forget the kindness of your flower. It was a familiar gaze. It had a different color, but had the same look as the eyes of the 27 black dragons that he had seen. Do not remember any gratitude. You trashes of Ascalipha who corrupted the elves that helped you settle to lead them to destruction, who polluted the oceans and made the Nagas that kindly shared it with you die. The purple eyes shivered from its surging fury. Yu Jitae felt Maya's killing intent rising. It was a considerable amount of willpower, even for an adult dragon, possibly because it was a mutant. However, a black dragon was still a black dragon. The trash of Ascalipha was still trash despite being a mutant. You are begging for your own disaster, the evil of every dimension, a disaster and a contaminant. As if to prove that, the black dragon's eyes flipped and its killing intent fluctuated the surrounding dimensions. In an instant, the dragon reached its wings far and wide. Killing you is nothing difficult, but yes, after hearing your words, I am thinking there is no reason to not follow my instincts. So everything that happens from now is what you have brought upon yourself. Its voice was still tranquil, but its mental state was not. Mayu had just lost her rationality. The endless and unjustified grudge that was located in the minds of every black dragon also existed in her mind. I knew it. Yu Jitae flew towards Mayu, carrying in his hand a killing intent that could even tear through the tough flesh of dragons. All the purple aura that had been absorbed from the nest was hanging on the wings of the dragon as a black aura began to create a layer over the black dragon's body. His provocation being the reason for its fury was nothing but an excuse. Yu Jitae knew that Mayu was unable to fight against her own instincts and was trying to destroy the world. In the end, as long as it stayed on Earth, this was bound to happen one day. Mass teleport, SS. It was then. Something that he hadn't anticipated occurred. An interdimensional movement spell that had been pre-organized by Mayu unfolded. Stop right there. Yu Jitae bellowed. The beast-like roar shook the entirety of the 72nd floor like thunder, but the dragon had vanished already. This was different from other dragons, even though it might have been a spell prepared beforehand through Memorize S. The casting time of the spell was still absurd and ridiculously fast. It must be its ability as a mutant. The dragon was let loose on Earth. The situation at hand became more pressing and urgent than any before. The remaining aura of the black dragon's nest was trying to restrict him. Adding more killing intent, Yu Jitae pushed Shapeless Sword to its limit. He then carried the killing intent with both hands and raised it towards the heavens. He had no time to bother descending the tower. The Association's Strategy Council. Hook, what is that? Oi, how big is that thing? It is a 40-meter-tall large monster. People shouted back and forth. A signalman was staring at the screen displaying the sky of the South Pacific Ocean. A 40-meter-tall flying monster, a jet-black beast resembling a wyvern in appearance. The soldiers were shocked after seeing the mana output that was being felt from the beast, an SSS rank. A monster with the same rank as the boss that appeared in the East Asian Great War was on the screen. Dispatch the Vanguard Frontier Royal Legions 2, 3, 6 right now. It is a continuation of R5, and it was when Yu Jitae was giving out various commands in astonishment with her eyes fixed on the screen. Director, say it later. Later. Do you not see the priorities? A different signalman stuttered from the side. Yu Jitae ignored it and focused on the pressing matters, but the following shout of the soldier stopped her body. The Tower of Mages. What is it? What about the Tower of Mages, the place where Prophet Season went to? When she turned towards the screen, she froze on the spot. Something large was falling from within the clouds. It didn't feel realistic, and she felt as if someone had smacked her head as hard as they could. Zhu Heian absent-mindedly murmured, "What inside the display screen?" A large section of the Tower of Mages was crumbling towards the ground. The black dragon, after teleporting out, was gradually moving further off into the distance. It was about 10 kilometers away already, and its large body appeared as small as a fingernail. Quang! Yu Jitae kicked off the air. The current enemy was an extremely dangerous one. The situation was different from the phenomenon that occurred with the death of the baby dragons. The adult dragons there had their minds coerced by the origin fragment into instinctive slaughter. However, this dragon had a clear mind and ego and was intelligent. It would now lead to a horrendous situation. A single dragon losing its mind and being controlled by its desire to slaughter would fight against humans. It would lead to a fight, and the dragon would eventually die after being outnumbered. Several dragons losing their mind being controlled by their desire to kill would multiply the scale. Humans might be annihilated, but that would still be the result of a war. However, what if one single dragon that had a very clear understanding of Earth were to move in order to kill the most number of humans on its own volition? That would no longer result in either a fight or a war. It would be a massacre. As if to prove that, the mouth of the dragon in the far-off distance cracked open. Maya's heart roared as the skies pulsed in response. He pressed on as fast as he could. Shortening the distance of 10 kilometers seemed unfathomically difficult due to the purple wings of that dragon that were doped with the mana of humanity's strongest mages. Soon, an explosive burst of mana gathered at its mouth, and the friction caused the surrounding mana to scatter into all sides. Buzz! Buzz! Sparks flashed from it as several purple spheres of mana appeared around the dragon. In the shape of a fan, they expanded, all aiming at one place. Yu Jitae frowned, and dragon breath. Tuong, a purple ray of light, was shot from its mouth. Kugagagung spheres of mana followed suit. That ray of light, carrying an immeasurable output of mana, even forced Maya's large body back from the pressure and drew a clear cylindrical line dividing the sky. The concentrated breath of an adult dragon immediately fell upon various islands all around Oceania. Melbourne, Australia. Central Oceania Commercial Tower. The workers that were having an early dinner at the 105th floor heaved out sighs. Looking down over the windows, they could see a beach underneath, with people having a relaxed afternoon. It was when the workers were shoving food into their mouth, thinking of coming for a surf or two over the weekends. HNN. Something's flashing over there. Ha! You're right, something purple flashed in the sky. The sun had yet to set, so it was strange for the sky to flicker in a time like this. Is it a comet? Is it? But why is it getting bigger? The purple light rapidly increased in size during the workers' question. As the workers all paused their hands and turned towards the window, they saw the large purple light sweeping past the beach. The ray of light shook the earth. It reached even the central regions of Bendigo, all the way from Melbourne, which was at least 140 kilometers away. It caused a white explosion after touching the ground. The condensed sparks and steam of the explosion expanded in the shape of a dome surrounding Bendigo City. It was followed by a thunderous roar echoing the world. Every window and glass shattered, and the workers either bounced off or rolled the ground due to the aftershock. One of the workers crawled on all fours and looked down at the beach. Kairak. Ah, ah, ah. The beach that had been enveloped by the ray of light had evaporated. Not a single trace of a living person remained. Following that, all the lights of the tower turned off due to the power supply being caught up in the explosion. The worker didn't even notice the glass fragment digging into her fingers. Her scream noisily echoed through the darkness. Chapter 294. A Spear and a Shield, Into the Eye of the Hurricane, 5. that was only the beginning of the true disaster. Black Dragon's breath had the attribute of destroying and absorbing nearby mana and was detrimental to a magic-engineered civilization. Despite having lost her rationality, Mayu was still crafty. There was a reason for the direction of its breath. The two biggest mana power plants of Australia were destroyed in a straight line. Now, the mana circulation of Australia will be momentarily stopped. Non-functioning power plants meant no electricity. It would limit communication and access to media, as well as stop the production lines of factories. The electricity used to neutralize the pollution would disappear, stop the water supply and sewage systems, and make it difficult to have access to drinkable water. All of the above was what Mai was aiming for. On the days of the apocalypse, in the span of a month that the dragons had spent destroying Earth, Yu Jitae had managed to kill 10 dragons. Each dragon had countless protective blessings and were thus difficult to kill. More time was needed to kill such enormous monsters. However, he could not afford to do so right now. He had to kill it as soon as possible, even if it came at a big cost. Thanks to the black dragon being pushed back after shooting its breath, Yu Jitae was able to shorten the gap between them. He enlarged the range of his shapeless sword to the limit. He had to sever its wings. Shapeless sword, SS, third form, forked lightning form, like the twigs of a tree, like how lightning extended its reach by forking into little strands. Yu Jitae's will to shred those wings to pieces was answered by his killing intent, forking and stretching to all sides. Like a spider web, it limited the dragon's movements. The killing intent immediately shattered the blessings protecting the dragon's body and seeped into its large wings. Blood surged out like a fountain as the thin pair of wings ripped into little pieces. Despite not being in the right state of mind, its scream still managed to reach Yu Jitae's mind. After finally confronting him head-on, Mayu noticed his power level and stuttered. How could a human have such meanwhile bowls of mana carrying the attributes of suppression and pulverization surrounded Yu Jitae? It was possible to dodge, but behind him was the city, and he thus had to block it. Hundreds of bowls of mana swept towards him like a sandstorm. Quagwagwagwang. They exploded simultaneously and caused his body to wobble a little. After realizing that it could not fight him head-on, the dragon began to avoid a frontal fight. Its instinct urged the dragon to avoid Yu Jitae while bombarding the regions nearby. It was a troublesome situation. The dragon did not fall despite its ripped wings. The unprecedented supply of mana still managed to allow the large body of the dragon to float and move in the air. Thus, Yu Jitae continued flying towards its back, repeatedly tearing its wings and crushing its back scales with the forked lightning form. In the meantime, dozens of spells endlessly fell towards him. A few of them were balls of flame, while some of them were blades of ice. Lightning occasionally struck him from the sky and contracted his muscles. Each and every one of those spells was enough to immediately kill a ranker, but Yu Jitae took all of it in with his body. His blessings managed to offset half of the spells, but could not do so for the remaining half. Dodging all those spells would cost more time, so Yu Jitae persevered in order to save as much of humanity as he could. Yu Jitae, however, could not block the occasional large-scale spells that Mayu was shooting at the world. Countless magic spells appeared in the air and fell down. A few of them traveled longer due to the strong condensation and either resulted in a rain of fist-sized rocks or blades of wind that swept across the land. And another dragon breath caused an immense explosion in the Asian region. Crack! During all that, Yu Jitae crushed a portion of the dragon's scales and its spine. One of the bones of the large dragon that was 5 meters thick shattered from his strike. The dragon fluttered its wings from pain. Soon, it was no longer able to sustain its large body in the air and gradually began to fall. However, dragons were the rulers of mana. It did not sit back doing nothing. Eradication, black flames that scorched everything, whether it be a blessing, mana, an authority, or an existence, soared up. By using up the mana doping its wings, the flames soared towards Yu Jitae like the mouth of a beast. Yu Jitae did not dodge it. He received it from the front by crossing his arms in front of his body. The flame burned a portion of his clothes and seared his skin. He endured the pain. That was when countless magic circles appeared around the falling body of the black dragon. Teleportation, bulk exchange, SS. A grand spell that moves an entire location instead of an individual. He hurriedly manipulated his killing intent to interfere with the magic circles. But it didn't work. The spell was already completed beforehand with Memorize S. It was ridiculous and completely outside common sense to prepare an SS-grade spell beforehand with an S-grade spell. Dimensional step. S. Yu Jitae folded the nearby areas and immediately jumped through dimensions to enter the purple area that was about to be substituted with a different location. He, who was not permitted by the spell, was treated as a foreign substance, and mana turned into tens of thousands of needles to pierce through his body. An intense shock shook his body and made his head feel like exploding. His innards became a mess, and blood flowed out of his eyes and ears, but he endured all the pain. You truly are obstinate. What's wrong? Are you happy now that I am doing this? I'm destroying the world, like how you described our race, so are you happy now? Soon, the Black Dragon and Yu Jitae both reappeared in the air above East Asia, around 100 kilometers in the sky. They were so far up that they could see the round shape of the Earth and the blue surrounding atmosphere with their naked eyes. The shape of each continent and ocean that one could see from a map was unveiled underneath them. Dashing in, Yu Jitae used the chainsaw form to crush its scales and slash its neck. Half of the 4-meter-long shapeless sword stabbed through its body and tore through its flesh. He heard its mental scream of pain, but the dragon did not stop. A mere human dares to show contempt to my race. Yu Jitae swung the sword again, this time aiming for the heart. The scales around the heart shattered as the bones crushed. Right when the killing intent was about to reach its heart, a large explosion bursted out from its heart and pushed Yu Jitae away. Immediately after that, the dragon used teleport, bulk exchange, SS, yet again. But this time, the target was different. It tried to tear away the dimension where Yu Jitae was in, so he distanced himself with all his might. Ah, now I get it. Here I was wondering how you were so strong. Are you perhaps that Oscar Brzenk? Has Providence sent you to kill me? The black dragon appeared to be misunderstanding something, but Yu Jitae didn't reply. This is why I wanted to live quietly in a nest. I wanted to live like a human. It was time for all the hard work to pay off, and yet, why must Providence be so merciless on us, black dragons? As its will was conveyed to him all at once, Yu Jitae kicked off like a lightning strike to kill it. But that was when a resolute voice echoed through his mind. My nemesis, you resentful proxy of Providence. Do you think I will be simply annihilated without any retaliation? The dragon began to drop towards the earth at a rapid speed, with a heart full of mana intended for a dragon breath. It caught him off guard. The dragon was trying to explode itself. Who could possibly dare kill me? It was trying to sacrifice its entire dragon heart to destroy everything within sight. Yu Jitae hurriedly began to follow suit. The mana that it forced out all the way from the Tower of Mages intertwined with its dragon heart to explosively increase its output. No matter how much he increased his speed, he realized that it would be futile. It would somehow be possible to reach it, but he would not be able to stop the black dragon from touching the ground. The condition of regression was the death of 95 of humanity. This was like a health bar that Yu Jitae had. If the entire East Asian region were to be destroyed, and the attributes of the dragon heart were to expand and absorb mana for years, the world would enter a Great Depression, and would inevitably cause humans to kill and extort other humans. It would lead to the death of at least 20 of humanity. The long nights had yet to even arrive, and at that rate, humanity would never be able to work in harmony. They were suffering this much already from a single adult dragon, and the approaching enemy at the level of 3 adult dragons would definitely be a catastrophe. That was why Yu Jitae had to stop this from happening at all cost. Fortunately, they were still high in the air, and the dragon was not too far. He had one last method that he could resort to. Yu Jitae gazed down at the world. He could see at least 10 large fissures bigger than 40 meters in size that had yet to close. He could deviate the falling trajectory of the black dragon and force it into the fissure as long as he had something powerful enough to make that happen, and he did. Conceptualization, SS. He resorted to the authority he stole by killing the head of the black race, Lugiathan. Conceptualization, an ability that replaced aspects that were unable to be comprehended by an existence into an understandable concept. It modified each of his killing intent into a concept that appeared in front of his eyes. They turned into 0 bright orbs and formed a dense layer in front of him looking like a night sky filled with stars. Each of these were the will to kill that Yu Jitae had personally collected, and he soon consumed 150 of them without any hesitation. Sometime, somewhere, someone, as those emotions and desires to kill that people had faced him with while shedding tears of blood flashed like stars, Yu Jitae gathered them all into his hand. Revealed by conceptualization, it formed the shape of a long spear. Kagagagang amidst the fall, the atmosphere resonated with Yu Jitae's mana. Shapeless sword, SS. Fifth form, punishment, he threw the spear. The mightiest output of killing intent that Yu Jitae could create turned into a falling spear. It flickered dozens of times a second and flashed. It would sometimes stop, as if it was being repressed by the earth, and would sometimes spring off again. Whenever it did travel, it traveled through several kilometers in the blink of an eye. At last, it pierced through the dragon's back and altered the direction of its fall. Ignoring the sharp scream ringing his mind, he concentrated on the falling body of the black dragon. Its large body fell and was soon absorbed into a fissure located in the southern oceans of China. Yu Jitae threw his body into the fissure and followed it. There was a rocky mountain inside, and the fissure was one that had already been cleared. After going inside, he found the black dragon stuck in a pile of rocks. The large flying beast reaching 40 meters in height, that was as big as 3 basketball courts combined, was lying on the ground, even though it was an adult dragon, and even though it was a mutant that had been doped with the mana of the greatest mages of the tower. The strike that Yu Jitae forced out by permanently sacrificing a portion of his strength was nonetheless deadly. It was all over, and he simply had to end its life now. Kuruk Mayu gasped for breath. Yu Jitae also had to endure a fair bit of fatigue as he climbed onto its stomach. He then paced across the shattered scales and headed for the heart. But that was when something strange entered his sight. For a second, Yu Jitae doubted his eyes. Something completely unbelievable was beside the shattered scales of the black dragon's heart. How could his astonishment made his body freeze on the spot? The regressor had never been this surprised in the 7th iteration. There was a big hole on the black dragon that went all the way from its back to the chest. Plus, the area near the dragon heart had suffered from Yu Jitae's attack, and the heart was therefore barely holding on to its previous shape. Next to the shattered dragon heart was the origin fragment. It was natural because every dragon had it, and the black race was not an exception to that rule. However, Maia's origin fragment had a slightly different shape. The usual origin fragment resembled the crystal shape of a gem, and revolving around the gem was an ash-colored ball. Like a moon revolving around Earth, it rotated and obstructed outside interference to protect the data that were inside the fragment. Its name was Will of the Ancient One, and was something Yu Jitae could not break through no matter what he did. It was because it was an authority personally crafted by the mythical creature, Ancient One. A few experiments would have done it. Through repetitive research, he understood the principle behind how the fragment functioned and how it recorded data. However, the will of the Ancient One always obstructed him from conducting an actual experiment. He had enough data and reference. If only he could conduct an experiment on how to activate it, he would have been able to use the origin fragment to immediately activate the emergency summon that would usually be activated on its own after 20 years. However, he could not carry out any experiments. It drove him crazy. Using thousands of methods, he tried to remove the will of the Ancient One, but it stubbornly remained, and even Vintage Clock stated that it was impossible to break it apart. Experiments would be enough to end it all, and yet he simply could not conduct any experiment. Yu Jitae had to go through unimaginable mental torment when he powerlessly had to end his long-time research. And yet, lowering his body, Yu Jitae gazed at the heart of the black dragon. The origin fragment of the black dragon Mayu had a cracked will of the Ancient One. It felt as if a bucket of cold ice had been casted on his head. His heart raced like crazy. Licking his dried lips, Yu Jitae wetted his lips and gazed down at it once again. The experimentable and dissectable origin fragment that he had long desired was at last placed in front of his eyes. It all felt unrealistic, and the world seemingly wavered around him. That was when he quickly came to himself. Kuruk sensing the shallow breaths of the black dragon within the dark fissure, Yu Jitae opened shallows of the abyss S in a panic and hurriedly took out an elixir to pour over the black dragon's heart. He could not let this dragon die, ever. He could never let this dragon ever die. Never. thinking that he was healing the dragon that was about to die, but that was when he felt a commotion in the mana outside the fissure. Yu Jitae gritted his teeth. The fight against the black dragon was too impactful. The damage Mayu had inflicted all over the world was enormous, and the superhumans of each nation were thus not going to sit back and do nothing. Closing his eyes, he extended his sixth sense and felt the auras of the approaching top rankers. They were coming to kill the black dragon. Chapter 295. A spear and a shield, into the eye of the hurricane. 6. Each of the presences of the incoming superhumans felt like the rusty smell of blood. Smelling that settled his feelings that were running amok due to the sudden situation and immediately cooled down the reggressor's mind. Kuruk standing on top of the large dragon that was still gasping for breath, the regressor thought to himself. There was a multi-purpose warp station in Spratly Islands that was linked with Australia, and in the Paracel Islands was China's military portal station. The current fissure was around the center of the two teleportation devices. It was approximately 500 kilometers away from either of those places, and the aura he felt was what the superhumans scattered after teleporting to the respective warp stations. He assumed that they would be wearing manufactured mobile suits intended for fighting against flying monsters that could cover roughly 750 km per hour. It would take them 45 minutes to get here. Yu Jitae did not like the black dragon in front of him, not because it shredded people to pieces or because it antagonized the association. He simply detested the black dragon race, them settling in completely unrelated worlds and leading those dimensions into ruin overlapped with the adult dragons who had destroyed his world countless times. After coming across 27 black dragons, that hatred deeply rooted itself in a corner of his emotions. However, he was not foolish to the point of acting emotionally, even after confirming the origin fragment that had a cracked will of the Ancient One. If he could experiment and figure out how the emergency summon functioned with the black dragon's heart, it would enable him to safely return the baby dragons of Unit 300 and one who had accidentally landed on Earth due to a dimensional disjoint back home. As long as he could do that, their tremendously long amusements will finally come to an end, and Yu Jitae's earnest desire would finally be fulfilled. Because of that, he dissuaded himself from ripping the heart out. He had to heal the black dragon and escape with it. The dragon heart, after being poured with an elixir, was enveloped with light as the wound slowly began to heal. Despite the immense recovery speed of dragons supplemented by the power of elixirs, the wound did not close that easily. It was because the wound had been inflicted by him. Before long, the soldiers would rush in. If they confirmed the existence of the dragon with their own eyes, Yu Jitae would have no justification to bring the dragon out. G12, alongside the Association in Australia, which had suffered the greatest losses, would isolate the dragon and attempt to analyze it. There would be no room for his personal experiment. The dimensions are separate, and no eyes can reach us. How about you kill everyone that comes in and close the dimension, my lord? It was the suggestion of Clone One, who shared his mind with Yu Jitae. Clone One was currently flying with the last squad of humanity. It would take around 2 hours to forcibly close that dimension, so in the meantime, I will stand at the entrance of the fissure and make sure no one comes out alive. Waiting for your command, my lord. The clone was essentially suggesting that they used the fissure as a trap. Yu Jitae of the sixth iteration would have done that as it was the simplest and yet the most certain method to rely on. However, Yu Jitae shook his head. That would be a bad move. The incoming soldiers were the top rankers of each nation, great, noble, and powerful superhumans. They were the ones that would be protecting humanity throughout the long nights, so he had to let as many of them survive instead of intentionally killing them. Besides, the dragon's rampage had crossed the line, and in a situation like this, that guy would most certainly show himself. Even if he were to kill every single superhuman outside, he had to avoid killing him no matter what. The best option would be escaping it altogether with this large dragon. Fortunately, he had the alternate dimension shallows of the abyss, and he just had to put Mayu inside, but that wasn't easy either. An adult dragon had a status exceedingly higher than even a catastrophe-ranked demon. In order to shove this into the shallows of the abyss, it at least had to be polymorphed into a human form to lower its status. The problem, however, was that this dragon did not look like it would wake up within the 45-minute time limit. Or Yu Jitae walked towards the neck of the dragon and kicked the chin of the large dragon. Wake up. He kicked again, but the fainted Mayu did not show any signs of waking up. After some contemplation, he looked at the upside-down scale beneath the dragon's chin. It was the reverse scale, which was going in a different direction compared to the other scales. He would now touch the reverse scale that dragons hated the most, which was similar to how peeled cuticle skin felt for humans. He grabbed the reverse scale by hand and pushed it up the other way. The scale and the flesh beneath was lifted, but as expected, the dragon showed no response. Its wounds were so severe that something at this level would naturally be ineffective. Yu Jitae released the scale. There was now only one thing that he could do. Dimensional shutdown, S. Yu Jitae activated one of the abilities he stole by killing a certain sovereign in the past. It was the ability that forced a fissure to a close, but a 40-meter wide large fissure would take 2 hours to close. He had to block the entrance so that no one could enter it for 1 hour and 15 minutes after the arrival of the superhumans. Once the entrance was closed, he simply had to wait for the black dragon to wake up, bash it into human form, and follow shallows of the abyss, S, to escape the fissure. After gazing at the powerless dragon on the ground, he turned around. Standing in front of the vertically cracked fissure, he gazed into the wide oceans of earth that were on the other side of the fissure. The situation felt quite paradoxical. Until just then, he was pushing forth a spear to kill the black dragon, and yet now he had to raise a shield to protect the same dragon. He had to now block the spears that others would be attacking with. If someone were to have a frank conversation with him, they would ask this first. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? But he would not be able to honestly answer that question. His actions henceforth were things only he himself could comprehend. No matter what he gave as an explanation, no one would empathize with his cause. In other words, it meant that his actions contained insufficient public justification no matter who saw it. Even if he were to be honest about it, no one would listen to him. Not a single person would understand or help him. He was all alone on this earth, but this was something that still had to be done. Fortunately, he had the power to push through with that unjustifiable paradox. Soldiers unendingly flooded out from the warp station and threw glances at each other. Despite the confusion due to Mexico's sudden attack, G12 and the association joined hands. In order to kill the common enemy, they gathered and stood together. The number of superhumans gathered was 1,800. They were the top rankers of the entire world, with most of them being affiliated under the last squad of humanity. The deputy captain of that squad was the superhuman who was the most respected regardless of nationality. The returnee, BM, we will now fly towards the fissure. Following his command, the soldiers floated above and moved. The weapons in their hands gave off menacing auras. Swords, bows, guns, and spears, the weapons were all top-level artifacts that belonged to the arsenal of their countries. Some of them were level 3 artifacts, with a few level 4 mixed in between. They were simply carrying the weapons, and yet it weighed down on the atmosphere and resonated with the surrounding mana. Strategic weapons of each nation were in the hands of arguably the strongest superhumans of the world. They flew in silence. It was a large number of them flying together, and yet not a single one of them talked out of turn. They were drenched in either fury or excitement, but the well-trained soldiers instead became more poised and cool-headed. SSS rank large-type monster. An enormous beast that was assumed to be of similar rank with the monster that began the East Asian Great War and pushed humanity into fear, was in the distance waiting for them. Due to its appearance resembling a large gargoyle and its overall black colors that were revealed by a short footage, it was temporarily given the name Black Dragon. A monster that people wondered would exist, but one that had never appeared in the world Dragon. Assigning that name to the mysterious beast was effective at raising the alarms and tension of the soldiers. In the middle of the crowd, Clone One thought to himself, quite a lot of them in that short span of time. On the day of the apocalypse, a large crack had appeared in the sky as 60 or so dragons landed on Earth. They lost their sense of reasoning and indiscriminately attacked Earth. Near the end of the 6th iteration, Yu Jitae had killed 10 dragons by himself as a result of 30 days of endless fights with not a single moment of rest. These people alone should be enough to kill 2 dragons at least. Humanity retaliated and also killed around 10 dragons. They could only kill 10 dragons despite the exclusive ones like Oscar Bazenk, catastrophe rank demons, the Witch, Chaliavan, and High rankers joining hands together. That was the result, despite tens of thousands of superhumans being allocated to each dragon. A simple calculation based on the above facts meant that it was safe to assume that 20 of humanity's strength was gathered here. They proceeded on towards the fissure as a 40-meter-long vertically split black entrance soon appeared in front of them. Their hearts pulsed with scorching blood. They were excited at the thought of fighting against the large beast that was likely to be within the fissure. Even if it cost their lives, they were willing to die so long as they could leave a dent on its scales. A few of the superhumans that were from Australia had to suppress their urge to ignore the commands and charge in. Right before their intangible was intertwined and exploded out, at that moment, an invisible aura created a ripple as it swept past them. Every one of them froze on the spot. Not a single one dared to move rashly, and none of them were confused about why the people next to them were frozen stiff. An ominous presence existed behind the dark veils of the fissure. The deputy, BM, raised his sunglasses and gazed into the fissure. From behind the widely spread curtain of darkness, someone was blocking the road. Someone with a ridiculous presence. Every man on standby. BM reluctantly let those words out as his quiet command resonated across the troops. The overwhelmingly immense presence carried with it an indescribable pressure that immediately snapped the fighting spirits of the soldiers that had been soaring through the skies. They doubted, what in the world was that? How could such a thing exist in this world? Such doubts spread like a plague. BM, who was standing at the center of it all, was unfathomably confused. It was because he heard from Yu Jitae that Season had already left to fight the dragon. It was something which only Chaliavan, Yu Jitae and himself knew about in the entire world. BM long knew that Season was Yu Jitae, and that made him naturally guess that the one in front of him with such immense presence was none other than Yu Jitae. He knew he was powerful and extraordinary, but the presence BM was feeling from inside the fissure was on a whole different league to what he had known. It was just one person. The unprecedented pressure that was being given off by just one person was suppressing 800 rankers. However, BM knew that he couldn't stop here. He had no idea what Season was thinking about, but stopping others from entering the fissure for no reason in this situation was something unjustifiable and thus impossible to carry out. Although he respected and feared him, the last squad of humanity had to enter the fissure, and even Yu Jitae could not stop them without any valid reasons. After some contemplation, BM realized exactly what he had to do. If he was stopping them, there must be a reason, and that reason would inevitably be in correlation with the continuance of humanity. Yu Jitae just had to persuade the superhumans here with his reasons. I am the returnee of the last squad of humanity, BM. BM opened his mouth as the representative of the squad. His words added even more tension. Jeannie and Siam, as well as Christoph, gazed into the darkness of the fissure with frowns, while average superhumans had trouble breathing. Judging from how you have attacked the Black Dragon, I am assuming that you have the same goal as us, and that you have fought against the monster for humanity. He chose his words carefully and did not label the mysterious being as an enemy. However, your laborious fight is not enough of a reason to stop us from facing the truth. As soldiers protecting humanity, we must confirm with our own eyes the truth behind this incident. Using objectively valid reasons, he provided reasons on why they should enter the fissure and asked the opponent for their cooperation. So the one inside the fissure, please do come out. Come out and reveal your identity, and let us know the truth of what happened to the large black dragon, before we force our way in. It was a logically sound speech, thought BM as beads of sweat traveled down his cheeks. He had no idea how Yu Jitae would react to this, and could only hope that it wouldn't escalate into a full-scale fight. It was when they were nervously staring at the fissure. An inexpressible presence squeezed into their minds, making them feel as if their minds were connected to someone else's. In the midst of the ever-expanding tension from the immense suppression, the intangible being opened its mouth and spoke to them. Only those willing to sacrifice their lives may come in to face the truth. Immediately after those words, the suffocating pressure vanished. Chapter 296. A spear and a shield, into the eye of the hurricane. 7. What is he thinking? BM squinted his eyes. He couldn't understand what Yu Jitae was thinking. Only those willing to sacrifice their lives may come in to face the truth. This was by no means a justification or reason and was just avoiding the situation altogether. Is he really going to kill everyone that goes inside? That appeared to be his intention. It was as if an omnipotent being was suddenly being hostile to humanity, but what purpose would this have apart from a simple instillment of fear? What should we do, sir? It seems that we shouldn't just barge in. I wonder what they want to do for now. I think we must wait and see until we get further support. The advisors were confused from the abrupt, incomprehensible turn of events, while BM gave a frown from the side. What are you thinking? You jiddy, it's not that they could stop the raid altogether just because of his words, and someone would inevitably end up going in. If someone did go in, you jiddy would react by either killing or letting the person live. If that person were to return alive, there would be no point to this nonsense, and if they were to die, then the last squad of humanity would never be able to retreat in front of such an alarming situation. Either way would not be a good solution. Wait, but who would go in? BM suddenly had a strange trail of thought. The pressure Ujidi gave off just then was like an elephant pressing down on a tiny doll. It was a ridiculous amount of aura. Even he, who personally knew Ujidi, felt like he would be killed without a doubt upon entering, so who would possibly enter the fissure? The answer was someone. BM had unconsciously been thinking as a habit that someone would go in. Who was that someone? It's been too long that I forgot about it, an SSS rank black dragon that humanity had never anticipated, plus the enormous damage that it caused. R5, bursted grenade. This land had one existence who would appear from somewhere within the heavens to protect the world whenever massive problems like this occurred. BM finally realized what Ujidi was trying to do. He wasn't intending to explain himself in the first place. Ujidi had separated the dimensions and was buying time to have a private conversation with him. The moment BM's mind reached such thoughts, a new presence appeared in the sky. He has finally come to think I would see him again, the savior who would solve any problems the heavens opened, as a large bowl began to descend. The bowl, surrounded by strands of light, gave off a divine aura. Before long, the sphere divided into 8 branches of long and thin crystals, revealing the person inside. Oscar Brzenk rank 1, the Earth's sovereign, descended towards the fissure, a transparent glass mask protecting the face and the eyes. In addition to the armor, the cape, gloves, and the heaven-destroying 8 wings behind his back, he also had a necklace and rings. His entire body was wrapped with gears. The weakest of them were level 3 artifacts, while some of them were level 4. In addition, the long sword hanging in his waist was a level 5 artifact, a weapon dedicated for the sovereign. Oscar Brzenk. He entered the dark fissure without saying a word and faced Ujidi. It had been a while since Ujidi last saw him. In various iterations, Ujidi had come across Oscar Brzenk. In some iterations, Ujidi was on the side of the association, and sometimes he was an enemy of the association, but the regressor had never created a conflict with the sovereign. They both had the same objective of wishing to take care of Earth, and they were both being supported by vintage Clark X. After coming across Ujidi in the dark fissure, Oscar Brzenk gazed behind his back and looked at the black dragon. First time seeing you in person. I assume you are Prophet Season. I am. Brzenk. What is with all this commotion? Oscar Brzenk was always aware of a lot of things because he received information from Providence. He naturally knew about Ujidi already to some extent. I have done this to set the stage for you to come, to have a conversation about the future treatment of that dragon. No wonder my head's been aching these days. I've been getting a surge of information on potential danger that was impossible to decipher no matter. But the existence giving information to Oscar Brzenk was none other than Vintage Clark. That must be what it was referring to, he added. Are you here to kill it? With due responsibility, I should. That entity is too dangerous. Cherak, he unsheathed his sword. Move to the side, if you may. A sovereign was like a white blood cell. Their objective was the peace and continuance of the dimension they reigned over. Regardless of his personal thoughts, Oscar Brzenk would try to kill the black dragon who was deemed to be a risk factor. Unfortunately, I can't do so. Ujidi's response caused Oscar Brzenk to squint his eyes. Let me hear your reason. This dragon must be kept alive in order to remove the fundamental risk from Earth. What do you mean? Explain to me how letting a risk factor survive relates to the process of removing a risk. Ujidi shook his head. in several nameless iterations. He had explained the situation regarding the baby dragons and had sought his help, but things had never gone the right way in the end. He couldn't lie about it either because Oscar Brzenk could differentiate the truth from the false. If you wish to save it without any persuasion, no one will empathize with your actions, and there is no justification in sparing the adult black dragon. If word spreads to the outside, the entire world might consider you an enemy. Yeah, I am aware. That is the reason behind this one conversation. Elaborate. If you go out and announce the black dragon is dead, no one will doubt it due to the credibility and authority behind your name. It won't be difficult either, and we simply have to deceive the G12 and the association. Are you inducing me into saying what is false? Just once and it will be enough. And if I refuse, things will get tedious for both of us. Yu Jitae slowly continued. Even without your help, I can hide this entity. Things will escalate out of hand, and I might have to kill a lot of people. However, I will in the end hide it in a place that nobody knows. How will you stop me? Will you mobilize the military? Coax the association and G12 into your side? Request catastrophe rank demons for cooperation, or tell Chaliavan that I am the enemy? Do you think that will allow you to stop me? Oscar Brzenk remained silent. The sovereign appeared to be contemplating and viewing this incident from various perspectives, but there was only one answer he could give. Those with power made the rules. This was a fundamental truth that applied to organisms ranging from birds and bugs to cats and mice, that also applied to wars between countries. And the one with the most power in this world was Yu Jitae. The sovereign soon had an irritated look on his face. He did not recklessly try to escalate it into a physical fight. One reason would be that he knew Yu Jitae wasn't his enemy thanks to the data given by the vintage clock. And the other reason would be because Yu Jitae wasn't someone he could defeat even if he was his enemy. Good. However, there are conditions. Speak. I'm aware that the following entity can transform into a human, so change the entity into human form and allow the association to manage it, so that I can go in any time and confirm its state. That will be difficult. If they know that I've brought it in, there will be people doubting within the association. I will come up with the fake reason myself. Ho, no reason not to add one more lie to the deception. I will allocate the entity as a special target for supervision with the sovereign's rights, and will notify beforehand that the prophet will be in charge of it. He meant that he would leave it nearby so that he could kill it whenever, even though it was impossible to kill it right now. This was the sovereign offering the most he could, and Yu Jitae knew that. Got it, he replied, and accepted the offer. The sovereign asked back, what will you do by sparing the entity? Isolate, protect, and carry out a few simple experiments. Can I view the process of the experiment? That won't be possible. I hope you understand. Understood. They both took a step back, and each got what they wanted. Assuming that to be the end of the conversation, Oscar Brzenk turned around, but that was when Yu Jitae called him. What is it? He replied. Vintage clock disappeared. At that moment, the drooping eyes behind the glass mask opened wide. I can still feel it, and the connection is still there. However, direct communication is not working. Isn't that the same for you? Right, that is how it is. But I do not have enough time to look for the vintage clock myself. So can you check for me? A different vintage clock's workshop existed for everyone that was connected to it. It meant that Oscar Brzenk had his own workshop, and looking for the vintage clock in such an extensive outer dimension was something that would take too much time. It was unclear how many days and months it would take. I shall have a look. Leaving those words behind, Oscar Brzenk disappeared, and the fissure closed after filling up the 2 hours that it needed. Things finally came to an end. Oscar Brzenk went out and announced the fake truth of the situation. His excuse was like this. A monster from a different dimension, dragon, landed on Earth after being chased by a person from a different dimension, the one that was inside the fissure, who killed it and disappeared after a conversation with Oscar Brzenk. The different dimensions that humanity had yet to confirm became the target of all the blame as the incident came to an end. So there are more monsters like that in other dimensions. It's almost never happened before, though some doubted, but there was no way they could express their doubt. The fight between the dragon and the mysterious person had bent the nearby dimensions during their fight with their abilities, so not a single organization or facility was able to get a clear view on their fight. But thank goodness we have Oscar Brzenk, I heard G12, and the association joined hands due to this incident. That's some good news to hear. The G12 and the association showed endless support to countries including Australia that were bombarded by the dragon, and the Tower of Mages was immediately collected by the G12 and the association after landing on the ocean, and it was discovered that all the great mages were already dead. People all around the globe commemorated the people that were killed during the fight. The association and G12 analyzed the broken tower and discovered a nest that was crafted with an unidentifiable alloy and moved it to a laboratory for a closer inspection. They were also busy with the follow-ups of matters related to Quasar and Mexico. Due to everything that was on their hands, the association and the entire world was busy with the aftermath of the sudden event. While that was happening, Yu Jitae headed to the basement of the association. In the basement was an hazard isolation room, where countless dangerous superhumans, monsters, and artifacts were isolated and managed under the supervision of the association. The black-haired woman, Mayu, was also to be isolated and protected in the basement under the command of the Sovereign. The Sovereign, Oscar Brzenk, wished for three things in the supervision of Mayu. 1. Morning and evening, twice a day. Grade 0 agents, agents proclaimed dead due to their criminal offenses, would be sent in to provide food and the required amenities. Any agent that came into contact with her was to conduct a mental examination and were to be killed on the spot if they showed any strange symptoms. 2. Only Prophet Season is allowed to come into contact with it freely, and no record of this is to be left behind in any way. 3. Support the requests of Prophet Season in every way possible. An isolation target that suddenly appeared and a vanished black dragon. After roughly understanding what was happening, Yu Jitae allocated the biggest and the most humanitarian isolation room to Mayu and kept silent about the matter. In the association, Mayu was just called B-12, nothing more and nothing less. Yu Jitae looked over the windows of the isolation room. After Oscar Brzenk left, Mayu had a fit the moment she woke up inside the closed fissure and transformed into human form after being bashed a few times by Yu Jitae. She fainted again due to being punched and was now lying down on the bed of the isolation room. Her jet-black hair was scattered over the white bed. Her wounds won't heal in a day or two. Yu Jitae would be called when she wakes up from the coma, and that would be when he has a conversation with the mutant adult dragon again. Yu Jitae vacantly gazed at Mayu before turning around. It was now time to go back. Waiting in the lounge was Balm, who had returned after everything settled, watching the busy passers-by with an anxious look on her face. He called her. Our task is over. Let's go back. Yes, things related to the association should be all done for the time being, as it was the association's job to clean up everything. As they began walking towards the underground parking lot, Balm asked. That was a black dragon, right? Due to all the commotion, it was impossible for her to not know who the enemy was. Yes, and you defeated it, Opa. That's right. Balm looked at him with a worried gaze and carefully raised a question. Is it dead? He, in fact, had been worried about what to say regarding this. There was no reason to tell the kids about things related to the Black Dragon, but Balm might eventually know of Maya's existence during her time at the association. There was no reason to tell her right now, but there was no reason to hide it either. After some thought, he decided to not lie about it. It's not dead. Realizing that Yu Jitae was not willing to delve deeper into the topic, Balm did not ask any more questions. He didn't seem to be in the mood for jokes either. That was when his watch rang. Yu Jitae took the call and shared a conversation with Yu Jitae. While he was on the line, Balm stared at the other side of the corridor towards the direction Yu Jitae had come from. She deeply gazed at it in silence. Chapter 297, Cottage Industry, 1, Jael. You are not selling stationery or supplies to your friends anymore, right? Flinch. Jael hesitated for 2 seconds after hearing her homeroom teacher's question. She wasn't leading the kindest of lives, but she still needed some time to mentally prepare herself before lying. I am not. Really. And you don't get paid for doing others' homework anymore. Flinch. I've washed my hands off it. No more usury either, right? Flinch. What is that? You don't know? By the way, did you want to volunteer for the election? No. She was quick at expressing her honest thoughts. Election. Jael knew how the class representatives always suffered from being pestered by the teachers every day, so she immediately turned down the offer. Really? I was thinking Jael would be a good candidate for the school captain election, though. School captain. NN. You are almost in year 6 now, so that means you can be the school captain for 1 year soon. Ah, you know how much of an awesome thing that is, right, Jael? You will represent your friends and do many good things. NNN. That's not the end, you know. The school captain of a renowned school like ours would receive extra points when applying for a middle school. Jael's mind was somewhere else already, thinking about the losses she had suffered and such. It was because the dried apples that she sold the day before yesterday were unexpectedly not very popular, so she had to throw some of it away. Sweet potatoes and bananas were popular, so why didn't apples work? She was giving random responses while thinking about such things, but that was when her ears picked up some promising words. There is a sponsoring scholarship for election runners as well, you see. Scholarship. Since Jael, you look quite ambitious and greedy in a good sense. I thought you would be interested in something like that after all. You are the best merchant in the world, right, Jael? Jael frowned in response to those words and lowered her gaze. Please, don't call me that, NN. Ah, then the world's best entrepreneur. The child locked her fingers and fidgeted, and her blue eyes appeared rather sad. Oh no. Did that put her in a bad mood? Was she treating the child as if she was obsessed with money? Thinking that, the teacher apologized. Oh my, I am sorry. Then what would you consider your pretty self to be, Jael? Jael replied. Politician. Like that, she applied for the election. In fact, the school captain position of a primary school was quite a meaningless job. Class representatives tended to be called around everywhere by the teachers, but that wasn't the case for school captains. She realized that it was more of an honorary position after applying for the election. Jael was already satisfied by the election fund. It was a shocking amount of $50. On the next day, it was sent into Yu Jitae's bank, so she immediately asked him for the money. After a few days, it was the day for the school captain candidates to announce what they would do upon a successful election, and that was when Jael heard something shocking. It was that school captains would receive another scholarship. Oh, didn't I tell you? It's a full scholarship for the whole semester. How much is it? $1,000. $1,000. It was on a whole different level. $50 was already such a delight to lay her hands on, and multiplying that by 20 times would be. Her eyes rolled around. Taking out a small coin purse from her pocket, Jael looked at the $5 notes that she got from Yu Jitae a few days ago. 100 of these, huh? It felt as if she could see bundles of cash flying in front of her with wings. That was when the first candidate walked up to the mic and announced his promise. Cleaning the flower beds and reducing the complimentary lessons, he ceremonially blabbered about things that he would not even be able to achieve. The kids seemed bored by it. Jael grinned, thinking that she would easily be able to win with all the credit she built with her friends. But that was when the situation flipped. The boy wearing tidy clothes fidgeted with his bow tie before giving a smile. And lastly, if you choose me as your school captain, I will give out pizzas for every class. Pizza. But didn't the teacher say buying food and giving it out was not allowed? Yeah, you're right. The boy answered their doubts. I will be making it with my family. No problems there then, right? The year advisor asked with surprise, can you? There are 1,000 students in our school. In response, the boy smiled while showing off his white teeth. Of course. Please choose me, the #1 candidate, Kim Tiho. With wide smiles, the audience let out thunderous claps. Even though they were the sons and daughters of rich families, they were still elementary school children, and because quite a few households prohibited their kids from eating junk food, they were sincerely happy. Wah, Kim Tiho, Kim Tiho, Kim Tiho. Listening to the cheering crowd, Jael's expression rapidly turned dark. The flying bundles of cash were flying further and further away. Did you kill it? No, you let it go. Duck, you should have just killed it. Yoram frowned. It was morning, but the winter wind was still quite cold. Although it was never freezing for the hatchlings, they still felt chilly at times. Sitting down on the sofa, Keel was hugging the baby chicken like a hand warmer, while Yoram was hugging Keel from behind as a heater. Black dragons should all be killed. Why, Yu Jitae asked. Why? Of course they have to die. Don't you think the same? Yeah, Keel nodded with a similarly serious look on her face. What's with that slow answer? Don't you think so? No, you're right, those beaches. I heard they ravage things everywhere even after being chased out of Ascalipha. Keel carefully returned a nod. Actually, you see, I heard the black race can transmit their emotions and memories, said Keel. We can only receive them right. And their heads are always filled with very bad thoughts, and apparently they transmit them everywhere they go. It was something he already knew, so Yu Jitae gave a nod. They should all just be killed. Ducking trashes. But killing all of them is still oi. Are you being soft on them just because it's not your business? Yuum. But for some reason, there was a peculiar atmosphere surrounding the kids. Ujidi turned towards Balm, who was still staying silent, and she shrugged her shoulders in response. This is freaking annoying. Why are both of you so apathetic about it? It's a black dragon. A black dragon. Or you keel. You Balm I can understand, but you can't be like that, can you? You're the one that told me about it in the first place. NN. Wait, Unny. Keel flapped her arms around and tried to block Yoram, who was behind her. What? Is this something I can't say? Why can't I say some stuff about the blue race? Stop. Keel suddenly began trying to pacify Yoram while throwing glances at Yu Jitae. He turned towards Balm, who now had a slightly gloomy look on her face after seemingly realizing what was going on. What is it? He asked. No, it's nothing, Arjasi. You don't have to know about it. So what is it? What? It's about time to say it after living together for so long, no. Yoram exclaimed out loud. Unny, don't. We can't talk about Askalifa. It's a taboo. Taboo my ass. I already talked about my past, and Ujidi saw my true body a few months ago as well, so what? That's not the end. You Balm, that lass really crossed the line, you know. She told me that every time she sees Dick Jitty she gets horny, and what are you talking about? Stop. When did I say that? Balm interjected from the side. Yu Jitty slowly turned towards her. It was by coincidence that he looked her way, and yet she shook her head as if she was being falsely accused. I never said that. It was then. Yoram got annoyed by Keel's constant interference and shouted out loud. Why can't we just say it? Who the duck cares about a taboo? Unny, 2 blue dragons died to a black dragon, that's why Yu Jael has no parents. Shouldn't Yu Jitty know about it at the very least? It was like a bomb being dropped. Yu Jitty frowned. Yu Jael's parents were killed by a black dragon. None of the kids refuted. The living room suddenly turned quiet, with Yoram's rough breath being the only source of sound. Not knowing what to do, Keel raised her hands and covered her face, while Balm stared at Yoram with a frown before heaving out a sigh. The living room was filled with silence. Chirp as soon as the baby chicken broke the silence while rolling its eyes, Balm criticized Yoram. You Yoram. You but soon swallowed her words. What about me? It's even more ridiculous that none of you told him this until now. It's the business of another race. Why would you say it? And what if I don't say it? When would that little idiot ever say it to him? If Jael doesn't want to talk about it, then she doesn't have to. Who are you to say it without even getting her permission? Hago, do I have to get the permission of a little kid that doesn't even know left and right yet? She won't say it. And Dick Jitty will never get to know something so important until the day we go back home. Do you think that's okay? If that's what Jael wants, then that's how it should be. Do you really think that? That's so freaking distant. Like really? I don't understand how you guys can deceive Dick Jitty and pretend like you don't know anything. Yoram continued shouting. What kind of ducking nonsense is that? Although he was momentarily surprised by it, he had to stop them from fighting too much. Guys, calm down first. Don't raise your voices. You Yoram, you me what? And what about you, you freaking shithead? Oi. You Jitty's words made them quiet. They silently glared at each other, while Keel buried her face into the baby chicken's back with a complicated look on her face. Jael had been implanted into Keel's necklace and came out on her amusement as an egg. He did find it odd and had asked a few times about the reason, but the kids had never directly answered the question. The answer to that question was finally unveiled. I see. Jael's parents were already dead. You and my mommy Keel hesitantly opened her mouth. Was close to the blue race, so she asked me to take the egg along with me for the amusement. It had been a long time since a fissure opened in Askalifa, and there was no dragon born after me in any of the races, or any dragon estimated to be born in 100 years. I was essentially the youngest excluding Jael, so since there were set opportunities to leave Askalifa, it seemed that Jael had to go on her amusement while still inside an egg. But I don't really agree with Yoramani. What did you say? Yoram wrapped her arms around Keel's neck. It was half a prank, but on the other hand, she did seem quite disappointed by her words. But that was a different black dragon, and our dragon lord captured and killed it. They are the same bunch. Don't you know Australia got smashed this time? But saying that every black dragon must die because of that is a bit. And if you think about it like that, then red dragons as well. What do you say? Keel stopped babbling and closed her mouth, seemingly deciding to not aggravate Yoram. In any case, Unit 301 was being unnecessarily heated up, so Yu Jitae had to calm the kids down. You Yoram. What? Put your hands in the air and keep them up. That's your punishment. Why me? It was Balm who instead raised both of her arms in the air without saying a word. Seeing that, Yoram lifted her arms up as well with a big pout on her lips. Meanwhile, he suddenly thought of how the first thing Jael took interest in after turning older was money. To be precise, it wasn't money, and was instead how to earn money, evident by how she always refused any allowance from him. Unlike the other three, Jael always enjoyed the process of selling goods to others and earning money. Out of curiosity, he had asked in the past why she was so interested in earning money. A secret. He didn't think much of it in the past, but maybe that's what the secret was. Maybe she was laying the foundations now so that she could live by herself after returning to Ascalipha. Perhaps she understood her own position and was instinctively trying her best to survive. It might be him overthinking it, but that's what suddenly struck his mind. Earning money at school was making Jael more mature. To sell, one had to be fluent with words and had to read others' minds to set the best prices. Since she also had to avoid the teachers during her negotiations, she also had to be skilled at reading the mood. And the most important of all was the process of preparing the goods. Preparation was something new that was introduced to her life, which had been nothing but a constant flow of time. At times, she also made a loss which allowed her to self-introspect and consider the flaws, all that was slowly making Jael into an adult. That was when Keel softly murmured, Jessie. Yeah. Can you pretend like you never heard it? Don't worry, I won't make it obvious. Okay. Few it was when Keel was heaving out constant sighs. Yu Jitae's watch rang. Yu Jael, TT Yu Jael, TT Yu Jael, TT. He received various messages from Jael, but all of them were crying faces. She should be at school right now, so what would it be about? He then remembered that today was the day of the school captain election and replied to the message wondering if something happened. Me, what's wrong, you Jael? Can I call? Me, yeah, his watch rang again. When he picked it up, Jael began to explain the situation with a stammer. First candidate was pizza, the second was chicken, and it was soon time for her to go up to the stage as the third candidate. He said he will fry 500 chickens. Crazy for power. She sounded extremely depressed. Inwardly, he was quite surprised because he never knew Jael wanted to become a school captain so badly. What should I do? I can't cook. Right, what should they do? A primary school kid wouldn't be frying 500 chickens by themselves, so they would either be helped by their family or housekeepers and private chefs if they were from rich families. He was the type of person to make judgments based on prior experience. Unfortunately, in the previous iterations, he had never tried to make an elementary school child into a school captain. In other words, Yu Jitae wasn't really sure of what to do either. It's my turn soon. And then let's say we will give them a burger. A burger. Yeah, we can learn how to make it and make them together. He could hear Jael going ooh from the other side of the watch. Is that the end? Yu Jitae thought. Would simply making a burger be enough to hold its place against pizza and fried chicken? That was when a sudden trail of thought flashed past his head. By the way, Jael, yes, the kids that promised to give out pizza and chicken all said they'll give it out after they're elected, right? Sorry. Yes. When are the actual politicians nicest to voters? It was right before the election. Don't they bend their backs towards merchants and businessmen whom they usually ignore and stray away from just to join hands for a bit? In any case for kids, something closer and realistic might work better than a future promise. That burger, tell them Yal hand it out on the day before the election. Chapter 298. Cottage industry, too, on the day before. Yeah, the day right before the election. Her voice started to dwindle. 3 candidates, out of which 2 had already given out their speeches. In a situation where the other candidates could no longer change their promises, what would happen if she were to give out the bribes beforehand? Yu Jitae could sense her small brain working as rapidly as possible. If I were them, I think I would pick someone else. Why? Because the burger is already gone. Good. As expected, she had a capitalistic logical mindset. She was right. People were shrewd. After a small profit, they tend to move for an even bigger profit. Young kids were no different, and in fact, they were a little bit more honest to their own greed than adults. Even individuals would show such tendencies, so it was obvious how groups of people would act. Yu Jitae thought to himself. What he was going to suggest now was something that he had never introduced before to Jayal. However, he soon made up his mind and opened his mouth after some hesitation. If you only give out the burgers, then maybe. Then, you can't end it there. What comes next is more important. What candidates gave back when sharing a handshake with a voter wasn't the warmth of a human hand. It was expectation. I am coming all the way even to a place like this to hold your hand. Election campaigns were struggles for an increase in the voters' expectation by suggesting that they would be the same even after the election. After having a taste of it, whatever you promise to do after the election will feel more realistic, even more so than a pizza or chicken which they have yet to even taste. Yes, don't end with just making a promise. Make them have bigger expectations for the future. As long as you can do that, you will have a higher chance at getting the votes. An example would be another giveaway after the election. Then make the burger twice. It won't be easy, would it? Yes, there are 1,000 students. Yeah, doing it once would be hard enough already. And if you think it's difficult, then the other candidates as well as the voters will also know how difficult it is. It might even be too difficult for you to do it. Yes, NN. Sorry. Isn't that right? You might be trying your hardest, but making enough food for 1,000 people twice is nothing easy. Due to various inevitable reasons, it might be impossible to do the second giveaway right. After sensing a dangerous idea from his words, Jayal lamented art. Do you understand? NNN. This was key. By closing the distance and making the reward feel realistic, amplify their expectations and take their votes. Their expectations would be immense, so it would naturally increase her chance of getting elected. But what about after that? Is there a need to answer their expectations? No, there was no need to. To be honest, what came after the election was not important. If election was her goal, then she would have already achieved her goal by then. Is your goal to become a school captain? Or being elected to be a school captain? Being elected. Is it for the $1,000 scholarship? A small giggle came after a slight pause. Yu Jitae opened his mouth after carefully choosing the right words to say. Jayal, if I were you, that's what I would have done. Right now, Yu Jitae was teaching deception and fabrication to the child. This was definitely not a right method for an adult to recommend to a child. However, it was an appropriate suggestion for a guardian to give to their ward. After all, Jayal would not stay a child forever, because you should lay your hands on what you consider is necessary, regardless of the method. On the day he created her room and put an aquarium into it, Yu Jitae began to consider Jayal as a person that had to be respected. And after hearing about her circumstances from the kids, he realized that Jayal would eventually have to become an adult that can stand firmly on her 2 feet. That would happen one day, and that day might not be too far off. Jael would have no parents to rely on after returning to Ascalipha. For her to grow up while only looking at the nice and the beautiful aspects of life, her world outside Yu Jitae's greenhouse was already pouring with a blizzard, just like her name of all things. However, that doesn't mean this is the right method. Some might swear at you, and it might hurt your conscience if you consider it a bad thing to do yourself. So do whatever makes you comfortable. MHMM. There's no need to be stressed out, and it's fine to choose anything. Go back on your word if you have to. If need be, you can just give up on the election. Okay, NN. Soon he heard someone calling Jayal from the other side of the watch. Art, I am going now. In a hurry, she quickly bid farewell and ended the call. What would she choose to do? Regardless of her choice, Yu Jitae would respect that choice and try his best to match and help her. After a few hours, he went to the main gates of Lair's public elementary school and waited for the child. Jayal, who was walking out with her friends from a distance, found him and toddled her way towards him. She reached her arms out, which was quite rare these days, so he immediately lifted her up. Her blue hair rested on his chest as she leaned on his body. How did you go? In response to his question, Jael looked up at his face. The smile on her lips appeared rather awkward, as well as her small hand that was grabbing onto his sleeves. Did you decide to not do it? Yes, she nodded. I'll just make a burger. It was different from what Yu Jitae would have done. Although he considered his method to be the most realistic for the election, that didn't mean it was necessarily the correct answer either. Respecting another as a person meant acknowledging that each had different values and thoughts. What was important was that Jael had thought and decided by herself. Even though she was a realistic dragon, she also appeared to be cautious of doing bad things, evident from how she wished for him to be a good person in the past. Right, good choice. He respected her decision. That was when Jael added after giggling, "Hi. If it was 10-0, I would have done it. Are you serious? $1,000 is nowhere near enough." The next day he got a call from the school. "I believe we should minimize the possibility of money resulting in votes as much as possible." That is what I think as a teacher. Yes. Besides, due to the recent focus at Lair for a safe and healthy culture, we are stricter in this regard than usual. There was an immense difference between the poor and the rich in Lair. A comparison between Tir Brzenk with Kim Jae-in and Saojiro was enough to prove it. So, we have decided to only permit the hiring of one person. Everyone else must sync their watch ID code with the system so that we know their relationship with the student, how much they worked, and how intensive the work was. This seemed to be the best system the school could come up with after a long discussion. All right, it was nothing difficult. On the other hand, Jael was met with a different crisis. "Please help me." She couldn't imagine doing it alone, so Jael went to her sisters and asked for their help. However, Yoram, with her arms crossed, showed an attitude different from her expectations. "What? For free? What? You have to pay me. Who the duck would do that for free? Please help me. Don't wanna. My time's expensive, but I will give you a discount at least." "How much?" "Give me $5 an hour. Labor costs." It had completely escaped her mind. With eyes as if she was begging for a savior, Jael turned towards Keel and Balm, who gave wide smiles and said they would do it for free. $5 an hour. So making her work for 12 hours would cost $60. Oh, right, right. And Jael, you can't make the burgers in our house, right? NN. I looked up the cost for renting cooking facilities nearby. Do you know how much it costs? How much? $127 to rent it for a day. Rent. That's true. They couldn't make burger sets enough for 1,000 people inside the dormitory, so they had no choice but to rent a different place. Jael added the rent fee of $127 to the $60 of Yoram's labor cost. It was already over $180. Thinking that, Jael heaved a sigh, but that was when Balm opened her mouth. Ah, and from what I found out, the worst had yet to come. With a nervous look on her face, Jael gazed at Balm. She had asked Balm an hour ago for advice on how to buy ingredients because she was the best at buying things cheap. That was why Balm had searched up the lowest prices, but the cost was rather shocking. NN. How much? Fried chips, Coke, bread, lettuce, tomato, minced meat, salt, and pepper enough for 1,000 people. Altogether, it's 1938. $9. That price was after considering all the discounts and card bonuses, in addition to the mass purchase prices of the ingredients. A T, 1,930. Jael was stupefied. She was used to selling apples and things for 50 cents or $1, so she needed time to process big units of money. Looking back, it was obvious that feeding 1,000 people would cost a lot. There was no reason to add it to the rent or labor costs anymore, because it was already well over $1,000. Impossible. Her face turned dark in real time. Finding that funny, Balm, Yoram, and Keel giggled. Little Jael tripped on her own foot. "Serves you damn right, you greedy kid. What should we do, Jael? You have to use up all the money you earned until now." They continued mischievously teasing Jael and pushed her to the brink of tears. Hewing when Jael actually began to sob. They laughed even more. Even Balm was unable to hold it in while Yoram gasped for breath and Keel slipped off the sofa to roll on the floor. She was so cute that they couldn't handle it. "I am done." "What?" "I quit not doing it." This much was something they had anticipated, but what happened after was outside of their expectations. In the face of $20, Jael began to run away. "Don't look for me." "Ha, Jael, where are you going?" "I am leaving home." "Kai ha ha ha." They laughed out loud again, but Jael dashed towards the entrance as if she would actually leave. Yoram, who was in the middle of laughter, shouted, "Oi, oi, cleaner, grab her." Art, yes. The protector, who had been grinning at the corner, ran in response to her words and stood in front of Jael. Jael glared at the protector with wide eyes. Young miss, please calm down first. Step aside. You cannot leave home like this. Tears began to bud on her eyes. Seeing that, the protector hurriedly shook its hands and said, It's fine, young miss. I don't cost anything. I don't need. Kung. It felt like something heavy had dropped down on its mind, and the psychologically injured protector froze stiff. Finding a gap, Jael once again began to race towards the door. But that was when the door opened by itself. The teary Jael gazed up at Yu Jitae, who had appeared after opening the door. He was carrying an enormous piece of fresh meat that was wrapped several times. It was as big as a whole pig. Wondering why Balm, Yoram, and Keel were on the floor, Yu Jitae asked, What's wrong? Where are you going? I'm leaving home. You don't have time for that. I got the meat. Didn't Keel tell you? She rented a kitchen, so let's get to work. Refund, please. What? I don't have money. After listening to Balm's explanation about the situation, Yu Jitae opened his mouth. Jael, many countries have support funds for elections. Support funds? Yeah. It means the government pays for the funds that are required for a legal operation of the election. Meaning that I will be supporting the cost of your election. Is that how it's always done? Otherwise, the cost would far surpass the profit, so Yu Jitae persuaded Jael. Of course. Ah, got it. And you guys get up as well. Let's get going. Aki, they replied and raised their bodies. It was time to end the prank. Yu Jitae opened the door and went outside again as light seeped in and brightened up Jael's face. Balm, who had been slightly worried about Jael sobbing, sneaked up to check her face and found her down-slanted eyes were now curving in a radiant smile. With a wide smile on her face, Jael wore her shoes. Her smile was brighter than the midday sun. Chapter 299. Cottage Industry 3. Jael's promise wasn't too different from the other candidates, and unlike what Yu Jitae suggested, she promised to give out burgers upon election. Our Jael is cute, so wouldn't a lot of them choose her? No. I heard her image went to the gutters after selling stuff like a merchant. But that's only the kids in the same grade as her, so that shouldn't matter too much, though. Her sisters said a line each, as Jael returned an awkward smile. It was hard to guess the results of the vote because she had been honest in her speech. Yu Jitae took the kids and was on the way to the rented kitchen. They were going to now make 30 sample burgers that would be given to the students of her class. Instead of lying about giving 0 burgers again, Jael thought it would be better to give it to a small portion of students to raise their expectations. That's right, it was Jael's suggestion. After arriving at the facility, they went in and found all sorts of cooking utensils and spices neatly arranged inside the large and clean kitchen. I looked up a recipe on the way here. It was when Balm was about to activate the hologram display of her watch. It's fine, Yu Jitae stopped her. Sorry, I know how to make one. Aang, really? Keel asked with an astonished voice. It was because Yu Jitae had never made a single burger during the 4 years or so of their time together. Burger was a dish he knew very well from a distant past. Laying down the ingredients that he bought on the way here, Yu Jitae began to skillfully move his hands. He sliced the lettuce to the desired size and created thin layers of tomato, as well as onions and pickles. After that, he covered the pan with butter and cooked the buns until the sides turned yellow and crispy. The kitchen was soon filled with the mixed smell of cooked bread and butter. Oh, what? Did you work at McDonald's before? It smells amazing. His movements were so natural that the kids watched with amazement. From what he could remember, the second iteration was the last time he made this. It was such a long time ago, but he was so used to making the burger that his body moved on its own. Burgers, it was mysterious. Making this suddenly brought up the buried memories of the distant past. First iteration. When Yu Jitae was still leading his first life, there was a long war. Monsters and superhumans flew around in the sky, and the TV screens talked about the deaths of such and such people every day. In the midst of the war, a boy lost everyone in his family and became an orphan. Back then, there were plenty of kids that were like that. Kids who lost their parents to the claws of the monsters, who were chased out onto the streets with their houses bombarded and left with nowhere to go. Later, the boy did enter an orphanage, and although the life at the orphanage was also extremely impoverished, the life before that in the streets was difficult to the point that he could have died any day. It still faintly remained in a corner of his memories. Like other beggars and orphans, he scavenged through bins to fill up his stomach and survived by drinking the dirty river water. Sometimes he had to fight other orphans for bins or lie down on the streets and suffer from a stomach ache. One of his eyes was smacked by a beggar to the point that it could not be opened, and whenever it rained, he had to lie on the streets drenched with water with no roof above him and shiver in his sleep. That was when he was 11 years old. After starving for 4 straight days, when he was powerless and his vision was starting to fail him, Yu Jitae's feet made him reach a certain fast food restaurant that was at the corner of the main street. He smelled something ridiculous right when he was walking by the entrance. The smell was both savory and salty that could immediately make anyone drool. It was a shocking smell. Burgers. As he blankly stared at the image of a burger that was hanging outside the store, someone opened the door and walked out. Startled, Yu Jitae quickly moved away, hid in an alley, and pacified his fast-beating heart. That's a burger. The burger that he last ate with his parents. Impossible. The scent that he just smelled was incomparable to that burger from before, and simply thinking of that smell made his heart race. It was a smell that could drive people crazy. Ever since that day, Yu Jitae began to observe the burger restaurant from a distance. Everyone that entered it were wearing military outfits. Most of the ones with enough money to survive in these times of turmoil were superhumans. Behind the transparent windows, superhumans ate the burgers, dipped fried potatoes in ketchup, and sucked their drinks in. Gulp, he watched it while constantly gulping. He didn't know why or how, but one day he couldn't endure it any more and vacantly entered the restaurant towards its closing time. Then he begged the owner for a burger. Back then, Yu Jitae was extremely egoistic, yet timid. He never begged for food, even if it meant he had to starve, but the unbelievable smell of the burger bent his ego. This is a leftover. You can have it. And there, Yu Jitae met a benefactor. After finishing the entire burger, he gave a bow and was about to leave when the owner of the store called him. "You're the one that lives under the bridge over there, right? How old are you? What happened to your parents? And do you want to work here?" She was a lady, an adult who was a lot older than him. He could no longer remember her name or appearance. "The government is going to build more orphanages, and there's going to be one more near this place, in around 3 months. So if you're okay, let's live together until that time comes." If he still had parents, they would be around her age. Because of that, Yu Jitae, despite being always filled with caution, was able to lower his guards around her with a bit more ease. The place he thought of as a store was in fact an area that was turned into a restaurant by remodeling her house. Walking past the door that was next to the kitchen, he saw 2 rooms and a bathroom. She took Yu Jitae into the bathroom and washed him, and gave him food and a place to sleep. The next morning, she taught him how to make a burger, and because he was skilled at moving his hands, Yu Jitae quickly learned the necessary skills. "I can't give you any money, though." It wasn't like they would accept more customers with Yu Jitae helping out, and she wasn't well off either. In one of the rooms was her older brother who had a very weak body. He was a nice person, but he had a disability and had to ride a wheelchair. Yu Jitae could remember seeing big, bulky men come in the weekends shouting at her to pay off her debt. Despite that, she provided Yu Jitae with endless kindness. Whenever she had time, she took Yu Jitae and went to the nearby creeks and mountains for a picnic. She made Yu Jitae help her brother get on the car, and sometimes gave him allowances so that he could buy things he wanted to eat. "They are building another orphanage in Nanhyandong next month. You can head there," and showed him a direction. There was something Yu Jitae always wanted to ask. It was something he couldn't ask because of his timid personality. "Great job working until now." A question that he couldn't voice out loud, that stayed holed up in his mind until the day of their separation. "Thanks for everything." Saying that, he turned around. But he suddenly thought that he would never get to ask the question if he didn't ask it now. So the 11-year-old Yu Jitae turned around and called her as she was about to get in her car. "Wait." It was then. Keel's voice put an end to his trail of thought. Her eyes were filled with doubt. "Huh, what meat is that, by the way? Why, it doesn't look like beef or pork. It's something tasty." Yu Jitae shook off the memories of the past. It was a meaningless recollection. In any case, the key to this strategy was the meat. The meat he had prepared was that of a baby minotaur. It was tremendously savory, and the meat was both chewy and soft. It was the king of delicacy that had yet to be known to the public. In around 10 years, people would discover this and make it public, but it was currently known to practically no one. With ease, he sliced off a portion of it, blended it, and mixed them together. After seasoning it with salt and pepper, he placed it above the fire without oil as the savory smell that forced people to drool spread across the kitchen. It was due to this fabulous smell that baby minotaurs were hard to find in dungeons. This scent was the result of its mana attributes, and the other beasts also knew how delicious it was. Yu Jitae added the layers one by one, and the burger was soon complete. Whoa, that looks insane. What? Let me see, let me see. Yoram and Keel approached with a startled look on their faces. Both the appearance and the smell were perfect. He divided it into 4 portions and handed them to the kids. After taking a bite of the burger, Keel was incredibly shocked and created a fuss. Wow, 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 this is crazy. This is crazy. Sex Yoram also enjoyed it tremendously, which was very rare to see. Both Balm and Jael were also surprised and praised Yu Jitae for the burger. Would this do? Yes, 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 yes. It was hard to see a reaction like this out of Jael, and fortunately, it seemed that the kids were quite enjoying it. Let's make it together then. Things were finished in the blink of an eye after that. They made 30 samples and delivered them to the kids of her class who were shocked after having a taste of the burger. It's insane, super nice, ridiculously nice. Someone made this. Who? Jael replied with a bright smile on her face. It was only at school that she could say it. Opening her mouth, she said, "My daddy." After remembering the scary daddy, her friends suddenly began a debate on what meat this could be. Kids were honest and were quick to move. The story of the ridiculously delicious burger spread from her classmates to the entire grade, and those students who had younger siblings at the same school persuaded them by talking about how great it was. Time passed quickly until the day of the election, and thanks to all the hard work, Jael was elected as the school captain. After that, Yu Jitae and the kids made burgers for 2 straight days, but it was nothing difficult for the regressor and the dragons. The burgers led to further astonishments after reaching the school. Kyuhai, Jael laughed. Kyuhihi, with each of her hands carrying $500. Kihihihi. She ran up to Balm and fanned her face with the bundles of cash. Do you like it that much? NN, how much? I can die in peace. Balm giggled in response. Soon, Jael turned towards Yoram with a serious look on her face. Yu Jitae had paid the rent but not the labor costs. Yoram had worked hard for 20 hours, and her hourly rate was $5. She walked towards her. As soon as the red pair of eyes looked back into her eyes, Jael gazed at her as if she was looking at a bug and opened her mouth. You sly little fox. Yoram thought she was hearing things. Do you think you are the first of your kind? What do you say? You approached my Jitae because of money now. Saying that, she handed her $100 note, and only then did Yoram realize what she was doing. The source of all trouble was the morning drama that she had seen a few days ago. It seemed that the scene of the mother-in-law giving money had left quite an impression in her mind. "You're such a kid," Jael chuckled out loud, and this time ran towards Keel, who received her with a wide smile on her face. After congratulating each other, they stuck their heads together and whispered about something. Then, how much more do we need? NN. Yoram looked at the 2 kids before shaking her head. She had no idea why they were so excited and giggly. Lastly, the child went to Yu Jitae. Jael dashed up to him. She stood in front of him and carefully counted each of the notes before extending her arms with $800 in hand. There was a resolute look on her face. What is it? Is this a repayment? Yes. Why are you giving it to me? I don't need it. But Arjasi did everything. But to think the petty Yu Jael would give him so much money, thinking that, Yu Jitae reached out and grabbed the cash. However, there was a slight retaliation. Jael glared daggers at his hands and stubbornly held onto the notes. When he stopped his hands, Jael went oops and gazed at his eyes again, with her eyes shamelessly telling him to hurry and take them. So he tried to pull the cash away, but was again met with faint resistance. Why was she trying to give it despite subconsciously wishing to hold on to it so badly? That was the question on his mind, but on the other hand, her attitude brought his mind back to the distant memories that had resurfaced while he was making the burgers. Wait, everything from back then was faint. The old lady's face, her clothes, name, background, time, season, everything but one thing, her words, still vividly remained in his memories. Why were you so nice to me? I am a beggar, an orphan. I might not be able to repay this favor ever in my life. The young Yu Jitae asked the old lady in a time that would never come back to him, and in response, the lady replied with a smile. When I was your age, I was lost in a foreign country. That was when a missionary from the Philippines took me in, gave me food and a shelter, while asking for nothing in return. I appreciated it so much and asked him, "Why did you help me out so much?" And this is what he told me. When he was young and troubled himself, someone helped him the same way. The smell and taste of the burger he received from her on the day they met was shocking. But the words she left behind on the day they parted was even more shocking than the burger she gave him. You don't have to repay the favor. But if you see a child that needs help, help them out at least once. It was something Yu Jitae from back then could not understand. It was a bizarre form of altruism. The world had then changed. It was almost impossible to see starving children in the streets. Besides, for him to have such a selfless mindset, the life he had led was too long and strenuous. He became too selfish to help others out of pure goodwill, and was not wise enough to enlighten others either. His eyes lowered and faced the small hands of the child that were holding $800. However, he thought that maybe Jael would be different. "I don't need it, so you can keep it. Really, instead, can you hold my hand?" NN. After holding his hand, Jael widened her eyes into circles. The things he experienced were conveyed from his hazy memories into her head. With a startled look on her face, she looked at you, Jitty. "Later, if you see a child that needs your help, help them out at least once." The burger in the past was an encouragement to his life. Okay. The encouragement of a person he didn't know was conveyed down from a certain middle-aged woman to him, and from him down to Jael. Okay. And in the future, it would reach someone he didn't know. Chapter 300, First Experience, 1, Head of Isolation Chambers. Themithi. The isolation target B-12 has woken up. 1448, it was a weekday. Yoram went to North Europe to spar with a European ranker. Balm and Keel went outside, and Jael was at school, so there was no one else in the dormitory. Head of Isolation Chambers. Themithi. The isolation target B-12 has refused to follow the restraints. 1451, Head of Isolation Chambers. Themithi. The isolation target B-12 started going on a rampage against the Grade 0 agents. We will now raise the security grade of the target and implement further measures to control it. 1459. She seemed to have come to herself 11 minutes after waking up, but because of the half-broken heart, she shouldn't have been able to use much of her original powers. On the cold winter afternoon, Yu Jitae changed his clothes and left Unit 301. But why was she here? NN. Season. Her white and soft one-piece dress revealed her shoulder lines. A light brown cardigan was draped over it, but looked as if it could slip off any time. And on her head was a flower pin that Yu Jitae had bought for her. Balm was chatting with Kang Arjun at the association. It was a bizarre combination. "Haru, did you not mention that you were meeting someone?" "Yes, that's right. I came to talk with Arjunani. That was when Kang Arjun, who was standing next to her, explained with a bright smile. "Ah, the thing is, Season, it's going to be that menu today at the cafeteria." "That menu?" "Yes, yes. I heard Miss Haru saying that she liked it in the past, so how could I be the only one having it? That's why I contacted her. Soft and delicate, right, soft and delicate, and spicy sweet. I would have been sad if you didn't call me." They laughed out loud together. Yu Jitae found it strange. Were they always this close? Rather, it was his first time seeing Balm smile like that in front of a person other than the dragons. "Were you always this close?" Or, of course not. At the start, she gave off a very distant feeling, like she's too pretty and has something like an aura. That suggests that you shouldn't go near her too much, right? Covering her mouth, she then carefully whispered, "You know, she looks like a noble princess, right? But I realized Miss Haru's personality was nothing like that. One day she started treating me comfortably, and I was able to get closer to her thanks to that." He gave a nod, but that was when Balm followed up with another question. "What brings you here, Season?" "I came for some errands." Balm naturally walked closer, and at a distance that was too close for his comfort, she gazed up into his eyes and softly asked, "Would you like to have a meal together?" It was such a pretty voice, but he wasn't here for a carefree lunch. "I would have to refuse. Because of work." "What kind of work is it?" "It is related to the post-war adjustments. Please enjoy your time." When Season treated her with utmost respect, the ones that were working at the office realized once again how respectworthy Balm was. On the other hand, Balm was also nice to other female workers other than Kang Arjun and constantly smiled at them. For Yu Jitae, who had occasionally doubted her social skills, it was a good thing to see. He remembered her saying that she was uninterested in forming relationships, but it seemed that she at least had the social skills to make them. After seeing that much, Yu Jitae walked away. The moment he entered the underground isolation rooms, a young woman wearing extremely thick glasses walked up. "Welcome, Season. It's great weather today." Patahara Thamithi. She was the head director of the underground isolation chambers and was the only human that could call Oscar Brzenk for work-related matters. This right to summon the sovereign was something even Chaliavan didn't have, so she had a unique role in the association. Seems you're interested in outside, whether even though you're underground all day. Of course. The characteristics of Director Thamithi was that she stayed holed up underground to reduce the odds of leaking confidential information, and that she slightly lacked social skills as a result. And because there is nothing to talk about when I meet people, I tend to watch the news very often. I heard there's an infectious disease going around these days, but have you been taking care of your body, Prophet? You might be fine, but if you wash your hands often and make that a habit, you can escape roughly 40 types of illnesses and stop the increase of harmful bacteria. That she was very talkative. Stop. You're noisy. My apologies. How are things going with B-12? On the way down to Maya's isolation room with Thamithi, he asked. She didn't look like she was in a very good mental state. One of the Grade Zero agents was killed, while the other one had his neck twisted and is barely alive. Did B-12 twist it? No, he did it himself. Would you like to watch the footage? Yu Jitae watched the recording. After waking from a deep sleep, Mayu touched her hair. She soon looked around the surroundings to confirm where she was at, and tried to break the walls and the chains using her mana. However, her mana output was insufficient, and the use of mana was obstructed by her chains. She then punched the wall with her fist and shouted. Two Grade Zero agents entered the room after that as Mayu shouted at them and pointed with her fingers, commanding them to do stuff. Would you like the sound on? Other than a request to let her leave and the request to bring the one that confined her, were there any other requests? It was exactly those two. You know everything, as expected of the prophet. As for the order, she asked for the one that confined her first, and then requested to leave, but from the perspective of non-verbal communication. She didn't actually show signs of actively wanting to leave. Yu Jitae turned his gaze to the screen and brought his index finger to his lips. In response, Thamithi shut her mouth. Inside the screen, the Grade Zero agents, who were all criminals, glared at Mayu with a disrespectful posture. That was when Maya's eyes began to glow in purple as the Grade Zero agents wrapped their arms around their heads in pain. One of them drove his own head into the wall and killed himself, while the other grabbed his own chin and head to twist it. It is assumed to be a brainwashing ability. Have you heard some details of that entity from Yu Jitae? Yes. Then this shouldn't be anything surprising to Thamithi. How did you handle it? We have released sleeping gas and have activated 4 types of chains, but B-12 still hasn't fainted. But we did confirm the activation of the chains of ECMA that are placed around her neck. She fainted for a few seconds at the time of its activation and has now calmed down a lot more. All right, can I go in? Ah, there are Grade Zero agents inside trying to clean the mess. Should we make them come out? It's fine. I will go in when they come out. Would you like to listen to an interesting joke while you're waiting? No, my apologies. That was inappropriate. There were currently 17 floors underground at the isolation area of immense risk factors. Yu Jitae went straight to the isolation room of B-12, and Grade 2 agents followed from behind as soon as he entered the corridor. This long corridor had 3 doors. Each of them were crafted with heavy lead, black steel, and coated mithril, which obstructed all sorts of mana and electric signals, as well as a physical escape. While the agents were cleaning the inside of the room, the woman's grumpy voice could be heard from the corridor. How many times must I say it? I am telling you to bring him here, the one that locked me in this place. How come none of you can understand what I am saying? I am personally speaking in your lowly language for you. It was a voice carrying mana that inflicted pain in the ears of the Grade Zero agents. You will. That's what the other guys said. They told me to wait. How weak do I look to you for you to try to deceive me in such an arrogant manner? This won't do. One of you can go outside and convey my words, but the other has to remain here. The agents startledly replied that they could not do so. Immediately after that, a bowl flew to his face and pushed the agent all the way back until he crashed into the wall. Drenched in porridge and frightened, he lowered his head. Are you still not going to stay? I should call someone else then. What? You guys are in charge. I don't even have to talk to them, though. Want more people come to clean up when there's a corpse. They were so terrified that they couldn't continue cleaning, so there was no longer any reason to wait for them to finish. He pushed open the mithril door and walked inside as 3 pairs of eyes turned towards him. Come out. Ah, yes. In response to one of the Grade 2 agent's words, the Grade 0 agents hurriedly left the room. The camera and the mic of the room soon turned off. Ho, you're finally here. Yu Jitae slowly walked up to Mayu. I was looking for you. Firstly, the facility here is quite uncomfortable, you see. He then raised his hand. I just woke up and slap. Air burst forth as her head turned to the side. The shock that was powerful enough to momentarily daze even a polymorphed adult dragon made her widen her eyes in surprise. Her head slowly turned back towards him, and touching her reddened cheek, Mayu sneered. She silently glared at Yu Jitae, and after seemingly chewing something inside her mouth, she spit it out onto the floor underneath the bed. It was a white, cracked tooth. What is this supposed to mean? Mayu asked, with the condescending gaze of an adult dragon looking down on a human. You better know your own place. My place. Do you not understand your position? My position. My place. Those are some strange words you are using. What is wrong with my position? Why wouldn't I say or do whatever I want? Is that supposed to be a question when you're locked up in a place like this? Yeah, I have no idea, so you tell me. Why should I stay still like you are telling me to? Yu Jitae quietly gazed into her eyes for a bit before opening his mouth. You give off a very different feeling to other adult dragons. Very immature and naive. You are probably stronger than the average 5-0-year-old dragon, and yet your actions make you appear less than 1,000-year-old. Are you not going to tell me anything about my position? Shut your mouth. Maya's purple gaze gleamed with a brutal aura. Her gaze alone gave off a tremendous sense of presence and status, and it seemed as if the true body of a dragon was looking down at a feeble human. But naturally, it failed to impact him in any way because Yu Jitae's presence was far greater than hers. After opening his internal alternate dimension, he pulled out a large cubicle bag. Mayu, you must cooperate with me from now on. She seemed to have found his words laughable and asked back with a smile. A cooperation, huh? So why does it sound like a command to me? Is that related to my position that you were talking about before? Last warning. Shut your mouth. It was a black dragon that he already detested, and was one that he would love to immediately tear into pieces. A black dragon like that, not knowing the situation and constantly defying him, irritated his mood. Ho! But Mayu did not step down. So it seems that my position that you have arbitrarily labeled me with is somewhere underneath your feet. Like how you're acting as if my head's under your feet. That's why you can easily slap me on my cheeks and command me as such. Am I wrong? How ridiculous. Although I was defeated by a human in the blink of an eye, it happened. Yu Jitae dashed forward like lightning and pushed forth his coarse hand. His hand was wrapped around her tiny neck as the entire bed sunk and crumbled down. Getting on top of Mayu, Yu Jitae used both of his hands to strangle and suppress her by the neck. Kook, as if she couldn't believe it, her widened yet frowning eyes glared back at Yu Jitae. Looking down into such eyes, he opened his mouth. Oi, it was a heavy and dense voice. I've told you to shut your mouth. Kook, Mayu closed her eyes and couldn't reply back. Her body resembling that of a human stopped breathing as the blood flow also came to a stop, turning her pale face into red. Suppressing his desire to immediately twist his hand and kill it, Yu Jitae opened his mouth. Should I tell you your position? Cuck, it's nothing much. This is your position. Cock, with one grip I can break your neck. That is your position, and it's no different from snapping a weed that I do not like. Think about it yourself. How strong would your weakened body be compared to a random weed? Through their touching skin, the mana of the black dragon tried to seep into his body, but Yu Jitae shut it down before it could. I will now do a simple dissection of your body and experiment with it. You must cooperate with me. Your life and death is in my hands. If you obediently cooperate with me, there will be no meaningless strife. Depending on how things go, I may release you within 20 years and let you go. Hut, Kook, but if you constantly defy me like this, I can't let you lead a comfortable life either. I need to make things easy to control, but I am not proficient at soothing and pleasing people. But I do have plenty of experience in torture. Would you like a try? Only after saying everything did he release his grip by a little. Due to the tight pressure, there were beads of tears in her eyes. Her breath slowly returned, and her eyes hazily opened back up. When her purple eyes looked back at his eyes, it formed a ferocious frown. Mayu pursed her lips and, tui, she spit at his cheeks. Chapter 301. First experience too, while gasping for breath, the purple pair of eyes filled with hatred glared at him. After wiping the spit that was on his cheek, Yu Jitae raised his hand. Slap. Her head turned to the side as her two arms instinctively tried to push him away. Grabbing both of her wrists with one hand, he pressed it down onto her chest and indifferently raised his other hand again. Slap. Her head turned to the side as blood and saliva flowed past her torn lips. The inside of her mouth would probably be in a mess right now, but she didn't do anything besides retaliating. Indifferently, he raised his palm yet again. Slap. It echoed across the isolation room. Blood flowed from her nose, and her eyes were also tainted in red due to one of the nearby vessels popping. She wriggled her body in pain. Up to here was a reaction he had expected. However, Maya's gaze remained unshaken despite the slaps, and her emotions were stable. Even dragons had hierarchies and tended to crawl before the strong, but she was different. Therefore, he raised his hand again. Slap. His hand was like a whip. Slap. It made her bleed all around her cheeks. Slap. The pain accumulated. Mayu crouched her body and wriggled and shivered to break free, but in response, he grabbed her by the hair and pulled it up. Ook. The only thing the powerless adult dragon could do was to thresh its legs around. Pushing her into the wall, Yu Jitae raised his foot and kicked her and continued with the violence. After endlessly hitting her for a few minutes, her struggle began to subside, so he similarly stopped his movement. That was when Mayu slowly raised her body. Despite her face being covered with wounds, she looked at Yu Jitae with a clear, unwavering gaze. While spitting out blood, she wiped her face with a shivering hand. Mayu was still very composed. Yu Jitae, on the other hand, knew that he was barely holding on thanks to a small string. His rationality threatened to snap on its own any time, and the reason he excessively attacked Mayu is because he felt the need to unleash the impulse, lest it accumulate into accidentally killing her. Slowly, like a cat licking its wound, she licked the blood off her lips. Then her lips curved up into a mocking sneer. Seeing that, Yu Jitae almost lost his rationality. Key X. It was then. The gaze that was always on him suddenly became bigger. Vintage Clark's friend, the black cat or the large mechanical monster. Key X was a being that allowed Yu Jitae to confirm and see his emotions. Yu Jitae had no idea why its gaze had suddenly thickened, but after noticing it, he began to reflect on his actions. He inhaled and exhaled in order to suppress his impulsive thoughts. My nemesis. That was when Mayu opened her mouth with a cracked voice. The composure could still be felt from her voice. I thought about it. I have been hostile to you, and I have attacked humans, and yet you left me alive. Why would you do such a thing? There must be a reason. Although I wasn't sure about the reason, Mayu placed her hand on her chest. It is probably even more priceless than the value of this heart. Huck, Huck, she had trouble breathing. Mayu right now was like a normal person who was involved in a big car crash, so speaking should be painful already, and yet her voice was still clear. And your words just then have convinced me. Cooperation, vivisection, experiment. There is something you want from my body, and that exceeds the value of this heart. And what about it? Until now, you have placed my life on one side of the scale when threatening me, even though you have more to place on the other side of the scale. You must have thought that I would value my life. He squinted his eyes. It was true. According to his research, the focus in life of everything in creation across all dimensions was the transmission of their genes. In other words, the biggest objective in the life of an organism was reproduction. Whether it be bugs, dogs, cats, humans, or even orcs, that was how it was because life was limited, yet genes would continue down forever. However, things were different for dragons who lived up to 10 years. Their lives were seemingly endless, and they thus attached more meaning to their own life than the reproduction of their race. The most important thing for dragons was their individual lives, and dragons tended to be more and more obsessed with their own lives with age. This was recorded down in a certain researcher's essay as a weird situation. The essay mentioned that if that was the case, wouldn't the bizarre race of dragons inevitably meet its end with time? It's not just once or twice that I've seen you guys struggle desperately to survive. Yu Jitae knew the answer. Because of their worrisome trait of attaching more importance to individual lives than the continuance of their race, the Ancient One had attached a device that would make them avenge the deaths of the hatchlings into the origin fragment. If not for that authority called protection of infant dragons, dragons would not spare a single glance even if the hatchlings were to be killed somewhere else. Right, right. I assume it wasn't an empty bluff that you met several dragons, but do you know what? I am a mutant. Her purple eyes bent like bows with a gaze profound enough to absorb the world. Living long was never my intention. Lead a decent life, enjoy a decent lot, and have a decent death. Life is not precious to me in the first place. How dare you try to threaten me with my life and arbitrarily assign me this position? Mayu gave a crooked smile. It was the smile of a person who was in control of the negotiation. My nemesis. The reason you didn't kill me is because I have to stay alive for that vivisection and experiment of yours. But if you make me suffer any more than this, I will die without any hesitation. Do you think you can easily kill yourself in front of my eyes? It's as simple as stopping my heart. The heart cannot be stopped unless the pain reaches a critical threshold. This too was one of the authorities inherited down the origin fragment. Heart suspension, the reason why he couldn't stop by of the fourth iteration from stopping her heart. The reason why even the green hatchling of the sixth iteration was unable to stop the blue dragon from stopping its own heart despite being next to it. Dragons, upon their suffering reaching a critical limit, could stop their heart and kill themselves. That is exactly correct. But haven't I mentioned it? I'm a mutant. I can decide my own death even if there is no pain. Yu Jitae couldn't say anything in response. He couldn't believe it, but what surfaced on the eyes of Equilibrium was true. What? My position? No, my place? How laughable. Her slow tone of voice specified who it was that was in control of the situation. It was due to a variable that he hadn't expected that stemmed from her mutation. If you want my body, do as I command you to. Why are you silent? Isn't this similar to the cooperation that you were talking about? But I am not going to stay holed up in here, and there's no reason for me to follow your words either. However, being able to kill herself was different from dying. The black dragons in particular were more obsessed with their lives. No, you will not be able to die. Me, why not? A dragon forcing their heart to a stop is only when death is seen as the better future. Are you telling me that's how miserable your life is? Who knows? Being locked up and bashed by a mere human might be a miserable life for some. I will die if I am not the one leading the negotiation. That was what Mai was saying. I do not believe there is a single black dragon in the entire world that would end their own life. However, the moment he talked about the black race, the smile vanished from Maya's face. Do not pretend like you know anything about my race. Is that not what I have said before? You seem to have no idea about how your race is living because you've been wandering all your life. You don't know the disgusting measures they resort to simply survive, do you? How dare? Shut your mouth right now. Yu Jitae considered this extreme reaction of Mayu to be a positive sign. He had sensed it before, but Mayu appeared to have some sort of pride and attachment to her race. What? I've told you. There were tons of such dragons out of the ones I've met. Each and every one of them were underhanded, disgusting, and stubbornly hung on to life in hideous ways. Shut your trap, my nemesis, unless you want to see me end my life right now. You will not die. From 150-year-old hatchlings to 70-year-old dragons. Every black dragon pollutes the world and tarnishes everything around them, and yet values their life so much that they want to be the only one living an eternal life. Am I wrong? Stop, Mayo blocked her ears, refusing to hear his words. Therefore, Yu Jitae walked up and forcibly pulled those hands away from her ears. Oot! She desperately threw a fist, but he grabbed it and continued. Cooperate and don't create a fuss. Or pretend like you're cooperating and betray me later. You can do what all the other dirty black dragons do. Even if you do so, I won't be disappointed because I already know you guys are always like that. Stop, stop. A shredding scream echoed across the isolation room. In the blink of an eye, Yu Jitae pulled his body back as her sharp claw slashed through thin air. There was now a gap between them as silence filled the room. With an expressionless look on her face, Mayu heaved a sigh. The look of composure soon returned to her face as she faced Yu Jitae and smiled while biting her lips. Well, let me see you try before long. The mana changed starting from the heart of the black dragon. The pulsations of the heart gradually began to slow down. Thump, 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 Yu Jitae twitched his eyes. You, what are you trying to do? What do you think? Are you suddenly trying to kill yourself? Is this supposed to be a protest? Seemingly thinking that she was the one leading the negotiation again, Mayu smiled. I'll say it one last time. Give me my freedom and do not stop me. Then I will cooperate with you to some extent. Maya's dragon heart began to slowly lose power. Her eyes lost focus as the blood flow started to slow down. Her scattered black hair wavered as her purple eyes dimmed. Her breath became faint. Even the hand that was placed above her stomach lost power and slipped down. With a faint groan, she closed her eyes. Mayu gradually began to die, and her heart tremendously slowed down. I'll give you 60 seconds weigh your options in that instant. What Yu Jitae had placed on one side of the scale became useless, and a heavier weight was added to her side of the scale. Or I'll die still with her eyes closed. Mayu smiled. It was obviously a provocation. The composure in her voice was quite unfitting of her current dying state. And you can do what you want. With my corpse, he closed his eyes as a hot impulse rode down his vessels. He found it laughable how he had to make it survive within 50 seconds despite wanting to kill it immediately. There were 50 seconds remaining. Are you trying to negotiate with your life on the line because nothing else is going to work? Do you think that would work? The one suffering a bigger loss will have to move, right? Yu Jitae frowned. Mayu could not die here, over 1,000 iterations, over hundreds of years in time. It was the first mutant he found that had a cracked will of the Ancient One, out of dozens of dragons that he had seen. This was an opportunity he got because of hostility running amok in the 7th iteration. He had no idea when he would be able to meet a similar entity after this iteration. There were 40 seconds remaining on the clock. However, there was one thing that Mayu didn't know. The one suffering a bigger loss, is it? Mayu did not know the number of black dragons that Yu Jitae had met in the 5 iterations. All right, just die. Die, if that's what you want to do. Mayu did not know how Yu Jitae knew the locations of all the black dragons in the nearby dimensions. But before you go, have a look at one of my memories. And did not know that all those black dragons had been killed by Yu Jitae. With less than 30 seconds left, Yu Jitae approached her again and grabbed her hand. It was a small and white hand. She resisted with her feeble remaining power, but could not stop his fierce grip. Despite nearing her death, the innate ability built into their mana of assessing the emotions and memories of the one in contact moved. Memories of 5 iterations appeared in Yu Jitae's mind. Although there were countless holes due to not being identified as iterations, they were more than enough. In that instant, her hazy eyes widened in a flash. Yu shaking her powerless arm, she tried to push his hand away. Let go. Why should I let go? In a fit, she shook her hand and tried to push his face away. However, she was stopping her heart in her already weakened state, so she could not push him away at all. Memories that were too painful to watch endlessly flooded in. Those were the memories of when Yu Jitae was massacring the dragons of the black race. Towards Mayu, who held pride and affection for her race, Yu Jitae opened his mouth. It was a stupid dragon, a memory of the 700-year-old dragon, Alican of the dimension Jayaga, losing its head to his attack. How amusing it was seeing it thrash around on the floor. A memory of the 800-year-old dragon, Kiryuga of Umutuna, left wingless from his ambush. This one was quite stubborn. A memory of the 150-year-old hatchling, Alan of the public dimension Hamkin, whose heart was ripped out by his hand. It was old and sluggish. A memory of a 700-year-old elder dragon, Aeon of Katraka, who had its skull crushed in one strike. Everything was sent to Mayu except for their death. Despite killing all of them, for some reason, there were holes in his memories in the exact moments of their death. However, that was enough to get the meaning across. There were 15 seconds remaining. Mayu was silent, but through eyes of equilibrium. Yu Jitae spotted her mind, undergoing a rapid change. Her emotions and her hatred were reaching the limit. Her feelings were that of a girl who saw their parents being bashed to the brink of death, and her mana sharpened like glass fragments. There were 10 seconds left. Her voice trembled. Why was it that Mayu was overly attached to the black race? Was it because they were in the same boat as her? But for that to be the case, other dragons of other races appeared different. Perhaps it was related to her being a mutant. Do you know your place now? There was a memory of a black race's hatchling mixed in his memories, and Maya would have sensed that that hatchling was not dead yet in this timeline. How would that make her feel? The regressor knew the exact answer. You can go. There were 5 seconds left. But if you do. Yu Jitae released his grip. 3 seconds. Her small hand wriggled in the air. Expect all of them to follow you one by one. A beastly growl resonated across the isolation room. Thump, 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 thump. 1 second. The weakening heart began to beat again. Although it was still weak, it meant that the death had stopped. At last, Mayu yielded. Chapter 302, First Experience 3. What were those memories just then? Who knows? Did you kill all of them? Yu Jitae shook his head. Things have gone back in time, and all the black dragons that he had killed should all be alive again. They are all alive for now. Mayu had already given in, so it was not a wise idea to continue instigating her hatred. Her favorability facing him was at extreme levels already, and was close to exceeding the limits. Considering that they had to spend quite some time together due to the experiments, it was a better idea to create an amicable relationship, even at a superficial level. He used the stick, and it was now time for the carrot. There is no need to hate me too much. He found it ridiculous after saying such words, considering how he already hated Mayu himself. Let me reiterate this. As long as you cooperate, I will guarantee as many things as I can. It takes 100 years for a normal dragon to create their nest right. If you did that in 5 years, you must have been trying your hardest to settle on Earth while cutting down on your sleep. You must have been desperate as well. Her slanted lips faintly curved downward. She realized that the momentum had completely shifted to his side, filling the 72nd floor of the Tower of Mages with the dragon's black metal, ethereal, making the tower stand on your side, and inciting the entire world with a fake identity was all for you to live a good life, was it not? I'll respect that at the very least, and I will guarantee that you won't be mistreated during your isolation. I will also give you some freedom. Her loosened eyes were still filled with hatred, but it was hard to decipher her exact thoughts. How aggravating soon, her heart began to beat as usual. So my race hasn't died, yet Hamayu said while gasping for breath. It seemed that the mere attempt to stop her heart had caused trouble for the body. She grabbed her chest and calmed herself down before wiping the blood off her eyes with her white wrist. Yeah, ask me anything if there is something you want to request for the cooperation. The outline of the negotiation was finally set. Yu Jitae was the one in control of the negotiation, and he didn't necessarily hate deals that were made under his lead. Mayu glared at Yu Jitae. Lowering her gaze, she looked at her reddened wrists before turning her eyes towards the crushed bed. Soon, a light of resignation flashed past her eyes. I will demand 3 things speak. But by the time she gazed back up into his eyes, it was again filled with hostility. 1. Do not abuse me more than necessary. That will depend on how you act. As I have stated, no more than necessary. Yu Jitae remained silent. I will take that as a yes. 2. I conform with being isolated in this place, and I will help with the experiment. However, I wish for a treatment that fits my status. What is that about? Do you wish to get treated like a king? Anything wrong with that? Explain the details. Move the isolation room to a bigger place. Send in attendants that will move as my hands and feet and reduce the chains to the minimum. Give me an animal that I can play around as a toy, and if I ever wish to spend time quietly in this place, let me lay my hands immediately on anything I desire. All right, it wasn't anything difficult. What's the last? Before saying that, there is a question I must raise. My nemesis. What exactly is the vivisection and experiment that you were talking about? It is regarding your heart and the origin fragment. How many experiments and how long would it take? That is unclear. It won't finish in one go. It would have to be several times. Yu Jitae was expecting Mayu to request for freedom at the end of the experiment. No one in the world unconditionally wished for death, and Mayu must in the end have some desire to live as well. After some hesitation, Mayu opened her mouth. After one experiment, let me leave the isolation room for a short time. But her request was different from what he had been expecting. You want to leave? Yes, that won't do. Why is that? Because it'll be troublesome. Any other requests? None. This is something I cannot concede. I'm a black dragon, and we are the wandering race. I am tired of being locked up in one place. Her expression was serious to the point that he could sense the resolution behind her request. Where are you planning to go? Wherever my feet carry me. To do what? Whatever I lay my hands on. In other words, she had nothing planned. Yu Jitae stopped his words. If Mayu had to go outside, there was only one way to do it. There is a condition. Speak. Wherever you're going and whatever you're doing from the moment you leave the isolation room until you return, you must be with me. You cannot go outside the boundaries I have regulated, and you cannot do things I tell you not to do. Mayu curiously asked back. Right. I was expecting that much. But what is this boundary, and what are the things that I cannot do? Brainwashing someone, deceiving them, attempting to run away, or sending those disgusting thoughts of yours to someone else. Things that interfere with my experiment. What disgusting thoughts. If only I could torture you to death revealing her fangs, Mayu growled. All right. What about anything else? How about coming into contact with humans? It will be fine as long as they do not interfere with the experiment. Even if I were to allow 10 able men into the bedroom, do you mean you will be simply watching over the window? The debaucherous life of dragons is none of my business. Mayu glared at Yu Jitae with a crooked gaze before caressing her aching cheeks. She contemplated, but she probably knew that this was everything he could permit and that there weren't any other things she could choose. My nemesis. Before long, Mayu opened her mouth with a resigned look. Explain the experiment process to me. There will be a physical and mana contact with the origin fragment, so you will be splitting the skin. Yes. How dangerous is it? It won't be dangerous at all. Will you be inserting objects? I hate discomfort. There is none. The experiments will end with each experiment. However, it will be painful and will thus require anesthesia. At times, a recovery will be necessary after the experiments. Does that bag have tools for the experiment? Mayu pointed at the cubicle bag he brought in. No, that's for the anesthesia, since the shock and pain will be considerable. Tranquilizing the dragon heart is something difficult to imagine. It is quite troublesome. It will take around a fortnight for the anesthesia to tranquilize the entirety of an adult dragon's heart. All right, I have understood it all. She raised her body that had been leaning on the wall. Begin right now. That heart experiment or whatever, after fixing the broken bed. No, do it now. I must get out of this suffocating place as soon as possible. All right. Things advanced smoothly now that they had matching thoughts. Mayu used magic to create an alternate space on the floor and laid herself down on it. Yu Jitae approached her and opened his bag. Before starting the experiment, I will carry out the anesthesia. Sit back. Once it goes in and you feel sleepy, do not resist it. But blinking her purple eyes, Mayu said something outside his expectations. There is no need. What? There is no need for anesthesia. Did you not say it would take a fortnight? Lying on the ground, she grabbed onto the neck part of her t-shirt with extended claws, and pulling it straight down, she ripped it in half. The body that was made by mimicking a human body was revealed. Do not waste any time. Mayu closed her eyes. He had mentioned already that he would be cracking open the dragon heart. It was like ripping open a person's flesh, and naturally, dragons also felt pain. Even though she tended to act like a young entity, things like this made her look like an adult dragon. Yu Jitae closed the bag and sharpened the killing intent at the tip of his fingertips into an extremely fine and keen point. Thanks for your cooperation. The words that unconsciously left his mouth were surprising even for him. It seemed that he had become used to daily lives so much that such words had left as a habit. In response, Mayu widened her eyes and glared at Yu Jitae with a hostile gaze. She then seethingly uttered words one by one. You little shit, he didn't reply. Instead, he formed over 40 utensils by articulately crafting them with killing intent. There were 7 different types of knives as well as hammers, chisels, electric chainsaws, wires, and needles. If you show signs of pain, the experiment will immediately come to a stop, and I will carry out the anesthesia. I do not mind pain. It's not because I am being considerate of your pain. Every little twitch will be an interference to the experiment. Do as you wish. Saying that, she closed her eyes. Jing and the chainsaw of killing intent began to rotate. Mayu suffered throughout the experiment. By tearing through the flesh and cracking open the bones, Yu Jitae approached the dragon heart and the origin fragment in various ways. By crushing, splitting it, embedding devices and injecting liquids. Despite the pain, Mayu remained still, and all she did was occasionally frown or grab the bed sheet. Thanks to not a single groan and not a single twitch, the experiment smoothly came to an end. After he healed the wound and closed it, is that all? Yeah. Then leave at once. Mayu finally released her tight grip on the bed sheet and fell asleep, so Yu Jitae covered her body with a robe. She had lost a tremendous amount of vitality, so she needed to take a long rest. Before leaving the basement, he told Thamithi, "Leave B-12 alone for it to recover. I will later send you further terms, so follow them and contact me as soon as it wakes up." Okay. After ending the work at the isolation room, while walking down the long corridor, Yu Jitae had to pacify his emotions that were drenched with excitement. The results of the experiment were extremely good, to an unbelievable level. Due to the crack in the will of the Ancient One, Yu Jitae was able to access the origin fragment via mana, and there, he identified 9 authorities that were being individually operated. One of them would be heart suspension, while the other will be the immediate summon for the amusement. The likes of infant dragon protection, long-range dimensional intersection that forced open a fissure to the distant dimension upon death, and amusement assistance that stopped hatchlings from being overly attached to their amusements should be included. In the next experiment, he had to distinguish them and tell which was which. And if he could identify the authority of long-range dimensional intersection, he would be able to find the coordinates of their dimension, which he couldn't find due to the sheer distance, and open a fissure. The reason he could progress and envision the future experiments in one go was because of his built-up experiences from the 4 iterations. It won't succeed in 1 or 2 experiments. He might have to sacrifice a few things. However, compared to all the time he had thus wasted, he predicted it to take an immensely shorter amount of time. And if he could confirm the coordinates, if he could at last confirm those coordinates closing one of the doors, he continued down the long corridor as something wriggled within his emotions. If he could find it, the baby dragons would finally return home. Yu Jitae reflected on the memories of the past. In the night sky of his imagination were stars. That was the regressor's dream, and an aspiration that he had harbored for so long. It was too far to reach, and too hazy to see. At times he was zealous, telling himself that he would definitely see it, and undoubtedly reach it. However, it all turned vague after repeating failures upon failures. It should be somewhere around there. I'll reach it one day if I proceed on. No matter how long he waited and tried, he could not see the stars. The world was too dark for him to see it. Yu Jitae stopped his feet. Something squirmed from the depths of his heart. His blood felt scorching hot. The pulsations of his heart reached his ribs as the blazing blood rhythmically flowed down the arteries to every nook and cranny of his body. His entire body felt heated up from the rising temperature. This wasn't good. Excessive expectation has always been poisonous. The emotions that had returned from living daily lives were the problem. The regressor could not deny that his rampaging emotions that had surged up after seeing the concrete evidence were agitating him. How long had he lived trying to just see those stars? He turned around. Off in the distance down the corridor, he could see the firmly shut entrance of Maya's isolation room. The light seeping out of the palm-sized window attached to the door appeared like a road sign in this dark tunnel. His eyes wavered and couldn't suppress the movement behind his chin. By silently standing still, he quietly restrained his bursting emotions. On the other side of the darkness were flickering stars. Mayu only woke up from her sleep after a few days. Chapter 303. First Experience 4. Early in the morning. As the dry and refreshing winter breeze seeped through the window, Balm faintly opened her eyes and rubbed them open. A sweet voice woke her up from her sleep. Yu Jitae was talking by himself in the living room. "Yes, Season. Yu Jitae speaking. There is something I want to request. Is this regarding the isolation chambers?" "Yeah. Can I get some time for it soon?" "Ah, is that the thing about B-12 going outdoors that you've mentioned?" "Right, to let it have some fresh air. Can you get the word across beforehand, thanks? The matters related to the immense risk factors leaving isolation rooms must be requested face-to-face due to security reasons. Is it urgent, by any chance?" "Why? Is there something on your hands right now?" "I've actually taken the morning off for some personal reasons." "You took the morning off?" Zhu Hayan hesitated a little before adding more words. "I have an arranged marriage meeting today." "You're meeting a man?" "Yes, first meeting." "How rare for you to see someone." It was more intriguing than rare. Zhu Hayan had never married anyone in the past iterations. In other words, it meant that she had been single for hundreds of years. "It'll just be a short meeting in the morning, so it won't affect work. There's not much time, you see." "Who is it?" "For him to not have time to meet someone like you who only sleeps 2 hours a day." "Ah, I mean I don't have much time." "I see. Then please do that for me as soon as you go to work." All right. Good luck on your appointment. Ending the call, Yu Jitae turned around. From behind the small gap behind the door of her room, Balm was peeking his way. Her emerald eyes blinked as soon as their eyes met. Good morning. She then suddenly walked out of her room with a big stretch. Did you have a good sleep? And then the weather looks amazing today. What do you want for breakfast? How about some fast food? Sounds good. Balm naturally approached the sofa and laid herself down next to him while resting her head on his thigh. She then turned on the hologram display of the watch while humming, "What should we feed the kids today despite their kiss?" in the lounge room of the warp station. Balm still tended to lean on him like this quite often. It was Yu Jitae who was the most troubled by this, as he thought Balm was uncomfortable with sexual atmospheres and the likes because she had yet to experience such things. Oh, yeah. By the way, who were you talking to on the line just then? What, on the watch? Yes. She sounded and appeared very casual, so he replied in a similarly nonchalant manner. Yu Jitae. That day, Yu Jitae headed to the association. He would now take Mayu outside and take a short break. In the meantime, the agents of the immense risk isolation rooms will move everything to a bigger room and carry out the things she had proposed. It wasn't difficult for Yu Jitae to assume that today would be a rather uncomfortable day. How? I wish you wouldn't greet me with that disgusting mouth if you could. Because those words were the first things he heard the moment he opened the door. He detested the Black Dragon, and similarly, the Black Dragon also hated himself. Considering their relationship, it was obvious that having to stick to each other when going outside wasn't very well received by either of them. How's your body? Answer me, or there will be no going outside today. Mayu didn't move her lips. She looked up and threw him a short glance. It has gotten better. Right, it shouldn't be getting worse. Her dragon heart and the origin fragment had to recover a bit more before the next experiment. I've already applied for a leave on the way. We can go out whenever you want to, but it'll only allow up to half a day. Is there anywhere you want to go? Mayu pondered. Where would she try to go? He could easily guess the location. Hatchlings, being similar to humans, was because of the short span of experience and time they had built up. However, a one-time experience became an everlasting memory in the unforgetting memories of adult dragons. Due to becoming numb to stimulation, what adult dragons wished for tended to be bigger sources of stimulation. In other words, they were generally dirty and disgusting things. I've wandered through dimensions for a long time, ever since I was very little. That was when Mayu started talking about things he wasn't even curious about. After coming to Earth, I found out that this mysterious world contained things that I had never seen or heard of. It was what everyone, including Chaliavan, who came from different dimensions, always said about Earth. Her words were going in one of his ears, going out the other, but Mayu continued rambling reminiscently while gazing off into a distance. I've found some worlds with technology where magic coexisted with cogs, but a world this advanced in technology was a first. Even I, as a dragon, was seeing it for the first time, and yet the humans of this land lived without even appreciating it. I found that intriguing and judged that this world was one that was worth settling in to end my hundreds of years of travel. My plan was to quietly stay in a corner after making a nest and explore the new world. He was only half listening, but he could still guess what she was trying to say. That long introduction was to put the blame on you, Jitty, who had ruined it. And what? Just get to the main point. So where do you want to go? Mayu was similar to 5-0-year-old adult dragons in terms of strength, but she said with her own mouth that she was between 500 to 10 years old. It was obvious where dragons of that age would head to. With that in mind, the regressor was thinking of all the dirty places that it could ask for. But after some hesitation, Mayu talked about a completely unexpected location, a museum. Mayu wanted to have a look at the chronological development of Earth's technology. That's why she wanted to head to a museum, but she didn't know which museum to go to. A museum, the regressor thought to himself. The technology of other dimensions that she had seen were probably those worlds that developed cogs, weaved cotton with tools, and had oil pressure at best. In other words, they were around the 18th–19th century on Earth, similar to the technological state during the Industrial Revolution. Thus, Yu Jitae decided to show the technological and scientific development that happened during the 19th–20th century. Fortunately, there happened to be a museum in Paris that had gathered evidence on the modern development history that went all the way until the 20th century. That should be enough. And if she enjoyed it, it was easy to find what to do on her next leave. He just had to show the scientific skills developed in the 20th 21st century. Yu Jitae took Mayu, who hid her appearance with a mask and a cap, and went to Paris. There were not many things that he had to do. The first thing he did was to hire a guide because he didn't want to talk to her all day. What you see here is a replica of the tin foil phonograph that Thomas Edison had invented in 1877. He introduced her as a girl from an uncivilized tribe who knew nothing about the world to the guide, and because he didn't want to walk next to her, he left a few steps between them and monitored her movement. A phonograph? What is that? Mao very much acted like a normal person, like the time she first met Yu Jitae. Firstly, let me show you how it works. The guide touched the replica on display and said while turning the handle, "Welcome to Paris full of wonders." In that instant, Maya's heart reacted. She observed the machine with her acute senses but tilted her head because she didn't sense any mana from it. "Welcome to Paris full of wonders." Ah, Maya appeared startled. It was an impressive fabrication which momentarily deceived even him. Were you surprised? A phonograph is a device that saves sound. Do you see this needle here? Sound has a vibration, and the vibration gets transmitted here to swing the needle, and the needle leaves the vibration as a record down on the spinning cylinder. Then we get some dents on the cylinder depending on the vibration, and when we retrace it back with the needle, it plays the recorded sound. You were. Like Yoram staring at a good weapon and Keel looking at new macarons, Maya's eyes flickered with light. Is the recording function on the watch based on similar principles? She asked. Sorry. Haha. No, that's not the case. That is an incomparably more developed technology, because this here is almost 300 years old now. 300 years old, the guide continued with the explanations. Starting from the wireless telegraph over the Atlantic 1901, controllable gliders 1902, penicillin 1929, magnetic tapes 1931, and jet engines 1940, to the first computer colossus 1943, all the way to the satellite Sputnik 1957, which humanity managed to send off through the atmosphere. As if possessed, Mayu followed the guide and listened to his explanations, seeming very satisfied. She also bought a replica of a controllable glider as a toy/souvenir. Mayu wanted to buy more, but Yu Jitae stopped her. Why can I not get more? He was uncomfortable seeing Maya's undisguised expressions of joy. There's no money. You are not a beggar or anything. Do you not have money for a single toy? Of course I have money. Then, but I have none to use for you. I wish you go kill yourself. Like a child, Yu Jitae's emotions were unstable. Thinking back on black dragons disgusted him, but the fact that she was a precious experimentable subject that he had found after a long time made him think that it would be fine to do one of what he would do to the kids. This too might be a thought that he earned during his daily lives, being uncertain of what to do like an average person. Before leaving the museum, Yu Jitae bought a toy replica of the satellite Sputnik and gave it to Mayu. It was on a whim. What is this about? But Mayu looked at him with an indifferent look on her face, and he had nothing to say in return. When he didn't say anything, Mayu raised the toy Yu Jitae bought and chucked it down on the ground. Clank! It shattered into pieces and scattered. Yu Jitae endured the impulse to run up and grab her by the hair to similarly chuck her down towards the ground. It was his fault for acting on a whim. Let's go. The way back was uncomfortable for both of them, and they said nothing to each other. But the problem was that he had bought two presents on a whim. He was going to hand them out one by one, and there was now one still remaining in his hand. Sitting in the lounge of the warp station, Yu Jitae contemplated before giving it to her once again. It was a small phonograph toy. It didn't actually operate like a phonograph and was just a toy that recorded sound like a recorder that looked like one. Throw this too if you don't like it. Mayu, who was sitting a seat away from him, did not receive the small gift. Therefore, he placed it on the empty seat between them and completely shut his mind off it. He was no longer curious whether she even received it or not. Yu Jitae read the newspaper with his watch and waited for their turn at the warp station before heading to the association. For my first ever date with a male, it was a mess. And when they arrived back at the association, Mayu suddenly gave him a grade which Yu Jitae was naturally not even interested in. And what about that? Ha, never mind. Why would I bother? Leave, Mayu said while shaking her fingers. Obediently stay here till I come back. Hope you eat shit. Unless you want a hole in your head. Leaving behind Mayu, who was raising her middle finger in the new isolation room, Yu Jitae turned around. Their first leave that was as uncomfortable as it could have been, thus came to an end. Left alone inside the room, Mayu took the phonograph out of her pocket and quietly stared at it. Black dragons placed a lot of importance on new experiences. Seeing a machine that operated without a single movement in mana was similar to seeing magic in a world without magic. So this little thing here copies sound without using any mana. Thinking that, Mayu carefully pressed on the record button. Ding He was done with most of the work. Because there was something he had to convey to Zhu Heian, he looked for her at her personal office and saw something bizarre. Inside Zhu Heian's office, Balm was doing something with Zhu Heian in front of her. Ah, welcome, Chief Season. Startled by the sudden visit of the prophet, Zhu Heian stood up and saluted him. He saluted back before turning towards what Balm was carrying in her hands. She was holding a thin brush, which had been used to draw near the eyes. In other words, it seemed that Balm had been doing makeup for Zhu Heian. Hello, Season. What has brought you here? NN, I was helping Heianunni with some makeup. Makeup, Heianunni. Zhu Heian awkwardly let out a smile after sensing his gaze. It's nothing much, but I coincidentally came across Miss Soothsayer at the cafeteria around lunchtime. After some conversation, we realized our personalities matched mysteriously well. So we thought of having tea, and I even talked about the marriage meeting that I told you about in the morning. Apparently, things have gone very well for Annie today, Bam said with a chuckle. Zhu Heian turned towards her with an embarrassed smile, with intimacy oozing out of her gaze. Yu Jitae was skeptical due to various reasons. In his 90 years of service at the association, Yu Jitae had never gotten that close to Zhu Heian, not a single time. He had always been thinking of her as a human computer, so seeing something like that out of her was mysterious, and the process of Balm getting that close to her was also something he became curious about. Ah, and apparently they are going to meet in secret during the association's dinner event tonight. That was meant to be a secret. Sorry, Balm and Zhu Heian looked at each other before giggling out loud. They looked very close and intimate. When Balm turned her eyes back towards him, he sensed the same intimacy that was in Zhu Heian's gaze from her eyes. The time he had spent with Mayu and the gaze he felt from her at times must have really been uncomfortable, judging from how it was so relaxing to receive her gaze. And by the way, Season. Yes, what is it? If you have time tonight before continuing with her words, Balm wetted her lips a little. She appeared to have no idea about it, but it was a habit he noticed after spending years together. She seemed relaxed. Her eyes were calm, and her voice was the same as usual. But when she does that, and uses her small tongue to lick her lips like a cat, would you like to come with me to the command center's dinner event today? That was when she was nervous. Chapter 304, First Experience 5, let me double-check the schedule. Why is she nervous? It started off as a small doubt, but as he continued thinking about it, he discovered various strange points among her recent actions. These days, Balm had gotten very close to the members of his office, including Kang Arjun. Going around the association, she started meeting people and learning work, and now she was even doing makeup for Zhu Heian. It was in stark contrast to how she would usually act around people. Was she simply trying to find more to do after getting used to working at the association? He continued thinking as his doubt gradually increased in size. Balm always moved based on deliberate calculations. She always acted after thinking and never the other way around. Kang Arjun, Zhu Heian, and the agents of the office that she became closer to by approaching them first. Isabella Kampavic, Wei Hongwei, Patricia Maska, Greta Jennekamp, Iana Goradia. What was the thing in common between these agents who were different in both race and nationality? Yu Jitae felt slightly uncomfortable. They all happened to be female. Could you come with me for a little? If there is something you would like to say, of course, Season. Get in the car. Yes, Opa. He took Balm to the underground parking lot and got in the car. Balm, is there something happening these days? No. Why do you suddenly want to go to their dinner event? Are we not allowed to go if there's nothing wrong? The fragments of his doubt were too far apart to connect into one piece. Why have you become so proactive these days? Can't I? It is weird, though. It has already been several months since you've joined the association, and you were putting a distance between you and them to match your image of a soothsayer. Yes, but I think I've been too indifferent to my surroundings. Indifferent? What do you mean? I suddenly had this thought a few days ago. I think I've been living my whole life staring inside a cylinder. Inside a cylinder. Yes, like the core of a tissue roll or a straw. It's nice to focus and look at one thing through it, but that makes it impossible to look at the surroundings. And when the thing you were staring at through the cylinder disappears, you immediately lose track of it. He couldn't understand her words, but there seemed to be no reason to continue with this Q&A. Her words were false according to the eyes of Equilibrium, SS. Having a false for the answer meant that her response wasn't an authentic one that stemmed from her sincere thoughts. Balm, are you hiding something from me? Nothing these days. True. Are you trying to do something behind my back? How and why would I do something behind your back, Opa? True. Don't misunderstand my words and reply as comfortably as you want to. Are you planning on hurting someone? No. True. Soon, her lips formed a pout as a sullen look appeared on her face. Why would I suddenly hurt someone? What a weird question. Sorry if that offended you. I'm not that much of a psycho. You know, I've never once thought of you as a psychopath. In any case, if Yu Jitae knew everything and she had no plans of hurting other people, it shouldn't be a problem. He decided to let go of those doubts for now. Are you coming to the dinner later? You wanted me to go, didn't you? Then I will. Balm once again licked her lower lips. Okay, that night. The command center's dinner was held at a wine bar. Rather than a formal one, it was for people that liked socializing to come for a chat, and was more similar to an in-company party than a formal dinner. Naturally, the higher-ups like the five Transcendents and Oven weren't here today. Because of that, Yu Jitae, who was swirling his wine glass at the corner wearing a business shirt and a tie, was a difficult person to approach for them. He was like a professor who came to a university party of students. It was evident by how some of the agents awkwardly greeted him before immediately going further away. Despite the prevalence of human death these days, it was still straight after a huge incident, so the people weren't very rowdy. They dropped their business mindset a little to share some conversations about their personal lives. There was one person who gathered the eyes of everyone present. It was none other than Balm. Haru, can I please sit next to you? Yes, of course, Unnie, Miss Soothsayer. The thing you told me last time was such a great help. Wow, really? Would you like to have some titiakbaki together when we have time? I would love to. Her connection wasn't limited to the 5th Command Room agents. It included many people from other departments, so various women naturally began to gather around Balm. There was definitely something in her mind. It was then that his eyes met with hers through the gap between the crowd. Her hair was done up. Not a single blemish could be found on her skin despite her sitting under the lights. A black choker was around her neck, and a thin layer of makeup was on her face. On top of that, she was wearing a white baby doll dress. It was rare for her to put so much effort into dressing herself. But Haru, how come you never wore clothes like these until now? Right, you really look fantastic today. You look just like a doll. Where did you get these clothes from? There were so many people bustling near Balm, but she still sent sincere gazes to each, and every one of them, and naturally continued with the conversation like flowing water. The fragrance of nature softly spread from her. Her clear voice was a delight to listen to, and her beautiful eyes bewitchingly gathered their gazes. Everyone that was talking to her became engrossed in Balm. As time passed, and people got more comfortable at the dinner, Balm slowly stood up from her seat. Excuse me, NN, where are you going? I asked him to come, but he's sitting alone, so some of the people that just discovered Season were quite surprised. They wanted to follow Balm and have more conversations, but none of them were willing to share the same table with Prophet Season. Even Kang Arjun wasn't very willing because it was burdensome. How come you are alone on such a fine night? But there were still many ears on them, so Balm maintained the appearance of a mysterious soothsayer despite being alone with him. I believe you are enjoying yourself. There is no need to be concerned about me, as I feel more comfortable staying alone. And so did you, Jitty, but you've come a long way. Would you like a glass with me? Yes, of course. In that dark area, with the only source of light being the dim lamp, as the LP disc in the turntable played a heavy yet slow melody. Clink. Yu Jitae and Balm clinked their glasses. He expected Balm to leave after that, but she remained in her seat. As he was wondering what she was trying to do, Balm rested her chin on her two hands and gazed at Yu Jitae with her usual eyes. It was different from the eyes she showed at the association. Her eyes were slanted in the shape of the character 8, and she deeply stared at him as if she was gazing into the depths of his soul. Quietly, she stayed like that. That silence, for some reason, felt like the start of a certain event. That was what the regressor's intuition told him. Whenever this girl, who was like a nine-tailed fox, did strange things, there tended to be reasons regardless of whether he knew them or not. In other words, something was going to start. Her head was tilted to the side, and her eyes that deeply stared at him curved like bows. Her smiling lips opened before coming to a close. After some hesitation, she barely voiced it out. "Thanks for everything." That was what Barnes suddenly said. "It's thanks to you that I've become happy. Please don't worry about it." Was it a simple sentence of gratitude, or was there some other intention behind it? He knew that something had begun, but had no idea what it was. That was when Balm covered her mouth in slight surprise. "Ah, sorry. Was that a slip of a tongue?" In any case, Yu Jitae had to show respect to Balm within the association for her authority. "By no means. It was sudden, but it's okay. I must be drunk, but it's not made up. I've always wanted to say this to you. It's an honor." Balm breathed in and out, going hoo-hoo. "Apparently you become sober faster if you breathe in and out like this." Who isn't that a superstition, is it? He decided to stealthily show his doubt. "You seem to be in a very good mood today. Did something good happen? You also seem to have drunk more than usual. Why do you act so drunk?" Usually, Balm tended to reply connotatively whenever he asked such questions. "There are many good things, of course. It's good talking to such awesome people, and sitting in front of you like this also," but her response was different today, and she actually seemed drunk. "If you have drunk too much, how about you stop drinking now?" "NN, it's fine. So what if we get slightly tipsy?" A drunken tongue blurts out wrong words, and the body tends to behave disgracefully. "It concerns me that it might dishonor your face. If you're really drunk, then stop it right now." There was no way that the clever Balm wouldn't have understood the meaning behind his words, but she shakily shook her head. "No, that doesn't logically make sense, because I am not drunk. You seem to have relaxed yourself too much. Hugh, I am not a 1-year-old child. I can control it, and besides, I don't drink like this anywhere else. But isn't it fine to get a little tipsy today? Why would that be fine? Because you are with me by my side." It was a sweet-sounding word that was pleasant to the ears. In fact, it did ease his mood and soothe his heart that was starting to be filled with suspicion. On the other hand, he still couldn't understand what she was trying to do. What exactly was wrong with her? Balm, however, did not allow him the time to think about it. "You can't leave by yourself." "Of course, ill never." And then Yu Jitae changed his mind. Maybe Balm really was drunk and was saying anything that was going through her mind. Thinking that, he deemed it necessary to end it here in order to maintain her dignity as the soothsayer. Clink, their glasses collided once again, and he drank the wine in one go. Afterwards, he opened his mouth trying to suggest that they leave now, but that was when Balm put something into his open mouth. It was a canap that they had ordered to have alongside the wine. A cracker with cheese, cream, and fruit on top. Slightly surprised, he looked at Balm as she continued staring at him with a smile. Balm trying to feed him food was something that she had been doing for a long time. However, this was the association, and Yu Jitae was prophet season, and yet Balm had treated him very much like how she would in their daily lives. "How does it taste?" "I tried it, but it was really delicious." He quietly crunched the thing that was in his mouth while feeling intensified gazes from the surroundings. The glances that were occasionally being sent towards their way had suddenly changed into explicit and open gazes, let alone Kang Arjun and Zhu Chayan, the members of the Fifth Command Room, and the ladies that Balm had befriended recently, as well as some of the male agents, were all staring at Yu Jitae and Balm with eyes filled with intrigue and curiosity. "Don't tell me, Shiso, I immediately thought of you, and wanted to let you try it, only then did Yu Jitae realize it." Her words finally resolved all his doubts. The reason why Balm suddenly approached Kang Arjun and Zhu Chayan to get closer to them. The reason why she left the impression of a wagging puppy to others to make that relationship seem natural. And lastly, the reason why she repeatedly expressed her affection towards him while pretending to be drunk. All the scattered puzzle pieces finally came together. Monsters that hunted in hordes tended to gather the food they hunted into one place and apply their thick saliva on it to ensure their foods won't be mixed up. It was like labeling the food and was called marking. Similarly, piss was also used to mark territory that implied to others, "This is mine," and this is my territory, so do not come over. Taking that approach, Yu Jitae finally understood Balm's actions, as well as why she intentionally waited for everyone to settle before coming to him. Balm was marking him as her territory. Chapter 305. First Experience 6. For a long time, Balm gazed at Yu Jitae with deeply immersed eyes that anyone could tell. She expressed her trust in Yu Jitae, talked about her happiness, and lastly, she naturally fed him food. Not a single expression among that process was explicit, but was enough to widen the eyes of the onlookers. Anyone could make a guess after seeing her attitude. Oh my, are those two in that sort of relationship? The relationship between the two of them had always been one of the big questions inside the association. Prophet Season, who suddenly appeared at the association and violently jolted the executives, and later appeared like an omnipotent god, and the young and beautiful soothsayer Haru that was brought by him. They came at different times of the day, but were always together when going off work, and they were more than often riding in the same car. None of them dared to ask them about their relationship, but everyone could still guess that they were very close. Some of them exercised their imaginations and likened them to a princess and a bodyguard that frequently appeared in fairy tales. Their doubts that had been gradually increasing in size were finally answered. What did I see just then? Maybe they really are lovers. That was when Yu Jitae modified his mana into a very thin and secretive string and shot it towards Balm. It was a mimicry of the long-distance communication skill Silent Noise. He transmitted his thoughts. Balm, what are you doing? You called me selfish, didn't you? Her reply brought up some of his memories. Back when things happened with Carrot Girl, Yu Jitae consoled Balm, but also reprimanded her for being selfish. Balm's emotions had gotten the best of her, and she ended up ruining a lot of things. It was similar to a child's rapid change in mood, and was considerably violent as well. Selfishness at that level could harm other people and could be poisonous to her in the future, so he wholeheartedly rebuked her by calling her selfish. What was her response back then? You are making me selfish. Through the string, Balm explained. She said she wanted to chase certain women out of the association but couldn't so she befriended everyone. Sorry, Opa. I can fix everything else, but this is something I cannot change. And in front of the eyes of such friends, she furtively announced that Season was hers. Maybe I really am selfish, Yu Jitae was inwardly quite amazed. He knew Balm was skilled at social interactions, but he hadn't expected it to be at this level. For better or for worse, the news would now spread, and people would remind each other of their relationship and discourage anyone from approaching him. There probably wouldn't have been any woman approaching Yu Jitae already, but this would give Balm the certainty. Besides, her actions just then were extremely exquisite and stuck to the level that wouldn't cost her any authority. Despite her jealousy, Balm managed to perfectly control her emotions and the situation to get what she wanted. It was remarkably well organized, but there were also concerning points in this situation. Balm, I asked you before whether you were doing something behind my back or not. You told me there was none. I was just trying to make friends in the end. It was true that she wasn't intentionally hiding it from him nor trying to deceive him. That's not a friend in the true meaning of the word, is it? You should have let me know at least if this was what you were going to do, and ask for permission beforehand. One mistake, and all your authority that we had excruciatingly built up could have crumbled. Yes, however, you did pull it off without a problem. You probably know yourself so ill. Stop with the nagging. Balm nodded. With drooping eyes, she silently gazed at the reddish-black wine inside her glass. But what pushed you into doing something like this? That's what I'm curious about. She replied with a gloomy look on her face. Sorry, I can't tell you that for some reason. She had a very melancholic look on her face, so he stopped asking her questions. In any case, since things were already in this state, Yu Jitae decided to play along Balm's strategy. Balm was sullenly lowering her head, but that made her look as if she was dozing off on the outside. People were still throwing glances at them, so Yu Jitae gently laid his hand on her small head, slowly pulled her head towards him, and allowed her to rest on his shoulder. Startled, Balm's heart pulsed out loud. In fact, Yu Jitae had connections to other female superhumans as well. It was common for him to meet Genie in Siam for matters related to the Tower of Mages, and also sometimes conversed with the new chief aide of Chaliavan, Armin. However, there was one reason why Balm only got close to Kang Arjun and Yu Jitae. Most of the Asians had black hair. Time passed as more alcohol entered the systems of the attendees. Balm pretended to be asleep for a little before getting up. Her eyes after waking up were evidently brighter than before. After that, she shared a conversation with him regarding how she spent time at the association and fed him canap, cheese and crackers whenever she had the opportunity. Her two eyes were fixed on Yu Jitae, and her ears only listened to his words. And after sensing that Yu Jitae wanted to spend some time alone, she stood up and moved back to her seat, but constantly thought about Yu Jitae on the way. After dropping all the complex thoughts, Yu Jitae felt a strange emotion during his chat with Balm. It felt as if the 1 square meter of space between them was Unit 301. He pondered on what it could be and realized that it was probably comfort. It was intriguing because he had never felt comfortable just by being around certain people before. It might have been more obvious due to comparison with the exceptionally uncomfortable time he spent with Mayu in the morning. Meanwhile, something interesting happened on the other side. After going back to her seat, Balm joined into the conversation of the fifth command room females that she had gotten close to. The women's ages ranged from late 20s to 40s, and their conversation topics were something else. "Ha, Miss Arjun, you've never kissed before." "Ah, yes, not yet. That's because you are always in the office working. Shouldn't you meet some men while you're young? Is that how it is? I am quite ambitious, you see. So I feel going for romance on top of that is being overly ambitious. Or something like that. What's your ambition?" "I want to become the future chairman of the association." "Ha ha ha, you're crazy," they laughed. Up till that point was fine, and even Balm was gently smiling in the mix. It was part of her plan to get close to the people, but the problem was that they had gotten too close, to the point that they could comfortably share conversations about male and female relationships. The conversation that started off with kiss naturally became more and more blunt. "I'm telling you, my first experience was horrendous." "Why? My husband was 24 years old back then, and that must have been his first time as well. He didn't know where was where, you know. Oh my, really. That's so innocent and cute. No, it is not. Do you know how much although Yu Jitae wasn't interested in listening to others' experiences, Balm being flustered in frank conversations like that was an amusing sight. So he decided to listen a little bit more. Right. We were newlyweds back then. And he would jump at me during breakfast and jump at me at night after coming back from work. Oh my, oh my. Ego, good times they continued with such unrestrained conversations. With a blank look on her face, Balm was only half listening to the conversations and her vacant eyes were off focus. But that was when the arrowhead shifted towards her direction. Hmm. So, hesitantly they asked, "Haru, can we ask you something?" "Yes, Linda, stop. Why would you ask something like that? She's still too young." "What? No, she's not that young. She said she's turning 24 this year. That's old enough to know everything these days." Really?" An old grade 4 agent who was a little bit more drunk than others asked with a knowing smile on her face. "Miss Soothsayer." "Why, yes. Could you tell us that by any chance?" By that you mean." Actually, there were a lot. A lot of people who were very curious until yesterday. "About which?" "About the relationship between Sir Prophet and Miss Soothsayer." "Yes, right, right." People nearby nodded in agreement. They appeared excited after just confirming it today. Those things. I don't really know much about." Questions flooded her the moment she shook her hands. I don't think so. Since you're not denying it entirely, that means something did happen, right?" That Yu Jitae thought to himself. Whenever conversations like this were brought up in Unit 301 because of Yoram, Balm tended to ignore it. Why? It was because it was embarrassing since she had yet to build tolerance for such conversations. "I think Miss Haru is a master at romance." "Right. I saw her giving a lot of tips to Director Heian." "Really? I mean, she's so pretty, so how many men would she have around her?" I have none." Balm, who had instigated such conversations in order to comprehend the concurrent relationships of the people inside the association, was instead put in an awkward spot in those conversations. She had fallen into her own trap. "No, but you always go off work together, so I thought something must have happened already." "There's nothing, I thought so too. You two look amazing together, by the way." "Ah, thank why so. Have you held hands?" "Wait, actually, you were leaning on him before, so have you kissed?" My. Of course she has. Didn't you see how they were lovey-dovey before?" "Right. Maybe Season is unexpectedly extremely sweet when they're alone." Oh my, one of them even whispered to her by using mana. "How are things at night?" Balm was startled. Not knowing what to do, she fidgeted and was at the brink of tears. Yu Jitae felt amused seeing a fox fall into its own trap. Meanwhile, the women laughed after seeing the embarrassed Balm, but did not cross the line. They did not cross the line that Balm had drawn, which meant that her authority was growing stronger despite them being relaxed around her. Soon, Balm gave him the SOS sign. She tapped her watch, and it seemed that she had sent him a message. His watch soon vibrated, but he did not bother checking it. When Balm sometimes glared at him, he looked away and later even turned off the watch because of all the constant vibrations. "Excuse me, let me head to the bathroom. I wanted to go as well. Let's go together. Sorry." Her plan to escape failed. Even after coming back from the bathroom, they continued on a similar topic. Only when it was becoming pitiful to watch did Yu Jitae interject and pull Balm out of the mix to go back. They teleported and headed straight to the residential area of Lair. On the way back, "Your watch must be broken." Balm, who had been silently forming a pout, suddenly began mumbling, "It's perfectly fine." Then my messages must have evaporated. Feeling amused, Yu Jitae closed his mouth, but Balm continued reproaching him. "Like, why didn't you help me? You were listening the whole time." "No, I wasn't. I know you were. It's too much here. I am so embarrassed I feel like dying, and yet you're just watching from the side." It was impossible for me to leave by myself. In that situation, Balm was sincerely grumbling, which was quite a rare sight. Thinking that a kid was still a kid, he asked, "How is it embarrassing? You really don't know. Just ignore it. You're a good at it, aren't you?" But she stopped talking, so he turned and looked at her. Balm's expression was as remarkable as a piece of art. She glared at Yu Jitae with a resentful gaze before widening her eyes into circles and bending her eyebrows into the shape of the character 8. She clenched her lips and faintly dropped her head. Soon, she reopened her mouth with a sigh. "It makes me visualize it in my mind, of course." It seemed that visualizing the candid personal matters of others that she didn't even want to know about was a burdensome thing to do. After that, Balm walked a few steps behind him and focused her gaze on the watch. She seemed quite sulky and didn't say a single word until they arrived back at home. Walking alone, Yu Jitae did not smile. He had never smiled when alone, but throughout the entire way back, he was amused. "Please, help me with this homework." "All right." After returning to Unit 301, and while helping Jayal with her homework, he looked at his watch and finally checked the messages that he hadn't seen before. Seeing the messages made him feel amused yet again. "You Balm. Upper you Balm. Upper you Balm. Ajasi Opa Yu Jitae you Balm. Please save me you Balm. Let me out you Balm. Help me you Balm. Please TT you Balm. Why aren't you reading my messages? You Balm. Help." He could sense the urgency from her messages. But underneath that, he saw more messages that were sent at a different time. They were sent several minutes ago, meaning that Balm had sent further messages on their way back. "You Balm. Just letting you know, I'm not a naughty child. You Balm. I really wasn't thinking about anything weird. You Balm. What did this naughty child here mean?" Yu Jitae belatedly sent a reply. "Me. Think about what you Balm. I don't know. Don't talk to me today." He immediately received the reply message. He thought she must be sincerely upset, but that was when he suddenly remembered her words from before. "It makes me visualize it in my mind." Chapter 306. Umbrella 1. Tap, tap. Keel groaned. Something was tapping her on her face, and it was most definitely Chirpy. The baby chicken tended to sing in the morning when it was time for Keel to wake up. It would sing, chirp, chirp, telling her that the sun was up and that she should wake up. Tap, tap. But today it did nothing but tap. 5 more minutes, whatever the case. Keel stretched out her hand, trying to hug the baby chicken. It was a habit. Chirpy had the softest fur in the world, so it was tender and soft to hug. However, Chirpy avoided her hand. When her hand found nothing but the air, Keel opened her eyes in wonder and saw the baby chicken staring at herself. They looked at each other for a few seconds. Chirpy did not approach or act cute like it always did. It merely gazed at Keel, as if it was viewing a work of art, as if trying to etch the scenery into its head as much as possible. After a few more seconds, Keel's hazy eyes became increasingly wider. "Honey, yeah." It was a rare weekend at Unit 301 with everyone gathered. Yoram had returned from Europe after a 2-week training with a ranker, and Keel was resting at home after applying for a leave due to not being able to find any meaning from further schooling. Sheik sitting on the terrace, Yoram was sharpening the edge of her sword with a whetting stone. "Because we are dragons, yeah. We will live a lot longer than others, yeah. By a few thousand more years, yes. Then all the organisms around us will die before us, right? Sheik Yoram stopped her hands and turned around to face her younger sister. Keel's voice was a lot calmer than usual. After staring at her for a while, Yoram opened her mouth while moving her hands again. I guess so. Elves, who live the longest, only live up to 1,000 years, while only a handful of demons and devils can live up to 1,000 years. Most of them would die and vanish before us. I see why. I just thought that would be very heart-wrenching. Is that so? Don't you think so, Annie? Not really. Why? If everyone you get close to dies first, how would you easily befriend anyone? When you have to send them off in the end. That might be true, but Yoram calmly moved her hands, and her voice was as tranquil as her hands. Can't you just befriend someone new then? There was a fundamental difference in their personalities. Unable to find the answer she wanted, Keel was about to stand up, but that was when Yoram stood up first and inserted the sword into the sheath. Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Nothing really, or you, Keel. You really don't act like a dragon, do you? What kind of dragon ever worries about such a thing? Other people dying and disappearing, is that something to be that sad about? Do you never feel that way? Of course not. I don't care. No matter who dies and disappears. After some contemplation, Keel opened her mouth. What if that someone was our Ajasi? What? Ajasi is an amazing human, but he's still a human. He can't live for thousands of years in Providence, so in the end he would die before us. Wait, duck. What's with this sudden shit? But that's true, right? Will you really not feel sad even when that happens, Annie? Yoram said with a frown. Are you sick or something? No, ducking, go away. Stop saying weird shit like that. Okay. Despite her words, Yoram pushed her to the side and walked into the living room first. In the process, her feet came to a stop, and she pondered for a bit before adding more words. Your life must be so laid back. To have time to worry about meaningless stuff like that. Her words were sharp. They contained sharp blades themselves. What do you mean? No, never mind. Keel asked in surprise, but Yoram's voice soon softened. Raising her hand, Yoram repeatedly ran her fingers through her hair. Did I say something wrong? Keel asked. No, if I didn't, then why? Yoram didn't say anything back, but she appeared as if she was holding in her anger. Seeing that, Keel was quite sad. Because for her, it was a really important and serious topic. Sorry if I somehow made you upset, but Keel knew Yoram was slightly more sensitive than usual after returning from Europe, so she apologized first. Soon, Yoram heaved a small sigh before adding more words. Anyways, I've never thought about things like that in depth, nor do I want to. I have my own problems to solve, so I have nothing to tell you. Un, ask Yu Jitae or Yu Balm for something like that. Saying that, Yoram walked away, but Keel didn't go back in. Leaning on the wall of the terrace, she gazed off into a distance. Chirpy was always looking in this direction every morning. What did that child see from here? Even with the eyes of a dragon, she couldn't see it. Back when she was young, her mother told Keel while hugging her that dragons were a glorious race. But after actually coming out and experiencing the world, Keel started to think otherwise. There were still a lot of things that she did not know. Bigger questions like the one she asked Yoram and what she herself had to do, as well as smaller questions like the reason behind Yoram's irritation, were both things that Keel could not answer. Blankly gazing off into a distance like that abruptly resurfaced the memories of the time an elder of the race passed away. It was probably the mother of the father of the father of her mother. She didn't really know her, but she did see her several times and had shared some conversations while walking to places hand in hand. So Keel was relatively shocked after hearing that she had passed away. She has gone in accordance with Providence. On the way back after the funeral, Keel in her mother's embrace felt her emotions. It is nothing to be sad about, her mother said despite her sorrow. Going into the living room, she found Balm cutting apples by herself. Hello, Keel. Do you want some apples? NN. I'm fine. She was going back into her room with swaggering steps when Balm suddenly pushed forth an apple with her fork. Here, just have it. I'm Finn. The fragrance of the apple was very sweet, both sweet and fragrant. She felt slightly dejected seeing her own self that was still chasing after food in a situation like this. Thank you. Taking the apple by the fork, Keel was about to walk back into her room, but Balm's voice stopped her in her tracks. Keel, you have something you're worried about. Come here. Let me hear it. Who told her that? Thought Keel, because she had only expressed her concerns to one person. Balm grabbed her hands and pulled her towards the sofa as Keel vacantly sat next to her on the sofa. Like, well, it's not that big of a concern, but she couldn't readily ask the question because there were too many ears in the living room. Sensing her agony, Balm pulled her by the hands and brought her into her room. Closing the door, she expanded the alternate dimension to cut off sound. Only then was Keel able to start the topic with a sigh. "Honey, we live longer than other races, right? Yeah. If we get close to beings that are not dragons, they'll definitely die before we do, right? That's true. How would you feel, honey? Well, wouldn't you feel sad?" Balm said after thinking about the answer. "It would depend on who it is." "Right. If it's someone precious, it would be more heart-wrenching the more precious they are. So what should we do then? In fact, is it fine to get close to others in the first place then? What makes you question that? Because the closer we get, the more painful the time of separation will be." Balm shook her head. "Am I wrong? No, Keel, everything you said is correct." Keel was slightly disappointed by the answer. In a corner of her mind, she wanted her to say no, hoping that the smart Barmani would give her a different answer and a new direction. In your life, you will meet people, get closer to them, but there will be inevitable times of separation as well. What if we don't get closer to anyone? We can't because our mothers are the same as well. Your mother must have lived a few thousand years more than you, right? Keel's eyes widened into circles. That was true, it wasn't limited to just beings other than dragons. Some dragons, despite being dragons, will still disappear before she did. It was such an obvious fact, and yet she had never considered it that way until now, so Keel began to feel sad. In her life, she would definitely lose her mother one day. Keel. We call ourselves people similar to humans. Un because everyone that leads a life is similar. Everyone must bid farewell to other people one day. With a sad pair of eyes, Balm caressed her by the forehead. There's nothing we can do about it. Her response sounded powerless. That too is life, so we must accept it. It was an extremely weak sentence. Keel still couldn't understand it, so she asked about something extreme like she did to Yoram. "Is that it? Just feel sad, accept, and that's it. What else can we do?" Keel pondered. In occasional conversations about families, Balm mentioned that she didn't have a father, and she seemed to have a bad relationship with her mother. The person she likes the most would be Annie. You like Ajasi, don't you? Balm's eyes widened into circles. "NN, am I wrong? No, go on, so. I really, really like Ajasi as well, right? But Ajasi is a human and he will die before us. When that happens, I think I will be extremely sad. What about you, Annie? Will you just accept the sadness and finish there?" "No, I will die with him," Balm said with a straight face. It did not sound like a joke at all. Keel suddenly remembered her emotions that she had received in the past and asked back in fright. "Are you serious? Of course it's a joke. Why are you so surprised?" After seeing her face turn jet black, Balm laughed out loud. "Ah, so it was a joke. Keel, there are many sad things in life, but us dragons apparently get numb to those feelings with age. We get used to the sadness. It sounds a bit scary, right? Because that means we have to weather through a lot of sad things. But there's nothing we can do. Even the dragons that die early live for at least 50 years. That's the life that was prepared for us from birth," Balm said with a bitter smile. Even then they had to endure it and live on despite the sadness. That was the fate of dragons, and that's our providence. Keel learned two things from Balm. 1. Separation is inevitable. 2. You must accept it even if it hurts. Lastly, Keel decided to go to Yu Jitae after some hesitation. "Yeah, come in." He was in the study reading a newspaper with Jael, who was sitting on his lap, but when Keel opened the door, Yu Jitae made Jael leave the room. And facing her questioning gaze, he said, "I heard you had something you're concerned about." How did he know? After telling him everything she learned from Balm, she asked Yu Jitae about the things she wanted to ask. Then how should we handle separation? How do you think we should handle it? I don't really know. Keel placed her hands on her chest. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. I don't like pain, so I hope it's never painful so I thought about it. How about distancing ourselves before the separation? Distancing yourself. Yes, it hurts because they're a precious right. If they're a no longer precious, then wouldn't it be easier at the time of separation? Yu Jitae looked into her eyes and replied, "I don't think so. What do we do then?" Reminiscently, he opened his mouth. "If the problem is your heart aching, then you need to think it through. Sorrow lasts for some time, but that's it. It's like a wound. With time, the blood stops and the wound closes. But some emotions really last a long time in your heart and endlessly pain people. What is it? It's regret. Keel blinked her eyes from the unexpected words. Regret exceeds the scope of a wound and leaves a disability. It continues on, and sometimes regrets suddenly appear long after the event. Even the wisest people will inevitably build up regret with more time, because the past is unretrievable. I see regret aches the heart. Even more so the pain of separation. It bitterly pierces a corner of one's mind. That is why the final moments must be decorated as beautifully as possible. At least that's what I think. Do you ever have any regrets, Arjasi? I used to have none. Then, he didn't reply, and Keel too was soon immersed in her own thoughts. In deep contemplation, she did not open her mouth for a very long time. Before long, tears budded around her eyes. She blinked her eyes for a bit before slightly raising her head towards the ceiling to stop them from falling down. They still threatened to travel down regardless, so she lowered her gaze and stared at the ground this time. Her fingers fidgeted without an end. With her right hand, she constantly touched her left index finger. She slowly walked towards him, and he stood up from his seat after sensing what was happening. The child slowly reached her arms out and wrapped them around his neck. He bent his back to match his height with the child's and returned a natural hug. Is it time? In his arms, Keel softly whispered with a lump in her throat. Yes, chapter 307. Umbrella 2, however, Keel did not cry. She wiped a drop of tear with her hand and smiled awkwardly after separating from Yu Jitae. I am fine. With a myriad of emotions in her mind, she opened her mouth. Arjasi told me before, right? To prepare for a good farewell, Keel asked back then on how there could possibly be a thing called a good farewell. I did. Do you get it now? No, I still don't really get it. But I've prepared a lot for it. She spent time with the baby chicken by investing a lot of time from her life. Meeting friends was her only source of entertainment, but she recently applied for a leave at the school. On top of that, she rejected the chance to live a steady and successful life as a superhuman. Keel had tried her best. Yeah, I know. Then this should be a good farewell rite. In fact, he didn't know what exactly a good farewell was either, and had no idea how to make a farewell good. However, he had seen Keel try as hard as she could throughout their time together, so he replied without a sliver of hesitation. Of course, let's continue preparing in the remaining time we have. Keel nodded as her voice became a little brighter. I should. Actually, one time, I went to a spirit beast cafe, and you know what? Every puppy there had a dog tag on their necks. Every one of them. Really. What about it, though? Like you see, Chirpy is a piggy, so it's hard to make a necklace for him. He's also too fluffy, it looks weird. That's not good. And yes, I guess it would strangle him if you put it around his neck. Right, that's why I'm making an anklet right now, to use as an identification tag. I should hurry up and finish making it. Yeah, hurry. Un. Kiel hurriedly turned towards the door, but her feet suddenly came to a stop. Turning around and facing him, she asked, He should be here for a few days at least, right? She still needed more time. The baby chicken actually had to leave way earlier, and from time to time it did try to leave. The spirit beast, Chirpy, had his home, a house to return to and a family. But because Keel wanted to prepare for a good farewell and spent more time playing with the baby chicken, it in fact ended up discouraging the baby chicken from leaving. All the spirit beasts that were waiting for him had already left. The dimensional gap wavered at times, and yet he had to leave Lair during the newborn superhuman competition. Despite those situations where the path of return could have disappeared, the baby chicken did not leave. And yet he was trying to leave now, and there was a reason behind that. When do you think Chirpy is going to leave? I just thought Arjasi might know it. After telling her that he would immediately look into it, he connected his mind with Clone 2. Yes, my lord. The clone had arranged the residence for Harseetbiel a while back. Ujidi had severed their mental connection for an experiment and got the results back from it. After that, Clone 2 had been protecting the dimensional gap the whole time. The reason such a precious military might was being a mere watchman was because the fissure connecting Earth to the other dimension Annam was that important. How are things? It is starting to close. It has been gradually closing ever since I came here. Ever since the end of the ranking competition, the baby chicken had been heading to the fissure every day to check its shape. There were two reasons why the baby chicken was trying to leave now. It is gradually collapsing in its closure, and the 4/7th barrier is also starting to snap. Even from the outside, it is evident that it is about to close soon. One of the two reasons was that the fissure was changing to a closing shape. How long do you think it will take for it to completely close? At best, it will last 7 hours. I see. Reality was cruel to people at times. No matter how much they yearned for each other, they were sometimes put in situations where they could not even miraculously come across each other or coincidentally walk by one another. That was the state they were in right now. Keel was shopping with Balm and Jael in order to calm herself down before decorating their final moments together, but she immediately returned home after hearing the sudden news. Sorry, a few hours. The baby chicken would be leaving very soon. The chicken was actually still fast asleep. He would probably be confused about the turn of events as well, because he would have to hurry back home after seeing the rapid changes to the fisher's shape. I haven't even prepared myself, yet she didn't have time to sit still and accept the reality, and her hands moved despite the shocking situation. She completed the identification anklet that she had almost finished and hurriedly left the residential area to go to somewhere far away. When she returned, she was carrying a small gold-colored scale in her hands. Reverse scale, the one and only reversed scale that appeared around the chin of a dragon. Its nerves were directly linked to the dragon heart, and it encompassed a lot of refined mana that flowed in from the heart. Dragons tended to immensely treasure it. Receiving Balm's help, she punched a hole in her reverse scale and connected it to the anklet. At that point, there was less than an hour left. Soon, the baby chicken woke up, and it was time to bid farewell. Together, the three of them headed to the restricted area, went through the underground passage, and arrived at the warehouse. In front of the unstably fluctuating dimensional tunnel, Keel hung the anklet around the baby chicken's ankle, said goodbye to the baby chicken, and gave it one last hug. Worried that delaying things too much would be vexing, she couldn't even give a proper hug. Without even enough time to properly dwell on their emotions came the cruel separation. The baby chicken left them. Is it because it was a sudden farewell, or because she had been preparing it for a long time? Regardless, Keel did not cry. Even when she was sleeping alone in her room, which used to be inhabited by two. Even when she was cleaning up the leftover belongings of Chirpy, Keel did not mourn. After all that, she blankly stayed lying down. Despite loving sweet stuff so badly, she did not touch a single sweet snack and stayed holed up in her room for several days without having any food. The people around her were curious. One of them asked her, "Annie, are you okay?" Whenever she was asked such questions, Keel replied, I am fine." Keel left the room after a few days. The baby chicken was no longer here, so there was no longer any reason to stay in her room. I am going to go out and try to continue with what I was doing. So after a few days, Keel returned to Team Lair. "Welcome back. We were waiting for you. I thought you were never coming back." A lot of people were shocked when she announced that she would stop her career as a superhuman. They ranged from the ones that supported Team Lair from the outside, as well as the members of Team Lair. "I'll try my best." Without coming back to Unit 301, Keel focused on her work. Until the cold winds stopped blowing, until the midday sun started to feel warm. Keel did not contact Unit 301. She only picked up the call when Yu Jitae or other kids occasionally contacted her. One of the kids was disappointed. Like, "Duck, how come you're not giving us a single call? Do I have to watch the news to hear stories about you? Sorry." Keel apologized. But even then, she never gave them a call first. It happened one day. Blankly, Keel gazed down at the knife in her hand and wondered, "Why am I carrying this?" Her hand holding the knife appeared strange, and so did her military outfit. Vacantly standing on the spot, Keel looked around. Within the remaining rubbles of a city, in the midst of collapsed buildings, she was standing by herself. Suddenly, she found everything to be empty and meaningless. Why am I empty? It was strange. She had a home that she could return to any day, and had a job that she could wholeheartedly focus on. There were people that wanted her, and the people she wanted were also there. Everything was still there. Despite that, Keel had a very strong feeling, which she had never felt before, that everything was in vain. Is it because Chirpy left? No, although the final moments went by rapidly, she didn't have any regrets. She did her best to Chirpy, and Chirpy also peacefully went back home. She was able to send him off with a smile. Even then, Keel felt empty. No matter how much she contemplated it, she couldn't tell why. Keel Can you come and heal this child here? There are a lot of them hurt over there, so I have to go. Hurry up, young Tia said with a shout. Kiel quickly ran up to the injured kid and crouched in front of them. She was in a dangerous battlefield where unauthorized personnel weren't allowed to come in, and in a place like that, Kiel had to heal someone. She couldn't use healing magic because that would kill the child. With awkward hands, she opened the first aid kit. Even though she learned and still remembered it, she wasn't good at it. She disinfected the wound with trembling hands, applied a paste over it, and pressed it down with a bandage. Kiel tried her best, and yet it was still sloppily done. She was terribly ungifted at using her hands. That day, after raiding the fissure that suddenly appeared, the superhumans went to an expensive restaurant and consoled each other while barbecuing meat and drinking wine. However, Kiel found that place to be like a bed of pins and needles. She did not know how to drink wine. She could not empathize with the laughing and chattering voices, and things weren't interesting because of that. Kiel, who had been blankly gazing at her glass, was about to raise the scabbard that was on her waist that oddly annoyed her when sitting down to place it on the table. That was when her eyes caught sight of a variety show that was being shown on the restaurant's TV. The song Garbage by the new singer Yu Jitae. Please welcome her with a round of applause. She was vacantly gazing at the screen when a familiar girl appeared on it. Ha! I know that girl from somewhere. Isn't she from Lair? Yang Tiha and Ling Ling said. Right. She was indeed from Lair. Once, they used to be friends at the same traveling society, and later, she was the girl that Kiel had a strife with during the audition of Lair's masked singing contest. A bad girl who felt inferior to her and tried to pull her down behind her back. Hello, I am Yu Jitae. Kiel blankly stared at the screen. She became a singer when the beautifully clothed girl turned around and faced the camera. People clapped out loud in admiration. In alignment with the instruments playing at the back, the child began to sing. She naturally danced in between, and her high notes clearly resonated across. It's a good song, and she's good at singing. She must have practiced a lot. The audience let out a thunderous applause as Kiel vacantly gazed at the screen. After the performance, Yu Jitae gave out a bright smile. She looked very happy. In her hand was a microphone. Kiel looked down at her own hands. She saw a scabbard of a knife. At last, it happened. It was when they were hunting the remaining monsters in the ruined city and saving people. There was a large flame in one of the tall buildings. An evil fire spirit that looked like a human was rampaging about, shooting flames everywhere, and Team Lair's job was to defeat it. Thinking that it would be an unavoidable strike, Kiel shot a spell at it. Wait, Kiel, don't shoot it that way. It was a mistake. A building that could have had people inside was behind the fire spirit. She knew there was a building there, and the problem was her lack of focus. They managed to kill the monster, but Kiel was shocked. They belatedly arrived at the building and checked it, and fortunately, there was no deceased human inside the building. However, there was a small puppy there. It was unable to tell whether it was caught up in the aftermath of her spell or not, but the puppy was lying flat on the ground with its leg pincered by debris that fell from the ceiling. The puppy wasn't dead, and it was sent to a vet. It's okay. No one's hurt. It's not you that did it. Her kind friends consoled Kiel, but she did not return to the dormitory after the end of the raid. Kiel walked forward. She endlessly walked forth, following the path. Without a destination, she went wherever her feet pointed her towards. That was when heavy rain started to fall. All the flames that had picked up in nearby places were extinguished, and she could hear voices that joyfully shouted how it was a miracle and a godsend. Walking down the road, Kiel was gradually drenched in rain. Her drenched clothes felt suffocatingly heavy. Taking off her military coat, Kiel placed it on the ground. Her soggy shoes were unpleasant, so she also took off her military boots. In light clothing and on bare foot, Kiel walked down the deserted ruin. Kiel slowly raised her head and looked up at the black sky covered in dark clouds. That day was a similar day, the first day she met the baby chicken. After hearing from Yu Jitae that she should give up on being loved by people as early as possible, she was put in a similar mood, and that was when she found the baby chicken for the first time in the streets. Under the rainy weather, the baby chicken was soaked in mud, trembling in fright inside the bush. The scenery back then intactly remained in her head. Closing her eyes, she reminisced on the emotions and memories of the time. Only then did Kiel realize what the emptiness she had been feeling was. Kiel closed her eyes again. Swoar, it was raining. towards the end of the cold winter, while one's breath still spread into white mist, with the scarf personally woven by Balm around her neck, with the hairpin she received as a gift from Yu Jitae on her head, Keel returned to Unit 301. It was after 2 months of leaving home. Chapter 308. Umbrella 3. Clone 2 had been protecting the entrance of the dimensional tunnel even after the baby chicken left. 6 out of the 7 connecting barriers had closed already. The path between Earth and Annam will disappear the moment the last one closes. The connection with the nearby dimension, Annam, will be severed. Clone 2 gazed into the fissure. It was spring in Annam. The flowers were in full bloom as the refreshing smell of the world tree spread far and wide. Various species of spirit beasts and beastmen were running up and down the large tree having fun. Laughing beastmen, whispering birds, and the cold breeze sweeping past the grass. Clone 2 raised his eyes a tiny bit. Even a small piece of darkness tended to be clearly visible in a world full of light. From beyond the horizon, black things were swarming forward in large groups, having clear objectives and in thrill and excitement. 2 months ago, one of the reasons why the baby chicken wanted to leave was because the fissure was starting to close. There was another reason why the baby chicken wanted to leave. After living for several years with the gold dragon, the baby chicken, who had unknowingly received mana from her, had also received the ability, crisis perception, from her. Vuong, the frightening echoes of buzzing wings resonated across the air. King bees, plunderers, were on their way. Upon leaving for their amusement, dragons lived with humans. They looked for their hobbies and their roles. Keel was also a dragon. At first, she wanted to be loved. Keel loved attention, and that was all she had wanted. Despite that, the Argosy, who was the most precious in the world, told her that her fate was to not lead such a life. Therefore, Keel decided to live without craving for the love of others. There were still a lot of things to do in the world. But what should I do? Turning around, she could see her unease of Unit 301. At the start, she enjoyed laughing and chatting at Unit 301. She wanted to try her best at living a successful school life. However, that wasn't easy. People appeared to be covered with thorns, and getting too close to people made such thorns stab each other. Because of that, Keel could not easily befriend humans. But if I were to approach with a smile, shouldn't that allow us to become friends? If I smiled at someone, wouldn't that person smile back at me? It was then that she was betrayed by her most trusted friend. The moment she heard the dirty thoughts lying inside that friend was when Keel realized that human relationship wasn't the way for her. Keel despaired. Once, she became envious of Barmani's ability of healing injured people. Thus, she tried to learn healing magic. However, it was obvious from the beginning that healing magic was not the way for her. The thing that gets healed by her cannot put up with her output. The memory of the chimera that exploded the moment she used healing magic on it was vividly etched into her mind. She had used magic to let it live, and yet it expanded and exploded, scattering as blood and flesh to all sides. Her unforgetting memories did not allow her to forget such memories. Keel despaired. Once she became envious of Yoramani, who was overflowing with passion. So after hearing the suggestion to become a soldier, she decided to try it. She quite liked saving people, but fighting was, as expected, not a good fit to her personality. Calmly retaining her rationality in front of dying people in tense situations and fighting monsters was very burdensome. Seeing the injured puppy, seeing the child that couldn't receive help in time, embracing her hand that trembled after using a spell, Keel despaired. Once she wanted to do volunteer work, but throughout her time doing it, she was under a dilemma, wondering whether she was doing this purely for others or as a self-satisfaction. At other times, she wanted to leave on a journey looking for other sources of enjoyment, but gold dragons were territorial spirit beasts. Nothing goes well whatever I do. Connecting such memories one by one, Keel reached a certain conclusion in the end. Nothing in the world goes the way I want it to. It was after she gathered everyone, saying that there was something she had to say. After hearing that Keel had returned, Balm, Yoram, and Jael dropped everything they were doing and gathered. Their sister, who they hadn't met a single time in the past 2 months, said with a calm look on her face, "Oi, what would the chicken think if he heard you say that? That's right, Keel. Didn't Chirpy return home safely thanks to you?" Yu Jitae and Jael appeared to be thinking the same thing. With a faint smile on her face, Keel gave a nod. Her lips were smiling, but her golden eyes were calm. Maybe. After hearing that she couldn't lead a life of being loved by others, back when there was not a single thing that she had actively done, Keel did something for the first time out of her volition. "There is a baby chicken," she said to him. "A baby chicken." It was a wild baby chicken. She saw it often, but it never opened its heart up to her. I see when you meet someone for the first time, how do you open their hearts up?" He gave a genius reply in response. "Try luring it in with food." That was how she herself had opened her heart up to him. At the start, I found it very pitiful. Closing her eyes, she could still clearly see the small, dirty, and starving Flurry ball. That's why I thought I had to raise it. Keel moved on her own volition for the first time. She provided the poor child with food and washed its dirty body. And what I found is that I, who can't do anything properly, could finally do something. Raising, feeding, putting it to sleep, playing together, going out on a walk, saving it from being taken and healing it. While doing all the above, she pondered on how to make a good farewell. Keel was always thinking about the baby chicken, and in the end, they did carry out a good farewell. Before we separated, I thought that would be enough, but as she looked after the baby chicken more and sacrificed even her own enjoyment, Keel thought everything she was doing was a pure sacrifice. She thought everything she did was for the baby chicken, but it wasn't. I finally noticed it after he left. Keel was a person who gave food to the baby chicken. Keel was a person that looked after the baby chicken when it was injured. Keel prepared a place for it to sleep in and decorated the room into a place that the baby chicken could comfortably relax in. She tried her best so that the baby chicken would be happy even during the farewell. I didn't do any of that because I was talented, nor is it because it was the path for me. I was a guardian. After the baby chicken disappeared, Keel was no longer the guardian of the baby chicken. She realized that she had returned to her previous incapable self. "It's all right, Keel. NN, you can meet a new child and form a good relationship." "Yeah, that's ducking right. He's not the only chicken in the world, is he?" Keel did not cry. She simply whispered with a faint smile. "No, I tried doing a lot of things, but you know how they all ended up. No matter what I do, it doesn't go well." "Oi, so are you going to give up now?" "I'm not giving up." "Then what? I just want to take a little rest." Yoram frowned. "What do you mean, rest?" "My mommy told me to look for a dream during the amusement. Even though everything has been a mess, I at least learned something now, so isn't that enough?" "No, you duck. So what do you mean by resting? If I make new relationships, there will come a time for separation again. I don't want to bid another farewell. I don't want to feel so powerless again. I think I've learned everything I need to learn already. Not right now, but one day I will become the guardian of another child. So let me just sleep for a little." As the kids listened in silence, she continued. "Just 10 years." Keel dropped an outrageous comment. 10 years? Are you sick in the head? You Keel." Yoram and Balm simultaneously raised their voices. Jael also startledly clenched onto Keel's sleeves. Adult dragons tended to sleep for centuries, but no dragons slept during their amusement. Young dragons had to earn good experiences and memories, and the first amusement was the most important of them all. Wasting 10 years of that time meant, in other words, that she would be giving up on this amusement. Surprised by the shouts of her unnies, Keel widened her eyes. However, she was firm with her words. "Why are you so surprised? I tried my best as well. Or stop talking crap. But I just can't do anything properly, so what can I do? Stop. Do you not think about anyone around you? How can you give up so easily? Have you tried to the brink of death?" Yoram stood up, held Keel by the collar and pulled her towards her, seeming extremely frustrated. Keel did not retaliate, but instead, she looked directly back at Yoram with her wavering gaze. "Honey, I'm not an idiot. I'm not that stupid, you know." Soon her eyes turned red. I know everything. I know how hard Barmani was trying to help me. I know you take care of me, Yoramani, and I know how much Ajasi is worried whenever I cause problems. My mum said it too, that I had a weak mentality, so I knew it ever since I was very young. Yoram looked like she could slap her any time, so Yu Jitae walked up and grabbed her arm. Releasing her grip, Yoram turned and glared at Yu Jitae. Meanwhile, Balm held onto Keel's arm and said, "Keel, let's calm down first." "Okay. Honey, I'm sorry. You taught me how to use magic so much, but I couldn't learn them properly. It's fine, okay? I know you were trying really hard to teach me, but I couldn't learn it. It's because I am stupid." Tears budded under her eyes. Balm hurriedly held her by the hands and received Keel's emotions. "Keel, it's all because of me. I don't like worrying everyone, and I'm sorry for not returning anything despite being helped all the time. So Keel, you can stop for now. Let's calm down. But Keel did not stop. I'm tired. I am useless, stupid, and my willpower is so weak that I just can't endure it anymore. She had never shown it on the outside before, because she knew that expressing it would burden other people even more. However, she couldn't help but say it now. It would have been so much better if I was more stupid, so stupid to the point that I can't even think about such things. I'm only half stupid, so I can't use anything I learn, and I cause trouble to everyone all the time. That's just how I am. So what can I do? Keel, who had identified her position by looking at the baby chicken, this time apprehended her identity by looking at the dragons. I am not as clever as Barmani, as strong-minded as Yoramani, or as mentally strong as Jael. I am just a pathetic kid wiping her endlessly flowing tears. Keel came to a conclusion about her own self. Just a kid that can't do anything, only her weeping sound could be heard in the living room. So please let me sleep at least, Keel said with a choking voice. Thank you for everything. Until now, why aren't you saying anything? Keel went into her room. Immediately after that, Yoram turned towards Yu Jitae and grabbed him by his collar. Why are you silent, huh? I am asking you. Why the duck aren't you saying anything? You can tell her something, can't you? I don't know shit, so I can't give her any advice, but you're different. You always gave me advice when I was suffering. Yu Jitae didn't reply. So why are you so silent? Jael was crying after receiving Keel's emotions, with Balm consoling her from nearby. Yu Jitae wasn't in a good mood. Whose fault was it that Keel's heart had crumbled to such an extent? He could give out excuses. It was because of the previous iteration's Keel. It was because he saw the death of Bai. But regardless of what excuse he were to give, the one that made Keel powerless in the seventh iteration was none other than himself. Yoram, stop. It's not our Justice's fault that this happened. This is so freaking frustrating. Was that beach so weak-minded? Why? And what the duck am I supposed to do? Quang. After kicking a chair with her foot, Yoram dashed out of Unit 301. Balm also gazed at Yu Jitae with a gloomy gaze before hugging Jael and following after Yoram. I will go buy chocolates, macarons and stuff, she said while leaving the house. I don't know if Keel would like them or not, but I'll try something at least. So please do something as well. Urgency. After the front entrance closed, Yu Jitae stood in front of Keel's room in thought. If there really was an omnipotent, omniscient, and wise existence, that being might know how to put a mentally unstable girl in front of the media and the public while not hurting her in the slightest. However, he could not do such a thing. But at the very least, he had been expecting something like this to happen, and the fact that Keel decided to sleep instead of killing herself was in fact a statement to the achievement of his initial goal. So everything that will happen henceforth will be an impulsive act done on a whim. Yu Jitae knocked on the door, but she didn't reply. Opening the door, he walked into the room. The child lying down on the bed had her eyes closed but wasn't sleeping yet. He walked up and sat next to the bed. Then he caressed her golden hair the way the child liked, following the line down the forehead. Taking a small bracelet out of the dimensional storage, he put it around the child's wrist. Although Keel flinched a little, she did not resist. After putting the bracelet on, he quietly walked out of the room. Yu Jitae had a plan that he had been preparing for almost 3 years, ever since the first time he saw the baby chicken. Ever since he realized that it was a chicken from the alternate dimension, Anam. A plan delicately prepared all for this moment. He had such a plan in mind. After Yu Jitae walked out of the room, Keel opened her eyes. A myriad of complex emotions and a sense of emptiness flooded her. She had extracted all the words that she had been suppressing inside. Although it felt better, it still hurt her heart. In the end, being honest about her thoughts like this was something that pained everyone. It was a fitting last moment for an incompetent and winging kid like herself, who couldn't do anything properly. Although this wouldn't be an eternal farewell, it was still a type of farewell, and something that can't be called a good farewell by any means. She was pathetic until the very end. However, at least this was the end. This is fine. Everything was now over. Her golden eyes, shining under the moonlight, slowly came to a close. That was when it suddenly struck her. Buzz of foreign emotion seeped into her head, and her eyes slowly opened back up. Her senses, the crisis-perceiving ability of the gold race, alerted her of the incoming hazard. It wasn't something that was happening around her, and the hazard was very far away. This was mana that had originated from the reverse scale that she had attached to the baby chicken's ankle. The size of the risk was immensely huge, as if possessed. Keel raised her body. She then hurriedly opened the curtain and added a ridiculously enormous amount of mana into her eyes. Keel's two eyes were staring outside the window, but her vision was going beyond the horizon. The dimensional gate located at the basement of the restricted area was almost gone, but hadn't fully dissipated yet. Startled, she hastily opened the door and jumped out to the living room. But for some reason, neither Yu Jitae nor the Protector were inside the living room. She touched the watch and scanned through the contacts with her frantically trembling fingers. Ah, um. What should Keel always looked for Yu Jitae in times like this, but Yu Jitae did not pick up the call. Why isn't he? Her head turned blank, as if it had been struck by a hammer, and time felt as if it was stretching like a cheese stick. Her wavering gaze headed outside the window. By the time she came to herself, Keel was jumping out the window. Chapter 309. Umbrella 4. Standing in the sky above, Yu Jitae gazed down. Keel was dashing off in the distance. Jumping through space, she flew with hurried steps towards the dimensional tunnel. Yu Jitae killed his senses to the limit and followed her from behind. There once was a gold hatchling, Luna. In every iteration, her name was different, but they were all soft-hearted. Iata GD. Their lives were different, but she always crumbled before hardship. Baby Yellow. A dragon that ended all those lives with a suicide. Now she had become that golden-haired girl hurriedly racing off into a distance. After the baby chicken urgently left them, Keel must have contemplated her life during the 2 months of time she had spent outside. He didn't interfere with that process. People needed time to mature and also had to answer some questions themselves. The conclusion Keel drew from that was like the following: I am useless. Keel failed at everything she did, so she called herself useless. Stupid. Nothing she did worked, and she endlessly worried about strange things. That was why the word she used to describe herself was stupid. My willpower is so weak that I just can't endure it anymore, and weak-minded. Those were the reasons for failure that she had discovered from herself. However, is Keel really useless, stupid, and weak-minded? The regressor thought otherwise. Keel was not useless. She had various great talents that no one else had. Compared to everything the other three had achieved in their 20 years of time on Earth, her achievements were incomparably greater. Keel was not stupid. She was just more immature and delicate than other kids, that she didn't yet know what suited her the best. I just can't endure it anymore, is something that can only be said after trying to endure it as hard as one could. Compared to the child who had shivered from endless hatred and hostility, who buried her face into a blanket and cried throughout the night, who later relied on drugs to endure it, weak-minded was a debatable expression to use for her current self. Then why was it that Keel had crumbled to this extent? The one and only downside that this innocently kind girl had was that she had the habit of looking for the reason behind every unfortunate event in the world from herself. I am just a pathetic kid, just a kid that can't do anything right. Unfortunately, Keel had already learned powerlessness. That was why Yu Jitae hadn't said anything to Keel when she was crying and voicing her feelings. Things had already gone too far for simple words to solve the problem. What Keel really needed wasn't a consolation made of hundreds of words, but one full experience. And it was for that one full experience that Yu Jitae had made this plan. He organized the entire world Annam that had been destroyed in other iterations, that was now supposed to head into ruin, into a scene. In that pre-organized scene, Keel, without knowing that it was a planned situation, would dive into it. Since it will be a real battle, things might not go the way he wanted it to at times, and that was why Yu Jitae followed Keel and also headed towards the dimensional tunnel. There was no room for any problem. What he was about to do now was undo the shackles that were binding her feet. It will shake Keel's life from its core, and it will change her values. From now, in alignment with Yu Jitae's strategy, Yu Keel will become the guardian deity of Annam. Keel ran. She raced towards the restricted area, towards the interdimensional fissure. There was nothing else in Keel's mind but the fact that Chirpy was in danger and that she had to go save it. In fact, she was so out of it that she couldn't even judge whether that was indeed going through her mind or not. What am I doing right now? She was moving on an impulse without any certainty. Because of that, Keel had to stop in front of the vertical fissure for a bit because it was clearly visible that the fissure was about to close any time soon. If she went now and things were to go south, she might never be able to return. What is? Someone like me going to even do their Keel wondered, but that was when a fierce crisis was perceived through the reverse scale. As if possessed by a ghost, Keel unknowingly moved her body. It was similar to how she had urgently raced out of the house. Keel had to save the baby chicken. Having a height of 7.0 meters, it was as wide as a mountain range, a type of enormous tree that existed across various dimensions that was so large that one couldn't catch its entire shape with one glance. World Tree. All sorts of beastmen and spirit beasts that showed characteristics of land animals like dogs, cats, monkeys, rabbits, elephants and giraffes and birds built their houses on the tree and formed a society of their own. It was a paradise for thousands of spirit beasts. Living, there were certain birdmen. They resembled humans in appearance and walked on 2 feet, but had large wings attached to their arms. In silence, they watched their egg that was the size of an ostrich egg. The white egg with blue dots had been shaking left and right since yesterday the baby inside was moving. Both day and night, the parent birdmen looked after their egg, worried that it might accidentally fall. The mother stayed at home to watch over it, while the father flew more diligently to hunt for the mother, who was unable to leave on a hunt. The egg that had come out onto the world 3 months ago was about to let something else out onto the world. From the side, young birdmen flickered their eyes while staring at their parents, waiting for their younger sibling to come out. The siblings were the ones that had decided on the name of their younger sibling by putting together the likes of light, flower, rainbow, tree, and wind, which were close yet ever so precious. Crack it was then. A crack appeared on the egg. Tap, tap. The crack widened with each tap. One of the young birdmen that was making a fuss got smacked on the back of their head. As they nervously waited, a loud crack echoed across as a very tiny head of a birdman popped out of the egg, wearing a broken piece of the egg on top of its head like a cap. It was the birth of a new life. In that wondrous instant, the young birdmen that now became older brothers and older sisters received the baby birdman from their parents. Carefully, they hugged it as the tiny life faintly moved. It was then. Quang! A loud thud was heard from outside. Surprised, the father birdman opened the curtain. Outside the protective barrier that was safeguarding the world tree were black things covering the entire sky. The father birdman felt his blood racing down. They were king bees. The thud had been the result of the disgusting plunderers throwing their bodies towards the barrier with their stings in an attempt to break it. Quang, quang, quang. They accelerated down from hundreds meters away and stabbed as hard as they could. The bees would turn into a paste upon being unable to break the barrier due to the speed, but that did not dissuade the greedy plunderers from sacrificing their bodies. Quang, quang, quang. Ah, huck. The young birdmen screamed out loud. The surreal scene of bees crushing their bodies in an attempt to break the barrier appeared like a scene directly from hell. No matter what dimension it was, relationships were always quite similar in form. The adults pacified the startled children. Kids, calm down, it's fine. The protective barrier will not break that easily. Dear, it's okay. Now follow your mother and go. The father birdman was a soldier. As he hurriedly calmed the kids and tried to let them leave through the back door, one of the young birdmen asked, "Then what about you, Daddy?" Ill he could not continue. A black shadow appeared over the young birdman. The father birdman gazed into a distance and reached the source of the shadow. His eyes wavered from the unrealistic thing in front of his eyes. Huck, what is that thing? People screamed outside. Outside the protective barrier was an entity that was at least 20 times bigger than the rest. The king bee, centurion, that was as big as a whale, revealed itself. Pushing out its butt and raising its thorn that was as huge as an elephant, it buzzed its wings in descent. In that moment, the father birdman hugged the children in fright and quickly jumped to the wall outside the house for a cover with the mother birdman. And quang! A thunderous noise shook the heavens and the earths. The protective barrier cracked open. The aftershock swayed the tree as countless beastmen and spirit beasts were flung off the tree and rolled on the ground. Ugh! The father birdman quickly raised his head and looked around before checking the states of his kids, his wife, and the baby. Oh no, he couldn't see one of the young birdmen run. Run away. Run until the military gets here. The Beastman Society had a military. Before long, Beastmen riding huge flying spirit beasts came flying out as the king bees poked their heads into the crack in the barrier to fly in. The beastmen soldiers covered the crack so that the enemy would not be able to enter too deep. They collided. The beastmen that collided with the king bees fell. The beastmen whose heads got struck died, while the king bees that were stabbed by mana-infused cold weapons also exploded and died. Countless arrows were shot towards them, but even then, one of the king bees managed to squeeze through the siege. Its hexagonal eyes gazed down at the large tree, looking for an easy target. Soon, the king bee found a prey that was smaller than the rest, who was stuck on a branch by itself after being separated from its group. Vuong hearing those ominous buzzing sounds, the young birdman widened his eyes. The king bee was flying towards him. Help me. Daddy, mommy. As the tough outer shells of the bee closed in, as the tiny hairs on its body became vividly visible to the naked eye, the birdman screamed, feeling like he was seeing a devil from hell. The young birdman froze stiff next to the tree as fear reigned over its heart. It could not even scream anymore. It's coming. Help, it's coming. It's coming. He tightly closed his eyes. That was when a bright ray of light flew across. A lightning strike as bright as the sun sparked across. It lashed like a whip and removed the entire head of the king bee. Quagwagwagwang. It was so fast that the sound came after the strike. The flying king bee fell towards the ground as the astonished young birdman turned its gaze towards the sky. Gold hair was fluttering in the air. Standing there was a female human. The woman looked at him, seemingly trying to judge whether he was injured or not. The moment she judged that he was fine, she immediately threw her body further into the air and vanished as a spark of light. With an anxious gaze, Keel looked at the large tree and the chaotic battlefield. There were a total of 3 holes in the protective barrier. 3 Centurion, king bees had smashed into the barrier from 3 directions to form holes on the barrier. Keel had to find the baby chicken first. But due to the mix of all sorts of auras, she could not sense the specific direction of the reverse scale. In addition, the scent of the chaotically running spirit beasts also messed with her senses. He has to be somewhere nearby. Chirpy. Keel looked for the baby chicken. Chirpy was not above the branches, nor was he underneath a large leaf. Chirpy. She checked the holes that were on the tree. Despite checking roughly 20 of them, the baby chicken wasn't in any of them. That was when Keel found a yellow furry ball walking with staggering steps on a branch. Chirpy. Surprised, Keel quickly dashed forward and called out the baby chicken's name, but noticed the size of the baby chicken after getting closer to it. The spirit beast in front of her was slightly smaller than the spirit beast, Chirpy. Hey, you over there, run away immediately. That was when a birdman resembling a rooster shouted with a spear in hand. Don't worry about me. NN, a human. Anyway, you must evacuate right now. The queen bee is flying towards us right now. What? The queen bee, the queen, the lord of king bees is on its way. It must be trying to scorch this entire tree to make this its new home. I have. Wait. We are running very short on time. The queen bee shoots flames and poison. We must head towards the top. If we're in a low area like this, we will all die to the poisonous fog. The birdman's voice was filled with fear, and Keel's face, as she listened to its words, also turned pale. A poisonous fog, if that were to spread, Chirpy wouldn't be fine either. She had to immediately find the direction. She had to find where the baby chicken was as quickly as possible, but she had no idea where it could possibly be at. Hurry up. Now. Wait, I have a place to go to. And where is that? It's while being pulled away by the birdman. Keel, who had no experience of shaking off someone's arm, had no idea how much power she should put into her arm. She was starting to feel irritated from all the frustration when a sudden message floated inside her head. The authority, keeper of the clock, SSS, gazes down at you. Keel noticed the bracelet around her wrist vibrate. Isn't this the bracelet Argosy put on her wrist when she was lying on the bed? What exactly is happening to this watch right now? That was when more shocking words rang inside her head. The authority keeper of the clock, SSS, suggests the direction of the target, spirit beast. Chapter 310, Umbrella 5 Ukiual. Come out. Yoram knocked on the door of Keel's room. Yoram, that's enough. Let go. Enough what? You Keel. Come out right now. She was about to break open the door at this rate. Left with no choice, Balm used telekinesis as thin yet tough strings reached out and grabbed Yoram back by her arms and legs. What is this? Stop being violent to a child with a crushed heart. please, before I really get mad. It's because Yurei always being this lax that she's being childish and winging all the time. You need to tease a crying child to make them stop crying. Don't you know that? Stop saying nonsense. Yoram, please. The moment the telekinesis turned slightly weaker, Yoram immediately kicked the door open. Ignoring Balm, who shouted, "You, Yoram," she walked into Keel's room. Oi, Goldie. But after entering the room, she realized that Keel wasn't inside. Oh, Duck, we're doomed. What's wrong? Where's Keel? Yoram turned pale. You Keel, this crazy beach. She left home. What? The misunderstanding was soon undone. Clone 2, who no longer had any reason to protect the interdimensional fissure, came to Unit 301 wearing a black face mask. It was a mask widely used by the Association's Secret Ops Squad, so Balm wasn't too wary of him. It is an honor. Nice to meet you. What? Who are you? Clone 2 introduced himself as a subordinate of Yu Jitae and gave them arm bracelets so that they could have a look at how things were currently faring. This was an artifact created by Yu Jitae called Authority Adapter, the same one as the one that was on Keel's wrist. It allowed Yu Jitae, who still couldn't act like an authority within the world of Providence, to use abilities like an authority to the wearers of the bracelet. After putting the bracelets on, the image of Keel in the other world Anim appeared in their minds. To be exact, Yu Jitae was essentially sharing his vision with the kids. Please do watch together. Despite being usually uninterested in what was happening to others, Jael also calmly sat down and watched the things unfold. After realizing what was happening, their expressions rapidly changed. They could understand why Keel left home, as well as why she was suddenly fighting monsters in another world. Keel flew and jumped through the space before meeting the baby chicken. Oh, Chirpy. Jael recognized it. Keel hugged the chicken, and the chicken likewise rubbed its forehead. In that chaotic battlefield filled with shock waves, explosions, and screams, the baby chicken was fortunately unscathed. All the baby chicken spirit beasts, including Chirpy, were using their beaks to carry a net of spirit beast eggs into a different place. They were carrying it into a mechanical device that resembled an airplane. Seeing that, Balm frowned. They seem to be trying to float that outside in case the world tree falls. That appears to be the case. Each of those eggs are of the different beastman species, and they seem to be trying to preserve all their races by doing so. They were moving with the assumption that they had already lost. My goodness, Balm clenched her lips. It was a world she knew nothing about. She didn't have real connections to it, and it was also her first time hearing the name of that dimension. However, seeing a world fall to the attack of a plunderer was obviously nothing pleasing to look at. The dead spirit beasts fell and dropped on the ground, with some of them being yellow baby chickens that looked exactly like Chirpy. The battle turned increasingly more intense as things turned radically feverish. Can you go into your room and stay inside, Jael? We must stop this. Right now. Balm said to Clone 2, who was wearing the black mask. Clone 2, who had received a portion of Yu Jitae's memories, was unfamiliar with such a firm attitude. What is wrong? You should know it since you were sent here by Argosy, but this situation is too harsh for Keel. Argosy needs to step in and solve it for her. That's people are dying next to her in real time, and she is put into a situation where she needs to kill others. Keel won't be able to handle it. Why did he put such a soft-hearted girl in that place? I don't understand, but it was Yoram who rebutted instead. I don't think so. What? She doesn't crumble that easily. Yoram. Do you think everyone in the world is as strong-willed as you? Keel is fragile. She is already in a weak state of mind right now, so putting her out into the battlefield is a really bad decision. In response, Yoram glared back at her. You know, isn't it you, Annie, that's looking at you Keel like a damn retard? What? She received a professional military education, you know that. Of course I do. How much better would it be if Keel were to use that military education or whatever after she's back to her normal state? And when exactly would that idiot get back into her normal state then? At least not right now. What do you mean? There's a war happening already. Do wars wait for people to get prepared? That's only for real wars, is it not? Balm didn't seem convinced, but Yoram drove her argument further in. That is a real war. Think about it. She didn't just receive military education. It was at the world's best facility for 3 years. She's been getting good marks and hasn't repeated a single subject, has 80 dungeon raiding experiences, and got a 3-digit rank from the start. Which retard in the world can ever achieve such a thing? It's been that way from the start. That beach. She could have done anything as long as she wanted to. In the perspective of the authority, Keel helped the baby chicken move eggs. She appeared to be trying to persuade the baby chicken to run away and appeared to be in a fluster as she hurriedly tried to carry the eggs. Keel heading to that place, despite her unhealthy mind, was solely for the safety of the baby chicken, Chirpy. However, the baby chicken refused to run away. No matter how much Keel told him to, he could not just leave his homeland behind and escape. That was why Keel was helping the baby chicken in a fluster. Things were going in a very disadvantageous direction. At last, the soldiers that were protecting the world tree could not stop the king bees. Even the commanders of the military, like the mythical creatures, Unicorn and the winged tiger, were being pushed back. That was when things happened the way Yoram had predicted. It at last resulted in a serious matter. A stray sting flew their way. There's no way they thought, but the sting headed for the baby chicken, and Keel tried to block it with her hand in shock, but it was too late. Pack the chicken fell. Keel screamed out loud as Balm and Yoram lamented at the same time. Ah, duck. A thorn the size of a human arm was nailed into the baby chicken's body. In that instant, Keel's body stopped. It froze like a statue. Before long, however, Keel regained her senses and calmly laid the baby chicken down on the ground before taking the first aid kit out of her dimensional storage. She extracted the thorn and carried out the first aid. She looked extremely bizarre and mysteriously calm, to the point that it made them wonder whether she was the same Keel as the one that had been trembling moments ago. What's wrong with her? After finishing the first aid, Keel rose from the ground and turned her gaze to face the world. The pupils within her golden eyes were split vertically. Keel began to fume with killing intent. Yoram felt goosebumps riding up her arm. Keel was angry. Yeah, you have to wake up. You Keel. But Balm instead had a worried look on her face. No, this is dangerous. When Yoram glared at her, she quickly added more words. If a weak-minded person acts on an impulse, it might harm everyone. However, her concern was soon dissolved. Keel calmly raised the baby chicken and carried it into the airplane where the other spirit beasts were rapidly going in and out of. Her movements were calm, and despite oozing with killing intent, she was not agitated. Keel was silently and chillingly furious. The situation immediately changed. Keel flew into the battlefield. Using teleport S, she traveled through space and rose higher up. She shouted. It was more of a scream that sounded as if her throat was cracked. The high-pitched sound echoed all across the world. Dragon fear. It was the warning shot of a gold dragon. Hearing the large shout that threatened to explode their eardrums, the battlefield turned oddly silent for a little as the beastmen military and the king bees simultaneously gazed at Keel. Voom! Soon, the king bees began flying towards Keel after receiving the command from their queen. That was when mana gathered in her hands and rotated like a tornado. Magic arrow, B. Tung who in the world would ever consider this an arrow? It resembled a cannonball, if anything. After leaving her hands, the arrows flew several kilometers, destroyed everything that existed in its path, and created a hole on a distant mountaintop. That overwhelming output surprised even Balm and Yoram, let alone the beastmen military and the mythical creatures. Immediately, the king bees came flooding in. Raising their stings, they approached in an attempt to kill Keel. Soaring further into the sky, Keel shot magic arrows endlessly and crushed everything that dared to approach her. The thick outer shells and the flesh of the bees scattered down like drops of rain. That was when the queen changed its attitude. Kariririk. It commanded everyone to focus their attacks on her. The king bees immediately knew who their strongest enemy was. Quang. One of their stings was blocked by Keel's barrier spell and shattered. Once more and more bees were added to the fray, Keel also had to urgently turn her body to dodge several of them. However, she couldn't dodge all of them, and one of them created a hole on her shirt after scraping past her shoulder. The core focus of the battlefield soon turned into one dragon, and despite the chaotic war, the tides visibly turned as the beastmen chased after their enemies, who had suddenly retreated in an attempt to kill Keel. The king bees flew towards Keel at the cost of losing their wings even, as if they had lost their rationality. In that volatile situation, Keel yelled, "Soldiers, heed my words. I will shoot down the heart of the queen bee, and thou shalt protect me." Dragon voice. A dragon's mana-infused voice had the power of forcing every creation. That one spirit beast who suddenly appeared in this world was able to light a fire in the hearts of every other spirit beast. They had been constantly on the receiving end throughout the fight, but it was now different. The commanders of the troops, the mythical creatures, shouted out loud, "Protect the golden human! Run in, all of you!" King Bees and Beastmen soldiers moved in perfect order as Keel raised her gaze and stared at the distant enemy boss. The reddish-black eyes of the bee were looking back at her. It considered her a human and used its status to suppress her. The difference in status did in fact put a limit to her movement, and Keel could feel her body moving slower. Dispel polymorph. So when Keel broke the taboo of amusement and removed every chain that was concealing her status, hook, wait, that is, when the large golden body reaching 17 meters in height revealed itself, its overwhelming status trembled the atmosphere and stunned everyone. A mythical creature, classified as an ancient species, the strongest spirit beast across every dimension. A dragon, it wasn't just the beastmen and the spirit beasts. Even the king bees were affected and their bodies slowed down during their flight. Protect the dragon. The beastmen soldiers blocked the king bees, who did not stop their march towards Keel despite their loss. In an instant, Keel flung her wings and rapidly flew towards the queen bee. Large centurions attempted to stop her. They threw their bodies to protect their queen. However, Keel had already squeezed her dragon heart to pull out every bit of mana. Her talents that could outshine any other hatchling, that overpowering output of mana, turned into a ray of golden light at her throat. Dragon breath, pang like an atomic bomb, it erupted the atmosphere. The coercive force momentarily painted the world in shadow. The large ray of light flew off into the sky, drawing a clean cylinder in its path. The dragon breath destroyed 2 centurions and crushed them, and with its remaining power, it successfully scorched the wings of the queen bee. The queen dropped towards the world tree and crashed through several branches, but barely managed to find its balance in midair. It was thanks to the centurions taking most of the damage. Kaiririririrarak. As if in a seizure, the queen shouted. Soon, its butt expanded before exploding with a thud. Poisonous cloud, a liquid of poison, splattered above the ground. They soon turned into green gas that slowly descended towards the earth beneath. On the ground were hundreds of beastmen that couldn't escape in time. Watching that, the gold dragon clenched her teeth. Due to using too much mana in the dragon breath, there was a slight pause before she could move her body again. Her body would soon move again without a problem, but the cloud of poison would reach the ground first at this rate. Damn it! No. Shoot wind. Do not let that gas fall. The mythical creatures shouted as the beastmen used their wind spells to try to lift the gas up. However, it was nowhere near enough. The boss aura was not weak enough to waver from a weak breeze. Uok, Huhuk, Uk, do not breathe. Growl, chirp. The beastmen that breathed in the gas near the ground began to writhe in pain. Some of them vomited blood and drooled, while others shivered and convulsed. Meanwhile, the king bees moved to attack other beastmen. It was to hide the fact that their queen had been weakened. Watching all that, Keel thought to herself. Despite thinking rationally, she still had no idea how she was supposed to act right now. That was when the mysterious voice that she heard before floated in her head again like a revelation. The authority, keeper of the clock, SSS, wishes to add more power to you. This in that instant. Keel remodified her body using polymorph. Because a human body was able to use mana more efficiently now that there was less mana inside her body. The authority, keeper of the clock, SSS, is sending mana to you. Mana soon seeped in through the wrist. It was a truly ridiculous amount of mana. Keel had no idea what this authority was. She could only guess that it was an existence related to Ajasi, since Ajasi was the one that had given it to her. The authority, keeper of the clock, SSS, wants you to heal them. Keel looked at the hundreds of beastmen and spirit beasts that had been infected by the poison. A large number of organisms were crawling on the ground in agony. She, however, wasn't certain because she could not heal properly. Everything that had gone wrong when she was trying to heal rapidly resurfaced in her head. The biggest of them was the chimera that had exploded, but it also included a memory of how Yu Jitae had been mad when she was trying to lay a knife on her wrist. The authority keeper of the clock, SSS, believes that you will be able to do it. The authority keeper of the clock, SSS, wants you to trust in yourself. Trust in myself. What is she trying to do? Yoram shouted. No, you can't do that. Duck. Is she trying to kill everyone with her hands? This time, it was instead Balm who was calm. She opened her mouth when Yoram turned towards her in doubt. Keel, she learned healing magic from me, and she tried really, really hard. What? She practiced really hard even when there was no one watching. Even though she failed countless times, she did it for months without an end. There was only one reason why she had constantly failed. It was because of her crazy output. Keel suddenly had this thought. Maybe it's because her overflowing output had been focused on one target that they had exploded due to being unable to endure it. If that was the case, if she could assign that whole group, that was close to 1,000, as her target, if she could split her output into hundreds of strands, feeling the mana jolting her heart, Keel clenched her teeth. She had never properly healed someone before. Things had instead exploded to death after being healed by her, and she could not trust her own stupid judgment. However, even then, she repeated it hundreds and thousands of times. So that she could heal the injured and the sick, Keel tried endlessly by herself in tears. If all that effort wasn't in vain, then everyone there must be healed. Keel decided to trust herself for the first time. Mass Cure A, Chapter 311. Umbrella 6, meanwhile, the regressor merely watched things unfold from the sky. Standing above everything else, he could see everything within the battlefield, but Yu Jitae's eyes were fixed on Keel. Would Keel know, he wondered? Healing magic, combat magic, immense mana output, military life, volunteering. All those failed experiences and things she tried to voluntarily learn, as well as bringing in the baby chicken surprisingly, all had a common factor. If I knew this would happen after the parrot flew out of the cage. Left alone, BY cried for days and nights before finally coming to herself. In that vacant and intoxicated state, she repeatedly mumbled, "I shouldn't have asked for love." With trembling hands, she wrote down the next lyrics while ruminating about her life. A life that had been spent chasing after love. But at the end of that not-so-short life, upon realizing that she wasn't suited for receiving love, Bai at last realized what the type of life she should have led was. I should have given more love, I should have treasured it more, given more love before it left back then. Yu Jitae could not understand those words, no matter how much he pondered, and in fact, that was still the case until recently. But now he had an idea. I should have loved more. Some existences lived in order to be loved, but there were also people that became complete by giving love. Those that protected a nation, its people, the world, and every individual, those who lived for the sake of others. People referred to such beings as guardian deities. That was the common factor in everything that Keel had done on her own volition. Without anyone telling her anything, she was already on the path to becoming a guardian deity. With his eyes fixed on Keel, he thought to himself, "Yes, you can do it. There is no need to feel powerless or be discouraged. Do not falter. Trust in yourself. Trust in what you think is correct." She had ended 3 of her lives with her own hands already. Isn't that more than enough experience in crumbling from powerlessness? The one soft-hearted gold hatchling. At last, it was time for her to be saved. The poison of king bees had a neurotoxic nature to it. One of the spirit beasts bled from every hole on its face, while one of the beastmen convulsed, unable to breathe properly. Then bleeding and vomiting in pain was vividly etched into the golden eyes. Below the shades of the tree, into that pandemonium, her magic descended as a gleam of hope. Magic was the manifestation of will, and thus those with a selfless nature tended to be better at using healing magic. Even though she had never met them before, Keel's wish for those suffering in pain to recover was carried by her violently enormous flood of mana and was conveyed down to everyone. And what happened as a result made Keel doubt her own eyes. The tiger beastman stopped convulsing. The blood that had been endlessly flowing out of a giraffe spirit beast's neck stopped. A wound that was so large in comparison to the small body of the rabbit spirit beast rapidly closed. As the injured slowly raised their bodies and began to follow someone's order to hurriedly escape the area, the World Tree's military each raised their voices and roared in joy. Listening to all those cheers with her 2 ears, Keel turned blank for a little. She thought she wouldn't be able to do it, because she wasn't able to do a single thing properly. Her first failure was disheartening. It hurt more due to all the effort she had put in. It forever remained in a corner of her memories, so Keel had to consciously avoid the memories of that time. However, whenever her mind crumbled and bad thoughts surfaced up, whenever a sense of defeat and a sense of powerlessness rose to the surface, Keel could not stop those memories from floating back up. I am really trash. As she repeated failures, she slowly became used to them. I won't be able to do it no matter how hard I try. All my effort will be betrayed anyway. All those thoughts slowly made Keel more and more timid. When was the last time she had wholeheartedly laughed and chattered? She realized that she had always been half-awkwardly smiling recently. She was always anxious, always sorry. Even though she had always been problematic, no one pointed fingers at her. And since it was her that always betrayed those kind-hearted people, Kiel had always been pointing her own fingers at herself. Isn't it time for you to finally start getting better? Why are you so stupid? Why can't you do anything properly? Those had been the questions constantly going through her mind. And yet, what was happening underneath right now? All those spirit beasts and beastmen that had been convulsing and vomiting blood were slowly standing back up and moving. Kiel looked at her two hands. She could not stop them from shivering. I can do it. I can do it as well. The chains that had been binding her snapped. At the start, it was on an impulse due to the danger Chirpy was put in, and was out of anger, but it was now different. Even someone like me can do it. Raising her head, Kiel looked at the sky. The state of the war was still far from victory. Through her military life with Team Lair, Kiel learned how to assess the progress of a war. In a disadvantageous turn of tides, the plunderers that had been aiming to invade the World Tree changed their attitude. At a glance, it was impossible to understand what their goal was. They began to throw their bodies to all sides, attacking everything in their sight without any order. What are you doing? We must stop them. No, it's not a simple attack. We need to understand what they're after. And what are they after? The reason behind their actions were difficult to grasp, and they seemed to be flying around without a clear objective, solely for the purpose of destruction. One of the king bees attacked a beastman soldier that was on a flying spirit beast, while others randomly attacked the unarmed spirit beast civilians. In Keel's eyes, it was a strange flow of events. It was then. The sensitive nose of a dragon picked up a peculiar scent. Is it poison? No, this is Keel thought to herself. Most monsters communicated through visual and olfactory measures. They warned others by making themselves look bigger or marked one's territory with urine. More intellectual beasts like goblins and grey wolves that formed groups communicated through sound, just like humans. However, king bees were different. King bees were able to carry out complex communications through chemicals that other species could not even sense. It was a communication that no one should be able to pick up without receptors like them. It was the power to share an explicit common goal in a short period of time. Through pheromones. Although dragons did not have the chemical receptors like king bees, they did have the power of interpreting the will behind the mana that formed those pheromones. Kiel quickly began to analyze the will hidden within the peculiar scent. She infiltrated through the outer disguise. The moment she analyzed the first command of the queen bee embedded within, Kiel widened her eyes. Mass suicide. Only then did she realize what the king bees were trying to do. Raising her mana to the limit, she soared into the sky. Ook! Now that the tides had turned against them, the queen commanded them to carry out a purposeless massacre. Pheromones had yet to reach the distance. She had to kill the queen bee immediately and stop the signal before it caused any more chaos. Magic arrow, A. A large missile rushed through the sky, but the Centurions interrupted it. Despite their large bodies exploding from the strike, the Centurions threw their bodies in and protected the queen. Charararak. The excessive use of mana overheated her heart. In a situation like this, she would not be able to shoot a dragon breath even if she were to undo the polymorph. Kiel was already close to her limit. Never in her life had she scraped up so much power. Qhak. Stop them. Meanwhile, the king bees continued with their attack. Each had their own target and fell towards the unarmed and weak spirit beasts with whatever method of attack they had with them. Ah, new. There were some deaths that she could not stop. It was a chaotic war. Chemical signals allowed a group to carry out complex orders. Ants building their house underground immediately knew where they had to go and what room they had to make as well as how to make them. King bees were the same. After the simple command of mass suicide, a separate yet complex pheromone was again spread by the highly intellectual queen bee. The queen's command was renewed inside Keel's mind. Aim for the young spirit beasts. Gather the attention of those flying bugs, flying spirit beasts. Strike the branches of the world tree and break them. Isolate the unwinged spirit beasts between the branches and the roots. Expand your stomachs with poison and explode yourselves. It wasn't a simple suicide explosion. With intellectual means, they were trying to carry out the most efficient explosion. Such a specific expression of hostility caused Keel to have goosebumps. Magic arrow, B. Magic bullet, B. Keel shot more spells in a hurry. They flew towards the queen, but could only kill those that were protecting it. Blink, A. Despite her repeated attempts, they were all blocked by the Centurions, so this time she moved through dimensions to attack from different angles. However, it was not enough to go around the enormous bodies of the Centurions. She was in a hurry. Even at this moment, the Queen's command was spreading far and wide, changing into more and more complex orders. Kook, damn it. What in the world are they after? Stop them first. Stop them. Save those that weren't able to evacuate yet. The death throes of the dying spirit beasts could be heard. Pandemonium. It was like hell on earth. Kiel looked at the watch, but the existence that had given her power once did not react this time. That was when she felt several gazes coming her way. They were from the mythical creatures, the commanders of the military. Looking at Kiel, they were eagerly wishing for something. Those gazes struck her at the back of her head. Despite meeting each other for the first time, they were already relying on her and were expecting things from her. Kiel soon realized that it was because the head commander of the military had died from the sting of a centurion. She could sense her position and her role, and so she immediately stopped attacking the queen bee. Kiel realized that she had the right to lead every soldier in this place. Kiel thought to herself and came to a decision. However, in that instant, she doubted herself, because standing in front of people and gathering their attention was what Kiel had to avoid at all cost. She again felt a shackle flying in, suppressing her by the neck. Do not stand in front of a crowd that was the supreme order given by Yu Jitae, and was a shackle that had been binding an elephant from youth. It was difficult for it to break through even after becoming an adult. That was when she suddenly felt a warm gaze that seemed to have guessed what was going through her mind. Keeper of the Clock, SSS, gazes down at you. Dragons had a certain level of comprehension regarding transcendent authorities. The eyes of a being that had evidently exceeded the realms of a human, that could possibly even rival the status of the Ancient One, was on her, an existence like that was watching over her, with a warm gaze filled with encouragement. Therefore, Kiel decided to trust in herself one more time. Getting rid of the fear that suppressed her throat, Kiel squeezed the mana out of her heart and yelled with a scream. Every mythical creature leading the army, heed my words. Dragons voice a power that forces every creation. Kiel remembered the way commands were given out in the military. Every operation regarding the protection of the world tree will now be under my command. She remembered the names of the spirit beasts that she had learned from school that existed in a corner of her unforgetting memories. At the same time, she reflected on the analyses of the pheromone that was constantly being updated. Mountain Lord, go down and protect the young spirit beasts, the winged tiger. One-horned beast, do not be deceived by the king bees. Protect your ranks and those nearby, the one-horned white horse. Gyro, protect the branches of the world tree and do not let them be broken, large snakes and others. Keel continued giving out orders. The objective of the king bees is mass suicide. Stop the poison from spreading as best as you possibly can. After finishing with the commands, Keel felt a severe insufficiency in mana that made her gasp for breath. She had to overuse Dragon's voice to send her voice across while embedding coerciveness into it. Keel blocked her mouth in an attempt to stop herself from throwing up. She then wiped her mouth as blood smeared her hand. Her mind felt dizzy and her vision wavered. However, when she raised her head again, she found the mythical creatures following her command and moving in perfect order. The aggression of the king bees was efficiently obstructed once their goals were seen through and their meaningless offenses were no longer threatening. The tides turned yet again as the plunderers fell into confusion. Even though the Queen updated its orders from time to time, Kiel also gave further orders in response. Two dragons that were watching the situation unfold from a distance clenched their hands and cheered. The exceedingly efficient commands that only dragons could give in the world created a new flow in the once chaotic battlefront. The flow was now completely in their hands as they struck back. Kiel trusted in herself, and everyone believed in Kiel. Block the Centurions. Just like that, the large spirit beasts and the mythical creatures all cooperated to block the centurions and hinder their movement, and Kiel, who jumped through dimensions, finally found a gap. As a golden arrow squeezed out of her fingers and explosively shot through the air, the falling light finally popped the head of the queen bee. Chapter 312. Umbrella 7. The large body of the queen bee fell. It plummeted into the ground as clouds of dust rose up into the sky. After losing the connection they had with their boss through pheromone, the king bees became confused. Their movements and attacks no longer had any purpose. Without the central power directing them, the army turned into groups of individual entities. The king bees scattered away, while some of the dense bees drove their heads into the protective barriers of the world tree and crumbled into pieces. Meanwhile, the army of beastmen and spirit beasts led by the mythical creatures moved promptly, swinging swords and throwing javelins at their orderless enemy. However, the war wasn't over yet. The final fight of the war finally began as the remaining bee commander came back to itself. The surviving centurion collected data from nearby. Although the pheromones of fighter bees weren't as potent as the queen's, they could still emit pheromones to relay information to those nearby. Every remaining bee was destined to die in any case. Left with that predestined fate, the centurion pondered how they could follow the last commands of the queen as efficiently as possible, even in death. In other words, it seeked for the most effective target for their self-explosions. While its allied king bees were dying, out of several hundreds of pheromones that were relayed through mana, the one remaining centurion found the answer. There was a large mechanical device. This artifact, with a cylindrical shape resembling both an airship and a whale, was a gift to Annam and the world tree that had been given by an existence called a prophet who had come from a different dimension. A flying ship. While the king bees and spirit beasts were having an intense battle of life and death, one king bee who managed to squeeze in through the gap reached the device and checked what was inside. It discovered that there was a strikingly large number of spirit beast eggs inside it. Before the gold dragon headed to battle, hundreds of spirit beasts, including the baby chicken Chirpy, had gathered all sorts of eggs to that place in preparation for the worst-case scenario, the destruction of the world tree. It was under the command of the mythical creatures. Even if the world tree were to be scorched, even if all the spirit beasts and beastmen here were to die, their race would live on in a different world, wherever it may be. However, that decision was now proving to be a mistake. Kairarak, the centurion screeched out loud with a voice unique to an insect-type monster. There was no longer a need for a chemical transmission of information. What it wanted was simple and was also intimidating. Destroy that large whale. The shout of the centurion struck the minds of the king bees who had fallen into confusion after losing their commanders. Their flights gained direction, and the king bees flew straight towards the flying ship like missiles. The beastmen were appalled. The eggs inside the flying ship were the children of their brothers and sisters, and were no different from their own. No, no, stop them. Do not let them break through. Their goal is self-explosion. Do not let them approach. The king bees were out of their minds. They added more and more poison into their bodies, and their stomachs soon bubbled up into hideous balloons. Hundreds of king bees fell from the sky. We must send the ship outside the barrier right now. Is it still not ready to move? Some of them asked, why wasn't it moving yet? But it was because things were changing too rapidly. Move it right now. We can't fight them head-on anymore. It's almost ready. Just a little bit more. The bees did not run away from the layers of soldiers that were standing in front of them. Even if they were to die, the ones behind them would have an easier time reaching the airship if they were to destroy the obstructions. On the other hand, the spirit beasts had no choice but to throw their bodies in to stop them, because behind them was their future. Their convictions resulted in casualties on both ends. Meanwhile, the regressor watched Keel from the sky. She had overused combat magic, interdimensional spells, and healing magic, on top of the continuous use of Dragon's voice. All those spells had been displayed at an output that far exceeded the norms. Because of that, Keel was currently on her knees on one of the tree's branches, gasping for breath and bleeding from her mouth. The original plan for Yu Jitae was to intervene at this moment. Keel had overcome her self-hatred and had accomplished more than enough as a guardian deity, so it was fine to help now. However, he did not intervene. Keel raised her head despite it wavering from exhaustion. The existence, you Keel, looks at the enemies. If he treasured the world tree and Annam even slightly more than Kiel, he would have intervened and helped immediately. But that one dragon was incomparably more precious to him than thousands of beastmen and spirit beasts. The existence, Yu Kiel, tries to stand up. Her legs failed her, and she fell back down, but despite vomiting mouthfuls of blood, she tried to stand up again. And seeing that, he realized that this wasn't a place for him to chime in and provide help. Kiel staggered and raised her knee against the branch of the tree. The existence, Yu Kiel, tries to stand up. All right, let's see you stand up on your own feet. The existence, Yu Kiel, tries to stand up. It was you that started it, and you that pulled it off. So tie the knot with those tiny hands of yours as well. The existence, Yu Kiel, tries to stand up. However, Kiel could not stand up properly. She staggered and fell to the side as her golden hair messily scattered across. He inwardly lamented. Should he step in and take care of it after all? But as if trying to go against his thoughts head-on, a new message floated back up. The existence, Yu Kiel, is furious at being unable to stand up. Kiel did not give up. With her small fists, she struck the tree. Unable to hold her emotions in, she endlessly struck the tree branch. Despite stumbling and limping, Kiel tried again and again, and at last stood up. Staring up at the battlefield with eyes filled with killing intent, she squeezed out mana that laid at the very bottom of her dragon heart. Seeing Kiel finally stand firmly on the ground with her 2 feet, Yu Jitae felt his heart ringing from the depths. It felt like a small drop of water causing a big ripple. That was when an unexpected message appeared in his mind. The authority, Key X, has confirmed the met requirements of an emotion. Filled emotion, anxiety. The authority, Key X, states that the obelisk of anxiety, located in the basement of Vintage Clark, has been cast with light. His eyes twitched. He thought he was cheering for her, but it seemed that he had wrongly analyzed his own emotions. Had he been anxious for Kiel? Is that so? After labeling his emotion as anxiety, he suddenly remembered memories from the past. It was on things that had happened near the end of the 4th iteration. You should have brought something sweet if, what if the last thing she so desperately wanted failed? Wouldn't she become powerless again? It was the anxiety and concern of the one who had instigated this whole situation. However, his concern didn't last for long. When the huge body of the airship finally rose to the sky, everyone considered things to be over. The core was operating without a problem, and there was also a new protective layer that had formed around the outside of the airship. But the last Centurion proved otherwise. The brutally huge bee, reaching 10 meters in height, crunched at the protective barrier with a powerful chin that could munch through steel plates. Crack pushed away by the barrier, its shells cracked. Its eyes bursted as its feelers snapped and dropped. Its fluids began to drip as the grotesque interior of the insect monster was in full display. Despite that, the Centurion did not stop. Even after losing half of its head, it pushed its chin forward and at last destroyed the core that was protruding out of the ship. Quang! With an explosive thud, the Centurion's head exploded and it fell. The airship lost its power supply, but the problem was that it was already 300 meters away from the world tree. After losing the power, the ship slowly tilted before gradually shifting its direction gradually towards the ground. Damn it! Nuo! People screamed. The precious sons and daughters of their neighbors, the future of Annam, had begun to fall in front of their eyes. The airship was unreasonably large and wasn't something people could dare support or carry. Nuo! Some of them could not help but look away and close their eyes. It felt as if time had stopped. Or rather, did it really stop? No matter how much time passed, the sound of the ship crashing into the ground could not be heard. When they carefully sneaked a peek with teary eyes, they found the once descending airship drawing a parabola back up towards the sky. Ah, that's golden forks of lightning sparked from the broken core. It was the gold dragon. The gold dragon was supplying the ship with power in the stead of the power core. The flashing sparks of gold protected the airship and sustained it in the air without making it fall and caused the huge aircraft to fly back up. That ridiculous and absurd scene caused all the spirit beasts and beastmen of the world tree to shiver with astonishment. Ah, the whale was flying through the sky. The remaining king bees were ripped to death by the beastmen. Dozens flew towards the airship, but died after crashing into the protective barrier. Before long, the flying ship slowly descended and landed safely. The moment she confirmed the safety of the airship, Kiel fainted. The eggs were safe and the war had at last ended. She only woke back up after a very long time. Sitting on a chair, Yu Jitae looked at Keel. Even though she was young, she was still a dragon. A human would have been severely injured and could have died from a shock, considering all the mana she had squeezed out, but Keel had almost fully recovered. Listening to the sound of her heart, it was about time for her to wake up, but it had already been 3 days since he first thought that. Without moving a single inch, Yu Jitae sat next to her during all that time and waited for her to wake up. He injected mana into her body to help with her recovery as well. However, even Yu Jitae, who was usually dense with time, became slightly worried after sitting on the same spot for 72 hours. Why isn't she waking up? Keeper of the clock, SSS. That was when a message floated up following the awkward systematics of himself as an authority. Oh, so this is how it works. It seemed that emotions turned into letters and were expressed as an image. Since he had never watched over an existence before as an authority, it was the first time he saw it. It was quite an intriguing addition to his otherwise boring wait. Did this mean the vintage clock would have gone through such emotions like him at a distant place somewhere? While waiting for Keel to wake up, Yu Jitae decided to try expressing other emotions. However, it was not easy. Even though he wanted to express sorrow, he could not feel sad, and there was thus no emoticon of sorrow. The same was for joy. Looking back at his happy memories, so thinking back at the pleasant times he had spent with the kids, he did find them comfortable and nice, but that was the end, and those memories failed to connect to a specific emotion. Anyway, why aren't you waking up? Keeper of the clock, SSS. Perhaps human emotions were just a device made to better memorize unique moments. A photo was just a photo, but with matching filters applied to them, they could hold more than just a visual record. Similarly, even though events were just events, maybe it was emotions that people applied to those events to assign more meaning to it. That was the sudden trail of thought he had. Because things become faint with time, it might be natural that momentary emotions that abruptly pop up are more dramatic in nature compared to past memories. Thinking along the lines of that, he remembered how Yoram had grumbled in the past. This retarded manga is so annoying. How many volumes of past recollection are there? I have absolutely zero interest in whatever you did in the past, so just develop the plot. So when are they having sex, huh? Was that a similar case? He wondered. However, there was something that wouldn't make sense in that case. Although very rare, vintage Clark tended to send messages as if it were reminiscent of the past. Even during those moments of recollection, it sent plentiful emoticons of emotion. It was impossible for normal humans to do so. He even wondered that vintage Clark might be an existence that vividly remembered the past memories and the past emotions. In fact, even the fact that it expressed emotions was strange. But it was most likely a wrong idea, since there was no way that authorities would be existences. He himself was an example of how existences could not become authorities. It was then. Keel slowly opened her eyes and turned towards him with a dull gaze. She blinked her unfocused eyes. Hello. Yu Jitae greeted her first as Keel slowly replied. Hi. Keel had received a large amount of shock to both her head and her heart, and had already slept for several days. Due to that, she was in a half-blank state, right now like a human who had just woken up from anesthesia. Perhaps that was why. Wow, it's Barmani's boyfriend, what? Words outside his expectations left her mouth. Chapter 313, Yu Keel illustration, Umbrella 8. By the way, yeah. There was a beastman watching from the side. When Yu Jitae gave him a nod, the beastman left the room. That thing just then. Was that a dream? Which one? Her brain wasn't processing information properly. What was it agging? Being referred to as Barmani's boyfriend was slightly surprising for Yu Jitae, but at the same time, it wasn't the most surprising thing in the world. Although Balm only teased him when they were alone together, the other kids were also dragons. They had excellent eyes and ears, so it was possible that they had noticed something. Or it might be that Balm had told them already. He let it be since it would be strange to interject just to correct her misunderstanding, and besides, Keel should wake up any time soon anyway. Do you remember now? Noon. I was like Pabak, Keel uttered while swaying her hands left and right. Yu Jitae was amused by her clumsy gestures, so he decided to tease her a little. What kind of weird dream was that? Was it really a dream? I think so. No wonder, so I just jumped out, huh? she appeared to be talking about when she had jumped out of Unit 301. That's weird, though. I thought it'd be safe jumping off from that height, though Keel then gave a wide smile that made her truly look like a dull simpleton. Her outstretched hands slowly came down and reached her hair, and she continued with her words while twirling the ends of her hair. Did I drop head first? Mewhoo-hoo, she laughed, and it supplemented her foolish smile to make her appear twice as foolish. She seemed to be trying her hardest to think despite her head refusing to. He was about to stop teasing her, but that was when she added more words. What would you have done if I died? That's what I should be asking you. Yeah. Why didn't you put iron bars on the window? At that point, you might as well ask for shackles. That's a bit. Keel was about to raise her body, but Yu Jitae dissuaded her by waving his hand. Stay on the bed. Don't overwork yourself. She obediently laid back down. Keel rubbed her head into the pillow as her long hair then covered her face, and seemingly finding that unpleasant, she ran her fingers through her hair. In the meantime, she mumbled. But still, thank goodness I am alive. Those words touched a sensitive part of the regressor's mind, so he waited for more words in silence. Soon, Keel had a blank look on her face while seriously contemplating something. She thought on and on. Although Keel wasn't good at reading the mood, she was the type to try her best in reading the mood, and although she wasn't very thoughtful, she tried her hardest to think as much as possible. Even now, she was working her small head as diligently as she could. I'm a bit strange, right? I never lacked anything, but life had always been hard. It's been that way for several years, so it should be time for many good things to happen, so it would be a waste to die so early, right? So why did you jump out then? Sorry, but there was a good side to jumping down. What was it? I had a dream. With her eyes still out of focus, she looked at the ceiling. It was a really good dream. I met Chirpy again. There were bad monsters, so I flew around a lot, shot spells from my hands, saved people that were in danger. And there was like someone helping me like a drunkard, she mumbled on. Regardless, it fortunately seemed that it had indeed remained as a very positive memory. Even though her eyes were still out of focus and vacant, her hazy expression gradually became brighter. I also healed injured people, really. They all became healthy, like they could walk again. Must have been nice. I also defeated the very bad guy. Good job. But there were also a lot of people that died. Oh no. Keel shook her head. It's sad, but it's impossible to save everyone. Actually, someone told me before that you could carry through with your conviction with power. In my dream, I wanted to help everyone. And you know what's really insane? What is it? She threw her arms wide open. I helped Ivrion good on you. But that was all a dream. Her saying that, she pulled her arms back in and suddenly turned away from him. Looking at the child's back, he asked, Are you disappointed? Keel replied after a short hesitation. Yes, but one day I might be able to do that. Yeah. Maybe. But it will be difficult for me. I am stupid, and I can't do anything properly. But I will try my best. I got some courage after having that dream. Maybe I'll be able to do that in the future. Helping and saving people. Keel turned towards him again with her vacant eyes staring at his face. That's why I decided to not cry anymore. Are you sure about that? That you won't cry anymore? Of course. Can you promise me? Then let's make a vow on that promise. Oh, I know that. I've done that before. I know the rules as well. She clumsily raised her hand above her head while still lying down on the bed and murmured to herself, I am the daughter of the gold dragon, Kalakishas, of East Ascalipha's Veen Peninsula. He couldn't exactly hear what she was saying due to all the mumbling. I hereby vow to not cry. Saying that, she awkwardly gave a bow. Got it. Yu Jitae caressed her forehead. Following the lines of her hair, he patted her by the side of her forehead. Feels good, does it? You do it just like our Argosy. She suddenly blinked her eyes after saying that. NN, Keel slowly turned around to face Yu Jitae. Barmanis ha. Why, what's wrong? She slowly woke up from her confusion. Yu Jitae felt amused seeing her hazy eyes gradually regaining their focus. It was seemingly followed by a sudden headache as Keel frowned while placing her hands on her forehead. Are you okay now? Yes. What did I say just then? Keel belatedly checked her surroundings again. What she had thought was her usual pillow was actually a bundle of straw, and the bed she had considered comfortable was in fact a rugged bed crafted out of some animal fur. She slowly realized that this wasn't her room at Unit 301, but even then, she still couldn't discern whether the events from before was a dream or not, and she thus continued thinking with a dazed look on her face. Vuang. That was when the sound of a war horn was heard from outside. Mommy. That scared me. It had been 2 weeks since she had fainted. The spirit beasts and beastmen had begun restoring the world tree after burying all the corpses and carrying out a group funeral. They were slowly starting to bustle again with energy. Yukio. Yes, come here. Holding the child by her hand, Ujidi raised her up from the bed. With wide eyes like a rabbit, Keel was still bewildered and had trouble believing it was all true. He walked forward hand in hand with the child as she limped after him. Did you have a very good dream? Sorry. The warmth that was being transmitted over his hand steadily brought her back to reality. Time to wake up now. The moment Ujidi opened the curtains of the window, all the countless beastmen and spirit beasts that had gathered at the plaza in front of the building raised their voices and bellowed. Wow! Their growls and their voices resonated the entire dimension. Those who had heard the name of the gold dragon from Ujidi began calling out her name, the name of their guardian deity who had saved their world and the world tree. Yukio, Yukio, Yukio. As the faint barrier hindering her cognition crumbled down, Kiel at last realized that all the dreamy events had in fact been real. She felt goosebumps all around her body, every moment of what she had considered a dream. All those moments that seemed impossible at a glance were all real, and it was she herself that had done it. Freezing stiff from the overwhelming emotions, Keel used both her hands to cover her face. Her vow was already broken. They're all waiting for you. Wave back at least. But hearing Ujiti's words, she lowered one of her hands and looked at the large tree that she had protected and at the world in front of her. As soon as Keel raised her hand, it was followed by a thunderous roar of cheers. Under the radiant sunlight, the animals hummed songs. Receiving the endless cheers of the beastmen and the spirit beasts, Keel walked out onto the streets. The mythical creatures welcomed her and guided her forward as the world tree moved its gigantic body to convey its gratitude. The gentle breezes spread a peaceful scent of nature, and colorful flowers were laid in front of her path like a red carpet. Before anything, she headed to the grave of the dead spirit beasts and beastmen. There was a cemetery built with people crying inside. Going into that place, Keel offered her condolences to the buried spirit beasts and beastmen. Although she had never met them before and did not have any connection with them, she still sincerely empathized with the sorrows of the ones present and wept with them. It was her inborn nature. After that, she went to meet the baby chicken Chirpy and also met some spirit beasts that served him as a boss. She fiddled with his chubby belly for a bit, but Chirpy soon led her to a different place. Keel turned stiff upon arriving there. In that place were spirit beasts who had hatched in the span of 2 weeks that Keel had fainted for. Most of them were babies of bird spirit beasts and looked like tiny baby chickens. Their parents were large hens and roosters who came up and asked for the blessings of their guardian deity. In that warm forest of blooming flowers, surrounded by roosters and baby chickens, Keel gave various pleasant words. He watched all that unfold from behind, seeing that suddenly aroused a prophecy Balm had given on a certain night regarding Keel's future. And there were a lot of roosters and chickens. A lot of baby chickens, perhaps this was the future she had seen. After spending 3 days in the world tree, it was finally time to go back. In truth, Keel looked reluctant throughout the 3-day period. She wasn't pleased with the idea of leaving behind a world she had saved, since the world also wanted her to remain here. However, Ujidi had to take Keel back, and this was something that could not be compromised on by any means, and she also knew that to some extent. That day, Ujidi and Keel walked on top of a branch that was near the top of the world tree. She had something that she wanted to request from him. Please persuade me, she said. Persuade for what? Please persuade me at least to go back home, otherwise I don't want to go back. In response, Ujidi took the pocket watch out from his pocket and opened it. He then took out the note that Keel had given him as a present in the past during his birthday party. Wish card. Ah, that's not supposed to be used now, Keel said with a pout as her golden eyes resentfully glared at him. Ujidi returned a faint smile, and the two of them walked for a long time without saying anything else. When the branch became narrower, Keel stumbled and was about to fall, so Ujidi held her back. Sitting at the top of the world, they turned their gazes to the spirit beasts on the ground that were now minuscule and hardly visible. Due to feeling all the emotions and thoughts that surged up from watching the town of beastmen and spirit beasts, they didn't share any conversation for quite some time. It was Keel who broke the silence with a question. What if she mumbled with a calm face that he had never before seen from her? What if there was a world without farewells? How would it be? He realized the child was sincerely concerned about the topic, and because that concern was something everyone had in common, and also because it was an unfortunate question that did not have a beautiful and idealistic response to it, he honestly shared what he himself thought. Then the time you spend together won't feel special. Is that so there is nothing eternal in this world? That was the conclusion he drew with his dry voice. It is because there are farewells that we try our hardest during the time before the farewell. And make good farewells too. That's correct. Looking at his face, Keel deeply pondered, so Yu Jitae looked back and similarly contemplated. Keeper of the Clock, SSS. That was when a message like that appeared in Keel's mind. In that instant, Yu Jitae realized he had made a mistake, but Keel didn't seem to have noticed it. Therefore, as naturally as possible, he retrieved the authority adapter bracelet from the child. Oh right, by the way, when did you come here, Ajasi? After you finished everything. This was an extremely important question, and was a question that Yu Jitae couldn't give an honest answer to. Fortunately, as always, Keel trusted him. Were you worried a lot? No, not much. Should we go back now? Ah, yes. The two of them stood up. The sun had already set beyond the horizon, and it was night time. Dense clouds that could be spotted through the veil of night approached from a distance as raindrops started to fall. After telling the mythical creatures and the representative of the world tree that she would go back and that she would sometimes come over, Keel bid farewell and walked outside with Yu Jitae. Waiting in front of an alleyway was the baby chicken. With blank eyes, it looked up after seemingly sensing something. Chirp, Anan. Keel walked to the baby chicken, Chirpy, and took an umbrella out of her dimensional storage to cast over the baby chicken. It was raining quite heavily. Crouching in front of the baby chicken, she reminisced on memories of the past. She could remember the small and dusty furry ball wandering around the streets injured, pushing its beak through dirt in hunger. At first she had approached it with Yu Jitae, gave food, and had watched over it with concern, and yet that same baby chicken was now so much bigger, ready for a full farewell. They had danced together in times of joy and had consoled each other through hardships. Every morning they sang songs, and every night they hugged each other to sleep. The baby chicken was the one that made her realize she could do something, and was also the one who made her realize that her value was in giving love instead of receiving it. With a myriad of thoughts flashing past her head, Keel crouched in front of the baby chicken for a very long time. You have to stay healthy. Chirp, a final smile should be a better farewell. With that in mind, Keel did not cry. After leaving the world tree, while walking together with Yu Jitae towards the interdimensional fissure, Keel went through the events that had happened once again. From time to time, there was someone that had provided her with help. It was a being that she could never have assumed to be a human. Keel felt goosebumps the moment she realized it was Yu Jitae from the conversation she had with him just then, despite not showing it on the outside. When she was frightened about the idea that she had to endure hardship by herself, that transcendent authority helped her stand back up again and again. And she now realized that that had been Yu Jitae all along. Keel was surprised by the fact that he was such an incredible being that could rival the authorities of the Ancient One, and was also surprised by how it had been him who helped her stand firmly in times of uncontrollable anguish. It was raining heavily on their way back. Carrying an umbrella, Yu Jitae walked next to her. This weather and this scene appeared like a representation of her life. It had always been raining in Keel's world, and who was it that had been stopping all those rains for her? Looking back, surprisingly enough, it had always been just one person. So in the middle of their way back, Keel stopped her feet and hugged Yu Jitae. Yu Jitae hugged her back with one hand while holding the umbrella with his other hand. The world of my weak-hearted self had always been dripping with heavy rain. Whenever it was raining, the person who always stood by my side to protect me and keep me safe from the rain. Ajasi, you are the one over my head. My episode 94. Umbrella End, chapter 314. Lifetime luck wasted on Gacha. 1. He returned to Unit 301 with Keel, Bam, Yoram, and also Jayal, who was later called up. All came to the front door after receiving the news from Clone 2. Or Goldie, Keel, you did great. Since it was her first time seeing Keel in a long time, Jael dashed into her arms as Keel raised her up into the air, and Balm followed suit by hugging Keel and raising her up. It was Dunga Dunga time. once to the left and once to the right. Kaihaha, they laughed. Despite being glad for her return, Yoram pondered whether she should join that stupid Dunga Dunga thing or not. No, I can't. Why, Annie? Come here and join. No, I'm ducking fine. It's great to see you back, but I just can't make myself do that. It was apparently so childish that it gave her goosebumps. In any case, after that, the kids chatted about what happened when Keel was away. Meanwhile, Clone 2, who was standing next to the Protector in the living room, quietly walked out. After a respectful salute to Yu Jitae, Clone 2 was about to leave Unit 301, but suddenly stopped. Yu Jitae sensed his thoughts through their mental connection and noticed that he had something he wanted to say. Why? Yu Jitae asked after bringing Clone 2 outside. Yes. My lord, aren't you going to ask about what happened with Miss Har-Seatbeal? Why would I, since he had cut off the memory regarding the whole matter? He didn't exactly know what happened, but wasn't interested in it either. The one thing he was certain about was that Har-Seatbeal would escape the agony she had fallen into due to being involved in his matters and will live a happy life elsewhere. You sound like you are itching to talk about it. And no, that's not right. So what happened? Clone 2 replied after some hesitation. He listed the things that had happened. By finding a new house together, helping her work at the new workplace as a teacher, and helping her meet new people, he had an emotional exchange with her which Yu Jitae had allowed. Listening to the stories of the clone, Yu Jitae thought to himself. In the first iteration, Yu Jitae was raised at an orphanage after losing his family and had seen bad examples of orphanage teachers, so that might be why he was attracted to Har-Seatbeal, a genuine teacher, in the second iteration. It was a fresh take on those memories of a distant past. Those were the things that happened. There was actually one thing he was curious about. Did you sleep with her? He asked. Sorry. No, I did not. Clone 2 replied in a fluster. Things did go slightly strange as we got drunk, but there was a feeling that we shouldn't do it. Who thought that first? I'm not sure which of us felt disinclined first. Clone 2 conveyed his memories to Yu Jitae. Har-Seatbeal's lips were right in front of his eyes. Their lips were millimeters away from overlapping. As they smelled the dense scent of alcohol from each other's breath, Clone 2 froze on the spot, while Har-Seatbeal gave a smile. We might do something bad at this rate. Clone 2 hurriedly distanced himself and straightened his clothes. I'll be on my way now, yes. I took too much of your time. It wasn't a short encounter. In front of the door where they would separate again, Har-Seatbeal asked Clone 2, will we meet again in the future? Clone 2 opened his mouth. That was when the memories paused. Ah, sorry, The thing is, it's because I actually had something I became curious about. What is it? If you separate with someone, will you definitely be able to meet them again? With a sincere voice, Clone 2 asked Yu Jitae, even though he was made based on the young Yu Jitae of the first iteration. It wasn't something in existence created by a concept, rather than by nature, would usually ask. And thus, this in fact added another evidence to Yu Jitae's experiment. How can you restrain hearts from walking away when you can't even control your own? He replied. But can't you approach the one you have separated with as long as you want to? Can it be called a re-encounter if you're the only one doing it? Trying to selfishly hold other people back is greed. In other words, he meant that meeting again after a separation was out of one's control. The old proverb, those who meet must part, and those who part shall meet, was one that he didn't necessarily agree with. Soon, the memories of Clone 2 started playing again. Clone 2 said yes to her before turning around. Yu Jitae was quite intrigued by that response because it meant that was probably how he himself would have answered in the past. But if you long for them, they sometimes come out in your dreams. Yu Jitae gave awkward words of consolation. Thank you, my lord. Leaving those words behind, Clone 2 left Unit 301. It was now time to meet the witch. Clone 2 understood the reply that no one knows whether you will meet again or not because he knew about Yu Jitae's past. It was in fact quite an obvious answer for his lord because not a single thing that left him had returned in its original shape. But after thinking through Yu Jitae's words, he started feeling more and more sorry for his lord. They come out in your dreams if you long for them. Yu Jitae hasn't been able to sleep in the past 200 years, though release output amplification core. It all started from this shining sphere that was as small as a ping-pong ball. Yoram glared at the ball, mana core. It was like a supportive battery of an artifact and amplified the output capacity of the user to allow a smoother battle. Why did you buy that? I thought you always wanted to fight using only your own strength, Unny. Yoram frowned in response to Keel's question. I did. Did you change your mind? No. Yoram had been going to Europe these days to apply for duels with large combat guilds. Her winning streak was then smashed by a stronger opponent. There were still many superhumans in the world that were stronger than Yoram. Then why? Look. Even four-digit rankers put their lives on the line in duels and dope their weapon, dope their bodies, and freaking do everything they can to fight. Isn't it unfair for me to fight barehanded against them? But there are people that still don't use them right. Doping one's body had a high likelihood of causing accidents. There were many people that ended up in bad states due to trying to reach above their abilities through those means. That was why there occasionally were natural superhumans. They were those that refused to dope their bodies and solely relied on their given abilities and blessings to fight. Yoram was closer to this group, but Yoram frowned again. Keel became slightly nervous. She knew Yoram was quite sensitive these days due to the constant losses she was suffering. Hee. Did I make a mistake? Worried, she looked back at Balm, who shook her head in response, suggesting she stay quiet, and read the mood. Did I make a mistake? Ah, duck, mommy. Ah, whatever, this is so unfair. Do you think I can't do the same? Duck it. I'm gonna dope myself as well. I'm gonna add a battery to my sword and also take those pills. Ah, why, yes. There's also cigarettes, apparently. What? Cigarettes? You know, those doping cigarettes. Salado Leo sticks two of them into his nostrils, right? Hey, go duck. Two is nowhere near enough. If I was using them, I'd stick it into my mouth, my nose. Ears. She then started listing all sorts of holes. You are. Don't say that. Keel said with a fright while Balm quickly covered Jael's ears. Her outrage stopped at a cute level without going too far. Fortunately, it seemed that she was only frustrated despite the loss. And you, Goldie, I didn't lose, you get that? Yes, repeat after me. I have to suffer due to being a natural. Have to suffer due to being a natural. Without stopping there, Yoram flicked her head to glare at Jael. Have to suffer a natural. Jael also returned a cursory nod and said what she wanted to hear with a sigh. Even though Yoram didn't show it, she seemed quite content by it. Anyway, so you're going to be opening those cores now, right? Yeah. Fortunately, they released a whole stack of them a few months ago, so I used up all my fortune to buy 5 of them. The kids turned their eyes towards the small spheres. Release output amplification core. They were highly expensive cores that reached hundreds of thousands of dollars each. By using up all the money she earned at Las Vegas, she bought 5 of them. They were cores that could be attached to artifacts and weapons to support their output. But there was something unique about these cores. Isn't this the one where they increase in output as you crack more seals? Yeah, these cores that had a total of 10 layers of seals around them unleashed more power as more and more layers were opened with mana. That was why they were also referred to as onion cores. Apparently the chance to have a higher output when you crack each layer is 20. Then what happens in the remaining 80? You get ducked. That's all. The problem was that the formulae of these cores were completely random. They were random and undecided at birth, so there was not a single technique or magic that could allow one to see the end result beforehand. If they had some sort of internal mechanism, Yu Jitae would be able to foresee the end result, but they didn't have any mechanism at all. As a solution to that problem, Yoram bought 5 of them. Bamani, NN. 20 means 1 out of 5 is definitely going to be a hit, right? I guess. And because I am on the luckier side, 2 of them should be a good pull at least. What was that about? Bam tilted her head while Yoram handed a core each to Yu Jitae and the kids. Let's crack them open. Just 2 layers will do. The chance is too low, though. The possibility of getting 2 in a row is 1 out of 25. Even if we try with 5 cores, that's less than a 20 chance. Sounds very doable. In any case, going straight to work, I am doing it right now. Yoram started off by pulling a layer of mana surrounding the core. Passasac, it was a fail. The ambient light of the core immediately turned dark. Ah, duck. Hundreds of thousands of dollars evaporated into nothing right before her eyes. My money, Yoram was lamenting with a frown when the core in Jael's hands also dimmed out with a crumbling sound. Surprised, Jael dropped the core. Oi, you should have said something before opening it. Why would you do it like that? You didn't mention that. No, that's common sense, you idiot. Do you know how important these things are? It's 2 down already. I should have done it myself. Do it by yourself then. What did you say, you brat? Yoram and Jael growled at each other when Keel quickly chimed in and waved her hands. Don't fight. I'll try it. I'm good at things like this. No, don't do it. Just give it to me. I'll probably blame you guys if you do it, so just let me open all of them. No, don't you trust me? There's been tons of great things happening for me recently, right? It was true. Keel was indeed quite lucky these days. All right, I'll trust you then. Go, Goldie. Let's go. Art, wait. Keel popped the core into the blanket that was covering her legs and cut off both light and sound. She widened her eyes as Balm and Jael, let alone Yoram, all looked and waited for her reaction. Did you open it? How'd it go? Did you succeed? I don't know. The answer should be inside the blanket. Keel slowly stood up, leaving the blanket on the ground, as Yoram slowly took a deep breath in and out. In that nerve-wracking situation, where even Jael became nervous upon realizing that it was very expensive, Yoram quickly lifted the blanket. Lying inside was a black core. Oi, you Keel! It was another fail. Yoram shouted looking for Keel, but she had already escaped out of Unit 301 with a blink. Oi, where did this freaking Goldie fool go? Yoram furiously shouted in distress. Jael giggled from the side, but soon quietly avoided eye contact after being glared at by Yoram. She had a fit for a while before snatching the core that was in Yu Jitae's hand. I wanted to do it, though. No, I'm gonna do it myself. Let's go. The result was the same as always. It was another fail. Is this rigged, or what? Why can't I get a single success? Looking at the last remaining core, Yoram sweated profusely. Has the wall of 20 always been this high? How could she possibly open 4 and fail all 4 of them? Shouldn't one of them be a good pull at least? You still have one left. You be quiet and shut up. Hing. In any case, the last one was in Balm's hand, and after reminding her to not open it at any cost, Yoram went outside for a bit. Oh no, she's going to kill Keel. Worried about Keel, Balm sent her a message, but fortunately that didn't seem to be the case. When Yoram returned home, she brought with her the smell of a cigarette. Who, who the last core was in the hands of Balm, who said while handing it over to Yoram, "Here, at least this should work." No, I thought about it outside, but I think you should open this one, Unnie. It's fine. I'm not that lucky with things like this. Is there anything you can see by any chance? Don't you see this and that every day? Nothing. Balm continued with an awkward smile on her face. You do it. Ever since I was young, I was really unlucky when it came to gachas like this. You remember, right, how the fruit I got from the spirit tree looked when we went over to play at Peace City. This was something Yu Jitae was also curious about. The dancing spirit tree that only stopped when someone was nearby when staying still. It would collect the voices of the people nearby and form corresponding fruits. Back then, Keel got a soft and moist fruit, Jael got a sour and bitter one, while Yoram's was extremely spicy. He heard how it was as spicy as a chili pepper. However, he never got to hear what Balm's fruit was like. What did you get? Yu Jitae asked, but Balm again shook her head with an awkward smile, but this time Yoram gave her no way out and exposed her. It was a rotten fruit with fungus on it. Hey, I asked you to keep that a secret. You should all watch out. You Balm has a terrible personality, it seems. No, I looked it up. Apparently 1 out of 1,000 fruits of the spirit tree immediately turns bad. I was just unlucky. It seemed that Yoram thought otherwise. But isn't that good in fact? It means you pulled a 0, 1 chance right. Shouldn't that be considered unlucky? Number 0, 1 chance. Let's see, that's more than enough for 4 consecutive successful cracks. Yoram clapped her hands as Jael similarly flickered her eyes from the side. Wasn't this an expensive artifact that got more and more expensive with more successes? You should try it. I bet you can do it, Unnie. I don't have money. I can't pay you back. I swear I won't ask for anything. And you know what? I always thought the green race was a perfect fit for things like this. Like I said, that's not the case. I haven't talked about it, but I've been mysteriously unlucky ever since I was young. Just put your tongue on hold and open it. Hurry up. Because of the constant rush, Balm curved her eyebrows in displeasure. She turned towards Yu Jitae, but he simply gestured for her to try, and she received a similar response from Jael. With a worried look on her face, Balm heaved a deep sigh. It's not my fault. She pulled out a layer of the core's mana. Pang, fragments of light resembling stars scattered as the light turned slightly brighter. The kids widened their eyes in shock. It was a success. We did it. Yes, look, what did I tell you? Huh, why is this, Annie? Let's have sex. Ah, I love you so ducking much. Come here, let me give you a kiss. No, wait, choop choop. Yoram jumped on top of Balm and hugged her. Uak, shouted Balm after dropping the core as she struggled to save herself from Yoram's lips. Jael sneakily snatched the core and gazed at the expensive object that had jumped several-fold in price. Ahaha, we did it. However, the first success was just a starter. Ha! After exactly 5 minutes, unbelievable things started to happen. Chapter 315. Lifetime luck wasted on Gacha. 2. Looking at the onion core that became slightly brighter than before, two pairs of eyes were filled with greed. The two of them suddenly turned their gazes to their watches and looked up something. So the output increases by 20 every time you crack a seal. Her twice is 44, and 3 times is 72. 8. One of them was Yoram, who couldn't be satisfied by just one gacha. Ewa. And the other was Jael, who checked on the internet that an onion core with one unsealed layer jumped up in price by 4 times. It meant that Yoram had made up most of the loss she had suffered with just one fortunate pull. Meanwhile, Yu Jitae turned towards Balm. With a blank gaze, she was looking at the core, and it seemed to be a continuation of her anxiety from before. "What's wrong?" he asked. "NN, you don't look very good." "Ah, it's nothing. I wasn't expecting it to work, so I was just a little surprised by it." Balm soon returned to her nonchalant expression, but after all the time they had spent together, Yu Jitae couldn't help but think that her current apathetic expression was a very forced one. "Here, Yoram, take it back." "Huh, thank goodness it worked. I'm really happy for you." "No, no, no. NN, it's only the beginning. Let's do it one more time." "I don't want to." "Why?" "Because it's obviously going to break." Yoram, who was still on top of Balm, suddenly grinned and gave a very warm smile. "Honey," with a coquettish voice, she whispered as Jael freaked out from the side. "Just once, NNNN." "No." Balm was resolute. "Ah, why just once?" "Honey, just one more time for this cute sister Yoram." "What's wrong with you?" Balm shook her head, as if she was being asked to catch a bug with her bare hands. "I'm not doing it. It's okay even if it breaks, so just one more time." "Aki, this is gonna work for sure. I can feel it." "No, go away." She tried to push her away, but was no match to Yoram in terms of physical strength. "Move," she shouted, but Yoram resisted while crying ahunk. The two of them pushed and pulled each other, but Balm was soon pushed down onto the sofa with both of her arms suppressed. This time, she used telekinesis to move her away, but it was also futile as Yoram endured it like a big rock. She had become a lot stronger than before. "Ah, you Yoram, go away right now. Just one more time, honey. NN, just once. The output goes up by 44, you know. I don't want to shoulder the burden when it fails, okay? The problem isn't me taking responsibility or not. I would just be breaking something that works completely fine. Uyuing, I done know, I done know. Please do the gacha for me." Ah, so annoying. While Jael was retching at the back, Balm tried to endure it as much as possible before sending a gaze towards Yu Jitae asking for help. But Yoram covered her eyes in response. Balm raised her knees up in surprise and accidentally kicked Yoram in her crotch. "Ook." Ego Yoram's little V is getting smashed. Even though it didn't hurt in the slightest, she pretended like it hurt and whinged. Cute Yoram can't have any children now. In an attempt to make Balm Gatcher out of guilt, they're sure having a fun time, thought Yu Jitae. On the other hand, it also made him wonder why Balm was so reluctant to do it. "Uong, do it for little Yoram. Pretty pliasi." No. Balm was on the selfish side and had a clear distinction between her own and others' belongings. That wasn't necessarily bad or anything, but it was thus strange that she would be so reluctant to gamble on someone else's belongings, because she had the tendency of only taking care of her own stuff. "Oi, oi, put that thing down." Meanwhile, Yu Jitae had to stop Jael from coming up with a golf club. "Where did she get that from?" "Right, I shouldn't be the only one doing this." "Oi, you Jael." "What?" "I'll give you $50 every time this succeeds." In other words, she was asking Jael to beg with her. But in response, Jael glared at Yoram with a displeased look on her face. Was she looking down on the pride of the blue race? There was no way that money would $100. Jael dropped the golf club. She then gazed up at Balm with sparkling eyes. Yu Jitae also added, "It's not that big of a deal, is it? Don't be too stressed and take it easy. I can help you if there's a problem," he said, and Balm immediately stopped having a fit as if the previous struggles had been an illusion. Balm looked at Yu Jitae like a puppy who was made to take a loathsome prescription, but soon heaved a deep sigh before giving a nod. "Yoram, this will not be my fault. Yes, yes. But you should know this. That just then was actually the first time I did well on a gacha in my entire life. Is it that bad? Have you seen me do anything similar during my amusement? It's because things went bad every single time I tested my luck. Balm murmured, ever since I was very young before carrying the core in her hands. Then she grabbed the ninth seal of the onion core with her hands. Don't blame me, however. There was no reason for Yoram to blame her because the core gleamed brightly the moment the seal was undone. Uak, we did it. Breaking through 20 chance, it was the second success in a row. In a fright, Yoram grabbed Balm by her collars and shook her back and forth. Despite being shoved back and forth, Balm's startled eyes were fixed on the core. Even Jael, who slowly reached forth to take the core, had the same sparkling eyes as Yoram. This core had become 4 times more expensive in that one short moment. Thank goodness, thank you so much, Annie. Thank you. It's all right. Luckily, it did work out well. NN. Balm retrieved the core from Jael and handed it over to Yoram, who quietly laid her hands on top of the core before giving another sneaky grin. But you see, in that instant, Balm realized what Yoram was trying to do. Seeing Yoram throw constant glances at her while biting her tongue and acting cute, Balm gave a frown. You just don't plan on listening to me at all, do you know? That's not it. Annie, listen. Yoram began persuading Balm like an uncle who found a great market to invest in, explaining about the possibility and the flow and whatnot. She continued talking about how she would forever respect her as a sister if she were to do it just one more time. Perhaps she had felt certainty seeing Balm succeed twice in a row in the midst of repetitive failures. Balm was a green dragon after all. However, Balm remained silent and did not have a very good look on her face. Yu Jitae had never seen such an expression on her face before. She was neither angry nor sad, and instead appeared worried and agitated. Her eyes rolled around left and right, and her hands were even more fidgety. Balm looked anxious, and it seemed that she was conscious of it herself, judging from how she soon placed both of her hands underneath her bum and lowered her head. You know how you were unlucky from ages ago. Maybe that luck was all for this moment, for this onion core. So all the misfortunes until now should mean I get it. I get it. So stop, and please shut your mouth. When Balm raised her head back up, there was a very stern look on her face. If Yoram had a tail, it would probably be swaying in a servile manner. Yes, Annie. I'll say it one last time. She turned all the more serious as more and more anxiety was added into her gaze. It won't work. There is no way it will happen 3 times in a row. Even if all my misfortunes from youth were combined for this gacha, it will never work. I know myself the best, but there's no guarantee that it won't work. It's just a gacha, right? If it cracks here, it will be a little sad, but it's fine. It's not fine like, is there something wrong? What is it? How grandiose of a thing is it that you are being like this? Yoram, you are being really annoying, you know that. What? Silence befell the living room in an instant. There was still a serious look on Balm's face, and Yoram had to read her mood, not because of the occasional confrontation of emotions they had, but because the anxiety in Balm's eyes was now so obvious that even Yoram could see it. When I was young, in the middle of her speech, Balm cut her words off and clenched her lower lips with her fangs protruding out. She looked angry, so Yoram gave an awkward smile and approached her with an apologetic gesture, but Balm used the back of her hand to flick her arm away. That touched Yoram's temper a little, but she endured it and returned another servile smile, because there seemed to be something going on. Honey, are you angry? I'm sorry anyway, so you still want me to do it, yes? No. I was going too far. If this works again, then there's a high chance that this is in fact an unlucky core. Something bad might happen to you, but you still want me to continue, yes? Wait, no. I told you it's fine to stop. Her breathing noise turned coarse. I've warned you already, and now I am going to break this. No, Annie, I'm sorry, okay? Let's calm down and pretend this never happened. NN. But before Yoram could even stop her, Balm began ripping the seals around the onion core. At the same time, miraculous things began to happen. Wait, Pong Ah. Wait a minute. I think it's a success, Pong Ark. We did it. Annie, please stop. You can stop, Pong Jairak. It's another success. This is more than enough. Absolutely enough. Annie, this is insane. You got 5 successes in a row. But apparently from the 6th seal, the chance drops by a half. 10 is too low, right? Ha! The core was still in Balm's hands, and she looked more irritated than ever. Yoram, on the other hand, was tremendously excited. 5 successes in a row meant the onion core's output was now 5 times greater than the original. 250 increase in output was truly a shocking number. At the same time, Jael also froze in shock, because the money earned in this short moment was thousands of times larger than all the fortune she had accumulated in her life. Maybe life really was all about one big success. In the middle of all their attention, however, Balm did not release the core, and her hand was on the next layer. You, Annie. Yoram doubted her eyes. Was she really going to go even further? Immediately, she felt as if someone had poured a bucket of icy cold water above her head in the middle of winter. The chance to get 5 successes in a row was 0. 32. Although it wasn't an impossible feat to pull off, it was still a tremendously low chance. And yet the probability of success, starting from the 6th layer, was 10. There would now be a 90 chance of the core crumbling into nothing. 90, it was way too high. All the fortune coming this far would vanish with one mistake, and Yoram had to stop this. You, Annie, Barmani. Balm remained silent, facing the ground. With an awkward smile, Yoram lowered her body to look into her eyes, but felt fear for the first time in her life. Her eyes weren't the eyes of a sane person. Annie. Let's put that thing down first, NN. Please, let's just put it down. Ha! We were very lucky till now, so it would be a waste to break it now. Ah, right. Please, I am insanely excited right now to be using a super strong weapon. If that breaks, I'm gonna kill myself. For real. Jael also nodded from the side, with a worried look on her face. In that living room filled with tension, Yu Jitae was the only one who could control the situation. He was actually going to leave them be, seeing how the kids were enjoying themselves and playing with each other. But it now seemed that Balm was clearly not in a good state. She was glaring at the core as if she wanted to crush it into pieces. Therefore, he walked up, lowered his body, and looked into her eyes. What's wrong? Slowly, her eyes moved away from the core and shifted towards him, and at last, her eyes regained their focus. Balm, are you all right? Ah, the convulsing and trembling around her eyes also finally came to a stop. Calm down, so you don't make a mistake. Yes. Balm looked into his face with a slightly blank look on her face. Her fingers stopped shaking, and the pace of her breath returned to normal. The tension that had been surrounding the living room vanished in an instant. Relaxing her anxious heart, Yoram gave him a double thumbs up, and Jael added another thumbs up from the side. Why do you think this is not breaking? Balm asked. Maybe it's a lucky day, like Yoram said. It's fine now, so just put that down. You've done more than enough already. But that's strange. The odds are so low, Balm continued murmuring. Why isn't it breaking? Why does it keep succeeding? As Yoram carefully tried to retrieve the core from her hands. It needs to break, though. That was when Balm suddenly added more power into her fingers to pull out another layer. Wait, Art! Even Jael was surprised and let out an audible gasp. It was unstoppable. The layer slowly separated itself from the core. Every second felt like 10 minutes. Yoram pushed Balm away and snatched the core from her hands, and Balm fell back onto the sofa as Yu Jitae made sure she didn't get hurt. "Nu!" Yoram shouted as the seal was lifted. Her heart dropped, seeing the core gradually lose light. However, the weakened light intertwined with each other near the core, and after breaking through the odds of 10, they gathered at one place to revolve in a stable manner. Pang, it then gave off a bright radiance. A success. Balm had succeeded in opening the 6th seal. Yoram was astonished to the point that Dragon Fear accidentally came out with her shout, as Jael also grabbed her by her pants in shock. Soon, the two of them hugged each other and jumped up and down. Even Yu Jitae felt slightly surprised by it. Soon, he gazed down at Balm, who was half lying down in his arms. She was covering her eyes with her fingers. Her lips were smiling, but that smile didn't really appear like a genuine smile. "This is driving me crazy," she whispered with a sorrowful voice. Chapter 316, Lifetime Luck Wasted on Gacha 3, Kaya haha. I am so happy. Hehe. Me too, me too. 6 in a row on an onion core. That's nuts. $300 in 10 minutes. Ah, sorry, but I don't think I can give you $300. Because I'll be giving you $400 instead. Kaya haha. Aha, but seriously, you freaking money addict. I saw that straight face you made just then, all right. Don't you have anything to say to me? Who's being so nice to you? I love you. $400. Ahak, you crazy little kid. I love you, lol. Kai ha ha ha. Eh. Doonga doonga. Jael was carried by Yoram and was moved left and right. While that was happening, Jael saw something behind Yoram's back. Yu Jitae was looking at her. Usually she would have given a bright smile as soon as their eyes met, but this time she didn't. Instead, her gaze headed towards Balm, who was half lying down and leaning on Yu Jitae's arms. Balm had created a gap between the fingers that were covering her eyes and was looking up at Yu Jitae's face. With her anxiously crooked eyes, she gazed at his face for a few seconds. When Balm suddenly began ripping out the layers of the onion core, her breathing had been very deep and coarse. That still seemed to be the case, as the tight t-shirt revealed her stomach moving up and down. However, the pace of her breath gradually slowed down as she deeply gazed at Yu Jitae's face. Even her crooked eyes returned to normal at a visible rate, which Jael found to be quite intriguing. Balm tended to face Yu Jitae with such eyes very often. It was similar to the gaze Mayang Yanghe had been facing his wife with, also similar to his wife's gaze towards her sons at the vacation in the past. Right as Yu Jitae was about to lower his gaze, Balm moved her fingers to cover her eyes again. Then she lifted her body up from his embrace with a normal look on her face. That was also when Yoram returned to her senses. Oh, right so, Barmani, NN, are you all right? RNN. Sorry for acting strange for a bit. I became a bit emotional. It's fine now. Weren't you going to talk about something that happened when you were young, just something unlucky that happened with Gacha? Is that seriously just it? To be honest, your eyes just then were on the same insane level as the laptop incident. Balm smiled in response. It's too embarrassing to talk about at that point. It was difficult to ask any more questions. In any case, what was important was that the sixth seal of the core had been lifted, and that it could now give off close to 3 times the output of the original core. In truth, the release output amplification core was only a second-grade item out of supplementary cores, and there were tons of better ones out there. However, things were different as soon as it reached 3 seals, where it would give off 1.7 times its original output. Even a slight difference in output mattered tremendously for supplementary cores, meaning that onion cores had vastly superior potential. And that was why onion cores above 5 lifted seals were usually shared to the public by broadcasting companies. In addition, Yoram's quick research about the number of onion cores with 6 opened seals told her that there were only 4 of them in the entire world. And yet that has now become 5, so which release output amplification core has the most number of cracked seals, and who has it? It was none other than the witch, Valentine, who possessed the onion core with 7 opened layers. It was well known for being used by Valentine whenever she was using dimensional spells, and even had the name Lucky Onion. With a gulp, Yoram looked down at her 2 hands, at the core that was 1 level below the one possessed by that renowned witch. If I have this reflecting on the things that had happened in the past few weeks, Yoram clenched her teeth. Breaking news, super fresh superhuman Yu Yoram visits France. Yu Yoram defeats rank 103 Sephrin, famous for her strong one duels as she aims for 1-digit rankers. A fierce battle with rank 83 Laurent Clovier. Yu Yoram comes out victorious after a 2-hour duel. However, there are criticisms that she is masking intentional defamation behind the mask of duels. The next target is rank 72, Sim Lung, a duel against the firm defense-oriented superhuman. But shockingly enough, the experienced veteran could not defeat the passionate youngster. He checked the current affairs section of the International Superhuman News, since a cadet that had just graduated from Lair had become rank 93 in an instant. Everything Yoram did was shared as a news article. And besides, her insane obsession for duels was one that was extremely eye-catching. In the standards of normal superhumans living on Earth, it was a rather unfavorable thing to do. Ever since the new era, superhumans had become a portion of the economy and served as a type of brand. Superhumans that indiscriminately caused fights not only ruined their own public image, but were also ostracized by other superhumans in the long run due to the same reason. If Yoram were to win, the opponent's brand image would fall, and if she were to lose, her brand image would deteriorate. Because of that, Yoram was like fire to the current era, and her constant victories added oil to the flame. Summer, a season of humiliation, a red mad bulldozer on the run. Who's Yu Yoram's next opponent? Rankers constantly suffering a loss from a young 20-year-old superhumans that have become complacent after the Great War. Remember why the red light is a warning sign. Criticizes Petrovic. Eventually, the rankers became not only alarmed, but also hostile. The rankers of France, who had been the constant targets of Yoram, openly declared a reproachful comment against Yoram. Rank 29, savior of Gallia, Simon Abkarian, condemns the young and disrespectful child. Yu Yoram replies, "Eat shit," a raw message in return. After that, Yu Yoram went to fight the strongest ranker of France, Simon Abkarian, and finally, a stop. Yu Yoram loses in a duel against Simon Abkarian in just 15 seconds. She crumbled before the wall called Rank 29. The end of an immature act, the wall of a true hero, was unable to be overcome. Yu Yoram suffers another defeat. This time, the victor was decided in just 12 seconds. Yet another defeat for Yu Yoram. A short 9-second duel decided in one blow. Endless criticisms against Petrovic on the SNS. Simon states, "A fearless fool that rushes in will die before angels," as a warning to stop the indiscriminate duels. Yu Yoram gets her additional duel requests ignored by Simon Abkarian, a shameful return. That was why Yoram had been quite sensitive these days. Simon Abkarian, it had been a while since he last heard his name. He was the representative of the organization, Superhuman Without Borders, and at the same time was one of the members of the Grand Natural Society, who had been trying to contain Yu Jitae in the past. Since he was quite annoying, Yu Jitae had pondered whether he should kill him off in the 7th iteration or not, but an old and wise assistant had helped save his life. The man had big ambitions, condescendingly looked down at the world and lowered others to raise himself up. Even in his one-on-one duel against Yoram, at the end of the fight, he intentionally put his foot above her head as she was lying down. That was exposed to the media by reporters and became the #1 embarrassing photo for Yoram. Yu Jitae was checking the news on his watch when Jael, who was cuddling right next to him, gave a frown. "Why?" he asked. "It's annoying." "What is?" "Like, why is she getting bashed up?" Like that. In truth, Yu Jitae didn't really think much about Yoram's embarrassing photo because it was a fight with their pride on the line in the first place. Besides, doesn't Yoram do something similar herself when she comes out on top? You don't like seeing Yoram get bashed up? Yes. I thought you guys weren't on good terms. Like, it doesn't matter. If I'm doing it, why does she do that outside? Was this what it was like to have a relationship of both love and hatred? Yu Jitae, who did not have an actual family before, could not really understand Jael's feelings. In fact, fights like this that were known to the public were just the tip of an iceberg because rankers tended to have duels in secret. Articles like this being made once every 2 weeks was only because both parties had agreed to making it a public fight. In other words, she probably would have fought someone between rank 72 and rank 29 in the meantime. And considering how she had lost to Simon in 15 seconds, she probably would have lost to others from that range as well. Yu Jitae's opinion was that Yoram was especially strong at interpersonal one-on-one fights rather than group fights and fights against monsters, and he assumed her rank to be around 50. She was still considerably weaker than her final goal, Javier Karma. That was when Jael asked with a worried look on her face, "Can you please help her?" "Well, I don't think that would be a good idea. In the end, if I help her beat rank 29, she would stop again at around rank 25. And even if I do help her again, she won't make it past rank 20. But what if you help her again and again? She wouldn't like it, though. But what if?" Jael raised an extremely sensitive question. From here on was in fact Yu Jitae's greedy hope that the dragons would lead a good life even after their amusements. That greed was actually changing his initial plan of how the 7th iteration would look. That greed was why Yu Jitae had gone through unnecessary acts to help Kiel stand firmly on her 2 feet. And that hope was also why he was supporting Yoram from a step back so that she would not become overly dependent. All the above was in fact something that interfered with the regressor's dream. He decided to give a sincere response to that sensitive question because he did not consider her a baby anymore. "If I did help now, and if Yoram were to overcome all these problems with my help, she would not learn how to deal with problems by herself. You guys have to go back, and there will be hardships when you're back. Those problems will continue all the way until you become adults, and I won't be by your side then, will I?" Jael nodded. But that was when something outside his expectations occurred. Jael suddenly started wiping her tears with the back of her hand. He immediately realized that he had been too specific when referring to the farewell. Fortunately, at least, he now knew how to console crying children. He reached his arms out as Jael naturally reached her arms forward in return. Hugging the child, he slowly tapped her on her back. Will you help if she asks for help? Who, Yoram? Yes, I don't think I would. Firstly, she probably wouldn't ask for my help, and secondly, I still stand by what I said. She needs to learn how to solve problems with her own power. The regressor considered Yoram to now be a perfect exemplar of how a hatchling should be like. There was only one thing at this point that he might teach Yoram. It was her anger management problem that she still could not properly control, even though Yoram was currently using all sorts of expedients to go around the problem of being swept by her emotions, that instead further proved how she wasn't able to control her temper even now. Yu Jitae would provide help if that were to become a problem in the future, but he had no plans of helping her aside from that. Can you please help her? Why, I told you. Don't you understand what I'm saying? NNNN. Jael raised her head from his chest. If Annie asks for help, please help her. Why? Because she needs to learn. The child looked into his eyes for a bit before burying her head back into his chest. I told you, it's time for her to learn how to solve problems by herself. That's something she does by herself. Yes, that means she can do it after we go back. Her following words struck Yu Jitae in the back of his head. But if we go back, she can't learn from Ajasi anymore. When the words of the child seeped into his ears, it caused a ripple in his emotions. Can't learn from me after they go back. Those words put more emphasis on himself than the act of learning. It was strange. He had never desired to be loved before. Never had he wanted to remain as a meaningful or special existence in the minds of the kids, and that was also the fundamental reason why he had put a distance between himself and Balm. The reason he forced these kids into one place was because he wanted them to live happily without dying. That was the only wish Yu Jitae had for the hatchlings. Do not die, be happy. That was it. What they thought of him as in that process was something he wasn't interested about. The authority, key, X, gazes at you. Since that had always been the thought in his mind, Jael's words surged a strange emotion in his mind. But how is that important? Everything would be in the past already anyway. You guys would live for thousands of years, and the time you've spent with me would be less than one of that time, would it not? That was what he wanted to ask. However, he knew those questions weren't suited for the current situation, so he buried those questions in his mind. Judging from the context, Jael would probably be sad if he were to return such questions. In the end, he had no choice but to console the kid because the child's mood was the most important in the world. Got it. Really? Yeah. If Yoram asks for help, I will help her. Jael finally looked a lot better as she looked at him and gave him a nod. After sending the child off, he noticed his shirt was wet around the chest, and looking at a mirror, he realized his grey shirt had turned darker around that area. It was a lot despite her small eyes. Perhaps because she was a blue dragon. Dear, are you sleeping? That same dawn was when Yoram came looking for Yu Jitae. Chapter 317. Lifetime luck wasted on Gacha. 4. Dawn about time for the darkness to slowly dissipate. It was also the time for Yoram's day to start. Ever since the newborn superhuman competition, Yoram started waking up at dawn to train by herself. She would return drenched in sweat, take a quick shower like a protagonist of a drama, and have breakfast together. But today, the sound of her footsteps came closer towards Yu Jitae's room. She asked, "Dear, are you sleeping?" after opening the door a little. However, there was a problem. The problem was that Balm had come to his room 5 minutes before her, saying that she had trouble falling asleep today. Good morning. Yoram was startled after opening the door. Since they killed their own presences at home, she had no idea she was here. Yeah, good morning. But what do you mean, dear? It's nothing. I was just trying to be closer to my dear teacher. Fortunately, it didn't escalate into a big problem. Balm nodded before quietly leaving the room. When it was just the two of them in the room, Yoram grabbed her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. That was ducking dangerous, but she suddenly blinked her eyes. Wait, why is she here, though? Apparently she couldn't fall asleep. So did she want to sleep with you? No, he replied with a straight face, just to have a chat about the association. So why are you here? Yoram shook her head to get rid of all the obscene thoughts that rose up in her mind. She was about to open her mouth, but quickly turned towards the door in doubt. Is she watching from nearby? She thought, but there was nothing strange nearby that she could sense. In any case, now wasn't the time to worry about such things. After emptying her mind, Yoram opened her mouth. You know my godlike six unsealed core. It was very good. Okay, the output's insane. It has a beautiful glitter and it's ridiculous, but you see, it's slightly uncomfortable to use. What do you mean? Like, I've never used things like this before, have I? In other words, she was asking him to teach her how to use it. True. It'll obviously be hard to use at the start, so I'm not the weird one, right? Real-life doping was different from buffs in RPGs. Life would be easy if it was as simple as drinking a potion to directly increase your stats, but that wasn't the case in real life. So how does it work in real life? It was like the following. 1. Consume a drug or an elixir. 2. It then affects the hormones of the physical body as well as the internal mana. 3. The sympathetic nervous system gets stimulated. The heart beats faster and rapidly pumps blood into the body as the lungs naturally crave for more air. That physical arrangement was to harness more mana inside the body. 4. The danshan gets overheated. The mana inside the body gets amplified and moves to the body to reinforce muscles. If unable to be controlled properly at this stage, the mana might rupture muscles. 5. But if they do get controlled, it results in an increase in the overall power. The same was the case for onion cores. Simply attaching the core to a weapon would not immediately increase the weapon's output. Superhumans incorporating mana into a weapon was something normalized as a habit. Sharp when attacking, flexible when blocking, light when swinging, the characteristics of the mana had to be constantly modified, and this was a relatively complicated process. Making that process a habit through repetitive practice was what was referred to as taming one's weapon. But with the addition of an extra core, it was like having two cooks making a broth because something foreign would be constantly adding mana into the weapon. Since that was the case, the user had to manipulate both sources of mana properly in order to properly make use of the extra core. It's freaking hella complicated. It's impossible. And when it came to control over mana, Yoram's talent was at the top 10 percentile of the Earth's superhumans. In other words, she was ghastly ungifted in the standard of dragons. I made you Bomb try it since she's good at using her head, and she could use it fine, so I was starting to think I was the weird one. Well, that was because Bomb had the best talent in regards to the manipulation over mana out of every existence Yu Jitae had seen in his entire life. Did Keel try it? Yeah, but she couldn't do it. It was different from Keel, who only had ridiculous output. In any case, Yu Jitae was quite amused by Yoram's indirect way of speaking. It seemed that the child was still finding it hard to voice out, "Please teach me," even to this point. She still had such high pride. Even though he always respected her pride, independence, and identity, this was a different issue. Yoram was trying to ask him for help despite being able to do it by herself. A situation like that naturally called for a clear request because, after all, he was not a vending machine. I see. And what? Ah, no, nothing. That's just how it is. Are you done talking? Ah, I guess. I see. Is that all? He felt more and more amused as time passed, so he decided to tease her a little. You said you were done talking. Wait, Duck. What do you mean? You know what I'm trying to say, don't you? What are you trying to say? Are you really going to be like this? Like this? Yes. What do you mean this? Like why are you doing this? Do you really not get what I'm trying to say? I don't. He returned a crooked reply as Yoram curled her lips up and revealed her fangs. Yu Jitae felt even more amused. She opened her mouth trying to say something but hesitated before reopening her mouth only to exhale deep breaths. Duck soon. She heaved a deep sigh before murmuring with a crawling voice. You know, go on, so. Only when her diminishing voice reached the sound of a mouse's heartbeat did she finally say the main topic at hand. Please teach me how to use a core. She couldn't even meet his eyes. Fortunately, Yoram was at least somehow able to say it, so she heaved a sigh of relief, but that was when he replied. I don't want to, though. After a few seconds, Yoram became extremely sulky and was about to leave the house, so he had to calm her down. Whatever. I wasn't that curious anyway. All right, my bad. It's fine. I won't do it. You don't want to. Cool, because I didn't want to do it either. I'll do it by myself. All right, I will teach you. Let go, and go away. I freaking hate you. In any case, he calmed her down and planned for the lesson. That morning, Yu Jitae took Yoram and headed for the academy district after having their breakfast. It had been a while since he had last come to this place. Yoram was a full-on celebrity now, and everyone tried to greet her after seeing her. This is why I do it at dawn, Yoram grumbled irritatedly. They soon walked into a large training room. But why was she following? NN. I just wanted to watch our little Yuram work hard, Balm said with an awkward smile. And she really did nothing but watch while hugging her knees in a corner of the training room. It was time for the actual teaching to begin. The core thing to focus on is multitasking with mana. Multitasking with mana. Mana was the manifestation of will, and one existence could only have one will at a time. However, a trained musician could sing a song while playing a piano at the same time. It meant that one will could allow two processes to occur. How does that work, though? How could one play a piano and sing at the same time? How do they induce their bodies into doing two things at once? It is done by grouping two into one category. A category. The first task would be pressing a key of the piano with one finger. Playing the piano with 5 fingers of the same hand would make that into one category, and playing the piano with 2 hands would group the tasks further into another category. Adding singing to that would create another category. Going further on, people would eventually even be able to sing and dance on top of playing the piano. Everything was possible despite their complexity, as long as they were grouped into one classification. The same was the case for utilizing 2 or more cores. After listening to his explanation, Yoram blinked her eyes. I see, that's pretty interesting. So what am I supposed to do now? The answer to that question was rather extremely simple because, as always, practice makes perfect. Even if Yoram was to learn how to manipulate 2 cores at once by herself, she would have mastered it in no more than 1 year. I don't think so, though. That thing wasn't that easy. Because the seal was lifted 6 times, the will incorporated inside the core's mana is hella strong, and it bounces up and down by itself. Even then, 1 year would have been enough since she was still a dragon. Yoram. Yeah, if learning it the hard way would make you learn it that much faster, how hard do you want it to be? Choose from 1 to 10. 170. Your height, be serious. I am serious. 170. Time is gold for me, as you know. If I can learn it in a day, I am even fine with torture, she replied with a serious voice. Yu Jitae thought to himself. In the past, he too had trained by himself in order to manipulate cores. 1, 2, 3. He trained for over 20 years after closing himself in a mountain, and could at last incorporate up to 177 cores into one category. There was a tip he acquired by himself from that process. Simple repetitive practice is, in the end, a matter of concentration. Yeah, that means you will learn faster if you concentrate more, I guess. Then, when do people concentrate the most, in your opinion? Ah, when they're a fighting. Right, but more specifically, it was when their lives were on the line. Yu Jitae was contemplating about the setup when his eyes met with the green pair of eyes. Ah, that seems like a decent plan. Thinking that, he called Balm from a distance. Yes, can you help me a little? Yes, of course. Can you form mana into thin strings and connect from this side of the room to that side? Thin strings. Yeah, very thin. Weave 4 of them together, and for the formula add detect, harmonize, instability, rip, and recover. Can you do it? Sounds a bit complicated, but I'll try. Balm groaned, NNNNN, while racking her brain, but soon came up with strings that were a lot better than he had expected. Meanwhile, Yoram was blinking her eyes, seemingly trying to guess his intention. You, Yoram, take your shoes off. Why? Just take them off. Your socks as well. When the strings were complete, Yu Jitae placed Yoram on top, as she was suddenly made to stand barefoot on top of the thin strings. Underneath, he used his killing intent to form spikes as large thorns began to cover the ground, and lastly, he bound her heart using chains of hell to ensure she couldn't use much mana. Yoram gradually became more and more flustered. Fortunately, she was still being supported by Yu Jitae. Am I supposed to focus on the 2 cores in this state? She was standing on top of the thin strings. It's hard enough to balance myself here, though. That wasn't the end. She had to use both mana cores at once, and if she couldn't send mana into the strings at once, the strings would snap. Wait, wait, wait. Wait. Isn't this too dangerous? The ground was densely covered with thorns that were made by Yu Jitae, and each of them was at least a meter tall. Pain or injury wasn't even the main problem. Her heart was already being bound by the chains that would immensely slow down the recovery speed. If she were to be pierced by thorns that were created using Yu Jitae's killing intent in a state like that, she might even end up with an irrecoverable wound or a disability. Listen. Wait, wait, wait. I said I was fine with torture, but I never said I was fine with getting a disability. Yoram asked Yu Jitae, who was holding her by her nape, but he remained silent. Why aren't you saying anything? She still had some doubt in mind. Seaman, of course he will catch me if I fall. There's no way he would just watch me lose a leg, right? But the moment she turned around and looked into his eyes, Yoram felt a chill going down her spine. There was a serious and stern look on his face. I will not help you. Ha, who? Wait, no, please no, duck. Yoram was seriously flustered. Every training she had with him was always extreme, but none of them was extreme enough to result in a disability with just one mistake. It was because he was always there to help. No, no, I can't do this. Have you seriously gone insane? You're the one that wanted this. Even then, this is. His gloomy voice stabbed through her ears. Be responsible for your words. Yu Jitae released his grip with those words. Art. Yoram felt her heart coming crashing down. She was startled, but still somehow managed to balance herself above the string. However, that was when the strings began to fade. She had focused too much on balancing herself that her concentration over the two cores had diminished. She focused on the cores, but this time it was difficult to balance herself. She accidentally missed a step as her body wobbled on top of the string. Yoram was frightened. Are you really not going to help? I almost ducking fell there. I'm actually gonna be ducked. She turned towards him with a gaze asking for help, but Yu Jitae was facing Balm and having a chat with her. He wasn't even looking at her. Fear flooded in. Oi, Dick Jitae. I'm about to die here. He didn't reply no matter how much she called him, and she soon realized that he really wasn't going to help her. I am D. Pop, that was when one of the strings of mana that were intertwined into a rope popped. She no longer had the leisure to yell. Yoram brought her focus back onto the rope in a fright, and balanced herself so that she wouldn't fall while simultaneously focusing on the two cores to keep the strings from fading away. I will die if I fall. I will lose a limb if I fall. I will be ducked. Whenever her body wobbled, a sense of crisis shook her heart and muddled her brain. She wanted to shout what this shit was about and wanted to pour out profanities at Yu Jitae and Balm. However, she could not do so. Why? Because she was millimeters away from dying. This unsophisticated method of Yu Jitae was in fact very helpful for Yoram. He did not let her down from the strings for over 24 hours and even left her behind and returned to the dormitory at one point. Yoram, who was intensely focused on balancing herself and utilizing her mana, could not voice out her complaints despite gritting her teeth. The next day, when he came back to the training room with Jayal, Yoram was sleeping on top of the strings. She was sleeping stably, as if she was sleeping on a hammock. She had managed to pull it off. That was when Jayal, who had come with him, faced the large spikes at the ground with widened eyes. They looked extremely dangerous to her. Jayal asked him, "What are these, real spikes? Try touching them." Those viciously shaped spikes crumbled like thin crackers the moment they touched Jayal's hand. They're a fake spikes. Chapter 318. Lifetime Luck Wasted on Gacha. 5. Yu Jitae continued teaching Yoram on how to make the best use of a core and how to safely handle the increased output. It was always the three of them whenever they were training, thanks to the addition of Balm. Her spells were very handy because most of the training required specific setups, so he involved her in the process. But on the other hand, he found it strange. Balm had been busy going around meeting her acquaintances at the association, but these days, she was following him so often that she had stopped attending those meetings. I told them ill be busy for a while. Why was she suddenly following him around? He asked her in case she was being jealous of Yoram, but she did not say anything meaningful in return. There is nothing for you to worry about, and she always did the same thing. Crouching in a corner of the training room, Balm always quietly watched them train as if she wasn't there, and stayed there until the end unless he called her. You're really great at this. Yoram. Ha! Oh, really? Yoram became less concerned by it after having it happen over and over again, but Yu Jitae thought otherwise while looking at Balm. As always, Balm never did anything unnecessary. So then, why was she following them around? Can I go with you today as well? Yeah, let's go. Even though he didn't know the reason, he supposed this at least wouldn't be that big of a problem. The only reason he could guess was that she was being jealous of the relationship between Yoram and himself, but that was highly unlikely. Even if the unlikely cause behind her bizarre actions really was jealousy, that wasn't anything to be greatly concerned by. Balm had always been quite sensitive about the approach of opposite genders, and plus, he always drew a clear line, and Yoram too was being considerate of Balm, and drawing a boundary herself. That was why he let her be, but she did other strange things on top. Floating a flower above her hand with magic, she glared at it with an anxious look on her face. It was a flower he knew about. Stardrop, this was used as a substitute for a torch by spirits living inside dark caves because plucking a petal of the flower resulted in a fluorescent light. The spirits tended to use that to light the path in front of them. In addition, the spirits plucked the petals in times of difficulty to guess their future, since every flower had a different number of petals. It will be a problem. It won't be a problem. Will be. Won't be, Balm mumbled while plucking the petals one by one with a worried expression. After removing all the petals, her eyebrows turned crooked, making her look even more depressed. What are you doing, Balm? Why are you pulling the flower apart all of a sudden? Is there something you're worried about? NNNN, would this be how a puppy would look when it was itching to take a dump, only to find out there was no toilet nearby? With such an expression on her face, Balm shook her head and floated another flower. She took a deep breath in before plucking the petals again. He couldn't understand the reason behind her actions. Her eccentric actions continued without an end and lasted almost 3 months. For those 3 months, he continued teaching Yoram. Don't be in too much of a rush when you're increasing your output. Yeah, understood. While teaching Yoram, I want a dog, a large one with jet black fur. He met Mayu to conduct an experiment. He successfully analyzed which parts of the origin fragment corresponded to which authority. Mayu began to act like a queen after moving to a wider isolation room. The director of the isolation chambers, the Mythi, expressed her concerns, but Yu Jitae permitted it. Not because Mayu was pretty, but because the black race had a tendency to attach more meaning to their own territories, and it could therefore be used as a good carrot. He would immediately move her out if she became disobedient. Hello, dear association. You have all become old. 10 years have done much to your appearances. The witch left the deep depths of the dungeon and revealed herself at the association as Clone 2 escorted her with a flushed face. When did you come? And Keel, who sometimes left the house without saying anything, was found crouching at a park near the residential area. It was the place where they had first fed the baby chicken. He should be healthy, right? He sometimes comes out in my dreams. And there, he was living happily. Can you please pat my head? Time passed. Yoram planned for another duel with rank 29 of the association and demonstrated a natural manipulation over the output to finally succeed in defeating him. He used to be an unsurpassable wall a few months ago, and it was thanks to her gaining immaculate control over the 6 unsealed core. Yes, die, die. She was about to step on the head of the guy that was still on the ground, so he had to stop her. My onion core really is the best. Balmony, I love you. Balm congratulated her with a bright smile, but could not control her eyes from twitching outside her vision. Yu Jitae realized that she was feeling extremely agitated. It was immediately after her victory against rank 29 of the association. Yoram was overage already. She wanted to drink after winning the duel, so Yu Jitae took her alongside Balm to a bar that had a decent ambience. Cheers for you Yoram. Cheers. Balm raised her voice and clinked her bottle with hers. The kids cancelled the detoxification blessing in their bodies and poured alcohol into their mouths to get drunk as Yoram began listing her heroic stories. But right when their tipsiness was about to hit the limit, Balm suddenly grabbed a spirit with 50 alcohol and chugged the bottle. Who? You're drinking the whole thing? Yoram giggled and followed suit, but felt a sudden nausea hitting her head, so she had to stealthily use mana to push the intoxication away. It was quite an embarrassing thing to do, so she did so while giving out empty coughs. However, on the other hand, Balm continued chugging the spirit without forcing the intoxication out with mana, as Yoram asked in a fluster. Honey, calm down. Why are you drinking so much? It's Finny you're pretty much gone already. What do you mean fine? I just feel like getting drunk toddy, take it slow. Or sober up a little at least. Your whole face is red right now, you know that. And plus your eyes don't look sane. Balm did not stop. Only when she was so drunk that the entire world was revolving in her vision did she finally release her glass. Then she opened her mouth with a very slow tone of voice. I have something to say. She began talking about the reason behind her anxiety over the past 3 months. I have been unlucky ever since I was very young. Her luck had constantly been put to the test at home, and she had always been unlucky, to the point that she even wondered whether the world itself hated her or not. That was why she wasn't as flustered as the other kids, even when they had met the dimensional disjoint on their first amusement. Ah, is that why you suddenly said sorry to us on that day when our amusements were ducked? NN, because it was probably my fault. I was wondering what the heck you were suddenly about. Isn't that all just a myth? But although very rare, there were times when she was absurdly lucky, and an example was her recent 6 consecutive successes with Yoram's core. The problem was that those lucky times were always followed by a reaction. What kind of reaction? A separation. The first time I became lucky, my father left after a few days. It wasn't luck at all. Balm refrained from sharing the details. What about the second time? I had a younger sister, said Balm while grabbing the bottle with both of her hands. Her voice was very serene. A sister? You never mentioned that before, did you? She's dead. What? A father and a sister. They were the beings the young baby Balm had treasured the most in the world. Memories of the time were too wretched and unfortunate that they could have negatively affected the entire childhood of the young hatchling. So her mother touched her memories to make them hazy. She then told Balm, "It's not your fault." So Balm, in fact, could not remember the exact details. However, that could not completely erase the memory, so Balm was about to go crazy from anxiety. Yoram continued bothering her, asking whether it was true after she was done with her words. It was because Balm appeared so composed despite sharing such a serious past. Because of that, Balm shared her memories and emotions with her. Yoram, who had been asking things, widened her eyes in utter shock after receiving her emotions. Wait, duck, and could not say anything else. But it's all right. My memories are hazy thanks to my mother's help. It feels like it never even happened, and like the plot of a drama, it's not that painful. But her father, who had been the most precious person in the world, and her younger sister, who helped her endure after the departure of her father through the hard times when she was learning magic from her mother. She had already become distant from the two most precious people, and yet now Balm had one more person that was precious to her. Balm looked into Yu Jitae's eyes. Soon, tears budded underneath her eyes. Rather than tears of sorrow, they instead resembled the tears of a drunkard. Yu Jitae nodded after realizing the situation. Ajasi, it's fine. You're not going to die, right? I won't. Who in the world would possibly kill me? His words were mysteriously persuasive. It was indeed hard to imagine anyone killing Yu Jitae, and Balm nodded despite being massively drunk. But you won't, leave us without saying anything before the end of the amusement, right? Of course I won't. I was the one that forced you guys to come here, so why would I leave? She didn't seem convinced and shed drops of tears with an indifferent look on her face. I'll die if you disappear without saying anything. You don't have to worry about it. Balm was still skeptical, so Yu Jitae reached his hand out and shared a portion of his thoughts and emotions. He will not leave the dragons until the end of the amusement. Only after sensing those sincere thoughts and feelings did Balm heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the atmosphere wasn't too serene despite the conversation topic due to their intoxication. But on the other hand, Balm crying with a runny nose was a very amusing sight. She pretended to be normal, but her nose was bigger than before. Right when she became relieved, Yoram giggled and started taking photos of her face. Stuart Balm retaliated and tried to snatch the watch, but the struggles of a person too drunk to even properly move their limbs was in vain. Hey, stop taking pictures so ugly, lol, still prettier than you, okay? Let's see if you can say that after seeing your photo at this point. Even Yoram was quite drunk and was out of her mind. They were stumbling, blabbering about deleting the photos and whatnot when Balm placed a bowl of cheese on top of Yoram's head. What is this emergency provisions? Eat it if you're hungry at home. Oh, thanks. You really are very organized. Yoram picked up another cheese ball and suddenly pulled Balm's t-shirt before placing the cheese inside her underwear. Why did you put it here? You have 3 boobs now. Easy, triplets good, but why triplets? And not twins? Aang, what do you mean? You have 3 boobs now, you fool. Hee hee kekek, they laughed. None of them were in their right minds. But fortunately, it seemed that Balm had her fun from it, judging from how she tended to drink more often after that. After coming to the association for the first time in a while, Balm was meeting people, and during her coincidental physical contact with Yu Jitae, had a look at a portion of her memories. Balm's conversation topic had always been about prophet season, and they were having a similar chat that day. From her touch, she realized that Yu Jitae had been frequenting the underground hazard isolation rooms lately. By the way, what's inside the underground isolation chamber? Oh, did you not hear from the prophet, miss? But upon realizing that, Yu Jitae refused to talk about it, and Bam had to call Yu Jitae on the way back home, asking about the thing inside the isolation room. Yu Jitae casually returned a reply. Just a black dragon. Bam felt a piece of lead dropping inside her head. Was he talking about the black dragon from before? That monster that was powerful enough to drop the Tower of Mages was still alive. For a long time, she had trouble voicing out more words, and after a few seconds, she finally managed to ask a question. Is it a female? Chapter 319. Lifetime luck wasted on Gacha. 6. Balm lowered her head and looked at her grass-colored hair that came all the way down to her chest. She was a green dragon. That was why her hair and her eyes were green. A black dragon. They had been exiled out of Ascalipha a long time ago, so she had yet to meet them. But their eyes and hair would naturally follow the color of their race once polymorphed. Black hair, the person that would share love with Yu Jitae in a distant future after Balm. That person was the reason why Balm, who had been living a fine and happy life by herself, was pushed to the brink of anxiety from time to time. What was certain was that the person was a female and that she had the form of a human female. That was why Balm waited for Yu Jitae's reply. He had always been a slow speaker, and his response came after roughly 2 seconds, but for Balm, those 2 seconds felt like minutes. Balm waited while biting her nails. Why was there such a destined future? For what? Why would Yu Jitae leave her despite sharing love with her? What do I not have that he will throw me away like that? What does that black hair have instead, that she gets to be with Yu Jitae? Her head was slowly starting to turn blank when Yu Jitae gave his reply. Why are you asking that? Yu Jitae did not know of Balm's providence of the black hair. The said providence wasn't something Yu Jitae was supposed to know of, and even the other dragon races could never interfere with the providence upon hearing it from the green race. This was due to the authority, protection of the providence, that resided in the origin fragment, and was why even the chattery Yoram was keeping it a secret. However, there was one thing he knew, and it was that Balm was sensitive about his relationships with females. Why are you asking that? Yu Jitae was still teaching Yoram. Soon, Balm's composed voice was transmitted over the watch. Ah, please don't misunderstand. I was just curious, well. I never assigned any meaning to its gender. Yes, yes. It's just it's the first time a dragon came here apart from us. That's why I became curious. Or is there something you are hiding? Yu Jitae realized that this topic was on top of a fine line. There was no reason to hide it because he was doing what was necessary and was not betraying the kids in any way. Even then, he was still reluctant to answer her question. Why? It's because it indeed was a female. However, hiding the truth just because it was a female also seemed strange. There was nothing he needed to hide, nor was there any reason to. By the way, where did you hear that from? Sorry. The fact that I am going to the underground isolation rooms and that there's a black dragon in there. You're the one that mentioned the black dragon, Opa. What about the question before that? About the isolation rooms? I've heard stories here and there while supporting people as a soothsayer. The tone and pace of her response was very composed, even more so than her previous one. But that instead suggested that she was consciously making herself seem composed, and meant that she was in a difficult spot. Yes. All right, fine. Yu Jitae pretended to forgive her to shift the topic away from her question. On the other hand, Yoram walked towards him while wiping the sweat with a towel. Blinking her red eyes, she expressed her curiosity about the content of his talk with Balm. A black dragon. You mean the one that came out before, right? It's nothing for you to worry about. You did mention it was still alive, but it's locked in the association, huh? Is it inside that isolation room or whatever? Yu Jitae didn't reply and simply wondered why she was so curious about it. But what was the talk about its gender and stuff? Who knows? Stop asking a bunch of useless stuff and go change. Let's go back. Yeah, but on the way back to Unit 301, Yoram had to suppress her heart from making a loud thump. Yu Jitae might have no idea what a black hair meant, but Yoram knew what it meant. Holy duck. Don't tell me after a few hours, when Yu Jitae left with Keel and Jael to the park, Yoram knocked on Balm's door as if she would break it open. Oi, oh, hi, you're back. Why was her voice so calm? Thinking that, Yoram stopped on the spot. Balm was sitting in front of the desk, writing something down on a note with the usual indifferent expression, as if there was nothing she was concerned about. Yoram closed the door and slowly walked into the room. The room was filled with the fragrant scent of nature, but it did not stabilize her mood at all. Can you at least knock on the door before opening it, oi oi, barmani? That's not the important thing, is it? NN, wait, Duck, are you okay? I heard what you two were talking about on the phone. Ah, I didn't interfere with your training, did I? It should have been near the end, though. How do you feel? Are you good? NN. Well, why wouldn't I be fine? No, no, no. You are not fine right now, are you? He said it was a black dragon. It's still alive there. And what was its gender? I don't know. Why don't you know, did you ask? Arjasi changed the topic, oh duck. Don't tell me it's actually a female. No way, right. Balm was still composed, even though she should have had a panic attack 37 times at least. Seeing such an incomprehensible reaction out of her made Yoram even more frustrated. Let's go and ask Yu Jitae. No, it's okay. I'm gonna go ask him even if you don't. No, Yoram, don't. Why aren't you asking him? Aren't you curious? There must be a reason why he changed the topic. Then did you ask why he changed the topic? Yoram squinted her eyes. This won't do. Even though Balm looked okay, she was definitely just pretending to be fine. Her smile with a few screws loose was the proof. After coming to that judgment, Yoram immediately stood up and approached her. Balm looked surprised, but Yoram sat on top of her lap without a care. Balmani, let's be honest. You're a bit heavy. How about you move aside? Shut up. Let's become frank enough to show our innards, yeah. What are you trying to ask now? You know, in the providence of the future you saw, the black hair was being embraced, right? Yes, and what exactly was the situation? I don't really get it, but it should have been like an image, right? Like a photo or a video. Yeah, my ass. You duck. Stop cutting your words short and say it. Tell me. Mbam was about to turn to the side and slur her words, so Yoram tightly held onto her cheeks and pressured her with a low voice. Say it. It's nothing. It just was in a human form, an adult, and I saw her back. It was white, and they were naked. Yoram's eyes widened into circles. Holy ducking shit. Who? The black-haired woman, or Yu Jitae? That was when Balm's eyes began to faintly quiver. Even though Yoram knew that this was the starting point of her emotional outburst, she had to hear it, and the following words struck her at the back of her head. Both of them, Yoram slowly stood up from her lap and took several steps back. She then took out a cigarette. Even though Balm usually reprimanded her for smoking inside the house, this time she didn't say anything as the ember scorched the cigarette and smoke left Yoram's mouth. This is crazy. That's what Yoram thought. No matter how she possibly thought about it, even if she was to stand upside down and think, that most definitely would have been a sexual relationship. But actually, there's nothing to really worry about, right? It was then Balm suddenly gave a smile. Her eyes were still twitching, and the corners of her lips were raised onto different heights. Maybe. It was just a dream. Huh. Or maybe like, I go out with Arjasi in 5 years, and I dye my hair black in 10 years and get embraced. Maybe that's the future I saw with Providence. Right. Dude, like, what kind of has that ever happened to you before? No, it hasn't, but it might happen in the future. It was all a dream. Yes. Yes, it was all a dream, and I'm just being paranoid by myself for no reason. What kind of, but there's a black-haired dragon now, isn't there? Surely it's a male, right? There's no way it's a female. Maybe it's a male that's already married with kids, 50 sons at that. Right, the black race only gives birth once in their lifetime, right? But they're known to give birth to a lot of kids, right? Her entire body began to tremble as she began to hyperventilate. You freaking madman, calm down first. Okay, you never believe in things without seeing with your own eyes, so what's wrong with you now? H. Balm suddenly shot out of her seat and grabbed 2 handfuls of her hair. Why is this happening to me? Calm down. Calm your, Yoram, tell me. What am I lacking? HNN, what do I not have? Are obsessive women not attractive? But I'm not being too clingy. I'm restraining myself a lot so Arjasi doesn't feel uncomfortable. Should I really just step up and make him only face me, without thinking about you guys at all, and be selfish? I think I can do that. I have the confidence to do that better than anyone else. But, oi, you Balm. I can't live like this anymore. She suddenly opened the window and crawled onto it. Oi, what do you think you're doing, you madman? But was stopped by Yoram. Let go, you let go. Balm clenched her teeth and tried to escape, but could not beat Yoram in strength. She even resorted to trying to use teleport S to escape, but it was interrupted by Yoram, and she was thrown back onto the floor. Calm down, you crazy beach. Nothing will get resolved even if you get agitated like this. Weren't you the one that always told me to be composed? Even though she was thrown on the floor, Balm seemingly did not care about it. With quivering eyes, she morbidly repeated, murmuring to herself, "I'll be thrown away. After I give Argosy both my body and heart oy, you're really going to die at this rate. Try cutting your feelings for him off at least. How can I when I like him so much it's driving me crazy I can't. It'll be faster for me to die then. What are you going to do? Providence is unchanging now. It's been destined already. That's why it must be a dream. Ah, right. Actually, can you guys just give me 5 years of time? NN, what? I will kidnap Argosy and run away to a different place. Take him to a place no one can come to. Ah, right. Like a deserted island. I can feed him food, give him everything he needs, get married and lock him up in a place. Only I can see I'll be too anxious to give birth, but if I can have Argosy only for myself. That won't be a problem, right? Hee hee. Yoram was lost for words. Balm looked completely insane. That clever and foxy girl had pretty much let go of her sanity and smiled and shivered like a fool. However, Yoram realized that Balm's madness was aligned to self-rationalization. It meant that the direction and target of her madness really could point towards a bad direction. I'm a trash, an unappealing trash, a trash that will be discarded when I give my body balm, then began driving her head into the floor. Kung, kung, kung. The sound was proof of the force behind her headbutt. Like, what the duck is wrong with her? Yoram thought to herself. She knew from 2 years ago that a black-haired woman would be coming out right. Then what the hell was the issue it was then? Upon suddenly realizing something, Yoram turned her gaze to her waist. She could see the onion core attached to the level 2 long sword artifact. Yoram realized the problem. Balm liked Yu Jitae and wanted to become closer to Yu Jitae, both the heart and the body. However, she could not do so because of the providence and had managed to endure it with difficulty despite feeling constantly anxious for 2 years. It was similar to withstanding the pain inside a burning house. However, things changed with the 6 consecutive successes of the onion core. Balm mentioned that she always separated with someone precious as a reaction when she became lucky, and that precious target was now Yu Jitae. In other words, the onion core had added oil to the fire, and that was why the house had now exploded. I'm trash. At that moment, Yoram realized something. Ignoring whether that black dragon was a male or female, ignoring the fact that it would be on the bed with Yu Jitae and whatnot, the reason behind Balm's currently unstable psyche was none other than the onion core. If the problem was that she had been too lucky, wouldn't the problem be solved if that fortune was to be broken? Balmony. Look at me. Balm was still doing a headbutt against the floor. Yoram called her with a calm voice. I am not Balmony. Can you please call me unappealing trash from now on? Duck, stop with this bullshit and raise your head up, you lunatic. Hurry up and lift your head. Do you really want to get bashed up? When Balm lifted her vacant gaze with a drooling mouth, Yoram took the core out with trembling hands and handed it over to her. This, NN. Let's crack the seal one more time. Chapter 320. Lifetime luck wasted on Gacha. 7. Balm suddenly came to her senses. The twitching in her eyes started to subside, and her anxiously murmuring lips also came to a stop. She half rose up from the ground and asked with a vacant look on her face, Yoram, are you out of your mind? Yoram was dumbfounded. Who was the one talking? I'm not out of my mind. Then why would you tell me to peel another layer? Don't you know how precious that is? Do you think I wouldn't know that? The chance to get 6 successes in a row was 0. 32, and the output had increased by 98 times. Only 4 of the cores in the world were known to have 6 lifted seals, and Yu Jitae had explained that this core could pretty much increase an artifact by a whole level. In other words, Yoram's level 2 long sword artifact was close to a level 3 artifact with the addition of the 6 unsealed onion core. It was very precious even for a dragon, and in fact, even Yu Jitae was quite surprised when it succeeded. That was how low the probability was, and yet Yoram handed it over to Balm. Listen carefully, you green trash. NN, why are you feeling so down right now? It's because of all the luck you suddenly got, right? Yes. Now, you're going to be breaking that with your own hands. No matter how big of a fortune it was, isn't it all going to be worthless the moment you crush it? Balm could not return any words. Has that never happened before? You said you had 2 similar things happen before, right? But back then, the lucky situation had already ended. What was it? One of them was a surgery on my dragon heart. The probability of success was extremely low, so I was told I would most definitely die. I think my dad and my mum were also fighting a little back then, maybe. What about the other one? The other one, Balm gave a frown. She could not remember the details. No, but this should be fine. We still don't know if that black dragon is the black-haired person or not, and we don't know its gender either. And this onion core is already complete, so let's not touch it. What? I'm just being paranoid by myself, and I don't want to cause you too much trouble. Balm suddenly stopped in the middle of her speech due to Yoram suddenly pulling her shirt up to reveal her stomach. On her stomach was a scratch caused by the strands of mana that had splattered when dispelling Balm's teleportation spell. Blood was bubbling up around the wound. I am like this because of your sudden fit. Are you still not going to do what I tell you to do? Sorry, it's weird how I am the one saying it, but you're going to cause a massive problem at this rate. We still have more than a year or two left for our amusement. And besides, honestly, even if this gets broken, wouldn't you, Jitty, do something for us? Yoram realized it was a very careless statement the moment she said it out loud, and she in fact didn't even think so. He would probably not replace it for her, nor did she want him to, but that was the only way to calm Yu Balm down in her opinion. But instead, something outside her expectations happened. The instant she heard Yu Jitty's name, Balm's eyes suddenly wavered like a magnitude 5 earthquake. Right. The vibration slowly intensified. 6, 7E, even if it fails, Ajasi will help us, right? Balm started laughing, hee, as if she had given up on thinking. Okay, give it to me. Huh, oh yeah, you said it was fine, right? Yoram, huh, yes I did. Oh right, was it a 20 chance to succeed? No. I told you it's 10 from the 6th layer onwards. Balm, despite half giving up on thinking, still surfaced a bright smile. Aha, then that should never work, right? Yeah, it's not easy to hit a 10. It's definitely going to break. Is that still okay? Yeah, duck it. To be honest, it didn't even make sense for it to reach 6 seals, did it? Of course not. You're a damn right, so just destroy the whole thing and drop your burden. Balm gave a wide smile. NN, and ripped a layer of the core. Pang, the 7th seal, was another success. Kairak, Uwak, what the duck? Balm dropped the core and fell back in astonishment. She crawled back in shock as her head struck the table behind her. It was such a strong hit that her head immediately bent into a right angle, but she did not feel a single pain from it. Ook, hook, hook. She began to hyperventilate again as she grabbed her chest in pain. What in the ducking world? Does this even make sense? On the other hand, Yoram was also frightened seeing the core on the ground. It had succeeded yet again by breaking through the 10 chance. No, if she were to stop here, that would only stop Balm's luck at a higher level. Yoram quickly racked her brain and decided that they could not stop here. You Balm. Huek, Hayakai, I want to die, please kill me, oi. What are you talking about? Wake up. You Balm. Yoram constantly tapped her on her back, but soon realized that Balm wouldn't be able to crack more layers with a sober mind. She might faint from psychological stress, even before trying to open the 8th seal. In that instant, she suddenly remembered the spirit with 85 alcohol that she had bought at Las Vegas. You stay right here. No, wait. Since she might escape in that time frame, Yoram pulled Balm by her collar and dashed to her own room. She then grabbed onto Balm's cheeks. Open your mouth. Ah, again no. Her hand came flying in. Slap, slap. It landed twice on both sides of Balm's cheeks and turned them red. Just open your damn mouth. What was that for? This isn't over yet. If you stop here, you're only going to be stopping at a high roll. Shouldn't you crack more layers and break the damn thing? Maybe she's right. Balm widened her eyes. But can you do this with a sober mind? Ha! She rapidly shook her head in response. Simply looking at the core made her freak out and caused the world to revolve around her. Suppressing the urge to vomit, she covered her mouth and began to whine. We are never going to do this with a sober mind, so hurry up and open your mouth, and turn off your detoxification. At this point, it was double or nothing. Balm disabled the detoxification blessing inside her body. As soon as her body became similar to a normal human's, Yoram opened the lid of the spirit and poured the liquid down Balm's throat. Drink, drink. Even Yoram was stimulated beyond her limit at this stage and felt like going crazy. Balm began coughing after completely chugging a whole bottle, so Yoram used one of her hands to block her mouth so that she wouldn't vomit, and used the other hand to pour the same spirit down her throat. Her mind suddenly turned hazy as the world began to turn in front of her eyes. She succeeded in getting drunk in one go. Hoo-hoo, you boom. Have you prepared yourself? NNN. For the 8th layer we goo-woo. Let's goo. The two hatchlings followed with their plan. 10. It was hard to be at the top 10 wherever it was, so the 8th layer should obviously be a fail. That's what they thought, but Pung, the 8th layer, was another success. Balm did not stop, and pairing the 9th layer was yet another success. However, Balm still did not stop, and moved her hands for the final 10th layer ooey. Wait, but was restrained by Yoram. NNNN. What's wrong? WW. Why isn't this anyway? Just wait for a bit. Why? We haven't failed yet. J. Just wait for now. Damn it. Slap. Balm got slapped, and the core was soon snatched away from her hands. The moment Yoram felt the core's mana with her bare hands, she felt as if the alcohol she had consumed would leave through her nose. What is this? What in the world just happened? A core with 9 cracked seals was placed in front of her eyes. 9 seals. An onion core with 9 opened layers. Not 6, and not 7, which was currently the best one in the witch's hand. But 9. On the other hand, Balm's already unstable mind pretty much collapsed after becoming drunk. I am trash that was evident from how she was trying to shove her head into the rubbish bin inside Yoram's room. Yoram was trying her hardest to remain sane, and that caused all the intoxication to fly away. Hook, Uark, an increase in output by 15 times. It in fact was yet to be confirmed, because there had never been an onion core with more than 8 cracked seals recorded in history. 15 times depending on the weapon. It might even allow a level 2 artifact to reach a level 4 artifact. With this, it would be possible for low-ranked superhumans to defeat 3-digit superhumans, and a 2-digit superhuman might even be able to kill rank 2 BM with a decent weapon in hand. A single core with an output like that was ridiculous, and that was how insane of a high roll this was. The probability was only 0. 32 approximately 3 out of 100, 0, 0. Choose 30 million people, and only one of them would succeed, and yet there were less than 50, 0 onion cores in the entire world. Unprecedented, unheard of, and revolutionary. Whatever the case, it was an extremely precious core. Sitting on Yoram's hand was an onion core with 9 cracked seals that had managed to fight against the odds. This is too amazing now, right? Said Balm. No, should we stop now? Like I said, no. I'm really fine. It was just a superstition. It might just be a coincidence, right? Oi. Despite being drunk and half out of her mind, Balm made a rough estimate of the core's value and suggested they stop, because there was no reason for Yoram to suffer so much. If Argosy throws me away in the future, that must be because I did something wrong. I must have hurt his feelings and done something bad, NN. In that case, I can understand why. What are you on about? Stop trying to force yourself to understand. You're a right, I don't understand. Huh, why would he throw me away? What am I lacking? How could he do such a thing? A female dragon like me is hard to find. Right. I'm a virgin pretty kind, and I can even match my physique to his preference as long as he loves me back. I can give him everything, including my soul, our duck. This shit again. Balm started whining like a drunkard again, so Yoram shook her head. In any case, the reason Yoram stopped was not because of the value of this 9 unsealed core. Or you Balm, you trash. Yes, I am trash, you Balm, take this, you trash. With a stern look on her face, Yoram handed the core back to Balm. This is your last chance. This was the reason she had stopped. There were only 10 layers of seals around the onion core. If they were to succeed one more time, it would now completely get rid of their chance to fail. If you succeed this as well, there's no turning back from your superstition. It's a 90 chance to fail, though. Yeah, 90. Balm slowly nodded her head. What was the chance of failure again? Yoram asked. 90, yeah, ducking 90. So crush it real good. Please, okay. Yes, repeat after me. W, we can do it. We can do it. We can fail the honing. We can fail. 90 chance to fail. Let's go, let's go. Balm opened the 10th layer. With a crack, the layer of seal around the core dropped. All the layers were now gone, leaving behind a single kernel inside as the core began to vibrate. Kugagagang, its vibration was strong enough to resonate with the air inside the room. Seeing a different reaction caused both Balm and Yoram to widen their eyes and glare at the core. Please, please crack. Yoram gulped while sweating from her tight fists. That was when a sudden crevice appeared on the onion core that was shaking left and right as it began to divide into two separate parts. At the same time, the light dimmed out as the outer side of the core rapidly withered and shrunk. Huck, is it a fail? Did we fail? Ah, it looks like a fail. Dude, we finally did it. That was the scariest 90 chance in the entire world. Thinking that, Yoram was about to hug Balm in surprise, but that was when the core cracked open like a nutshell. Revealed inside the withered shells of the onion core was a small yet incomparably forceful kernel. It appeared like the compressed version of the sun. The moment it shook the nearby atmosphere and displayed its overwhelming mana to the hatchlings, Yoram realized it. This too was a success. She was so dumbfounded that she couldn't say a word. Feeling as if she would vomit out blood, Yoram turned towards Balm, wondering why she was so quiet in the face of such a shocking turn of events. But upon seeing her face, Yoram immediately understood the reason. It was no wonder, because Balm had already fainted. Holy duck, Yoram murmured before turning to the core with trembling eyes. She then thought to herself, a core with 10 cracked seals. With such power in her hands after thinking up to that point, she took the core into her arms, opened the window and jumped out. She ran away.